stranded on a desolate island, witnessing the darker facets of human nature. The protagonist Qin Yong navigates through a realm devoid of civilization and rules, where the strong prey upon the weak. Amidst the beauty and the beastly, he employs his unique charm to endure numerous trials and ultimately captures the heart of a stunning woman. Chapter 1. The Scoundrel. Seeing that the woman still had a breath left, Qin Yong couldn't help but feel a twinge of relief. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped her into his arms and dashed towards the shade of a nearby tree. As the saying goes, saving a life is akin to extinguishing a fire. Faced with such an urgent situation, hesitation was not an option for Qin Yong. However, whether it was due to his still recovering strength or the sandy terrain, he felt an undeniable strain as he moved. Yet, the exquisite beauty in his arms, despite her pale complexion, made him reluctant to let go. Moreover, the woman seemed to sense his thoughts, clinging to him as if fearing he might abandon her. Her heart raced, causing Qin Yong's own pulse to quicken. With such a blatant threat before him, he dared not entertain any half-hearted intentions. After a moment of effort, he continued his arduous journey forward, all the while stealing glances at her enchanting form. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to bring her safely to the shade, only to find himself at a loss before the still, beautiful woman. Although Qin Yong was usually carefree, he felt a moral dilemma. He had never engaged in such acts with a woman before. Would it truly be taking advantage of her vulnerability? Caught in this internal conflict, his gaze returned to her. Observing her fragile condition, he cast aside his qualms. After all, it was not the time for noble intentions. He couldn't wait until it was too late to act, lest he squander this serendipitous encounter. Resolute, he surveyed his surroundings silent and deserted. With a determined heart, he proceeded. First, he loosened her collar to facilitate her breathing. Then, placing his hands gently upon her chest, he reminded himself that his intentions were purely to save her, free from any base thoughts. Yet, the softness beneath his hands stirred emotions he struggled to suppress. He diligently performed chest compressions, counting the rhythm as he pressed down, until at last, the unconscious woman began to respond, expelling seawater from her lungs. However, despite her efforts, she remained unresponsive. Time was slipping away, and without hesitation, he decided to administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. As he breathed life into her, her eyelids fluttered, and she gradually regained consciousness. But upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of a disheveled man fervently kissing her lips, further shocked as he filled her mouth with air. The abruptness of the situation jolted her awake, and with a piercing scream, she expressed her terror. "Ah, scoundrel!" The woman, startled and furious, quickly sat up, clutching her neckline with both hands. Qin Yong, taken aback by her sudden outrage, stood frozen for a moment. When he finally collected his wits, she had already scrambled a meter away, glaring at him furiously. "Are you out of your mind? I was saving you. If it weren't for me, you would have perished." Though he admired her beauty, the injustice of being scolded for his good deed ignited anger within him. You saved me, yet you unbuttoned my collar and kept kissing me?" Her voice trembled, caught off guard by his outburst. "You were on the brink of death. Should I have let you suffocate? An artificial respiration, surely you've heard of it?" Frustrated, Qin Yong had no desire to engage further with her, and stormed off toward the water's edge. Chapter 2. Surviving the Ordeal. As for how this bizarre scene unfolded on the beach, it all began the night before. Having been assigned to the early shift, Qin Yong retired early, lost in dreams, drooling as he slept. Suddenly, a deafening crash jolted him awake. The cabin shook violently, and though still dazed, his instincts kicked in, propelling him toward the exit. However, he was a fraction too late. Damn, the poorer one gets, the more they encounter misfortune. He cursed as he found debris blocking the passage. Just when despair threatened to engulf him, he spotted a fire axe in the emergency station. Without a second thought, he seized the axe and began to chop at the obstacles with fervor. By the time he reached the deck, the ship was tilting dangerously. With a desperate urgency, he sought to escape the sinking vessel, but the lifeboats and life vests had already been claimed. Gripping the axe firmly, he hacked at a nearby wooden table, soaked in food and debris. The blazing sun bore down upon him, and as he lay on the beach, he slowly regained consciousness. The bright light was unbearable, and as he attempted to rise, he found himself utterly drained of strength. After a moment's struggle, he finally managed to sit up, only to feel a wave of nausea wash over him. Wow! Before Qin Yong could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself retching uncontrollably, expelling a pool of sour liquid mixed with remnants of food. After a considerable effort, he managed to calm himself and took a glance around, realizing he was on a sandy beach within a tranquil cove. Before him lay the limitless expanse of the ocean, while lush forests stood not far behind. Gathering his thoughts, he recalled the events of the previous night, still feeling a lingering sense of trepidation. However, confronted with the unfamiliar environment, he could not afford to dwell on his fears. His past experiences instinctively urged him to replenish his strength. Fortunately, not far from him, a few coconut trees laden with fruit offered a flicker of hope for survival. Yet, upon reaching the base of the coconut trees, exhaustion washed over him. After drifting at sea for an entire night and the recent bout of vomiting, his already weary body felt utterly depleted. In contrast to his usual self, where climbing a tree would be a trivial task, he now felt a disheartening sense of helplessness. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, he noticed a few dried coconuts scattered beneath the trees, a sign of providence. These seemingly desiccated coconuts still contained some coconut water and edible flesh. After striking the coconuts against a rock, Qin Yong drank the refreshing liquid, feeling his strength gradually returning and his discomfort fading. As he contemplated searching for useful supplies along the shore, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a figure lying not far from him on the beach. Startled, he hurried over without a second thought. To his astonishment, he found a woman in a flowing dress, her long hair cascading as she lay on the sand, the waves gently lapping at her. Instinctively, he checked for her breath and was relieved to find a faint pulse, though it was worryingly weak. Without further hesitation, he carefully carried her to the shade of a tree. Thus unfolded the earlier scene he had witnessed. After this tumultuous episode, Qin Yong regained full awareness, returning to the spot where he had first awakened. He noticed the wooden board he had clung to during his ordeal still swaying atop a nearby rock, with a fire axe embedded within it, taken from the emergency equipment on board the cruise ship. Elated at the prospect of having a means of defense, he swiftly swam over and dragged the board ashore. However, upon seeing the familiar yet strange object before him, he could not help but chuckle wryly. What on earth is happening? I nearly lost my life just doing security duty. Setting aside his thoughts, he removed the fire axe from the board and secured it at his waist. Believing the large board still had utility, he dragged it into the shade. As he prepared to return to the beach, he was startled to discover the woman he had just rescued lying motionless on the ground once more. Sensing trouble, he cautiously approached her. Recalling the earlier incident, he prudently knelt about a meter away to observe her. In his previous haste to save her, he had not taken the time to truly appreciate her striking beauty. Now, as he scrutinized her, he found himself unable to tear his gaze away from her exquisite features. Despite the night's ordeal leaving her hair in disarray, it did not diminish the allure of her captivating face. Her skin was fair and supple, and her figure was alluringly curvaceous, with long, smooth legs that seemed to beckon him irresistibly. Chapter 3. Cast into the sea, Qin Yong could not help but feel regret when he performed artificial respiration on her moments ago. Why did he not seize the opportunity to truly savor the moment? Pervert! Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Water! I need water! Just as Qin Yong was lost in his thoughts, a rather disturbing expression overtook his face. The beautiful woman, lying on the ground, began to utter nonsensical words. However, her voice was hoarse, and her complexion was pale to the point of being alarming. Her lips were so parched they seemed on the verge of cracking. Clearly, she was dehydrated and had fainted. There was no other choice. He would have to rescue her once more. After all, he considered himself a charming and noble gentleman. With this thought, Qin Yong's heart softened once again. It was peculiar. Although their previous encounter had been somewhat unpleasant, this time he felt no reluctance in his decision to help her. Whether it was the allure of her beauty or the stubbornness that led her to faint rather than call for help, he was unsure. Regardless, Qin Yong eagerly scrambled up the tree to gather coconuts. In no time, he had brought down a fair number of coconuts, armed with a fire axe. Opening them was a breeze. Soon, he had poured an entire coconut's worth of water into the mouth of the unconscious beauty. Before long, she gradually began to regain consciousness. Feeling a bit of strength returning, she struggled to sit up, glancing at the empty coconut beside her, then at Qin Yong, who was pretending to sleep. She realized that this man had saved her once again. In fact, after her earlier tirade against him, she had calmed down and understood that the so-called pervert had come to her rescue. She reflected on her prior outburst and recognized that it had been excessive. Yet the thought of having nearly lost her first kiss left her unable to bring herself to apologize. Subsequently, she had succumbed to dehydration and fainted. Thank you for saving me, the beauty said awkwardly. Qin Yong chose to ignore her, deliberately rolling over to feign sleep once more. You. I'm trying to talk to you, and you still want more? She lamented, her voice trembling as she began to cry, as if she had suffered some great injustice. Seeing her like this, Qin Yong could no longer maintain his facade. He was taken aback by her unexpected display of emotion. Having never been able to bear the sight of a girl in tears since childhood, he quickly sat up. Hey, this isn't how it's supposed to go. I was just insulted by you without reason, and now you're the one crying? Qin Yong said with a resigned expression. Wow, I nearly drowned last night after being pushed into the sea, and you still dare to bully me. She sobbed. Qin Yong's words seemed to have no effect. If anything, they only aggravated her, prompting her to cry even harder. Realizing that saying more would be futile, he decided to let her cry it out before addressing the situation. Hey, are you feeling better now? Can you tell me what happened? After a brief moment, Qin Yong felt a pang of compassion and initiated conversation once more. Observing the softening tone of Qin Yong and his overtures of goodwill, the beautiful woman gradually ceased her sobs. However, her occasional sniffles still tugged at Qin Yong's heartstrings, evoking both affection and pity. Humph. I'm not called Hey. I am Xiaobing, a passenger on the cruise ship. Last night, after the ship struck a reef, it began to sink rapidly. Chaos ensued, and my colleagues and I were haphazardly assigned to lifeboats for evacuation. Yet during our escape, we rescued 3 passengers who had jumped overboard, which caused a lifeboat to become overloaded. Just as we were deliberating on how to manage the situation, I was suddenly pushed into the sea from behind. Fortunately, I managed to grasp a piece of wood amidst my struggles. Otherwise, I would have certainly drowned. Recalling the harrowing events of the previous night, a shiver of fear still coursed through Xiaobing. Chapter 4. Concerned, did you see who pushed you? Qin Yong inquired with curiosity. No, it was too dark, and the lifeboat was swaying incessantly. I saw nothing. After being thrust into the water, I cried for help, but no one responded. Thus, I could only follow the lifeboat from a distance. However, the waves were too fierce, and I lost sight of it. After that, everything is a blur, Xiaobing replied, gritting her teeth. Did no one from your company come to your aid? No. Although someone did reach out to pull me back just after I fell in the water, that was the last I heard from anyone. Did the lifeboat drift in the same direction as you? It should have, for I was terrified and desperately tried to keep up with it. Does that mean there may still be other survivors like us on this island? Qin Yong pondered, glancing around. Yes, it's likely, Xiaobing replied with a hint of certainty. Upon hearing this, Qin Yong fell into deep contemplation. From Xiaobing's ordeal, it seemed that at least another group of survivors had reached this island during the maritime disaster. Among them, there might be individuals with nefarious intentions, which was Qin Yong's greatest concern. In a civilized society, while many may appear genteel, the constraints of law prevent them from revealing humanity's darker facets. However, this was a different scenario, an isolated island far removed from civilization, devoid of rules and laws. When life and death are at stake and interests are involved, the ugliness of human nature would inevitably be magnified. What this place might devolve into is uncertain. With this thought, Qin Yong turned his gaze back to Xiaobing. Her demeanor suggested she hailed from a well-off background, at least capable of affording her adequate protection. Otherwise, it would be improbable for someone of her age to remain so candid and innocent. Yet, a person like her, who wears her emotions on her sleeve without a shred of cunning, would likely not survive more than 2 episodes in a television drama. Stranded on a deserted island, what transpires next is all too predictable. Moreover, she possesses an irresistible beauty and physique, a captivating enchantress who could scarcely escape the clutches of predatory beasts. In Qin Yong's understanding, this is no mere exercise in baseless worry. He has witnessed far too many tragedies of this nature during past missions. Such occurrences cannot simply be encapsulated by the phrase, outrageous. They defy description. Now, he fervently hopes that the rescue team will locate them soon, whisking her away to the civilized world for proper protection. Otherwise, the eventual outcome is one Qin Yong dares not contemplate. Naturally, he refrains from expressing these thoughts in front of Xiaobing, not wishing to tarnish the purity that resides within her heart before any calamity befalls them. Alas, you lecher, what are you daydreaming about? I'm speaking to you. Can you hear me? With Xiaobing's sudden interjection, Qin Yong finally returned to the present. What? What did you just say? I said, I'm hungry. Can you give me something to eat? I can pay you. Witnessing the princess-like demeanor of this stunning beauty, Qin Yong felt not anger, but a burgeoning sense of protectiveness. Yet, he dared not show her any softness at this moment, for he intended to take this opportunity to reshape her. Otherwise, should misfortune arise, her entitled attitude would surely expedite her demise. To clarify, my name is Qin Yong, not lecher. Moreover, if you desire a good meal, you must work for it. This is not your home, and there are no servants here. Besides, is money of any use in this place? Not to mention, you have no money on you. Upon saying this, Qin Yong deliberately scanned her from head to toe with a mischievous glint in his eye. You lecher? Ha! Chapter 5. Self-rescue. Through this exchange, the two truly began to understand one another. Xia Bing, who had never before faced such reprimand, was still brimming with indignation. However, in her quest to satiate her hunger, she dutifully followed Qin Yong. They arrived at the edge of the jungle, where Qin Yong wielded a fire axe to chop down numerous green branches and leaves. Together, they dragged the foliage to a spacious area on the beach. After half an hour of Qin Yong's relentless efforts, a colossal pattern emerged upon the sand. At this moment, Xia Bing finally grasped Qin Yong's true intentions, causing her perception of this lecher to shift slightly. Having completed this task, Qin Yong swiftly climbed a nearby cluster of coconut trees, gathering a bounty of edible coconuts, some 20 or 30 in total. Go! Conceal the coconuts on the ground in the brush near that large tree, and remember to cover your tracks. After giving his instructions, he set off towards the sea with his axe in hand. Oomph! Selfish wretch! Xia Bing scoffed, mistakenly believing Qin Yong intended to hoard the coconuts for himself. Along the coastline, Qin Yong traversed the bay twice. Aside from discovering a somewhat chipped tin paint bucket and several empty mineral water bottles, he also unearthed a tattered fishing net tangled in coarse ropes from the sand. This discovery brought him considerable joy for a while, although these items were merely marine debris carried here by ocean currents. They held significant value for Qin Yong at this moment. Thus, he adeptly employed a fire axe to pry open the sealed lid of the paint bucket, subsequently stuffing these newfound treasures inside. After organizing his collection, Qin Yong surveyed his surroundings once more. Noticing the absence of anything useful, he resolved to venture into the sea, hoping to catch some fish. At this point, aside from a sip of coconut water upon awakening, he hadn't eaten anything for a full day and night, leaving him ravenously hungry, though he persisted nonetheless. Just as he bent down to remove his shirt, his eyes caught sight of rocks nearby, encrusted with oysters. Perhaps due to the remoteness of this locale, the oysters appeared particularly large. This was a delightful find. Qin Yong couldn't help but feel elated, as it seemed that fortune favored him in his desires. Within 10 minutes, he had pried nearly a bucketful of sizable oysters from the rocks using his fire axe. Upon returning to the shade of a tree with his hefty haul, he found Xia Bing had already concealed the coconuts in the spot he had indicated, even taking the time to cover them with some dry grass. Although Xia Bing typically presented herself as a spoiled princess, she approached tasks with utmost seriousness, a trait that enabled her to effectively manage a large company. Observing that Qin Yong had not caught any food, but instead returned with a bucket full of fishing nets and water bottles, her expression soured. Were we to survive on this? Xia Bing glared at Qin Yong with discontent. Ignoring her, he leisurely sat down, tearing apart strands of dry coconut husk from the ground. His nonchalant demeanor only served to further irritate Xia Bing. Just as she was about to unleash her frustration, Qin Yong's words silenced her. If you don't want to go hungry, gather some dry firewood. Xia Bing was about to erupt in anger, but, recalling Qin Yong's advice, she forcefully swallowed her retort. Fine, I'll see what you have prepared for me later. I've gathered firewood now, and if there's nothing to eat, I'll make you pay. With that thought, Xia Bing huffed and began to collect dry branches. By the time she returned with a large bundle of twigs, Qin Yong had already shredded a small handful of dry coconut fibers. He had even fashioned a small bow using a length of rope from the fishing net. Chapter 6. A jaw-dropping revelation. Although Xia Bing remained perplexed by Qin Yong's actions, her nascent understanding of him allowed her to retain a flicker of trust. She gently placed the firewood down and silently observed the movements of his hands. In no time, Qin Yong had skillfully shaped the hard coconut shell into the form he required. He then placed the coconut shell onto a pointed wooden stick entwined with bowstring and gave it a try. It fit perfectly. Quite satisfied, Qin Yong stood up. He knelt on one knee, pressing his left foot firmly against the thin wooden slice that was sandwiched with coconut fibers. With one hand holding the bough and the other gripping the coconut shell, he began to saw back and forth on the wooden slice. In just a few minutes, white smoke began to emerge from the friction where the thin wood met the stick. Soon after, the topmost wooden slice was pierced by the stick, accompanied by sparks. Wood shavings fell onto the coconut fibers below, which quickly began to emit white smoke as well. Qin Yong hurriedly ceased his actions, cupping the smoldering coconut fibers and gently blowing on them. With a soft puff, the fibers ignited into flames. Just like that, Qin Yong magically kindled a fire. This astonishing feat nearly made Xia Bing, who was watching nearby, drop her jaw in disbelief. Wow, friction fire? Who knew this rogue had such skills? In an unexpected turn, Xia Bing began to praise Qin Yong. Seeing the chameleon-like change in Xia Bing, Qin Yong could only shake his head in speechless disbelief. I can also conjure up oysters. Would you like some? After giving Xia Bing a disdainful glare, he promptly poured the oysters from the bucket. Observing the plump oysters, Xia Bing could hardly contain her excitement. You rogue, I adore you, she exclaimed, leaping with joy and unexpectedly kissing Qin Yong. Taken aback by this sudden gesture, Qin Yong was momentarily stunned. Realizing her own boldness, Xia Bing's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Well, I'm hungry. Let us roast some oysters. After what felt like an eternity, Xia Bing cleared her throat and awkwardly tried to fill the silence. Of course we'll eat oysters. You've already devoured all the tofu. What else is there to eat? Once Qin Yong regained his composure, he seized the opportunity to tease Xia Bing. You're so annoying. Xia Bing, acutely aware of her own embarrassment, felt her cheeks burn, wishing she could just dig a hole to hide in. After this little commotion, the barriers between the two had been completely dismantled. Xia Bing gradually began to trust this irritating fellow before her. I wonder if a rescue team will come tomorrow? I want to go home. After their hearty meal, the two casually reclined on the beach. As they gazed at the darkening night sky, Xia Bing's spirits sank to a low point. Hope for tomorrow. Don't dwell on the useless thoughts. With a handsome man like me by your side, you must be blessed by your ancestors. Qin Yong, unwilling to dampen the spirit of this innocent girl, intentionally teased her. However, deep down, he felt far from optimistic about their current situation. It had already been a day and night since the cruise ship had run aground. Though the vast ocean presents formidable challenges for search and rescue operations, the absence of any rescuers on the surface after more than 30 hours is profoundly perplexing. Not a single shadow of passing aircraft has graced the skies, let alone the presence of rescue helicopters. Such a situation is utterly incomprehensible, especially in the 21st century, where numerous technological advancements have reached a level of sophistication. Moreover, luxury cruise liners are equipped with highly advanced communication systems that ensure immediate alerts to command centers in case of emergencies. Even a cursory search of the surrounding area from the incident site should have yielded some sign of activity. It is unfathomable that there has been no news whatsoever. Chapter 7. Sleeping on the ground as the sea breeze swept over her, Xia Bing, clad only in a dress, felt a chill creep in. She crossed her arms and rubbed her arms together to no avail, prompting her to move closer to the fire. Observing this, Qin Yong felt a pang of sympathy. Though he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he could not bear to see a beautiful woman suffer from the cold. Rising to his feet, he grasped a fire axe and prepared to venture into the woods. Hey, what are you planning to do? Xia Bing, glancing nervously around the pitch-black surroundings, stood up, fearing abandonment. The fierce demeanor she had displayed during the day was now replaced by a look of concern that amused Qin Yong. What else could I possibly do? I need to relieve myself, and you ought to come along, he quipped, feigning exasperation. Just then, a gust of wind rustled through the treetops, providing Qin Yong with unexpected reinforcement, while Xia Bing's anxiety intensified. I would like to accompany you if that is all right, she implored, her eyes pleading as she refused to leave Qin Yong's side. Reluctantly, Qin Yong abandoned the idea of searching for dry branches in the woods. Given Xia Bing's current attire, her delicate, snow-white legs were exposed to potential hazards. The dangers of snakes, insects, and invisible sharp grasses could easily mar her lovely skin. Consequently, he decided to return to the area where they had previously laid out survival markers during the day, gathering some slightly drier branches to ignite and subsequently spreading them on the beach. Once the twigs were sufficiently burnt, he carefully rearranged the unburnt ones. He then spread a layer of dry sand over the heated ground, completing a natural firebed. This series of deft maneuvers nearly left Xiaobing in awe. Wow, I must admit, I underestimated you, you rogue. It seems there's nothing you can't do, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration. Of course, with your brave brother here, you need not fear hunger or the cold, Qin Yong replied, basking in her adoring gaze, feeling a swell of pride. Yet, he couldn't help but smirk at his own vanity. Upon hearing Qin Yong's words, Xiaobing felt a warm sensation in her heart. Yet, she stubbornly retorted, though her furtive glances towards Qin Yong were imbued with tenderness. All right, enough of the antics. Let us get some rest. We need to rise early to search for food, Qin Yong suggested. Thus, the two settled down on the sandy ground for the night. Strictly speaking, this was their first night spent on the deserted island. Moreover, Xiaobing's wariness towards Qin Yong had not entirely dissipated. Hence, despite sharing a makeshift bed on the sand, she deliberately maintained a certain distance from him. She even placed a long branch between them as a makeshift boundary. Observing this, Qin Yong could only shake his head in resignation. Had the beautiful Xia considered that if he truly intended to do something untoward, that mere branch would serve little purpose? It was a classic case of guarding against a gentleman while leaving oneself vulnerable to a rogue. Qin Yong chose to disregard Xiaobing's self-deception and promptly fell asleep. Chapter 8. The fright. As dawn broke, the distant sea began to shimmer, and Xiaobing was roused by a gust of sea breeze. Groggily opening her eyes, she discovered a large hand resting upon her chest. Ah, scoundrel, scoundrel, she exclaimed, vigorously swatting at the offending hand while hurling invectives. Qin Yong, still immersed in a delightful dream, was abruptly awakened by her outburst. Are you out of your mind? How long will this go on? He bellowed, irked by the unwarranted disturbance. Startled by his loud voice, Xiaobing, who had never encountered such a display, felt a flicker of fear. Why are you being inappropriate? Why are you holding me? She stammered timidly. Glancing at their positions, Qin Yong shot her an incredulous glare. Look where you're lying. I haven't accused you of being inappropriate, yet you're the one casting blame, he retorted, exasperated. Only then did Xiaobing realize her error. She glanced at her position and noted that she had unwittingly crossed the branch they had placed between them and had nestled into Qin Yong's embrace. The explanation was simple. The sea breeze had played its part. After all, Xiaobing, being a girl, was clad in relatively thin garments and could not withstand the chill of the night. Thus, in her half-conscious state, she had instinctively burrowed closer to Qin Yong for warmth. This straightforward realization caused her fair face to flush crimson. However, Qin Yong had no inclination to dwell on her moment of contrition. Now, fully awake, he resolved to explore the rocky shore in search of food. Meanwhile, a flustered Xiaobing, aware that she had misjudged Qin Yong, intended to alleviate the tension between them. Yet, upon noticing that he had already walked away, she could not muster the courage to approach him, opting instead to head in the opposite direction towards the water. P.S. Not being intentionally harsh. What a stingy person, she muttered to herself. As Xiaobing walked along the shore, kicking sand in frustration, she noticed a piece of silken fabric drifting near the rocks. She wondered if it might be clothing that had come from the ill-fated ship. Coincidentally, she was in need of a change of clothes, so she reached out to grasp it. Suddenly, a gasp escaped her lips, and she lost her balance, collapsing onto the sand and scrambling backward. Hearing her scream, Qin Yong rushed over, wielding a fire axe, sensing that something was amiss. Is there someone? Anyone? Xiaobing managed to utter, pointing towards the sea as she regained a modicum of composure upon seeing Qin Yong approach. After ensuring Xiaobing was safely away from the water's edge, Qin Yong approached the shore. There, amidst the rocks, lay a tattered, floral garment floating in the surf. He gently pulled it aside, revealing a face, pale and waterlogged, beneath the fabric. The most chilling aspect was that the visage was attached to only half a body, the lower half seemingly gnawed away, as if by some ferocious creature. The garment remained tethered to the shoulder, protecting the remnants of the corpse from waves. Chapter 9. Unfavorable prognosis. Upon surveying the area, Qin Yong discovered another body in a suitcase bobbing with the tide, not far from the rocks. Without hesitation, he pulled both the bodies and the suitcase ashore. By this time, Xiaobing had regained some composure, though she still dared not approach, opting instead to observe Qin Yong's actions from a distance. Among the two corpses, if one could refer to it thus, as one was merely a half, was the upper half of a young woman clad in a floral dress. The other, a more complete body dressed in jeans and a polo shirt, belonged to a middle-aged man. From the man's bulging jeans pockets, Qin Yong retrieved a lighter and a nearly full pack of waterlogged cigarettes. He also unfastened a large keyring from the man's belt. Although he had no intention of keeping the deceased man's belongings, the circumstances dictated otherwise. The lighter and the folding knife on the keyring were of significant value in their current predicament. As for the sodden cigarettes, Qin Yong, a seasoned smoker, could not resist the temptation to dry them out, hoping to salvage a few for later. After all, enduring a nicotine craving on this desolate island would be immensely uncomfortable. After digging 2 shallow graves in the forest, Qin Yong laid the bodies to rest, a small act of compensation for the belongings of the male corpse. Once this grim task was completed, both he and Xiaobing found little inclination to seek food, instead sitting side by side on the beach, gazing helplessly into the distance. Qin Yong, do you think we can ever return home? Xiaobing was evidently affected by the earlier scene. Her face etched with uncertainty as she posed a question. Observing the blend of despondency and helplessness on her countenance, Qin Yong found himself equally moved, reluctant to dampen her spirits. Even as he privately deemed their chances increasingly slim, he endeavored to instill a glimmer of hope within her. It will be all right. I will do everything in my power to ensure your safe return. Although Qin Yong harbored doubts, he feigned a resolute expression as he spoke. Thank you, Qin Yong. If it weren't for you, I doubt I could have endured yesterday, Xiaobing expressed earnestly. Deep down, she recognized that this seemingly garrulous man before her was not malevolent. Moreover, their shared experiences over the past couple of days had considerably alleviated her anxiety regarding the maritime disaster. With this thought, Xiaobing inadvertently rested her head on Qin Yong's shoulder. Qin Yong was unprepared for such a shift in their dynamic. Though he typically exuded a carefree disposition, he had never engaged in a romantic relationship and found himself at a loss in the face of this tender moment. Thus, he sat rigidly, hardly daring to move. Hee. Qin Yong, could it be that you've never had a girlfriend? Xiaobing teased, noticing his robot-like posture. Despite her own lack of experience in dating, she assumed a facade of understanding to ease the tension and stood up with a smile. I'm not. I've had a girlfriend, all right? Qin Yong retorted defiantly, rising to his feet as well. To conceal his blush from Xiaobing, he made his way toward the suitcase he had dragged ashore earlier. Seeing his expression, Xiaobing was aware that Qin Yong was merely putting on an act. However, she chose not to expose him, quietly trailing behind him as they approached the luggage. Chapter 10. What you think you get upon reaching the suitcase. Qin Yong examined it with care. It appeared to be in good condition, equipped with a waterproof feature. Yet, he remained unaware of its contents, as it was secured with a combination lock. Initially reluctant to tamper with the lock, he attempted several times to unlock it without success. Faced with no alternative, he decided to apply force. Using a fire axe, he pried at the lock. With a snap, the lock gave way, and the suitcase was ultimately opened. Fortunately, only the lock was damaged, leaving the suitcase itself intact. As he flipped open the lid, he discovered it brimming with items. In addition to several work uniforms and a pair of hiking boots, there lay an unopened pack of 555 cigarettes and a dagger. The owner of this suitcase was evidently either a rugged individual or an outdoor enthusiast, as evidenced by the items contained within. Gazing at the treasures before him, Qin Yong couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. These were indeed valuable finds. Truly, what one lacks often manifests when least expected. He rummaged through the bottom of the suitcase, uncovering a few more miscellaneous items. The most awkward moment for the two was when 3 boxes of condoms were discovered. Ahem. Does this outfit suit me? Go change your torn dress. It's in such a state. Initially a loss for words, Qin Yong suddenly noticed Xiaobing's dirty and tattered dress. He casually handed her a set of work clothes, saying, "Here, try these on." Xiaobing understood his intent, and, after a couple of coughs, accepted the clothes and retreated behind the rocks to change. Taking advantage of her absence, Qin Yong tucked his dagger into his waistband and closed the box, hiding it in the woods. At times, he found himself chuckling at his own actions, likening them to a squirrel hoarding supplies before winter. When he emerged from the woods, Xiaobing had already changed. Although the clothes were slightly oversized, the loose fit of the work attire was not off-putting. In fact, with a change of style, Xiaobing appeared quite spirited. She was pleased with the outfit. It was clean and comfortable, allowing for much greater ease of movement compared to her previous dress. At least she wouldn't be dragging through the mud anymore. Upon seeing Qin Yong emerge from the woods, Xiaobing contemplated inquiring about the items they had just found. However, the thought of those boxes of condoms left her at a loss for words. Considering how cold Xiaobing had been the previous night, Qin Yong decided to construct a shelter by the edge of the woods. After discussing it with Xiaobing, she recognized the necessity of the plan, not wanting to end up without a place to sleep at night. After all, no one knew when the rescue team would arrive. Falling ill on this desolate island, with scarce medical resources, would be perilous. Without further ado, Qin Yong grabbed an axe and ventured into the woods to gather timber, while Xiaobing began digging a hole at a previously agreed-upon spot with a sharpened stick. As the saying goes, a man and woman working together makes the task less burdensome. Through their diligent collaboration, a shelter measuring several square meters was soon erected. Although it lacked craftsmanship, it was quite commendable for a deserted island. The wooden frame was surrounded by thatch and coconut leaves on the roof and sides. While it didn't provide complete warmth, it would shield them from the wind and rain. Chapter 11. Qin Yong's subtle intentions. Subsequently, Qin Yong constructed a wooden bed inside the shelter, measuring 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. His design for the bed was somewhat self-serving. Faced with such a stunning beauty, it would be unnatural for Qin Yong not to harbor any thoughts. He built the bed quite narrow, just enough for 2 people to lie down. This way, Xiaobing would have no choice but to sleep closely beside him. Over time, he couldn't help but wonder if some embarrassing stories might arise from such proximity. Lost in thought, Qin Yong found himself standing in front of the wooden bed, grinning foolishly. Silly Qin Yong, what are you thinking? Drooling already? Regarding Qin Yong's subtle thoughts, Xiaobing could discern some of them. In recent years, there's been a popular online phrase, milk fierce, and at this moment, Xiaobing embodied that sentiment. She glared fiercely at Qin Yong, her pride visibly rising and falling. Startled, Qin Yong hurriedly retreated outside the thatched hut. It was only when Xiaobing entered the hut to reinforce the thatch that he dared to return. He propped up a few wooden sticks on the ground and placed the previously used tabletop atop them, thus creating a makeshift wooden table. Admiring their handiwork after a busy morning, both Qin Yong and Xiaobing exchanged satisfied nods. Gurgle, just as they reveled in their accomplishment. Qin Yong's stomach audibly protested. After all, they had been busy all morning without a single drop of water, so hunger was to be expected. You go fetch a few coconuts and I'll find something to eat. After glancing at Xiaobing, Qin Yong instructed before heading off towards the sea with a paint bucket in hand. When Qin Yong returned, laden with a full bucket of oysters, Xiaobing had already prepared the coconuts and kindling. Qin Yong retrieved the lighter he had taken from the body of a victim. Although it had soaked overnight, he had kept it in his pocket, and by now, the moisture had evaporated. With a few attempts, the lighter finally sparked to life. With this tool, igniting a fire became remarkably simpler. Soon, they had a lively bonfire ablaze. However, before the charcoal could form, the two could hardly wait any longer and placed the oysters directly over the flames. Thus, they indulged in a feast of roasted oysters, much like the previous evening. Although they were satiated, the method of cooking left their fingers blistered and painful. Qin Yong pondered, surely we cannot continue roasting food in this manner. He scanned the surroundings, and his gaze fell upon the lid of the paint bucket, which was about the size of a basin. At that moment, an idea began to take shape in Qin Yong's mind. He picked up the lid and assessed its thickness. Satisfied, he removed the sealing ring and tossed the metal lid into the fire to roast. Xiaobing, intrigued, watched him closely, eager to see what scheme he was concocting. Moments later, the lid glowed a fiery red. Qin Yong then picked up a round stone he had found by the reef and began to hammer the center of the heated lid. Initially, Xiaobing could not comprehend his actions, but as he continued, the lid began to dent inward. Next, Qin Yong hammered around the indented center, persistently striking until a depression formed in the sand beneath, transforming the metal lid into a round pot. Witnessing this transformation, even if Xiaobing did not fully understand the process, she grasped what Qin Yong was endeavoring to achieve. She couldn't help but gaze at Qin Yong with the adoring eyes of a little fan once more. Oh, Qin Yong, what is it that you cannot do? Could it be that your ancestors were blacksmiths? Qin Yong paid no heed to her astonishment. He once again heated the iron pot until it glowed red, then used a branch to carry it to the seaside. With a splash, the glowing pot was cast into the ocean, and a plume of white steam immediately rose from the surface of the water. After quenching the fire, Qin Yong rinsed the pot several times with sand and seawater, resulting in a clean and shiny iron vessel. Chapter 12. You stay as Qin Yong returned with the freshly cleaned iron pot. The way Xiaobing looked at him changed entirely. Initially lacking confidence in their survival on this deserted island, she gradually began to feel a sense of reassurance. Even if a rescue team did not arrive in the immediate future, as long as Qin Yong was with her, survival seemed feasible. Of course, this was merely Xiaobing's perspective. For Qin Yong, the challenge of surviving on this island was far from simple. Setting aside the fact that they were still entirely ignorant of their surroundings, the issue of sourcing drinking water needed urgent attention. Their stock of coconuts was dwindling, and without finding fresh water soon, they risked succumbing to thirst. With this thought in mind, Qin Yong decided to venture into the forest with Xiaobing to investigate the situation. Although they had entered the woods multiple times over the past few days, they had mostly remained near the beach and had thus not encountered any significant threats. However, the depths of the forest posed unknown dangers, including the potential presence of wild beasts. Furthermore, he had distinctly heard the howls of wolves echoing from the forest's interior last night. Glancing at Xiaobing, who was sitting across from him, her delicate appearance made Qin Yong reconsider his decision. Should they face any danger in the woods, he might not be able to protect her. Therefore, he decided against taking her along. Instead, he produced a dagger and handed it to her. Since there is still daylight, I plan to explore the woods. Take this dagger for your protection. If I do not return soon, you may gather some shells by the shore or pry open some oysters from the rocks to cook. But remember, do not venture into the sea, Qin Yong instructed seriously. Recalling the remains of the unfortunate soul they had encountered earlier, he understood that the nearby waters were likely home to sharks or other bloodthirsty creatures. Yet, he didn't want to frighten Xiaobing, so he felt compelled to emphasize his warning. But, I want to go with you, Xiaobing pleaded with a pitiful look in her eyes. You cannot come. We do not yet know what lies within. If we encounter danger, I cannot ensure your safety. Qin Yong insisted. Faced with his resolute stance, Xiaobing reluctantly acquiesced. Grabbing the fire axe, Qin Yong prepared to set off. However, upon casting a glance back at the solitary Xiaobing, Qin Yong still felt a twinge of unease. He ventured to the edge of the woods, hewing a straight wooden stick taller than a man, sharpening one end before handing it to Xiaobing. Should danger arise, this pointed stick will allow you to maintain a safe distance, he reiterated with concern. Having completed these preparations, Qin Yong hoisted his axe once more and delved deeper into the forest. Witnessing Qin Yong's thoughtful actions warmed Xiaobing's heart inexplicably. Compared to the previous night, when she was unceremoniously thrust off the lifeboat into the sea, encountering Qin Yong could be deemed a stroke of fortune. Otherwise, on this desolate island, devoid of any response from the heavens or the earth, her demise would have gone unnoticed, even if she were to perish 100 or 80 times over. Reflecting on this, Xiaobing found that Qin Yong's incessant chatter, which had previously irked her, was not so unbearable after all. Chapter 13. Pathfinding once ensconced within the woods. Qin Yong did not dare to let his guard down. As he wielded his fire axe to clear the underbrush and branches, he proceeded with utmost caution. He was acutely aware that the primary objective of his expedition was to seek out potable fresh water, leading him to traverse the low-lying areas and ravines within the forest. However, as he continued on his path, an unsettling feeling began to creep into his heart. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered into a verdant thicket, and the deeper he ventured, the more he sensed an ominous chill enveloping him. Qin Yong distinctly remembered entering the woods at noon, when the sun was unrelentingly fierce. Yet now, within this vast expanse of forest, scarcely a sliver of sunlight penetrated the canopy. Surveying his surroundings, he observed towering trees shrouded in a delicate veil of mist, with visibility alarmingly low, instilling a sense of dread that seemed capable of consuming everything in its path. Gulp, gulp. As the eerie calls of two strange birds echoed, Qin Yong halted in his tracks. He glanced back, realizing that the route he had taken was now nearly indistinguishable. Were it not for the marks he had made on the trees during his journey, he would surely have been lost in this labyrinth. Not daring to proceed any further, he calculated that several hours had passed since his departure, and twilight was approaching. If he failed to return to the camp before darkness fell, the night would pose significant peril. With this thought in mind, Qin Yong resolved to retrace his steps. However, just then, A rustling sound emerged from the nearby underbrush. Instantly alert, he gripped his fire axe tightly, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Moments later, a massive wild boar emerged from the thicket. Its bristles were coarse and long, and its tusks jutted out in a formidable fashion. The sight was certainly intimidating, and Qin Yong dared not move. His mind raced. Should the wild boar charge? His only recourse would be to scramble up a nearby tree. Fortunately, his apprehensions proved unwarranted. The wild boar glanced back at the thicket before leading a group of smaller boars deeper into the forest. Qin Yong wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly retraced his steps along the markers he had left. He was eager to avoid encountering the massive wild boar that could charge with the ferocity of a tank. At last, he safely emerged from the thicket, returning to a small grove of mixed trees not far from the coast. It was only then that he let out a long sigh of relief. Glancing at the sky, he noticed it was gradually darkening. He dared not linger too long and planned to rest only after returning to the camp. However, before he could take a step, he spotted a plump wild hare peeking out from a nearby clump of low grass. Qin Yong mused that he would no longer have to eat raw oysters tonight. Thus, he unsheathed his fire axe and hurled it with force at the hare. The blow struck true, knocking the creature down. As he surveyed his prize, a smile crept across Qin Yong's face. It was indeed a case of serendipity. He had set out in search of water, but ended up inadvertently hunting a fat hare. Regardless, he consoled himself. Having meat to eat made the journey worthwhile. Chapter 14. Return to camp. Upon returning to the camp with the hare in tow, he found Xiaobing had already rekindled the fire. The pot was bubbling with sea shellfish, while oysters sizzled over the flames. A warm and comforting sensation enveloped Qin Yong, though the details of his memories had become somewhat hazy each time he encountered such familiar scenes. They evoked the image of a beloved figure tirelessly preparing a variety of delicious meals in the kitchen. The sight of curling smoke always brought him warmth. It seemed that Xiaobing wasn't entirely lacking in skills, as she had even constructed a rudimentary stove from stones. With this thought, Qin Yong approached her. "Did you do all this?" he inquired playfully. "Of course. Who else could it be?" Xiaobing replied, a proud smirk on her face. Seeing her delight, Qin Yong's mischievous side emerged, and he pondered how to tease this headstrong princess further. "All right, tonight, I shall reward you properly," he exclaimed with a laugh. Leaning closer to her, Xiaobing found his words peculiar, and his advancing form made her increasingly anxious. What are you doing?" she stammered, retreating nervously. What do you think?" Qin Yong raised his voice mischievously, his approach unabated. You can't do this," Xiaobing cried, on the verge of tears. Noticing her distress, Qin Yong softened, reverting to a normal tone. "Me? What do you mean? I merely want the dagger. You have to dispatch the hare." Upon finishing his words, he hastily withdrew the dagger from Xiaobing's waist. "Qin Yong, you are such a villain, always bullying me." Realizing she had been tricked once again, Xiaobing was furious, nearly driven to the brink of violence. Qin Yong paid her no mind, instead chuckling to himself as he went to the shore to tend to the rabbit. When he returned, carrying the freshly prepared rabbit, Xiaobing glared at him fiercely. Yet, she felt powerless against him and could only simmer in her frustration. "All right, wasn't I just teasing you? Come, your brother will roast you a rabbit." Qin Yong mimicked the tone of a popular actress. I want to eat it. I nearly tore my hands apart just to prepare this dinner for you, and you still bully me." As she spoke, Xiaobing's voice broke into tears. This left Qin Yong at a loss. He was most afraid of girls crying. Setting the rabbit meat on the rack, he sheepishly approached her. Taking her delicate hands into his, he noticed the fair skin marred with scars. His heart ached as he gently blew on her wounds. "Does it hurt?" "Yes." Seeing the distressed look in Xiaobing's eyes, Qin Yong felt a surge of compassion. "All right, we won't dig tomorrow," he reassured her. Hearing his gentle words calmed Xiaobing considerably. "But tomorrow there will be nothing left to dig for. I've nearly exhausted all the oysters on the surrounding rocks. After this meal, we'll only be able to gather seashells to fill our stomachs." Xiaobing expressed her concerns, worry etched on her face. It seemed the girl had begun to fret about going hungry. At this thought, Qin Yong couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't worry. Have you forgotten what I told you? You won't go hungry." He confidently patted his chest. Chapter 15. The freshwater crisis, but we are running out of coconuts. Excluding those consumed during the day and the ones used for tonight's boiled seashells, there are only 2 left in the grove. Xiaobing's worry deepened with every word. Originally, based on Qin Yong's estimation, there surely must be other survivors on this island, and there was a high likelihood of encountering them. When that time came, easily accessible food would inevitably be snatched up in a frenzy, a reflection of human nature. Thus, Qin Yong had taken the precaution of hiding the coconuts from the nearby trees, aiming to ensure he wouldn't perish from thirst in the short term. However, he overlooked a crucial factor. These coconuts were their sole source of hydration, which meant they would be consumed rapidly. This was also the reason he had hurried into the woods today to search for water sources. Yet, he did not wish to share this with Xiaobing, for even if he told her, it would not resolve the issue. It would only serve to increase her worries, which was utterly useless. No worries, I have a plan. Let's eat first. With that, Qin Yong returned to the rack, rummaging through the sizzling rabbit meat. To alleviate Xiaobing's concerns, he feigned an air of confidence. Indeed, this girl, seemingly oblivious, truly believed it. Enticed by the delectable food before her, she temporarily cast aside her earlier apprehensions. Ah, the aroma is exquisite. As she gazed at the tantalizing roasted rabbit, Xiaobing could not help but swallow her saliva. Are you hungry? Come, enjoy some roasted meat. Noticing her longing gaze, Qin Yong tore off a perfectly roasted rabbit leg and handed it to her. Meanwhile, he continued to indulge in the fresh oysters on the rack. For Qin Yong, having oysters to eat in such an environment was already quite a luxury. Compared to the past wilderness survival training, this was indeed a remarkable feast. Hence, since Xiaobing relished roasted meat, he gladly set aside more for her. At this moment, all he required was to satiate his hunger. However, Xiaobing perceived the situation differently. If Qin Yong wasn't eating, it must be because he wished to save it for her. Instantly, she felt a wave of gratitude. Come, you should eat too. Without considering whether Qin Yong would accept, she shoved the partially eaten rabbit leg into his mouth. With no other option, he reluctantly complied. With one bite of the rabbit leg, he tore off a generous piece from the rack and handed it to Xiaobing. Thus, the two feasted heartily on the clam soup. However, as the wild rabbit was quite large, even after preparation, there remained 6 or 7 pounds of meat. Additionally, with so many roasted oysters and clam soup, even if they were to eat heartily, they could not finish it all. Now, both were unable to eat any further. With more than half of the roasted rabbit and half a pot of clam soup untouched. In this desolate island, food was an invaluable resource, and naturally, they were reluctant to waste it. They placed the remaining roasted meat and clam soup carefully on the table before planning to rest. Yet, how they would sleep that night posed a rather awkward dilemma. After all, there was only one bed, leaving them with no choice but to share it. Noticing Xiaobing's hesitance, Qin Yong understood her concerns and took the initiative to speak up. You should sleep on the bed tonight. I am strong and not afraid of the cold. I can sleep on the ground. With a fearless demeanor, he addressed Xiaobing, then proceeded towards the fire pit. Chapter 16. The Art of Subtlety. Seeing Qin Yong genuinely intend to sleep on the ground, Xiaobing felt a twinge of embarrassment. She glanced at him as he lay on the sandy ground beside the fire, her heart growing increasingly unsettled. If she were to invite him to share the bed, she was evidently not mentally prepared for such an intimacy. Yet, if she refrained, it pained her to see him sleeping on the cold, hard ground, especially considering that their current survival conditions were largely due to his presence. Thus, sitting on the wooden bed, she found herself in a dilemma. Should she sleep or not? Although she had been raised as a pampered heiress, her values were still quite positive. Ultimately, her conscience prevailed. How about why don't you join me on the bed? Xiaobing said, her face flushed with shyness. Feeling a sense of embarrassment, her voice gradually diminished until it was almost inaudible by the time she uttered the last 2 words. What did you say? Qin Yong feigned ignorance, responding with a question. In truth, he had been eagerly anticipating Xiaobing's reaction. There was no way he could not have heard her. His inquiry was merely a ploy to create an illusion of unpreparedness. I said you should come up and sleep. Xiaobing mustered her courage to repeat, albeit hesitantly. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and the fire's glow was insufficient. Otherwise, the flush on Xiaobing's cheeks would have been glaringly evident. All right. Before her words could fully settle, Qin Yong sprang to his feet, eager to seize the moment and not allow her a chance to retract her invitation. Seeing Qin Yong so unreservedly accept her suggestion, now lying directly beside her, Xiaobing realized she had fallen into his trap once more. She contemplated confronting him, but was at a loss for words. After all, it was she who had invited him up, leaving her no choice but to sulk in acceptance. In Qin Yong's presence, her usual cleverness seemed utterly ineffective, as she found herself perpetually outmaneuvered by this cunning man. Yet, inexplicably, during these fleeting days, her feelings had not soured. Instead, she found herself increasingly trusting him, a predicament that baffled her. In frustration, she pinched her thigh sharply as a form of self-punishment. Witnessing this, Qin Yong couldn't suppress a smile. Though they were stranded on a desolate island, the company of such an endearing companion ensured he would not feel lonely. With a resigned expression, Xia Bing lay down to sleep. Despite having shared an embrace the previous night, she still struggled to fully acclimate to the intimacy. Thus, she deliberately edged away from Qin Yong, attempting to maintain some distance. However, given that the wooden bed was scarcely over a meter wide, accommodating two people was already a feat regardless of how much she shifted. Close contact was inevitable. Qin Yong secretly reveled in the situation, while Xia Bing felt tormented, afraid to move. Eventually, exhaustion from the day's labors overtook them both, and with the grass hut shielding them from the evening breeze, the air remained relatively calm, allowing them to swiftly drift into slumber. That night, their quality of sleep surpassed that of the previous 2 nights. Chapter 17. The disappearance of food before long. Dawn broke brightly. The very Xia Bing, who had been so intent on maintaining distance from Qin Yong the night before, found herself nestled in his embrace without recalling how it had happened. It seemed as though she had unwittingly formed a habit of seeking refuge in his arms, where she always felt a profound sense of security. Yet, she remained reluctant to acknowledge this shift in her feelings. Upon awakening, the two individuals gently released their grasp from one another. Although a hint of shyness lingered, they no longer shouted or made a fuss. Clearing her throat softly, Xia Bing said, could you please move aside? I need to get up. Noticing that Xia Bing's reaction was far less dramatic than the previous day, Qin Yong felt a flicker of surprise. Ahem. Very well, you may exit from this side, he replied, making way for her. Thus, they both descended from the bed. Xia Bing approached the fire pit, intending to rekindle the flames to warm the leftover food from the previous night. However, after searching around, she discovered that the substantial portion of roasted rabbit was nowhere to be found. Only half a pot of clam soup remained on the makeshift stove. Qin Yong, did you sneak out in the middle of the night for a snack? She inquired with a puzzled expression. Not at all. I was quite full last night and slept soundly until dawn, Qin Yong responded while stretching his limbs. Could it be that some animal came to steal it? Xia Bing mused, her curiosity piqued by his words. What is the matter? Qin Yong asked, sensing her unease as he approached her. Xia Bing pointed to the empty spot on the table where the roasted rabbit had been. The leftover rabbit meat is missing. I thought you had gotten up during the night to eat it, she reiterated, looking at him with confusion. After glancing at the barren tabletop, Qin Yong also felt perplexed. He stepped outside the thatched hut to survey the area, finding no signs of anything amiss. The morning sea remained as tranquil as ever, with only gentle waves stirred by the wind, devoid of any suspicious activity. The adjacent woods showed no evidence of large animals passing through. Increasingly baffled, Qin Yong was about to return indoors for another inspection when he noticed a trail of footprints in the sand that clearly did not belong to either him or Xia Bing. He was quite certain of this, as they were both wearing shoes, and any impressions left would be shoe prints. Yet, before the table, apart from their own shoe prints, there was unmistakably a series of bare footprints. Understanding the implication, Qin Yong discreetly returned to the hut. After reassuring Xia Bing, he rekindled the fire. Once the clam soup was heated, they began to eat while discussing their plans for the day. Our priority today is to address the freshwater issue, so, shortly, you will accompany me to the forest, Qin Yong instructed. Naturally, Xia Bing had no objections. Over the past few days, she had come to realize that surviving on this deserted island required more than just the efforts of one person. Thus, she was not only cooperative with Qin Yong's plans, but also felt a sense of excitement. For someone like Xia Bing, who had grown up in a privileged environment, the opportunity to experience survival on a deserted island was entirely novel and invigorating. The prospect of searching for water in the woods was particularly thrilling, because she believed that her current state was merely temporary and that the rescue team would soon arrive to save her. She decided to simply embrace the experience of life for the time being. Chapter 18. Water Vine. However, in Qin Yong's eyes, the situation was far from easy. The quest for a water source was already a formidable challenge, and now, The condition he had long feared had manifested. A third person had appeared on the island. Of course, this was merely what was currently known. There might be others yet to reveal themselves, including the individual who had pushed Xia Bing into the sea. This was precisely why Qin Yong felt compelled to keep Xia Bing close, unwilling to leave her by the shore as he had done the previous day. After securing the discarded plastic bottles they had collected by the sea, the two ventured into the woods. To ensure Xia Bing's safety, Qin Yong took the lead, clearing the path ahead, while Xia Bing followed closely, armed with the sharp stick he had prepared for her the day before. After walking for approximately an hour, they arrived at the thicket near the spot where Qin Yong had struck a rabbit the day prior. Upon stopping to confirm their direction, Qin Yong guided Xia Bing into a small valley. Before them lay a thick vine, winding down around the tree trunks. "We have arrived." Qin Yong exhaled in relief, smiling. "Arrived? But where's the water?" Xia Bing looked around in confusion. Aside from the abundant trees and weeds, there was no sign of ponds or streams. Nor could they even hear the sound of flowing water. "Ha! You don't understand, do you? This is called water vine, typically found in rainforests or damp areas. The roots, stems, and leaves of this plant contain structures akin to conduits, which hold a considerable amount of water and inorganic salts. Many local indigenous people rely on these to quench their thirst when streams or water sources are unavailable. It's quite a treasure." Qin Yong pointed to a vine as thick as an arm, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This was the remarkable find he had stumbled upon while searching for rabbit burrows the previous day. Initially, he had intended to preserve it for emergencies, but now, faced with the urgent need for water, he set aside his reservations. Can this really yield water? Xia Bing regarded the twisted vine with skepticism, glancing at the proud expression on Qin Yong's face. Qin Yong, unable to tolerate her doubt, took his fire axe and cleaved the thick vine diagonally in half. To his delight, a thin stream of water immediately flowed from the cut. Although the quantity was modest, it was sufficient to quench their thirst. Watching Qin Yong's demonstration, Xia Bing began to believe that these vines could indeed provide water. Imitating him, she used her dagger to sever a thinner water vine and drank with confidence. The water from this vine is sweet." After finishing the first vine, Xia Bing exclaimed in satisfaction. Observing her elated demeanor, Qin Yong couldn't help but chuckle softly. After slicing through 2 or 3 vines, they finally quenched their thirst. Subsequently, they began to fill their plastic bottles with water, unaware of how many vines they had cut until their containers were brimming. With their bountiful harvest in tow, they returned to the camp. At that moment, Qin Yong glanced at the sun's position, deducing that it was already afternoon. After securely storing the water, they realized their stomachs were growling with hunger. Unfortunately, their previous provisions had been consumed, and aside from 2 coconuts hidden in the forest, there was little else to eat. Qin Yong was reluctant to consume coconut flesh again. It was not only unsatisfying, but after days of drinking coconut water, he felt a touch of nausea at the mere sight of coconuts. Having endured hunger for so long, he thought it wouldn't hurt to wait a bit longer. The two of them then took the empty bucket to the seaside, hoping to find some edible ingredients. Xia Bing, hesitant to venture into the water, continued to gather shellfish along the shore. Qin Yong, however, felt the vastness of the sea beckoning. He stripped off his shirt and pants, leaving only his shorts, and took up a pointed stick, ready to plunge into the water to catch fish. Upon seeing Qin Yong's perfectly sculpted physique, Xia Bing's heart raced. He was far more appealing than the bulky figures in the gym who relied on protein shakes for their physiques. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder about the numerous scars adorning his body. It was unusual for someone to bear so many marks unless they had frequently encountered injuries. This thought piqued her curiosity about Qin Yong's past. Unbeknownst to Qin Yong, Xia Bing's mind was swirling with these thoughts. With a splash, he dove beneath the surface near the rocks. Indeed, in this seemingly uncharted territory, the underwater realm teemed with fish, and they appeared surprisingly unafraid of humans. After a few dives, Qin Yong managed to spear 3 large grouper and several lobsters. He placed his catch into the bucket, which was now laden with over 20 pounds of seafood. Chapter 19. Capturing the Thief. 1. With a bucketful of fish, the two returned to the grass hut. Their spirits lifted. Next came the division of labor. Qin Yong cracked open the remaining 2 coconuts, extracting both the water and flesh before tending to the fish. Meanwhile, Xia Bing set about preparing her signature coconut shellfish soup. Given the size of the fish, he decided to roast the largest one. while hanging the other two outside the hut to dry. This not only prevented food waste, but also allowed for the preservation of supplies. Truly a twofold benefit. As the food neared completion, the last remnants of light faded from the horizon. After a day of hunger, the enticing aroma of roasted fish and coconut shellfish soup was irresistible. One person tore off a large piece, and soon 2 others began to indulge heartily. Compared to yesterday's roasted rabbit meat, this succulent and tender grouper offered an entirely different culinary delight. The exquisite taste was such that Xia Bing, while continuously stuffing her mouth, couldn't help but sing its praises. This grouper is absolutely delicious. I've never tasted such delectable grouper before. Observing Xia Bing's unrestrained feasting, Qin Yong couldn't help but chuckle, yet he feared she might choke, prompting him to offer a gentle admonition. Take your time. There's plenty more, and no one is competing with you, Qin Yong said with a look of affectionate concern. I was just too hungry to resist. Xia Bing replied with an embarrassed smile. Once she finished devouring the fish in her hands, her gaze was drawn once more to the sizzling fish pieces on the rack. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Xia Bing lazily stood up. In truth, after traversing the rugged mountain paths for most of the day, her legs were already weary, and she felt reluctant to move. However, during the past few days of interaction, she understood that survival on this desolate island could not rely solely on any one person. Thus, she gradually set aside her usual spoiled demeanor and endeavored to contribute to the camp. This change was one of the reasons for Qin Yong's significantly improved perception of her. As she was about to tidy up the leftover food, Qin Yong called out to her, Bing Bing, don't worry about cleaning up. You've had a long day and must be tired. Go rest. Qin Yong spoke in a tone filled with tender concern. Although Xia Bing had sensed Qin Yong's change in attitude towards her, hearing such a caring remark at that moment deeply touched her heart. Therefore, it was even less likely that she would simply disregard her fatigue and go to sleep. It's fine. I'll just tidy up a bit. It won't take long, Xia Bing insisted, preparing to take action once more. How about this? You can bring in the sun-dried fish outside, and I'll handle the rest of the food. Seeing Xia Bing's determination, Qin Yong had no choice but to let her assist in some other way. Of course, aside from his concern for her well-being, Qin Yong had his own ulterior motives. However, until he had fully verified his suspicions, he did not wish for Xia Bing to worry unnecessarily. After collecting the sun-dried fish, Xia Bing finally went to bed. Perhaps due to her overwhelming fatigue, she fell asleep shortly after lying down. At this time, Qin Yong arranged the remaining half of the roasted fish on the table, just as he had done the previous night. Then, he too retired to bed. Chapter 20. Catching a Thief too. Not long after, the sound of Qin Yong's snoring resonated through the grass hut. Outside, near the edge of the woods, a pair of eyes was intently fixated on everything within the hut from behind a small thicket. Whether due to caution or fear, the eyes remained still, quietly waiting. Approximately 10 minutes later, hearing the thunderous snores from within the hut, a figure slowly rose from the diminutive shrubbery. The figure, not particularly tall and somewhat gaunt, approached the thatched hut with a slight stoop. As Qin Yong had designed the hut with the prevailing winds from the sea in mind, he had positioned the entrance parallel to the coastline rather than facing the ocean. Consequently, the slender silhouette soon found itself at the side of the hut's entrance. Observing the figure's cautious movements, it became evident that it was proceeding with care. Upon reaching the entrance, the figure hesitated, peering inside to gauge the situation. In the dim light of the flickering fire, 2 individuals could be seen soundly asleep, while the table bore remnants of unfinished food. Satisfied that all was well within the hut, the gaunt figure could no longer contain its hunger. It tiptoed towards the table laden with food and, upon seizing a morsel, inhaled the aroma with delight. Instantly, the rich scent of roasted fish filled its nostrils, causing an already ravenous stomach to rumble uncontrollably. Fearing to wake the 2 slumbering figures, the gaunt silhouette pressed a hand against its belly. Fortunately, the occupants remained blissfully unaware. Yet, just as it turned to leave, a glinting dagger appeared at the figure's neck, seemingly materializing from nowhere. Startled, the unprepared figure let out a shriek. The piercing sound jolted Qin Yong from his thoughts. Judging by the voice and silhouette, it was evidently a girl. However, his instinct from past experiences urged him to remain vigilant. Resolutely, Qin Yong seized the opportunity and restrained her without hesitation. Ouch! That hurts! She cried, clearly in pain from his grip. The commotion roused Xia Bing from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she glanced at the two still figures. "What is happening?" she asked, still groggy. "Bing Bing, quickly light the fire. I've caught the thief," Qin Yong shouted, unwilling to release his hold. Upon hearing his urgency, Xia Bing shook off her drowsiness and hurriedly added kindling to the dwindling flames, illuminating the hut. "Who are you, and why are you stealing our food?" Qin Yong demanded, glaring at the disheveled figure before him. At his fierce inquiry, the girl trembled slightly, whether from fear or pain, her voice quivering as she spoke. I mean no harm. Please, let me go." Chapter 21. Captured in the glow of the firelight, a woman with a dirty face and unkempt hair turned back, wincing in agony. "What brings you here?" Qin Yong inquired as he noticed the figure before him was indeed a woman. Realizing the need to temper his strength, he loosened his grip and posed a question. Observing the displeasure etched on Qin Yong's face only heightened her trepidation. I was simply too hungry, so I came to steal food," she stammered timidly. "Are you also a survivor from the cruise?" Upon seeing the woman tremble, Qin Yong softened his tone. "Yes," she murmured, unable to meet his gaze, her eyes cast downward. Understanding that they were both unfortunate souls, Qin Yong felt compelled to refrain from pressing further. The pitiful state she was in suggested that she had endured considerable hardship to survive until this point. Thus, despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, he resolved to let her gather herself before delving deeper. He instructed Xia Bing to reheat the leftover clam soup from earlier in the day. Meanwhile, he retrieved the fish that had fallen to the ground, washed it in the sea, and placed it back on the grill, perhaps due to her overwhelming hunger. Despite her lingering fear, the woman's eyes remained fixated on the food before her, almost as if she wished to devour it at once. At long last, when Qin Yong had reheated the fish, she wasted no time, clutching it in both hands and devouring it ravenously. Her manner was one of utter disarray. Naturally, neither Qin Yong nor Xia Bing found amusement in her plight. Rather, they experienced a pang of unspoken empathy, for they too had felt such desperation in the fleeting days since their ordeal began. A cough escaped her lips, likely due to her hurried consumption. Observing this, Xia Bing swiftly filled a coconut shell bowl with clam soup and offered it to her. After 2 sips, the woman began to regain her composure. "Take your time. There's more in the pot," Xia Bing advised gently, gazing at the woman, who appeared to be of similar age. Xia Bing was struck by a wave of introspection. Had she not encountered Qin Yong at the outset, her fate may very well have mirrored that of the woman before her. This thought caused her to glance toward Qin Yong once more. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Bing's grateful gaze went unnoticed, for he was still intently observing the woman. In no time, she had consumed the remainder of the food and soup, leaving her with a sense of satisfaction that, while still yearning for more, surpassed her previous days of deprivation. Thank you," she said shyly, perhaps recognizing her earlier lack of decorum. "No problem. Are you feeling better?" Xia Bing inquired, noting the woman's improved state. "Yes, much better. I have been starving for 3 days. Had I not stolen some food from you last night, I might have fainted from hunger," she expressed gratefully, glancing appreciatively at both of them. Qin Yong was not surprised by her response. From the footprints discovered that morning, he had already surmised that food had been pilfered by someone in need. Moreover, at that moment, Qin Yong had already devised a strategy in his mind. Since it was a human act, there was a significant likelihood that the thief would return after the initial attempt. As long as they remained discreet and patiently awaited the thief's return, capturing the intruder was merely a matter of time. The reason he refrained from sharing this plan with Xia Bing was his concern that she might appear unnatural in her role. If the thief detected any inconsistency, they would undoubtedly be deterred from returning. Chapter 22. I escaped indeed. Everything transpired as Qin Yong had anticipated. On the second night, they successfully apprehended the individual. However, perhaps even Qin Yong did not foresee that the thief was a young woman. "Do not be afraid. We are also survivors from the cruise. Please tell us, how have you fared in these days?" Upon observing the young woman before him, a myriad of questions flooded Qin Yong's mind. My name is Jiang Mingyao, a recent graduate from Beijing Medical University. I had intended to celebrate my graduation with classmates before commencing my internship, but who could have anticipated such an ordeal? Now, my classmates are missing, and I am at a loss for what to do. As she spoke, the girl could no longer contain her tears. It was evident that Jiang Mingyao was not lying, as her emotional vulnerability suggested a lack of heavy burdens weighing on her. How did you end up alone? Did you swim here by yourself? Qin Yong inquired, perplexed. No, not at all. After the maritime disaster, I was hastily assigned to a lifeboat. Upon arriving at this island, we were all placed under the guidance of a middle-aged man while we awaited rescue. However, Jiang Mingyao faltered, her words trailing off. Unable to articulate more, her expression indicated that something else had transpired. Otherwise, her youthful demeanor would not have permitted her to venture out alone. You need not fear. Any hidden truths can be shared. We are all survivors, and in such an unfamiliar place, we should support one another. Xia Bing reassured her in a sisterly tone. Indeed, whether it was due to trust in this elder sister figure or Xia Bing's persuasive words, Jiang Mingyao's apprehension visibly diminished. Gradually, she began to recount her experiences in detail. Initially, the middle-aged man who led them appeared quite responsible, collecting their supplies for equitable distribution, while simultaneously directing them to aid themselves while awaiting rescue. However, after mere 2 days, his true character was revealed. He demanded that I sleep with him. When I refused, he withheld food from me and assigned one of his subordinates to follow me. I was terrified, so I escaped under the cover of night. Jiang Mingyao recounted, her voice trembling with fear. Such a thing occurred? Where are they now, and how many people are with them? Qin Yong exclaimed, his anger palpable as he struck the table. However, recalling that person's sordid nature, he felt compelled to exercise caution. Thus, he began to inquire about the situation from Jiang Mingyao. Excluding myself, there are currently 4 men and 3 women, with a middle-aged man named Brother Jian at the helm. As for the location, due to the darkness of that night, I was unable to discern the direction accurately, but based on my deductions, it should be on the beach behind the woods, as I fled along the edge of the forest. As Jiang Mingyao reminisced, it was evident from her expression that the escape that night had indeed left an indelible mark upon her. Is that person named Fan Jian? Upon hearing Jiang Mingyao mention Brother Jian, Xia Bing seemed to have suddenly recalled something and spoke up to confirm. Chapter 23. May I stay? It seems so. I overheard his name during discussions among his subordinates, and I learned that he is the head of a large corporation. Jiang Mingyao glanced at Xia Bing, equally astonished. By this logic, it appears that Sister Bing and the man known as Brother Jian must be acquainted. What kind of head? If I am not mistaken, this individual is our company's vice president, Fan Jian, Xia Bing asserted with certainty. Your company S? It was now Qin Yong's turn to be taken aback, looking at Xia Bing in disbelief. Indeed, he was once a subordinate of my father and is known for his lecherous tendencies. However, my father, recognizing his capabilities and fearing my lack of managerial experience, assigned him to serve as vice president at the subsidiary I oversee, Xia Bing remarked nonchalantly. Regarding Xia Bing's background, Qin Yong was initially unaware, yet her demeanor revealed her affluent upbringing. What surprised Qin Yong, however, was that she was not merely a wealthy heiress, but also a domineering CEO. No wonder her initial demeanor resembled that of a thorny rose, untouchable and aloof. Yet, upon reflection, even if Xia Bing were a thorny rose before me, Qin Yong, she appeared more like a docile little rabbit. With this thought, Qin Yong couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Nevertheless, considering that there were still some unruly individuals on the island, Qin Yong's expression darkened. Thus, everything began to make sense. As the saying goes, a dog cannot change its nature. If he is a wolf in sheep's clothing, then naturally, everyone would appear as prey to him. However, he better not provoke me, or he will soon learn what it means to pick up his teeth. Qin Yong said fiercely. His words were not mere bravado, nor an attempt to curry favor with the 2 women. Rather, he genuinely detested the oppressive actions of bullies. Having encountered such scenarios numerous times during overseas missions, he had never shown mercy to such individuals. Furthermore, now, on this deserted island, he had even less reason to hesitate in dealing with those lacking the most basic sense of human morality. Brother, I truly do not know how to survive on this island. May I stay and follow you? Observing Qin Yong's vehement disdain for evil, Jiang Mingyao could not help but entertain a new notion. Surely, this encounter with us is not your first, is it? Why, then, did you not approach us openly before? Qin Yong refrained from providing a direct answer, opting instead to pose another question. In truth, he sought to unravel the thoughts of this young lady before him. Despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, his intuition suggested that she possessed a resolute spirit, indicating she would not readily solicit refuge. without comprehending her true intentions. He hesitated to allow her to remain in his vicinity, for in this lawless isle, trust was a rare commodity. In truth, I have long been aware of your presence and contemplated joining you. However, witnessing your nightly slumber in close quarters made me apprehensive, fearing you might impose upon me demands akin to those of Fan Jian. Thus, I hesitated. Jiang Mingyao confessed shyly. Upon hearing Jiang Mingyao's explanation, Qin Yong felt a buzzing in his mind. Though he was not a paragon of virtue, he did possess a fundamental sense of morality, and the thought of coercing the weak was utterly foreign to him. Consequently, being misinterpreted by Jiang Mingyao left him somewhat speechless. An dull ache began to form in his head. So, what has changed that you are now willing? Qin Yong inquired, still reluctant to relent. Because I have been observing you over the past few days. Although you all sleep together, I notice you have not made any advances toward this sister, which reassured me. Moreover, I've seen you consistently protect her. Jiang Mingyao replied, still appearing somewhat bashful. Such an adequately objective statement certainly brought Qin Yong a measure of comfort. Then you shall stay. I consent. Before Qin Yong could voice his thoughts, Xiao Bing interjected, readily agreeing. Her swift acquiescence stemmed from two concerns: the fear that Jiang Mingyao might fall once more into Fan Jian's clutches, and her own ulterior motives. After all, the two had been solitary companions, sharing a bed. While Qin Yong had shown her respect, she could not discount the possibility of succumbing to temptation. The introduction of another person would at least compel Qin Yong to exercise caution. With this thought, a smile unconsciously graced Xiao Bing's lips. Naturally, Qin Yong discerned Xiao Bing's subtle calculations. Yet, faced with such circumstances, he had no choice but to acquiesce, thus yielding to the flow of events. Thank you. Thank you both. Seeing that both had agreed, Jiang Mingyao was naturally elated. However, reflecting on her recent experiences, tears welled in her eyes. Noticing her distress, Qin Yong felt uncomfortable remaining in her presence. He had always found it difficult to bear the sight of a girl in tears, so he excused himself under the pretext of stepping outside for a smoke. In truth, the pack of soaked cigarettes he had salvaged from the unfortunate souls had long since dried and had been nearly exhausted by him. Although the flavor was somewhat peculiar, he adhered to the principle of waste not, want not, and continued to smoke them. Now, as he prepared to indulge in the final cigarette, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him, for he finally had a justification to unveil the unopened pack of 555 cigarettes. Under the pretext of retrieving a cigarette, Qin Yong extracted a set of clothing and shoes from the suitcase concealed within the woods. Upon gazing at the lone pair of hiking boots, his heart ached slightly. For this was the last pair. Should he fail to await the rescue team, they would become an irreplaceable resource. Yet, the image of the girl's tattered dress and her feet, marred by countless cuts, compelled Qin Yong to part with them despite the anguish it caused him. Alas, what could he do but console himself as the compassionate gentleman he aspired to be? Bing Bing, please take her to the seaside to wash up and change her clothes. Qin Yong instructed as he handed the garments to Jiang Mingyao, then turned his gaze to Xiao Bing. Naturally, Xiao Bing was more than willing. Although she was merely 2 years older than Jiang Mingyao, she felt a sense of responsibility as an older sister to care for her younger counterpart. Watching the two of them walk hand in hand toward the shore, Qin Yong felt a sense of solace envelop him. Yet, the thought of yet another mouth to feed within their encampment weighed heavily on Qin Yong. As for the rescue team, his hopes waned with each passing day. Over a week had elapsed since the maritime disaster, and still, there was no sign of the rescuers. This was exceedingly abnormal. Perhaps there was some underlying reason for their absence. Rather than languishing in uncertainty, it would be prudent to contemplate how to survive on this island. Leaving aside other concerns, the issue of fresh water was paramount. Regardless of whether the rescue team arrived, they all required sustenance. They could not embark on arduous journeys for water multiple times a day. Moreover, the water vines would eventually be depleted. During the last round of filling the containers, a considerable amount had already been harvested. Continuing in this manner would inevitably lead to depletion. Additionally, the source of food posed a dilemma. Currently, with a small group, provision was manageable. But what would happen if their numbers swelled? It was already apparent that another group of survivors existed on the island. Given their numbers, once their food supplies dwindled, they would undoubtedly seek provisions from this side as well. When that time came, food scarcity would become inevitable. The immediate strategy must be to stockpile food. This, in turn, necessitated a substantial supply of salt. Without it, even if they caught an abundance of fish and other meats, they would be rendered futile if not preserved. Qin Yong glanced at the 2 fish he had sun-dried the day prior. Lacking salt for curing, they had begun to emit an unpleasant odor. While they could still be boiled for consumption, they were no longer suitable for storage. Contemplating this, Qin Yong felt overwhelmed. It seems that the first order of business is to address the issues of drinking water and salt. By chance, Qin Yong stumbled upon the homemade iron pot. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and a novel idea began to take shape. Just as he was reveling in his ingenious notion, flailing about in joy, Jiang Mingyao and Xia Bing returned from their cleaning. Before they even entered the house, they caught sight of Qin Yong dancing about like a madman. As they pondered his peculiar behavior, they noticed that he had ceased his antics, staring intently at Jiang Mingyao, who had just stepped through the door. It was no wonder he was captivated. After her refreshing wash and grooming, the once disheveled hair and soiled exterior of Jiang Mingyao had vanished. In its place was a fair and striking visage, radiating a neighborly charm, complemented by a slightly oversized work outfit that, even without makeup, exuded an unmistakable allure. Qin Yong found himself unable to blink, his earlier concerns evaporating into thin air. Just imagine the delight of caring for such an enchanting beauty. How could one even dare to complain of fatigue? Even if weary, it would be a weariness tinged with bliss. Contemplating this, a smile involuntarily graced Qin Yong's face, albeit a rather lecherous one. Observing this entire scene, Xia Bing naturally connected the dots to Qin Yong's earlier exuberance. Ah, so that is why he was so overjoyed. Unable to contain his glee, his intentions were premeditated. Suddenly, Xia Bing seemed to grasp something, her irritation boiling over as she approached and pinched Qin Yong's waist with fervor. "You scoundrel! Look at you, your eyes are about to pop out," she scolded fiercely. "Ouch!" Qin Yong grimaced in pain, quickly redirecting his gaze to Xia Bing. Chapter 26. Xia Bing is jealous, however. This spectacle only heightened Jiang Mingyao's embarrassment, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Initially, Xia Bing had long grown accustomed to Qin Yong's lewd antics, having been subjected to them numerous times. Yet in recent days, with only the 2 of them on this beach, she had not noticed any shifts in her feelings, taking everything for granted. However, with the sudden presence of a new face, particularly that of a charming young lady, Qin Yong's attention, which she believed was solely hers, had been drawn away. How could she possibly bear such a shift? It was akin to possessing a treasure that, through daily interaction, one comes to regard as commonplace, even dismissing its value. Yet, when that treasure is suddenly taken away, or when one must share it with others, the ensuing sense of loss is a bitter pill to swallow. In this moment, Xia Bing was experiencing just such a feeling. Yet, this unintended circumstance awakened a hidden sentiment within her heart, a serendipitous revelation. Hee, how unbecoming of me! How unbecoming! Seeing the fierce glare from Xia Bing, Qin Yong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and quickly donned a playful grin to conceal his inner awkwardness. "It seems you're not merely losing your composure, but rather your integrity," she remarked with a huff. There exists a saying, "Better to offend a petty person than to cross a woman," and it holds its merit. In her fury, Xia Bing was not swayed by his antics, swiftly delivering a retort that left Qin Yong at a loss for words. Realizing the moment had come to remain silent, he ceased speaking. Xia Bing, ignoring him entirely, took Jiang Mingyao by the hand and headed to the wooden bed to sleep. As a newcomer, Jiang Mingyao dared not overstep her bounds. Despite her youth, she was well aware of the proprieties. Sister Bing, this is your bed. I shall sleep on the floor." After glancing at Xia Bing and Qin Yong, she stood and made her way toward the fire. "No need for that. You shall sleep in bed with me. Let that scoundrel take the floor. Ideally, he defreeze to death." Xia Bing firmly pulled Jiang Mingyao back onto the bed. At that moment, Qin Yong's expression was a perfect embodiment of embarrassment. He lamented the fact that he had constructed a larger wooden bed. If it had been bigger, there would have been ample space for 2 more people. Wouldn't he there? Truly, what a self-inflicted predicament. Frustrated, Qin Yong exited the thatched hut for a smoke. "Sister Bing, are we really going to ignore him?" Observing Qin Yong's forlorn departure, Jiang Mingyao could no longer contain her curiosity and softly inquired. "It's nothing serious. I merely wish to teach him a lesson, so he doesn't become tongue-tied in the presence of beautiful women. Is that truly acceptable, Sister Bing?" There's nothing wrong with it. Let us see if he dares to misbehave again. The two conversed and laughed like long-lost sisters until the night deepened, before finally drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, Qin Yong remained awake until the early hours, not because he feared returning to the hut, but rather because he was quietly pondering a thought that had inadvertently taken root in his mind. Chapter 27. A stroke of genius after a night's rest. Xia Bing's jealousy had mostly dissipated. Rising early, she intended to tease Qin Yong to ease the tension between them. However, after searching the hut and finding no sign of him, she stepped outside and spotted Qin Yong soundly sleeping by the shore. Shaking her head, a twinge of guilt began to stir within her. Have I perhaps gone too far? She murmured to herself. At that moment, Jiang Mingyao approached. Sister Bing, are you having second thoughts? After a night of light-hearted banter, the two had begun to grow more familiar with one another. You cheeky girl, are you no longer interested in food? Get the fire going. Xia Bing chided playfully at Jiang Mingyao as teasing. Together, they managed to prepare 2 slightly odorous grilled fish. Just then, Qin Yong awoke. The 3 of them gathered around the fire, sharing the 2 grilled fish. Indeed, there's a hint of an odd taste, Xia Bing remarked as she ate, offering a playful critique. Indeed, how wonderful it would be if we had some salt. Jiang Mingyao chimed in casually. After finishing the grilled fish, we can make some salt. Hearing their lively discussion, Qin Yong interjected, yet the 2 women paid little heed, assuming it was merely a casual remark. By the way, Qin Yong, with so many people, our drinking water is depleting rapidly. Shouldn't you fetch some more today? Xia Bing inquired, her gaze fixed intently on him. That place is too far, and with most of the water vines already cut down, we might not be able to collect much if we go again. Qin Yong pondered before responding. What should we do then? Our water is about to run out. Xia Bing expressed her concern. No worries, just trust me for a bit. Qin Yong replied, wearing a calm demeanor, uncertain of Qin Yong's intentions. The 2 women chose not to press further. After finishing the grilled fish, they patiently awaited further instructions. Mingyao, please take a stroll by the seaside and see if there are any new bottles that have washed ashore or any containers that can hold water. Qin Yong suggested to Jiang Mingyao. All right. Without further inquiry, Jiang Mingyao agreed. And what about me? Xia Bing asked, noting that Jiang Mingyao had been assigned a task. Gather some firewood, the more the better, Qin Yong said, admiring her initiative. Once he had assigned their tasks, Qin Yong moved to the edge of the woods. He collected some moss and began to work diligently. First, he cut off the bottom of an old plastic bottle. He then layered the inside with coconut core, fine sand, and clean moss, finally topping it with another layer of coconut core. Thus, a simple filter was created. Next, he constructed a stand for an iron pot. In less than half an hour, he had assembled all the necessary equipment. By that time, the 2 women had completed their tasks and returned to Qin Yong's side. Observing the setup before them, the 2 women looked at Qin Yong with confusion. He smiled silently and, after filling a bottle with seawater, began his demonstration. Using the filter, he poured the impure seawater into the pot, and then ignited a robust fire to boil the seawater. As the seawater bubbled and evaporated, a thin layer of white frost gradually formed along the edge of the pot. Qin Yong dipped his finger into it and offered a taste to both women. Salt! It's salt! The 2 women exclaimed, their spirits soaring at the discovery of the salty flavor. At that moment, they understood the true purpose of the contraptions before them. However, Jiang Mingyao still questioned the purpose of the stand on the iron pot. Qin Yong remained silent, merely smiling as he tilted an empty bucket over the pot. Soon, as steam from the boiling water entered the bucket, small droplets began to form at the lowest point of the bucket and drip into the empty bottle that Qin Yong had prepared in advance. At that moment, even those with no prior knowledge could discern what was unfolding. Moreover, both women are highly educated intellectuals. Astonishingly, distilled water serves as an ingenious dual-purpose solution. Jiang Mingyao was the first to comprehend this, exclaiming, Qin Yong, you are truly a genius. Your brilliance is astounding. Following suit, Xia Bing also grasped the concept. Her admiration more straightforward. At that moment, the 2 women, having finally understood the series of operations, found themselves in awe of Qin Yong. It is essential to recognize that while this apparatus may appear simple, its significance is profound. Although the process of salt production and distillation may be somewhat sluggish, it ensures that they can survive on this island without succumbing to thirst or starvation. This achievement is indeed remarkable. Of course, This discussion pertains solely to the essence of survival. From a purely technical standpoint, the principles involved are not particularly arcane, and both women have some familiarity with them. However, the reason they could not conceive of it lies in their lack of practical experience in wilderness survival, seeing that the two women fully grasped the operational process. Qin Yong entrusted them with the mechanical tasks, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. He needed to gather additional timber and venture into the sea to catch more fish. The former task aimed to widen the bed, allowing him to protect the safety of the two women more closely at night. The latter was to ensure a greater food supply for unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 28. Food reserves through the continuous efforts of Xia Bing and Jiang Mengyao in boiling and distilling. The iron pot gradually filled with sea salt. As their work progressed, their coordination became increasingly harmonious. One gathered seawater while the other stoked the fire, both immersed in their labor with great enthusiasm, concocting batch after batch. As the empty bottles slowly filled with distilled water, the coconut shells serving as containers also began to accumulate a significant amount of sea salt. During this time, Qin Yong was also busy. His primary concern was to widen the bed, for he did not wish to endure another night alone on the cold, sandy ground. Without hesitation, he seized his axe and ventured into the woods. After returning with a substantial amount of timber, he began to work diligently in the grass hut. For the sake of his happiness, he persevered through any hardship. Before long, the originally narrow wooden bed had doubled in width. Now, not only could one sleep upon it, but rolling around was also feasible. Even with two additional people, it could still accommodate them. Observing his handiwork, a sly smile crept across Qin Yong's face. However, this scene did not escape the notice of the two women who had been keenly observing him. Their keen intellects allowed them to discern the purpose behind Qin Yong's actions, and they were fully aware of his hidden intentions. They exchanged a glance, and their faces flushed with a rosy hue. Yet, Qin Yong remained oblivious to their reactions. He gestured with his hand on the bed, and upon seeing the transformed wooden bed that could indeed accommodate 3 people, he nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the heavy burden in his heart was finally lifted. After completing this paramount task, he picked up a sharp wooden stick and a makeshift net he had fashioned from a torn fishing net, humming a tune as he strolled towards the seaside. Once again shedding his clothes, Qin Yong jumped into the water beside the rocks with a splash. Underwater, he realized that the previous day's fishing had not significantly affected the local fish population. They continued to swim about in schools, seemingly undisturbed. Perhaps this place was indeed remote from human presence, as even the fish were oblivious to the imminent danger. Nevertheless, this suited Qin Yong perfectly. If every fish fled at the sight of a person, capturing them would become exceedingly difficult. However, despite this advantage, Qin Yong was still a man, and his speed underwater could not compete with that of the fish. Thus, he could only seek out those fish and shrimp that were either unfrightened or relatively slow-moving, such as grouper, squid, and lobster. As Qin Yong ventured deeper into the sea, he successfully caught a fair number of fish and shrimp. In this manner, a rudimentary fish salting assembly line was established. After gutting the various marine catches, he handed them over to the two women, who then collaborated in their tasks. One continued to produce salt, while the other spread salt over the fresh fish, preparing them for drying. Soon, a row of salted fish lay drying on the beach beside the thatched hut. Chapter 29. The conspiracy succeeds as the day drew to a close. Although everyone felt a bit tired, their hearts brimmed with satisfaction at the sight of the food drying on the beach. As evening arrived, it was time to prepare dinner. With an ample supply of fresh water and food materials, making this meal became much easier. The 3 of them first grilled the lobsters that were difficult to dry and then boiled a large pot of fresh fish soup. This was done both to celebrate Jiang Mengyao's joining and to commemorate the day's bountiful harvest. Sipping the salted fish soup, they savored its exquisite flavor. This was the first time they had tasted food seasoned with salt since arriving on the island. Whether due to the day's labor or the addition of salt, their appetites were robust, and they quickly devoured all the food prepared. With their bellies pleasantly full, the 3 reclined on the beach, discussing the work arrangements for the following day before deciding to retire for the night, hoping to prevent any further mischief from Xia Bing and Jiang Mengyao. After quickly freshening up by the seaside, Qin Yong reclined on the wooden bed. Observing his rogue demeanor, the 2 women found themselves at a loss. After all, the wooden bed was sufficiently spacious, and they had no valid reason to deny Qin Yong a place to lie down. Moreover, given their current circumstance of survival on a deserted island, concerns about propriety between the sexes were cast aside, allowing the mischievous Qin Yong to take advantage of the situation. Furthermore, with 3 individuals sharing the rustic hut, even Qin Yong was unlikely to engage in any inappropriate behavior. Most importantly, based on his previous conduct, he, while not exactly a paragon of virtue, had demonstrated a certain moral threshold. Thus, after washing up, the 2 women timidly returned to bed, consciously choosing to maintain some distance from Qin Yong by not sleeping at the same end. Although this decision somewhat surprised Qin Yong and deviated from his expectations, it was a significant improvement compared to the previous night. It is worth noting that the wooden bed measured just over 2 meters in length. Despite their separate sides, physical contact was inevitable. They spent a peaceful night, rising only when the sun was high in the sky. After hastily grilling some fish to quell their hunger, Qin Yong ventured back to the fishing spot from the day before. With the weather still favorable, he intended to stockpile more dried fish, alleviating their concerns about food in the short term. However, to his astonishment, the schools of fish near the reefs had dwindled significantly. It seemed that many fish had retreated to the deep sea, frightened by the previous day's disturbances. Even those that dared to approach had become exceedingly skittish. Regardless of how Qin Yong altered his methods, his catch remained disappointingly meager. Left with no other options, he decided to return ashore and devise a new strategy. Yet, as he passed a shallow pit by the reef, he discovered 2 sizable fish trapped within. This unexpected sight intrigued him. After observing the pit's location and pondering for a moment, he deduced the reason for their entrapment: the ocean's tides. During high tide, fish would swim in with the rising waters, but when the tide receded, some had failed to exit in time, leaving them stranded in the shallow pit. Chapter 30. Reaping the Benefits of Fishing 1. Upon grasping this concept, a new idea blossomed in Qin Yong's mind. He gathered numerous stones from the surrounding reefs and meticulously encircled the shallow pit, which was neither too large nor too small. He then disposed of the foul-smelling entrails of the fish he had discarded the day before into the pit. After this arduous task, Qin Yong found himself utterly exhausted. Yet, gazing at the pit, now resembling a small pond encircled by stones, an indescribable excitement welled up within him. If his plan were to succeed, it would ensure a long-term supply of sustenance for them all. This not only alleviates their worries about food, but also instills in them a profound confidence for long-term survival on this desolate island. Unbeknownst to him, he had already envisioned a scene by the bonfire, feasting on sumptuous fish and meat alongside 2 beautiful women. Once everything was prepared, Qin Yong returned to the thatched hut, carrying the 2 fish. Perhaps due to the salt he had crafted the previous day, which was nearly exhausted in the process of curing the fish, the 2 women seized the opportunity to produce more for storage. Upon seeing Qin Yong return with only 2 fish, the 2 women, diligently working on salt production, were puzzled. In their minds, Qin Yong was supposed to return with a bountiful catch. What happened today? Why so few fish? Xiao Bing inquired, perplexed. There's no help for it. The fish have become clever. Qin Yong replied with resignation. Noticing his slight disappointment, Xiao Bing chose her words carefully and encouraged him. It's all right. Our supply of dried fish will last us a considerable time. Hearing her understanding words, Qin Yong felt a wave of comfort wash over him. He didn't want Xiao Bing to worry, so he responded with a smile. Rest assured, barring any unforeseen circumstances, there will be fish tomorrow. The 2 women exchanged glances at his unwavering confidence. Though uncertain of the truth behind his words, they felt a flicker of hope upon seeing his assured demeanor. They wondered what unexpected plan Qin Yong had in mind. Since it was not yet time for high tide, Qin Yong did not linger by the sea. After cleaning the 2 fish he had just caught, he handed them over to Xiao Bing. The 2 women decided against further curing them, as they had yet to determine what to prepare for dinner. Thus, they planned to reserve these 2 fresh fish for their evening meal. It is worth noting that, considering the increasing number of their small group and the instability of freshwater and food supplies on this deserted island, along with the uncertainty of when rescue teams would arrive, Qin Yong had devised a temporary plan to enhance their chances of survival. The proposal entailed providing 2 meals a day when food and freshwater were abundant. In the event of a food shortage, they would strive to maintain the basic energy requirements for their bodies. The 2 women wholeheartedly agreed with this proposal, fully aware that their primary objective was to survive on this island until rescue arrived. Chapter 31. reaping the rewards of fishing, too, by noon. Qin Yong returned to the shallow pit by the sea. As anticipated, with the onset of high tide, the seawater gradually rose, completely submerging the shallow pit he had encircled that morning. However, due to the murky water, he could not discern the situation within the pit. With no other options, he was left to wait, because he understood that the usual cycle of high and low tides in the sea typically spans around 12 hours. Qin Yong calculated the time and realized that he had enclosed the pit during the morning's ebb tide. This meant that he would have to wait until the next ebb tide, which would occur in the evening. As the saying goes, haste makes waste, and Qin Yong was well aware of this wisdom. Thus, he returned to the grass hut and began to prepare salt with the two women. By evening, after dinner, Qin Yong hurriedly made his way towards the shore, torch in hand. Upon arriving at the shallow pit, he observed that the sea had receded. The low stone wall he had constructed was now exposed. In the dim light of the torch, he could faintly see fish swimming within the pit. It appeared that this method was indeed viable, causing Qin Yong to nearly leap with joy. At that moment, the two women, curious about Qin Yong's actions, also arrived with their torches. Perfect timing. Please help me with the torches, Qin Yong called out, not bothering to be polite. The two women, initially perplexed by his behavior, assumed he intended to venture into the sea at such a late hour and contemplated dissuading him. However, Qin Yong had already descended into the shallow pit. As he began to haul the plump fish onto the shore, the women finally comprehended the purpose behind Qin Yong's frenzied anticipation throughout the day. After a flurry of activity, they managed to catch over 10 large fish. Naturally, the next step was to process these fish overnight. Observing the freshly salted fish hanging up, a sense of relief washed over them. This effectively resolved a particularly vexing dilemma. As long as this fishing trap could consistently yield results, their food supply would be assured. Indeed, in the following days, Qin Yong diligently checked the shallow pit during low tide. Though the catch varied from day to day, there was always some yield, liberating him from the arduous daily quest for food and granting him more time to contemplate how to navigate the forthcoming days. Yet, what significance did such contemplation hold in a life that seemed aimless? Qin Yong could not accept a life of languishing idly. He resolved to ascend the highest peak in the distance to survey the island's topology in hopes of discovering a means to escape this desolate isle. After patiently reiterating his plans to the two women, he prepared a sharpened stick for Jiangming Yao as a means of protection. With water and roasted fish in tow, he ventured into the forest, considering that his previous reconnaissance route had been overly complex and yielded little of value. This time Qin Yong decided to abandon methodical approaches. He set forth directly towards the distant mountain peak, for the current circumstances rendered the existence of any inhabitants on the island an enigma. Thus, it goes without saying that traversing this terrain is quite challenging. Chapter 32. An Unexpected Discovery. 1. Indeed, within this untamed forest, no matter the path taken, the surroundings remain largely unchanged. There are no trails to follow. One must wade forward step by painstaking step. Upon entering the forest, Qin Yong found himself somewhat bewildered. Had it not been for his past experiences, he would have surely lost his way amidst the trees. Relying on the position of the sun and the growth patterns of the trees, Qin Yong advanced laboriously, pausing intermittently to ascertain his location and intended direction. As the saying goes, to see the mountain is to tire the horse. Gazing at the distant peaks, Qin Yong trudged for half a day before he barely reached the summit. This was accomplished with minimal burden. Had he been laden with weight, it might have taken him an entire day and night. Upon reaching the pinnacle, he swiftly climbed a towering tree to survey the island. As he gazed into the distance, he was struck dumb with astonishment. He found himself on an enormous island, far larger than he had anticipated. He had assumed that the mountain's position marked the center of the island, but to his surprise, beyond the peak lay vast ranges shrouded in thick mist. Qin Yong was at a loss for words. He never imagined that despite his arduous journey to this point, he had yet to glimpse the entirety of the island. Disappointment washed over him. Yet, what could he do but seek a new path? With this thought, Qin Yong resolved to descend back to the ground. However, just as he prepared to set off, he noticed what appeared to be a large white canvas draped at the foot of the opposite mountain. Who would hang such a large sheet in such a remote place? Qin Yong rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. Goodness, it was not a canvas at all. Rather, it was a waterfall cascading down the rock face. Finally, fresh water. Qin Yong's heart soared with joy, nearly prompting him to shout. He hurriedly descended from the tree and dashed toward the mountain below. Indeed, upon reaching the waterfall, he looked up to behold a magnificent cascade crashing down from the cliffs. Over time, the relentless flow had carved out a deep pool, approximately the size of a basketball court, at its base. The mist-laden spray enveloped him, invigorating the sweat-soaked Qin Yong and filling him with a sense of elation. At that moment, he could think of nothing else. With a splash, he leapt into the pool. It had been ages since he had experienced such a refreshing sensation. Ever since arriving on this island, they had often struggled to find enough water to drink, let alone bathe. Even when feeling unclean, he had merely resorted to rinsing with seawater. Yet, even after such makeshift cleansing, discomfort lingered. The saltiness of the ocean water left him feeling as though he were a pickled fish, hardly conducive to comfort. Thus, with such an opportunity before him, Qin Yong was determined not to let it slip away. As he soaked in the bath, he leisurely shed his garments. After a vigorous scrubbing, he finally succeeded in cleansing his once soiled attire. A half-hour later, he reluctantly emerged from the water, donning his clothes once more. Although he remained somewhat damp, it was certainly a more pleasant sensation than the previous discomfort of being drenched in sweat. Chapter 33. Unexpected Discovery 2. After his soak, Qin Yong found his stamina significantly replenished. It was then that he turned his attention to the surrounding environment. The deep pool was nestled beneath towering cliffs, surrounded by large moss-covered stones and abundant aquatic vegetation. On either side, there lay thickets of bamboo, with a gentle breeze wafting through, refreshing to the senses. In stark contrast to the barren beach, this place was akin to a hidden paradise. If those two young ladies were present, they would undoubtedly fall in love with this enchanting locale. Qin Yong mused aloud, a sweet smile inadvertently gracing his face. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to harbor feelings for others, a realization that eluded him entirely. Yet, he yearned to share this wondrous experience with the two women. As Qin Yong was lost in his thoughts, he noticed an array of animal footprints scattered along the edge of the pool. It appeared that the local fauna frequented this deep water source. Upon closer inspection, aside from some bird tracks, wild chickens, and boars, he was unfamiliar with the other prints. However, the sharpness of the tracks suggested the presence of formidable beasts. The possibility of tigers or leopards having passed this way sent a chill down his spine. He glanced over his shoulder, relieved to find nothing unusual behind him. Yet, as fate would have it, a rustling sound emanated from the bamboo grove. Just as one fears, trouble arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yong scanned his surroundings, seeking a tree robust enough to scale for safety. In his frantic search, he did not find a suitable tree, but instead spotted a dark cave nestled in the stone wall a short distance away. Elevated on a small ledge, approximately 2 meters from the ground. With a running leap, he ascended to the platform, drawing forth his fire axe. Gripping it tightly as he poised himself for any impending threat, focusing intently on the source of the sound. However, half a minute passed without the anticipated emergence of a fierce beast from the bamboo thicket. Instead, a gust of wind stirred the grove, rekindling the familiar, rustling noise. It was merely the wind. Qin Yong looked at his own startled demeanor and could not help but shake his head in a wry smile. Thankfully, the two young women were not present. Otherwise, witnessing his reaction would surely have provoked their laughter. With the danger seemingly dissipated, Qin Yong finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He glanced back at the cave behind him. Although he could not discern the specifics within, the light filtering in from outside allowed him to ascertain its general dimensions. It would be no exaggeration to say that the space could comfortably accommodate several individuals living inside simultaneously. Of course, this was merely Qin Yong's estimation, and due to safety concerns, he ultimately refrained from venturing inside to explore further. Noticing that time was slipping away, he leapt down from the platform, intending to retrace his steps. However, as he passed through the bamboo grove, he reflected on his earlier predicament, which stemmed entirely from his lack of ranged weaponry. With this thought in mind, Qin Yong casually chopped down several mature bamboo stalks, well aware that such sturdy bamboo would serve as excellent material for crafting simple bows and arrows. He was keenly aware of this fact and would not let the opportunity slip by. To his delight, while he was cutting the bamboo, he discovered an abundance of verdant bamboo shoots sprouting in the grove. Having not tasted fresh vegetables in quite some time, Qin Yong's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the tempting shoots. He quickly gathered 2 bundles, tying them to the ends of the bamboo and hoisting them over his shoulder as if bearing a load. He made his way back along the same path. Although he had previously tidied up the mountain trail, facilitating a swifter return, the distance still required a considerable amount of time to traverse in order to successfully reach the campsite. Chapter 34. The tree desires stillness, but the wind will not cease. 1. To Qin Yong's astonishment, as he emerged into the forest by the beach, he spotted two figures not far away on the sandy ground, holding torches and waiting. Upon approach, he recognized them as Xiaobing and Jiang Mingyao. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within him. He longed to envelop them in a warm embrace. However, constrained by moral decorum, he restrained himself. The two women, upon seeing Qin Yong, joyfully approached, their previously anxious hearts finally at ease. The trio returned to the thatched hut, filled with laughter and conversation. As the two women had been awaiting Qin Yong's return, they had not yet dined. After a simple preparation of the bamboo shoots, they cooked a large pot of bamboo shoot fish. Although the flavor was rather straightforward, the three of them relished the meal, having not enjoyed vegetables for quite some time. After dinner, Qin Yong recounted his experiences of the day. Upon learning that he had discovered fresh water and indulged in a refreshing bath in a pond the size of a basketball court, the two women were filled with envy. Like Qin Yong, they had not had the opportunity to properly cleanse themselves since arriving on this desolate island, and they had been plagued by an unpleasant odor over the past few days. Unfortunately, the scarcity of fresh water made a thorough wash impossible. Even the most essential areas had only been wiped down with a scant amount of water. In the eyes of the boys, the current situation may not be particularly concerning. However, when it occurs to the girls, it becomes quite intolerable. Thus, despite the high salinity of the seawater, both of them persist in cleansing themselves daily. It wasn't until Qin Yong demonstrated the method of distilling water that the situation improved somewhat. Nevertheless, while there was some enhancement, it still failed to fully meet their needs. Relative to the previous condition, things had indeed improved significantly. Upon hearing that Qin Yong could bathe in the deep pool, their envy was unmistakably evident. Consequently, they incessantly urged Qin Yong to take them along the next time he visited the deep pool. Qin Yong, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce. However, when he inquired whether anything had occurred at the campsite today, a noticeable concern appeared on both their faces. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Qin Yong asked, puzzled by their expressions. Today, Jiang Mingyao, intending to recount the day's events, faltered in fear and struggled to articulate her thoughts. "If you have something to say, just say it." Qin Yong, intolerant of such hesitance, pressed her. "Recently, we may not be able to leave the campsite easily." Seeing Qin Yong's anxiety, Xiaobing could no longer remain silent. After a brief contemplation, she spoke for Jiang Mingyao. "Why? What exactly happened? Are you two trying to drive me mad?" Qin Yong's impatience grew. "Mingyao, you should tell him." To bolster Jiang Mingyao's courage, Xiaobing gently patted her shoulder. Observing their behavior, Qin Yong sensed that something troubling had transpired at the campsite, which had left Jiang Mingyao in such a state of fear. Chapter 35. The tree desires calmness, yet the wind does not cease too. You need not fear. I am here, he reassured. Is it that our sun-dried fish left outside has been stolen? Noticing their unusual demeanor and the absence of the fish, which was typically laid out to dry, Qin Yong began to suspect something amiss. "No, that is not it. We are being watched," Jiang Mingyao quickly clarified upon seeing Qin Yong's misunderstanding. "Watched by whom?" Qin Yong exclaimed in astonishment, turning his gaze back to her. "It's those people from General Fan Jian. Yes. We fear they might come to steal our food, so we hid the fish." Seeing Qin Yong deep in thought, she continued, "Indeed, they eventually came." While Qin Yong had mentally prepared himself, a shiver ran down his spine. "They came knocking?" He pondered aloud after a moment. "Yes, but so far, only one person has been spotted." Jiang Mingyao recollected. "Elaborate on this. What transpired?" Qin Yong fixed his gaze intently upon her. "Today, while Bing Bing and I were sorting through the sun-dried fish, we noticed a man lurking in the small grove by the beach, watching us with ill intent. Moreover, I can recognize him. He is indeed the man who once surveilled me." Jiang Mingyao spoke with a lingering dread. "Did he do anything else?" Upon hearing Jiang Mingyao's description, Qin Yong cast a tense glance at her. "No. However, we suspect that he intended to sneak up and steal the dried fish while we were distracted. From what I understand, their original food supply was meager, and they lacked fresh water. They had been relying on the nearby coconut grove for survival. Now, it is likely that their food and coconuts have been nearly exhausted, which is why they have ventured out to search for other supplies. Jiang Mingyao shook her head and pondered, articulating her deductions. This means they might be desperate. Qin Yong refrained from pressing further, instead engaging in introspective contemplation. At that time, I was nearly scared to death. I feared they would attempt to capture me again. Fortunately, Sister Bingbing was there. She brandished a wooden stick and scared him away. But I believe they will not relent so easily, Jiang Mingyao said, her face etched with terror as she looked at Qin Yong. It seems that her recent experiences have profoundly affected her psyche. Even now, merely recalling those moments fills her with dread. Just as well, I was worried I wouldn't have the opportunity to deal with them. Qin Yong gently patted Jiang Mingyao's head in an attempt to comfort her. Subsequently, after further reassuring Jiang Mingyao, her emotions began to stabilize somewhat. Qin Yong had a profound understanding of the ugliness of human nature, especially in this lawless, moral vacuum. Once targeted by such individuals, even the act of normal breathing could be perceived as an offense. Not to mention, our side possesses both beauty and sustenance. As the saying goes, the innocent suffer when they possess something precious. This is precisely the case. Often, it is not enough to simply avoid provoking others to ensure peace. If they seek their own demise, one might as well indulge them in their folly. With this thought, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Qin Yong's eyes. Chapter 36. Preparations in advance. Although Qin Yong remained somewhat indifferent to the impending events, the presence of two beautiful, vulnerable women beside him compelled him to take precautions. Thus, he transported the bamboo he had carried back from the mountains. Utilizing the light from the fire, he began to labor diligently. The two women, though uncertain of Qin Yong's intentions, had come to understand him well enough to realize he had a purpose. Consequently, they refrained from questioning him further. Nevertheless, they did not intend to remain idle. They brought over the remaining bamboo shoots from that day to shell them. Yet at that moment, their minds were elsewhere. Though their hands were busy, their distracted expressions were impossible to conceal. Ultimately, with their combined efforts, they managed to strip the remaining bamboo shoots clean. Meanwhile, Qin Yong had nearly completed his own tasks. Under his diligent efforts, the 3 bow limbs, crafted from 3 sturdy bamboo pieces, have been successfully assembled. Once the composite bow limbs are secured, the bowstring can be affixed. Qin Yong had already prepared for the selection of the bowstring. From beneath the bed, he retrieved a substantial tangle of old fishing net he had collected from the beach. He then extracted a thick rope, fashioned from countless strands of fishing line. From the tattered net, Qin Yong's elaborate efforts were, of course, aimed at utilizing this robust rope as the bowstring. Those familiar with fishing nets would understand that such a cord is perfectly suited for this purpose, particularly on this deserted island, where no alternative could be more appropriate. This type of rope is not only strong and durable, but also water-resistant, impervious to the elements, and unlikely to break easily. It seemed almost as if it had been tailor-made for Qin Yong's bow and arrows. Soon, under Qin Yong's meticulous binding, 3 simple bows with decent draw strength were completed. He then fashioned sharp arrowheads from the remaining bamboo. Once all tasks were accomplished, Qin Yong, accompanied by the 2 women, ventured outside the grass hut to test the bows and arrows. After a thorough examination, the quality and lethality of the archery equipment proved quite satisfactory. Most astonishing to Qin Yong was that, aside from Jiang Mingyao's somewhat clumsy shooting stance, Xia Bing's archery skills exceeded all his expectations. Her movements, power, and accuracy were nothing short of professional. Who would have thought? You are quite the sharpshooter, Qin Yong teased as he observed Xia Bing's flawless shots. Having never received such praise from him before, Xia Bing felt a surge of joy and proudly replied, "Of course. I was a member of the archery club, you know." "Bing Bing, you are incredible. Your skills are remarkable. Look at me. I can barely shoot an arrow without stumbling," Jiang Mingyao said, a hint of self-reproach in her voice. "Mingyao, don't be disheartened. Just practice more. I've been training for several years, or I might not even be as good as you," Xia Bing reassured her, noticing her friend's disappointment. No wonder, upon hearing Xia Bing's words, Qin Yong realized why her archery was so exceptional. It seems that wealthy individuals indeed know how to indulge in their passions. He shook his head in admiration. Chapter 37. Jiang Mengyao's decision. 1. After the testing concluded, it was already quite late. Qin Yong decided to return to the grass hut to sleep. However, After exchanging glances, the two women expressed a need to relieve themselves, asking Qin Yong to head back first. Reluctantly, he offered a few instructions before making his way back to the hut. Hand in hand, the two girls approached the edge of the woods. Yet, they did not proceed further. Instead, they took advantage of the moonlight to engage in hushed conversation. Bing Bing, I'm feeling a bit scared, Jiang Mingyao stammered, breaking the silence. Regarding Jiang Mingyao's decision, Xiaobing initially disapproved but felt unable to intervene without valid reasons, so she reluctantly acquiesced. Upon hearing that Mingyao seemed to waver, she momentarily entertained the hope that she might abandon this notion. Consequently, the faint frown on her face unconsciously eased. However, due to the enveloping darkness, Jiang Mingyao failed to notice the subtle shift in Xiaobing's expression and continued to gaze at her, seeking some valuable advice from her. Yao Yao, have you truly contemplated this decision? I cannot shake the feeling that it is prudent to exercise caution, especially since this is of immense significance for a young woman. Xiaobing urged after pondering for a moment. Initially, when Jiang Mingyao had brought up this decision earlier that day, she did not anticipate that she would care much about it. Apart from admiring Mengyao's decisiveness, she had no extreme reactions. However, after a day of contemplation, she sensed a stirring within her heart. At this moment, she found herself in a state of inner turmoil, simultaneously wishing for Jiang Mingyao to reconsider while concealing her own feelings. Bing Bing Jia, I have made up my mind. Although I too feel this may be inappropriate, I find myself powerless. Unlike you, who is a superior and thus commands a degree of respect, that lecherous man will undoubtedly not spare me. Rather than endure his humiliation, I would prefer to give my first time to Brother Qin Yong. This way, I can express my gratitude for his care over these past days. As for what follows, it matters little to me, Jiang Mingyao said, her face etched with helplessness. Yao Yao, I believe you need not be excessively disheartened. After all, Brother Qin Yong has returned, and he can protect us, Xiaobing insisted, unwilling to relinquish hope. Deep down, she harbored a reluctance to witness Qin Yong entangled with other women, and she could not bear to see Jiang Mingyao so despondent. Bing Bing Jia, if only it were so, that would indeed be ideal. Yet reality stands before us. And how can I deceive myself? Jiang Mingyao replied resolutely. No matter how formidable Brother Qin Yong may be, how can he possibly contend with so many? I fear that by then, even if I wish to repent, I shall have no opportunity for a second choice. Furthermore, I do not wish for Brother Qin Yong to be harmed because of this. Upon hearing Jiang Mingyao's words, Xiaobing felt as though she had plunged into a frigid abyss, her entire being chilled to the core. The faint glimmer of hope that had lingered moments before swiftly extinguished. Bing Bing Jia, do you also harbor feelings for Brother Qin Yong? As Xiaobing remained silent, Jiang Mingyao seemed to sense something and inquired. No. Were you thinking, Yao Yao? If I liked him, we would have already been involved, rather than waiting until now, Xiaobing replied, attempting to mask her embarrassment with an air of indifference. I have long been aware that, given Sister Bing Bing's circumstances, it is quite perplexing that she would take an interest in Qin Yong. Now, I can finally rest easy. Upon hearing Xiaobing's light-hearted words, Jiang Mingyao was able to relieve her anxiety at last. However, Xiaobing found herself at a loss for words, merely managing a quiet acknowledgement. This solitary response, though but a single syllable, weighed heavily upon her, rendering her breathless. Sister Bing Bing, I must apologize for the burden this moment imposes upon you. With that, Jiang Mingyao lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment, falling silent. Realizing that she could not alter Jiang Mingyao's perspective, Xiaobing felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow in her heart. She suppressed her emotions and retrieved a small square plastic bag from her pocket, presenting it to Jiang Mingyao. Sister Bing Bing, what is this? How could you possess such an item? As a distinguished graduate of medical school, Jiang Mingyao was well aware of what lay within her grasp. A gentle squeeze revealed its nature, and her cheeks burned with shame. This was something I found in a suitcase that drifted ashore. This place is not like the city, so you should take precautions. Xiaobing spoke in a tone that feigned calmness. Sister Bing Bing, no, there is no need. I am currently in a safe period. Jiang Mingyao's face reddened as she bashfully declined Xiaobing's kind offering. Yet this utterance, while merely a hint of shyness for Jiang Mingyao, struck Xiaobing like a bolt from the blue, delivering yet another blow to her already wounded heart. Unbeknownst to Qin Yong, who had been subtly maneuvered into this situation by the two women. He lay soundly asleep on the wooden bed. Had he overheard their previous conversation, he likely would have been aghast. After their discussion concluded, the two returned to the thatched cottage. Casting a glance at the peacefully slumbering Qin Yong, and then at the blushing Jiang Mingyao, Xia Bing suddenly felt an unwelcome sense of redundancy. Ahem. I am experiencing a bit of insomnia and do not wish to sleep just yet. You two go ahead without me. Xia Bing awkwardly uttered this before hastily exiting the cottage. She understood that if she remained, their connection would be hindered. Thus, she felt compelled to depart in order to allow them to truly be together. She concocted a casual excuse to leave with as much dignity as possible. However, she did not stray far. Just a few steps away, she turned and seated herself beside the cottage. She was acutely aware that her actions were not in accordance with propriety and were indeed morally questionable. Yet, she found it impossible to feign ignorance of the unfolding reality. Whether it was reluctance or regret, she could not discern. She only knew that being closer to Qin Yong brought her a sense of solace. Yet, even with this understanding of her innermost feelings, it ultimately proved futile. Chapter 39. Gratitude as the last flicker of flame extinguished in the campfire. Jiang Mingyao shed the final vestiges of her shyness. The tension that had once marred her features now gave way to a serene calm. After a tumultuous struggle within her thoughts, she blushed deeply and lay beside Qin Yong. Although she had envisioned such a scene numerous times, the reality weighed heavily on her psyche. Yet, if she did not take the initiative, given Qin Yong's state of slumber akin to a dead pig, he would likely remain oblivious to her presence by his side until dawn. Regret crept into Jiang Mingyao's mind. She should not have allowed him to retire so early, for it left her feeling utterly passive. Just as she grappled with her uncertainty, Qin Yong turned over and inadvertently enveloped her in his embrace. This unexpected action left Jiang Mingyao startled yet elated. She marveled at the fact that she had never been embraced in such a manner by the opposite sex, and her joy stemmed from his evident responsiveness. As she awaited his next move, however, he resumed snoring. Jiang Mingyao shook her head in exasperation. To express her dissatisfaction, she gently pinched his nose, inadvertently rousing him from his slumber. In his drowsy state, Qin Yong sensed an unfamiliar touch. Initially, he believed he was dreaming, but upon closer inspection, he realized another person was indeed beside him. He could not discern whether it was Xia Bing or Jiang Mingyao, but regardless, this was precisely what he had longed for. Excitement surged within him. Just as Qin Yong contemplated his next move, he distinctly felt the person beside him stir gently. This revelation clarified that she was awake and did not resist his presence, indicating her acceptance of him. It appeared he had not misjudged. Both women must have embraced him, or at least one of them had. After a moment of reflection, Qin Yong felt a thrill of delight, emboldened by the situation. He was no paragon of virtue. Before such beauty, who could remain unmoved? Despite the myriad of questions lingering in his mind, a normal man would cast aside all reservations in such a moment. Moreover, he could feel that aside from himself, only this enchanting figure remained in the thatched hut, presenting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qin Yong certainly would not let it slip away. As the saying goes, when a man has feelings and a woman reciprocates, it is entirely natural for something to transpire. After a passionate encounter, they succumbed to a deep slumber. Jiang Mingyao had truly undergone a transformation from girlhood to womanhood. Soon, the thatched hut returned to its original tranquility, while Xia Bing remained silently seated outside, ever watchful. However, at this moment, she seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. Not only was she disinterested in everything around her, but she also appeared to have lost her spirit, completely devoid of her former vitality. She remained unaware of how to confront Qin Yong and Jiang Mingyao, and she questioned whether she was still suited to remain in this place. All her hopes had been shattered by the recent series of events, rendering everything meaningless in her eyes. Chapter 40. A Sudden Departure. 1. Upon waking. It was already the following morning. Exhausted from the previous night, Qin Yong did not rush to rise. He glanced at Jiang Mingyao, who was busy dressing, and a wave of sweetness surged within him, tempting him to linger a moment longer. Yet, before he could act on this impulse, Jiang Mingyao had already discerned his innermost thoughts. With a swift motion, she stepped away. How annoying. I'm still a bit unwell. You stay here and rest. I'll go find Sister Bingbing. Reflecting on Qin Yong's behavior from the night before, Jiang Mingyao still felt a twinge of trepidation. After casting a sultry glare at him, she hurriedly exited the grass hut. Jiang Mingyao was immensely grateful for Xia Bing's assistance. Her immediate task was to bring Xia Bing back, fully aware of the discomfort of spending the night outdoors. Yet, Xia Bing had selflessly chosen to stay outside for her sake, leaving Jiang Mingyao feeling quite guilty. Sister Bingbing. Where are you? Sister Bingbing. After surveying the empty beach, Jiang Mingyao began to call out anxiously. However, despite her repeated cries, there was no response. At that moment, Qin Yong sensed something amiss and rushed out. What's going on? Seeing Jiang Mingyao in a state of distress, he directly inquired. Last night, Sister Bingbing stayed outside to avoid disturbing us, and now I don't know where she has gone. Jiang Mingyao expressed her guilt, fearing for Xia Bing's safety. Don't worry, we'll continue searching. Qin Yong consoled her, unable to bear her helplessness. The two then ventured along the edge of the forest, searching for Xia Bing. However, after walking a considerable distance, they found no trace of her. Anxiety began to grip Qin Yong as well. He turned back to look at the shoreline, a foreboding feeling creeping into his mind. Without explaining to Jiang Mingyao, he dashed toward the sea in a frenzy. Upon reaching the coast, he shouted and searched frantically. But despite his efforts, Xia Bing remained elusive. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the beach, their eyes still fixed on the vast, tumultuous sea. It's all right. No news is the best news, Qin Yong reassured himself. Jiang Mingyao understood the underlying implication in his words, but she dared not dwell on it further, silently praying in her heart. After a brief moment, the two regained their spirits. They planned to replenish their energy before venturing into the woods to search. Just as they returned to the grass hut, looking rather dejected, Jiang Mingyao inadvertently caught sight of something at the base of the hut's wall. Suddenly, as if stirred by an unseen force, she hurried over. What is the matter? Qin Yong inquired curiously, noticing her peculiar behavior. There are traces indicating someone has sat here. Jiang Mingyao pointed to the marks on the ground as she replied. Let me take a look. Upon hearing that there was finally a clue, Qin Yong rushed over eagerly. Look, there are even words. Before Qin Yong could come closer, Jiang Mingyao continued. At that moment, Qin Yong arrived and glanced at the inscriptions on the ground. His heart sinking immediately, he saw 2 lines of elegant script. I want to try surviving on my own. Do not look for me. Xia Bing. Chapter 41. The sudden departure. 2 No. It's all my fault. If I hadn't made that request to her last night, she wouldn't have left. After glancing at the words on the ground, Jiang Mingyao began to blame herself incessantly. Yao, don't be like this. No one could have anticipated such an outcome. Seeing Jiang Mingyao's distress, Qin Yong gently patted her shoulder in an attempt to comfort her. Yet, despite his words, Qin Yong sensed that Xia Bing's abrupt decision was not as simple as it appeared. There was undoubtedly more to this situation, and he was still unaware of the fundamental reasons behind it. No, that is not true. From her demeanor last night, I sensed that Sister Bing might have already developed feelings for you. I wasn't certain at the time. Had I known how significant you were to her, I certainly wouldn't have allowed this situation to arise. The more Jiang Mingyao contemplated, the more she felt responsible for Xia Bing's departure, drowning in guilt. Upon hearing Jiang Mingyao's words, Qin Yong began to sense something as well. Reflecting on Xia Bing's recent behavior towards him, he thought that there might indeed be some truth to her feelings. However, she had concealed it so well that he hadn't perceived anything amiss. With a resigned shake of his head, he mused, was this what they called restraint? Yet, what purpose did such restraint serve, apart from causing oneself distress? He glanced at Jiang Mingyao, who remained lost in her remorse, and impulsively wrapped her in his arms. Yao, don't dwell on it too much. Our foremost priority is to find Bing. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Qin Yong had intended to offer comfort, but the thought of Xia Bing wandering alone sent a shiver down his spine. Yes. Let's quickly eat something, then we'll head into the woods to search. Prompted by Qin Yong's reminder, Jiang Mingyao gradually calmed down. Without needing further instruction, she turned to prepare a meal. While Jiang Mingyao was busy preparing food, Qin Yong took the opportunity to inspect the items in the thatched cottage. To his dismay, he discovered that the bow and arrows, dagger, and sharp wooden sticks he had prepared for her were all missing. Furthermore, the stored food and water had also diminished. It's all right, he reassured himself. She has weapons and food with her. Unless she encounters large animals, she should be fine for the time being. However, as he pondered, The momentary sense of relief quickly faded, replaced by a wave of melancholy. Since Xia Bing had made such ample preparations, did it not signify that she was indeed resolute in leaving him? If what Jiang Mingyao said was true, then his night of indulgence had inflicted grave harm upon her. He recalled the deep impressions left in the sand beside the cottage, as if he could envision Xia Bing helplessly sitting on that dark beach. Listening to the sounds of revelry between him and Jiang Mingyao within the cottage, tears streaming down her face. Qin Yong could not help but slap his own face in frustration. What have I done? He berated himself. To indulge in such acts before a woman who has affections for me? The more he contemplated, the less he could forgive himself. Chapter 42, A Visit 1. After hastily consuming some dried fish, the two began to tidy up. They were about to venture into the woods to search for any trace of Xia Bing. However, just before they set off, Qin Yong noticed that Jiang Mingyao walked with some discomfort, and his heart ached for her. Yao Yao, your body hasn't fully recovered. Perhaps you should stay at the camp to keep watch, he said gently, his concern evident in his gaze. Feeling the warmth of Qin Yong's caring eyes, Jiang Mingyao's cheeks flushed crimson. Initially, she wished to explain herself, but considering the sensitivity of the topic, she hesitated and instead spoke ambiguously. But I also want to do my part to find Sister Bing Bing. Otherwise, I will never find peace in my heart. Despite her flushed face, her tone remained resolute. It makes no difference who goes to search. Besides, if I act alone, I can move much faster and with fewer concerns. And our camp needs someone to guard it. Otherwise, others might take advantage. Qin Yong gently persuaded her. Jiang Mingyao understood his concerns, yet she felt that if she did not go, her guilt would only deepen. But Jiang Mingyao attempted to voice her thoughts, but was interrupted by Qin Yong. No mobu. Our foremost objective now is to find someone. We need to set aside other considerations for the moment. Please listen to me. Sensing that Jiang Mingyao was troubled, Qin Yong spoke softly once more. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Mingyao ultimately acquiesced. After Qin Yong uttered a few words, he ventured into the woods with his bow and axe. Upon arriving, he meticulously examined the ground beneath him. However, after a thorough search, he found no traces of anyone having passed by, apart from the footprints he had left earlier. Reluctant to give up, he delved deeper into the forest. Yet, despite traversing a considerable distance, he still found no sign of Xia Bing. The further he went, the more desolate his surroundings appeared, devoid of any indication of human presence. With no other choice, Qin Yong turned back. Though he encountered numerous small creatures along his path, his anxious heart had no room for such distractions. He hurried directly toward the campsite. At that moment, a woman's piercing scream faintly echoed from the direction of the beach. Qin Yong paused, straining to listen. Indeed, beyond the terrified cries of the woman, he heard the raucous laughter of men. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Unaware of the situation, he sprinted towards the thatched hut with all possible haste. Just as he approached a thicket near the beach, his instinct from his former profession urged him to refrain from recklessly charging out without understanding the circumstances. Thus, he concealed himself in the foliage and observed intently. Outside his campsite stood a group of individuals, among them a middle-aged man, who appeared to be their leader, leering and laughing boisterously at Jiang Mingyao. The men behind him joined in, gesturing mockingly. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingyao appeared flustered, retreating anxiously until she was nearly cornered against the hut. Nevertheless, she clutched a sharpened stick tightly, defiantly facing her tormentors. While her bravery was commendable, it was evident that a frail woman like her would be better suited wielding a scalpel than a pointed wooden stick. Her trembling hands rendered her an ineffective deterrent, which likely explained the unrestrained laughter of the lewd men. Seeing that Jiang Mingyao was still unharmed, Qin Yong felt a wave of relief. He clearly did not regard these men as a formidable threat. Should Jiang Mingyao find herself in peril, his current distance from her would allow for an effortless rescue. Furthermore, he still possessed his bow and arrows, so he refrained from rushing to her aid. Instead, he was keen to discern the nature of these intruders and their intentions. With this thought in mind, Qin Yong listened intently to their exchange. Jiang Mingyao, don't you love to run? Go ahead, I wonder how far you can flee. The lewd middle-aged man taunted with a smirk. You, what do you want? This is our campsite. Please leave. Jiang Mingyao retorted, glaring fiercely at the man. At this moment, Qin Yong began to comprehend the unfolding situation. The odious man before her was indeed the infamous vice president of Xiaobin Company, as they had previously described. Truly, his appearance matched his despicable nature. With a lewd smile illuminating his face, he embodied the very meaning of his name. Ha ha! What difference does it make between you and me? Look at the number of us here. You should simply return. I shall take good care of you. Fan Jian said with a malicious grin, stepping closer. Do not come any nearer. I refuse to join your ranks. Abandon that notion. Jiang Mengyao retorted defiantly, brandishing the pointed wooden stick in her hand, steadfast in her resolve. Jiang Mengyao, please heed my counsel. Do not be so obstinate. On this desolate island, survival alone is exceedingly challenging. If you follow me, I can offer you protection. Fan Jian pressed on, showing no fear of the weapon she wielded, rather advancing with brazen confidence. Fan Jian, you vile scoundrel. Do not even think of laying a hand on me, even if it means my demise. I shall not allow you to succeed. I have someone to rely on, and I do not need your protection. As she observed Fan Jian inching closer, Jiang Mingyao's frustration became palpable. She had resolved that should he and his band forcefully approach, she would take her own life by biting her tongue. After all, she had entrusted everything to Qin Yong. Even in death, she would feel no regret. Reflecting on her decision from the previous night, Jiang Mengyao felt a sense of relief. Had she been careless and captured, she might have been deprived of even the chance to end her own life, left to suffer their indignities. Someone to rely on, you say? Ah, I see. I have heard that a beauty is among you. Is that not General Xia? She is our superior. Since she survived her fall into the sea, we have an even greater obligation to protect her. Do not worry. Bring her forth, and we shall embrace her as well. Moreover, I have heard that you possess a considerable supply of food, which we will also oversee. Fan Jian's avaricious gaze swept across the surroundings, his mouth watering at the thought. Yet, such empty words might deceive others, but they would not ensnare Jiang Mengyao. For Qin Yong and the others had often discussed their circumstances during leisure moments. Given the current situation, the likelihood of a rescue team arriving appeared exceedingly slim. The reasons remained unknown to them, but with modern technology, it was inconceivable that no sign of a rescue team had emerged after such a prolonged duration. This was undeniably abnormal. Either the rescue team had encountered insurmountable obstacles, or they had given up entirely. Fan Jian, cease your foolish dreaming. You may deceive others, but you shall not deceive me. If a rescue team were to arrive, they would have done so by now. Their absence speaks volumes. Thus, we will not relinquish our food to you, Jiang Mengyao declared fiercely, her gaze fixed menacingly upon Fan Jian. At that moment, the individuals behind Fan Jian became noticeably agitated. They had been indulging in the grand promises painted by Fan Jian. In fact, they were even privately assured by him that upon returning to the city, they would be granted esteemed positions, allowing them to ascend to the pinnacle of their lives. Otherwise, how could they willingly follow his lead? However, upon hearing Jiang Mingyao's words, their hearts began to waver. Do not heed her nonsense. What does this young girl understand? Many aboard this cruise are either affluent or noble. They would never abandon us. You must trust me. I will provide a bright future for all. Fan Jian, the vice president of the company, truly possessed a remarkable talent for persuasion, calming the crowd with just a few phrases. Yet, he was immediately infuriated by Jiang Mingyao's undermining remarks. Jiang Mengyao, are you refusing my hospitality and opting for punishment instead? Allow me to teach you how to behave. Fan Jian glared fiercely at Jiang Mengyao, seemingly poised to snatch away her wooden stick. The prospect of Fan Jian's aggression filled Jiang Mengyao with despair. She glanced towards the forest, contemplating. Brother Qin Yong, farewell. The moments spent with you last night are the most beautiful memories of my life. I will forever cherish them. I must go now. Please do not return. With this thought, she pressed her tongue against her teeth, fiercely gazing at Fan Jian. Just as she was about to bite down on her tongue, whoosh. A bamboo arrow swiftly flew from the woods, embedding itself firmly in the sandy ground before Fan Jian. The sudden arrow startled him, causing him to stumble backward and fall to the ground, his lips trembling. Who? Who is it? Show yourself. Fan Jian nearly shouted. Ha ha. Who? Besides your grandpa. Who else could it be? With a hearty laugh, Qin Yong swaggered out from the thicket. Initially, the others were taken aback by Qin Yong's appearance, soon followed by confusion. According to the man who had followed Jiang Mengyao yesterday, there were only two individuals on her side, both female, posing no threat whatsoever. Fan Jian had unwavering faith in this man's report, as he was an employee of their company and was familiar with their boss, Xiaobing. Thus, he had brazenly brought people along today. Of course, his eagerness to bring them here was not merely to lead them in awaiting rescue on this deserted island. There were two underlying reasons compelling him to act thus. One was to satisfy his own sordid desires. Since Jiang Mengyao's escape, he had been filled with regret, lamenting his failure to take action sooner, allowing the opportunity of a prize swan to slip away. Now, the only two women left in the team are remarkably unattractive, unworthy of even a glance from him. Chapter 45, an unexpected encounter for, on another note, the food supplies within his team have been entirely depleted. In recent days, they have relied on sending team members to gather coconuts and forage for wild fruits in the forest to sustain themselves. However, after such an extended period, the nearby food sources have been thoroughly exhausted by their efforts. To maintain his leadership position, he must find a new avenue. Otherwise, it is likely that no one in the team will heed his commands any longer. Although he continually contemplates solutions, survival on this deserted island is vastly different from the competitive realm of business. Regardless of how adept one might have been in the marketplace, the dynamics on this island are entirely dissimilar. Many previous strategies are rendered ineffective, and should the team lose hope for survival, disintegration will soon follow. This is the pressing reality that faces Fan Jian in urgent need of resolution. However, achieving this is not a feat everyone can manage. One must either possess relevant wilderness survival experience or have accumulated knowledge in this area. Unfortunately, Fan Jian lacks both. Just as he wrestles with this dilemma, the man who had been tracking Jiang Mengyao returns with news of her location, revealing that they have a substantial amount of food. This revelation instills in Fan Jian a sense of newfound hope, akin to a glimmering light at the end of a dark tunnel. Early the next morning, he begins to organize his personnel, preparing their belongings for the journey to her location. Since their camp is quite distant from Jiang Mengyao's, he is reluctant to make unnecessary trips back and forth. Given that there are only two women on her side, capturing them should pose little challenge. He plans to relocate his entire camp, seizing her territory while simultaneously apprehending her. Indeed, upon their arrival, the situation unfolds exactly as the reporting individual had described. There is little difficulty involved. However, a sudden turn of events leaves him utterly bewildered. Nonetheless, Fan Jian, as the second in command of a company, has witnessed enough to maintain composure. Although initially caught off guard by Qin Yong, he quickly adjusts his mindset and regains his rationality. He casts a glance at Qin Yong emerging from the edge of the woods, initially assuming there would be accomplices. Yet, moments later, he realizes it is just him. Though armed with a bow and an axe at his waist, he is still but one man. As the saying goes, one cannot fight off many with bare hands. With four men on his side, the odds appear to favor him significantly. With this thought, a smug expression spreads across his face. Who are you? I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, you will not face a pleasant outcome. Fan Jian spoke with a hint of menace in his tone. Upon seeing the arrival of Qin Yong, Jiang Mengyao felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She knew that Qin Yong would not abandon her. However, contemplating the multitude surrounding them, concern for him began to creep into her heart. Brother Yong, you must leave quickly. Do not concern yourself with me. A glance at Qin Yong brought forth tears that she could no longer contain. She was engulfed in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, yearning for his rescue while simultaneously wishing for his swift escape. Thus, entangled in this complex emotional tapestry, even speaking caused her lips to tremble. Oh, so you are all in cahoots. What is your relation to her? Initially astonished by Jiang Mengyao's fierce defense of Qin Yong, Fan Jian's expression swiftly morphed into one of jealousy. Do I even need to answer that? It's so glaringly obvious. How do you even hold a leadership position? I am, of course, her man. Qin Yong, fully aware of Fan Jian's thoughts, deliberately uttered this to provoke him. As anticipated, upon hearing Qin Yong's words, Fan Jian's face flushed crimson. He glanced at the secluded hut and the solitary grand bed within, his conviction deepening. In this world, who could resist temptation, especially when sharing a bed with such a captivating beauty? Yet, whether it was due to the collapse of his plans or his inability to accept the reality, he stubbornly refused to admit it. Impossible. Impossible. A woman of her caliber would never deign to look at someone like you, a mere pauper. Fan Jian gritted his teeth, uttering a statement he scarcely believed himself. Chapter 46. If you don't want to die, get lost one. Ha ha ha. I must say, at your age, how can you still be so oblivious to the obvious? We reveled together all night long. So tell me, is it true or not? Furthermore, with your thinning hair, what makes you think she would choose you? Qin Yong boasted with an air of triumph, determined to provoke him further. You. Are you all dead? Charge at them. Toss him into the sea to feed the fish. Fan Jian completely lost control, bellowing at the top of his lungs. The few men behind him, as if receiving a command, exchanged glances and began to encircle Qin Yong. Boss, do not be angry. Watch how we deal with this arrogant fellow. A sycophantic giant from the crowd rushed to the forefront without hesitation, eager to curry favor with Fan Jian. It was evident that the promises drawn by Fan Jian were quite enticing. Otherwise, why would he be so eager? However, the irony was that before this man could draw near, Qin Yong delivered a sudden slap that sent him crashing to the ground. The remaining individuals fell one by one within moments, and notably, Qin Yong had yet to even draw his axe or bow. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astounded, particularly Jiang Mengyao, who stood behind Qin Yong. She had never realized the formidable strength of Qin Yong. Otherwise, she would not have hastily entrusted everything to him out of fear of being captured by Fan Jian. Although she had developed a considerable fondness for him in recent days, she still felt that it was premature to pledge herself entirely, had it not been for the looming threat posed by Fan Jian. However, the die had been cast, and the raw rice had become cooked. Further contemplation was futile. Perhaps this was simply fate's way of intertwining their paths. The man before her seemed rather admirable. Not only was he powerful in combat, but he also exuded a profound sense of security. Could he be the Prince Charming she was destined to encounter? The thought made Jiang Mengyao blush. Her fair complexion flushed a deep crimson. How about it? Still coming? Qin Yong proclaimed with satisfaction as he surveyed the few men sprawled on the ground, casting a triumphant glance at Fan Jian. In that fleeting moment, Fan Jian could hardly believe his own eyes. In less than a minute, several had fallen, some lying prostrate. Ha ha ha, truly impressive. Had I not tested you, I would not have believed you possessed such combat prowess. Here's the deal. I might consider allowing you to join my team and make you their deputy leader. This way, everyone except me would take orders from you. Moreover, once we are rescued, I could promote you to a senior management position in our company. At that point, wealth and honor would be at your fingertips. What do you think? Witnessing his men being swiftly defeated by Qin Yong, Fan Jian realized that he would gain no advantage today. He swiftly abandoned his earlier arrogance, adopting a beaming smile and attempting to recruit Qin Yong into his ranks. Qin Yong could not help but admire Fan Jian's remarkable adaptability and rapid transformation, which felt surprisingly seamless. Such skill was not something just anyone could possess. Regrettably, his tactics had simply been misapplied against Qin Yong. Haha, your name is indeed fitting, truly despicable. In times like these, you still dare to cast blame upon me. Are you blind? Or simply lacking in common sense? Qin Yong showed no mercy, delivering a swift kick that sent Fan Jian crashing to the ground. He had encountered many loathsome individuals, but none had ever reached such depths of repugnance. Chapter 47. If you don't want to die, get lost too. Hee. Brother, please, don't be agitated. If you disagree, then let's fend for ourselves. I will take care of myself. Initially intending to entice Qin Yong with grand promises, Fan Jian instead found himself in a predicament. He hurriedly shifted to a supplicating demeanor. Observing the simpering face of Fan Jian before him, Qin Yong felt utterly exasperated. He had initially contemplated delivering a severe lesson to Fan Jian and his associates had they shown even a hint of defiance. However, in the present day, those who have fallen to their knees beg for mercy, wearing insincere smiles devoid of dignity. This predicament has left Qin Yong in a challenging position. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Qin Yong cannot simply disregard their pleas and deliver another beating. Though you're called Fan Jian, do not mistake my leniency for weakness. Henceforth, do not flaunt your bravado in my presence. She is my woman, and should you dare to harbor any ill intentions towards her, I shall ensure your downfall. Do you understand? Qin Yong's expression shifted from joviality to a fierce glare. Although he had no intentions of inflicting further harm, delivering a stern warning was indeed necessary. Understand. Rest assured, brother. It will never happen again. In the face of Qin Yong's menacing gaze, Fan Jian trembled involuntarily, not wishing to waste further words on the despicable figure before him. Qin Yong turned his attention to Jiang Mingyao. Yao Yao, how would you like to punish them? He asked gently. Jiang Mingyao fully comprehended the formidable side of Qin Yong. Already enamored with him, she now felt her heart race uncontrollably. I will follow your lead, she said. Her cheeks flushed as she cast her eyes downward shyly. The display of affection between them left Fan Jian seething with resentment. Yet, despite their numerical advantage, they could not contend with Qin Yong's strength and could only suppress their dissatisfaction. Qin Yong remained indifferent to their thoughts. After playfully pinching Jiang Mingyao's nose, he turned his gaze back to Fan Jian and the others. Enough. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, be gone at once, he said, glaring at them fiercely and waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, Fan Jian and his companions hastily scrambled to their feet. However, just as they prepared to depart, he glanced back at the bewildered crowd behind him and paused. Brother, we've brought our belongings with us. Could we perhaps set up a temporary shelter here? Qin Yong surveyed the ragged group behind Fan Jian, noting their weary and unkempt appearances. He felt a pang of compassion, recognizing their shared plight. After some contemplation, he pointed to a stretch of beach a few hundred meters away. You may establish your shelter there, but keep your distance from us, lest you disturb our peace. He replied with a look of disdain directed at Fan Jian. Of course, we will absolutely respect that. Fan Jian, now resembling an obedient child, dared not contradict Qin Yong's words. However, to assume that Fan Jian had genuinely reformed would be a grave misjudgment. Having navigated the treacherous waters of commerce for many years and encountered countless deceitful individuals, Fan Jian viewed this merely as a temporary strategy. It is worth noting that his questionable character had somehow earned him the favor of Xia Bing's father, which spoke volumes about his cunning nature. Chapter 48 Barter 1 Moreover, beside the rocky outcrop, there lies a shallow pit encircled by stones. It is my creation, and everything within belongs to me. You are forbidden to touch it. Should I discover that you have meddled with it, I shall ensure you suffer the consequences. Do you understand? As Fan Jian and the others prepared to depart, Qin Yong pointedly warned them, directing his gaze towards the shallow pit. Oh, certainly not. We would never dare to touch your belongings, my brother, Fan Jian replied, turning back with a broad smile. Qin Yong felt a sense of satisfaction with Fan Jian's demeanor. He had expected that once he had made his intentions clear, they would take their leave. However, it seemed that his warning had sparked a realization within them, and they remained rooted to the spot. I have said all that I needed to. You may leave now. Noticing their reluctance to depart, Qin Yong began to usher them away. Brother, could you perhaps show a bit of kindness and share some food with us? We are truly famished. After a moment's hesitation, Fan Jian revealed the true reason for their unwillingness to leave. Qin Yong was not surprised by Fan Jian's request. Observing their condition, it was evident they were quite hungry. Yet, in his eyes, these individuals evoked no sympathy. Had Jiang Mingyao not disclosed their sordid affairs, Qin Yong might have considered offering them sustenance out of humanitarian concern. However, now that he was aware of their misdeeds, he could not easily part with any food. Are you not their leader? How is it that you cannot even provide for your own team? Qin Yong could not resist making a jest at the expense of the audacious fellow before him. This is primarily due to our large numbers. Food is consumed rapidly, leaving me with no options, Fan Jian replied, slightly embarrassed but not angered. Qin Yong, however, was not inclined to believe him. I see not a rapid consumption of food, but rather that you are merely a parasite, waiting for others to sustain you. He saw no need to spare him any dignity and bluntly exposed the truth. This. Fan Jian was genuinely incensed by Qin Yong's unceremonious rebuke. Yet, faced with such a fool, he dared not retaliate, forcing himself to endure, his complexion shifting from red to green in a most dramatic display. Seeing that he had successfully toyed with Fan Jian, Qin Yong felt a twinge of compassion and decided not to be overly harsh. Very well, I, Qin Yong, am not entirely devoid of compassion. I can provide you with food, but at this juncture, he deliberately paused, leaving his statement unfinished. My brother is indeed magnanimous. I must express my gratitude in advance. With Qin Yong's consent, Fan Jian could not contain his joy and began to express his thanks profusely. Wait. Do not be in such haste. I have yet to finish my sentence. Did you not hear the but at the end? Qin Yong doused Fan Jian with a cold splash of reality. Upon hearing that Qin Yong had further strategies, Fan Jian couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. He was acutely aware that securing food today would be a formidable challenge. Indeed, Qin Yong's subsequent words extinguished any flicker of hope within him. I can provide you with food, but it will not come without cost. If you desire it, we can engage in a barter. With a glance at the meager possessions behind them, Qin Yong smiled and continued, "What will you offer in exchange?" Although Fan Jian had mentally braced himself for this, he was taken aback by the peculiarity of Qin Yong's proposition. Chapter 49. Barter, Part 2. Noticing that Fan Jian had taken the bait, Qin Yong revealed his harmless smile once more. "Ha ha ha. It's quite simple. You may trade your blanket for 2 fish. He gestured towards the corner of the pile, where the blanket was barely visible. Faced with Qin Yong's fixation on his blanket, Fan Jian found himself in a predicament. It wasn't that the blanket held immense value, but rather it was the sole one among his belongings, and he had acquired it from a teammate. While the daytime temperatures were still quite warm, the nights brought a chill that made the blanket essential for a good night's sleep. Very well, I shall make the exchange." Despite his initial hesitations, the gnawing hunger overcame him. After a brief moment of deliberation, he gritted his teeth and consented. He swiftly extracted the blanket from the pile and handed it over to Qin Yong. In truth, with Qin Yong's strength, he could have easily seized whatever he desired. However, he was not like Fan Jian. He was not yet prepared to resort to such underhanded tactics. This reflected a popular sentiment of late. One could rely on strength, yet still choose to adhere to principles of honor and morality. Do you have any fresh water? I would like to trade for some." Witnessing the possibility of obtaining supplies from Qin Yong, Fan Jian's appetite for more grew. Although he had parted with his only blanket, survival necessitated such sacrifices. "Of course. However, what will you offer in exchange?" Qin Yong replied, eyeing Fan Jian's assortment of belongings. "I have some medicine. Would that suffice?" Fan Jian produced a small medical kit from the pile. This would do, but I can trade you for water, provided you bring something to contain it, as I cannot spare any bottles." Qin Yong was serious. In the current circumstances, the bottles were even more valuable than the fresh water itself. Indeed. Go fetch a few bottles," Fan Jian instructed one of the women present. Soon, she returned with several water bottles. However, it was evident that these bottles were unlike those typically sold in stores. They were clearly issued uniformly on a cruise ship. It appears that Fan Jian and his companions managed to carry some supplies during their evacuation. Otherwise, given their nature, it would have been quite challenging for them to survive on this island until now. Of course, Qin Yong did not dwell on this matter for too long. Ultimately, he exchanged 4 bottles of distilled water with Fan Jian for a box of anti-inflammatory medication, a small bottle of iodine, and a packet of medical cotton. This arrangement seemed to bring satisfaction to both parties. However, Jiang Mingyao remained somewhat perplexed by Qin Yong's actions, considering that they had just engaged in a fierce confrontation, and the opposing party had even sought to put her in peril. She could not comprehend why Qin Yong would consent to trade supplies with them. "Brother Yong, given our current situation, could it be that we are nurturing a future threat?" Jiang Mingyao expressed her concerns. Qin Yong, naturally, understood her apprehensions. Yet, he had his own considerations regarding the matter. Yao, we have no choice in this situation. Although Fan Jian is indeed deserving of his fate, there are others as team. We cannot allow them to perish alongside him," Qin Yong said, looking at Jiang Mingyao with a hint of helplessness. Chapter 50. Bartering. It is important to note that Jiang Mingyao was not unreasonable or malicious. Her confusion stemmed from her lingering anger towards Fan Jian's actions. After listening to Qin Yong's explanation, she nodded in agreement. Observing that Jiang Mingyao was finally able to think calmly, he continued, "Moreover, we find ourselves on a deserted island. This place can be considered a lawless land devoid of moral constraints. Thus, it is prudent not to push them to their limits. In truth, by assisting them, we are indirectly aiding ourselves. If we allow them a glimmer of hope for survival, they are less likely to act recklessly. Desperation can drive individuals to commit unspeakable acts. Even if we ultimately manage to cope with the situation, it could come at a significant cost. Therefore, the best strategy now is to engage in a gradual exchange of supplies, much like boiling a frog in warm water. This approach is most advantageous for us at present." Jiang Mingyao was taken aback by Qin Yong's analysis. Recently graduated from school, she was still quite naive and had yet to experience the darker facets of human nature. However, with Qin Yong's insight, she began to understand. Consequently, she refrained from asking further questions and took a blanket to the shore to wash it, as she did not wish to fall asleep amidst Fan Jian's unpleasant odor. Meanwhile, after fulfilling their respective needs, Fan Jian and his group arrived at the location designated by Qin Yong and began constructing their campsite. Indeed, the strength of numbers proved beneficial. At that moment, the advantages of Fan Jian's group became evident. They collaborated and swiftly erected several makeshift shelters on the beach by the edge of the woods. However, the craftsmanship left much to be desired. Despite the existence of established methods to follow, they struggled to replicate them. The shelters they built resembled those found in refugee camps. However, this could be regarded as their new beginning. After settling down, Qin Yong was not entirely clear about their arrangements. They began to mimic his actions, constructing shallow pits with stones near their camp to catch fish. Subsequently, both parties maintained a semblance of peace, observing no suspicious movements from the other side. Qin Yong initially contemplated leaving Jiang Mingyao at the camp to keep watch while he ventured into the forest in search of Xia Bing's whereabouts. Yet, considering Jiang Mingyao's safety, he restrained himself. Nonetheless, he resolved to traverse the wooded area along the beach each day, albeit with the caveat of not straying too far. After all, if anything were to occur, he would not be able to return in time for assistance. Meanwhile, Fan Jian and his group appear to be gradually acclimatizing. Besides utilizing the shallow pits for fishing, they daily scoured the nearby beach for oysters and sea clams, which barely sustained their existence. However, their lack of courage to venture into the forest for water sources, coupled with their ignorance of distillation techniques, rendered the acquisition of fresh water increasingly challenging. The fruits found in the nearby woods could scarcely meet their needs, compelling them to frequently barter with Qin Yong for fresh water. This subservient demeanor elicited both disdain and helplessness from Fan Jian. Conversely, Qin Yong relished witnessing Fan Jian's expression of profound hatred mingled with an inability to act. Furthermore, through their exchanges, Qin Yong had amassed a considerable amount of supplies. In addition to life jackets, clothing, shoes, and lighters, he had even acquired a mobile phone. Since they had evacuated on a lifeboat, the phone had remained mostly dry and was still operational. However, it had limited battery life, with only about 30 remaining. Due to the absence of signal on the island, Qin Yong had no choice but to power it down for future use. Chapter 51. On the brink of collapse as the number of individuals near Qin Yong's camp grew, the food available from the surrounding coastline and woods diminished significantly. Furthermore, the fresh water that Qin Yong and Jiang Mingyao managed to distill was wholly inadequate to satisfy everyone's needs, even if Qin Yong were inclined to assist them. He found himself powerless to do so. Consequently, each time Fan Jian exchanged for fresh water, the rations allocated to his team members dwindled. Gradually, panic stemming from the scarcity of fresh water and food began to permeate Fan Jian's camp, soon affecting Qin Yong's side as well. The most notable change was that Fan Jian's group, which had previously refrained from venturing into the waters near Qin Yong's camp in search of food, began to disregard Qin Yong's earlier warnings. They frequently wandered near Qin Yong's camp under the pretense of foraging for sustenance. In truth, each time they passed by Qin Yong's camp, they exhibited those greedy and resentful gazes. Were it not for Qin Yong brandishing an axe and issuing warnings in front of the grass hut on several occasions, they might have stormed in and seized everything without hesitation. Naturally, Qin Yong was acutely aware of this series of changes. Consequently, he no longer dared to venture deep into the woods. Instead, he remained steadfastly by Jiang Mingyao's side, axe in hand. He had gradually begun to sense that Fan Jian and his camp were on the brink of losing control. As for what would ensue should chaos erupt, one could easily envision the dire consequences. Thus, during this period, Qin Yong not only kept a vigilant eye on the movements of the opposing camp, but also contemplated their next course of action. At this juncture, it was not only Qin Yong and his group who abandoned hope for the arrival of a rescue team. Even Fan Jian and his followers had ceased to expect any salvation. Everyone understood that waiting for the rescuers would likely result in starvation for them all. There were moments when they considered venturing into the forest in search of sustenance. Yet the haunting howls of wolves that echoed at night swiftly extinguished such thoughts. Reluctantly, they could only scour the coastline in search of food, but they soon found themselves retreating. After traversing a short distance, they encountered cliffs that rendered any further passage impossible. Days passed, and the morale within Fan Jian's group grew increasingly unstable. Their shouts and cries became a frequent occurrence. Qin Yong surmised that their mental state was teetering on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, he found himself wishing for nightfall to arrive sooner, for it was only under the cover of darkness that they would become significantly quieter. The combination of hunger and the ominous wolf howls in the woods deterred them from moving about recklessly. Finally, deep into the night, the members of Fan Jian's camp succumbed to slumber. Aside from the sound of waves crashing against the shore, the surroundings were eerily silent. Qin Yong and Jiang Mengyao, having toiled diligently, had yet to fall asleep. However, to their astonishment, two shadowy figures stealthily approached their camp. Chapter 52. Stealthy intruders as they conversed. The two shadows gradually neared Qin Yong's camp. Just as they believed themselves to be undetected, the rustling sounds outside the grass hut caught Qin Yong's attention. Being particularly cautious during this time, he immediately took the matter seriously. He signaled to Jiang Mengyao to remain quiet and feign sleep while he swiftly maneuvered to the corner of the grass hut. The darkness obscured the intruders' vision, allowing them to approach the hut without realizing they were being observed, glancing back intermittently. Just as Qin Yong anticipated they would burst into the hut, the two figures halted at the entrance instead. One of them peered inside and, upon noticing nothing amiss, gestured for her companion to enter the house. However, just as they were about to make their move, two large hands suddenly seized them by the nape of their necks. The unexpected action startled the pair, causing them to cry out in shock. Silence! Who are you? What is your purpose here? Upon hearing their voices, which seemed to belong to women, Qin Yong's vigilance eased slightly. Nevertheless, he still questioned them sternly out of caution. We are from the camp across the way. We mean no harm. Yes. We had no choice but to sneak over. Perhaps fearing Qin Yong might take further action, the two women hastily began to explain. At this moment, Jiang Mengyao seized her pretense and rose to rekindle the fire. Qin Yong then pushed the two women against the wall, making them crouch down. Illuminated by the flames, he and Jiang Mengyao could finally see them clearly. These two were the only women from Fan Jian's team. Likely due to their prolonged neglect of personal hygiene and enduring hunger, their once unremarkable appearances had deteriorated to a state that was hardly human. Speak. In the dead of night, what do you intend to do here? Qin Yong glared at them, his face ashen with intensity. Although he was now facing two women, he dared not show even a hint of sympathy before understanding the situation. We are not bad people. We harbor no ill intentions. Yes. We are simply too hungry. With no other recourse, we came to seek food while they were asleep. Observing their pitiful demeanor, Qin Yong was reluctant to be overly harsh. Haven't you already traded for food and water? Why are you now seeking sustenance in the middle of the night? Although Qin Yong was aware that their camp was experiencing food shortages, he still inquired to ascertain the specifics. Since the food supply began to dwindle, my rations have decreased day by day. Moreover, Fan Jian and his group always take the lioness share, leaving us with even less. One of them lamented with a look of despair. Indeed, to have lasted until today is already a testament to our resilience. The other chimed in. Qin Yong and Jiang Mengyao had no reason to doubt their claims. Given Fan Jian's character, it was already commendable if he provided them with a morsel to eat or drink. Even under conditions of ample food, it would be impossible for them to enjoy a decent meal. Seeing this, Qin Yong decided not to pursue the matter further and signaled Jiang Mengyao to prepare some food and fresh water for the two women. Soon, Jiang Mengyao had roasted two large fish and brought over some fresh water. As the two fish emanated a tantalizing aroma and sizzled with hot oil, the women could hardly contain their gratitude. They seized the roasted fish and devoured them ravenously. Ladies, please take your time. There's more if you need it. Seeing them eat so messily, Jiang Mengyao was genuinely concerned they might choke, prompting her to urge them gently. All right. Thank you. The two individuals, long since consumed by hunger, could hardly register what was being said. They nodded in agreement, yet their pace of consumption showed no sign of abating. Only after they had devoured the roasted fish and drained every last drop of fresh water did they finally pause. Chapter 53. We still intend to stay soon after. They each retrieved a square package from their pockets. This is what we have to offer in exchange for food. I understand it is insufficient, but please do not disdain it. We truly possess no other valuable items. they implored, their faces flushed with embarrassment, fearful that Qin Yong might be dissatisfied. Due to the inadequate lighting, the designs and text on the packages were barely discernible, leaving Qin Yong unaware of their contents. Yet, that mattered little at this moment. Their gestures of gratitude had already brought him a sense of comfort. Initially, he had no intention of accepting anything from them, and now it seemed even more improbable. "Let it go this time. We are all in unfortunate circumstances," he declared, gesturing for them to reclaim their offerings. "No, no, no. Your provision of food has already been a tremendous help to us. This item, although not precious, may still be of use to Meng Yao," the two women replied, glancing at Qin Yong and then at Jiang Meng Yao. Their words piqued Qin Yong's curiosity, not about their knowledge of Jiang Meng Yao's name, which was understandable given her prior presence in their group, but rather what it was that warranted special mention as something Meng Yao could utilize. Upon inspecting the two packages more closely, he suddenly realized that they contained sanitary pads, an unexpected revelation. These items were indeed indispensable for women, especially on a deserted island where, without prior preparation, those few days each month could become exceedingly awkward. Upon hearing that the items could be of use to her, Jiang Mengyao approached. For a girl, sanitary pads were familiar, and with just a glance at the packaging, she recognized its purpose. Instantly, her fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Witnessing Mengyao's bashful demeanor, the two women couldn't help but break into long-awaited smiles. Observing this scene, Qin Yong felt compelled to accept the offering on behalf of Jiang Mengyao. He felt a twinge of guilt over this matter, as he realized he had not considered the needs of Xia Bing and Jiang Mengyao during these past days. Indeed, many significant matters are recalled in the most unanticipated moments. Just like now, he inadvertently thought of Xia Bing, who had already departed. He still remembers having seen Xia Bing stealthily tearing strips from her tattered clothes. At that time, he had naively speculated about her intentions behind ripping the fabric. In retrospect, it must have been due to her monthly cycle. This thought stirred a pang of sorrow within him. Just then, the two of them, having satisfied their hunger, decided it was time to leave. Qin Yong was compelled to refocus his thoughts. "Thank you for today. We should head back. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if Fan Jian and the others discover us." The two expressed their heartfelt gratitude with a glance at Qin Yong and Jiang Mengyao. "Sisters, are you planning to return? If possible, I hope you'll come with us." Upon seeing them about to depart, Jiang Mengyao felt a twinge of reluctance to let them go. "Where are you headed?" Hearing Jiang Mengyao's words, the two seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope and inquired. "Of course, we will head into the woods. The supplies here have sustained many lives thus far." Jiang Mengyao, not grasping the implication of their words, replied straightforwardly. The two, who had just harbored a flicker of hope, were immediately disheartened. After exchanging glances, they spoke softly. We have decided to stay. After all, remaining by the seaside increases our chances of being rescued. We truly cannot endure any longer and wish to leave soon." Chapter 54. Early relocation. Qin Yong and Jiang Mengyao were quite understanding of their decision. Initially, they had considered persuading them, but realizing the uncertainty of what lay within the forest, they refrained. If they could not predict their own futures, what right did they have to decide for others? Thus, they felt it was better to respect the choices of others. "Since you have made your decision, we shall not press further. After all, we cannot guarantee that we will survive once we enter the forest." Qin Yong glanced at the two women, speaking with a resigned expression. "Regardless, we must express our gratitude to you. Otherwise, we might not have had a proper meal tonight. Indeed, Mengyao, it seems your escape from Fan Jian's control was the right choice. Now, even if we wanted to flee, we would find it impossible." The two were filled with blessings for Jiang Mengyao, grateful that she had encountered Qin Yong. As fellow women, they wished to spare this younger sister from enduring a fate akin to their own. "Sister Yun, Sister Fang Yu." Jiang Mengyao clearly sensed the underlying meaning in their words. "Mengyao, do not worry, we are fine." The woman named Fang hurriedly interrupted Jiang Mengyao's inquiry, clearly not wishing to elaborate further. Simultaneously, she nudged the woman named Yun, signaling her to remain silent. Though Qin Yong and Jiang Mengyao sensed something amiss in their behavior, they refrained from pressing for more details out of respect for their wishes. "Well, look, we have been out for quite a while. If we do not return soon, they will surely notice," Fang Jie remarked deliberately, casting another glance at Yun. "Oh yes, we must take our leave. Thank you once again." With that, the two stood up to depart. "Wait a moment," There's still some water left here. Take 2 bottles with you. But remember to hide them well, or else Fan Jian and the others will snatch them away, Qin Yong said, as he instructed Jiang Mingyao to fetch 2 bottles of distilled water for them. After expressing their gratitude once more, the 2 stealthily returned to their original campsite. Watching their departing figures, Jiang Mingyao felt a tumult of emotions within her. She pondered that had she not escaped and encountered Qin Yong, her fate might have been far worse than that of the 2 sisters. All right, no more dawdling. Let us tidy up our belongings. We shall depart tomorrow morning, Qin Yong stated after a moment of contemplation. Jiang Mingyao was taken aback by Qin Yong's sudden change of plans, as they had previously agreed to set off 2 days later to search for a new campsite. Thus, she found herself unprepared for such a swift departure. What do you mean we are leaving tomorrow morning? Wasn't it decided that we would leave the day after tomorrow? Jiang Mingyao asked, puzzled. Indeed, to be prudent, we should leave earlier. Given the current situation, they may not wait much longer, Qin Yong replied thoughtfully, glancing towards Fan Jian's campsite. Although Jiang Mingyao was unsure of Qin Yong's thoughts, her unwavering trust in him left her with no objections. Consequently, the 2 began to pack their meager belongings by the firelight. In truth, there was little to prepare. Their food and drinking water had been significantly depleted over time, leaving scant supplies. A simple tidying of the iron buckets, cooking pots, and a box of miscellaneous items sufficed. Chapter 55. Entering the woods after a brief rest. The dawn began to break softly. Under Qin Yong's guidance, the 2 ventured into the depths of the forest with their meager possessions. By the time Fan Jian and the others realized Qin Yong and Jiang Mingyao were missing, it was already afternoon. Driven nearly to madness by hunger, they stormed to Qin Yong's campsite, intent on forcibly seizing his food and water. However, upon arriving at the grass hut wielding sticks, they found the place utterly deserted. Fan Jian, enraged at finding neither people nor provisions, felt his teeth grind in frustration. Initially contemplating a destructive rampage to vent his anger, he hesitated upon seeing the stark contrast of Qin Yong's campsite, which was so much superior to their own. Ultimately, he begrudgingly claimed their campsite for himself. As for Qin Yong and Jiang Mingyao, they continued deeper into the woods, navigating through the dense underbrush. Brother Yong, where are we headed now? Jiang Mingyao, trailing behind, asked with a look of confusion. Ha ha ha, what's the matter? Regretting it now? Qin Yong teased as he noticed Jiang Mingyao's bewildered expression. Yonggu, you're insufferable. I am already yours, and yet you still say such things, Jiang Mingyao feigned annoyance. Although their acquaintance was relatively brief, their daily intimacy had fostered a profound understanding of each other's personalities. She was well aware that Qin Yong was merely jesting, prompting her to playfully express her mock indignation. Ha ha ha. Of course, I am well aware of what our Mingyao is like. I was merely making a jest to lighten the mood, Qin Yong hastily clarified, concerned that he might genuinely upset Jiang Mingyao. Do you remember the idyllic paradise I mentioned before? That is precisely where we are headed, he said, glancing back at her with a smile. Really? That sounds wonderful. I haven't had a proper bath in ages. Just look at me. I can hardly stand my own smell, Jiang Mingyao replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Though Qin Yong did not fully grasp the intricacies of a woman's sentiments, he recognized that a desire for cleanliness was a universal trait among women. Thus, he empathized with Jiang Mingyao's current feelings. To ease her worries, he reassured her, Mingyao, your Yonggu would never find you distasteful, so why concern yourself so? Besides, apart from your delightful fragrance, I am oblivious to any other odors. Yonggu, you are being inappropriate, Jiang Mingyao said, her face turning crimson as she lowered her gaze. By afternoon, they arrived at the mountaintop where Qin Yong had previously surveyed the entire island. To avoid wasting time, they took a brief respite before continuing their journey. It was not until dusk that they finally reached the water pool beneath the waterfall. As the refreshing mist enveloped them, the weary travelers felt a wave of tranquility wash over them. However, they could not fully relish this exquisite moment, for they needed to find a suitable place to spend the night before darkness fell. While Qin Yong scanned the surroundings, he spotted the cave nestled beneath the cliff. It seems we shall be spending the night in this cave, he mused aloud. In truth, he had noticed this cave during his last visit, but had refrained from entering due to safety concerns. Caves like this often harbored wild beasts, and any misstep could lead to a perilous encounter. Chapter 56. A night in the cave, yet Given the urgency of their situation, Qin Yong set aside his apprehensions. The sun was nearing its descent, and after a day of exertion, he lacked the energy to construct a new shelter. Therefore, this ready-made cave was the most suitable option for the two of them. Seizing the opportunity before nightfall fully enveloped them, they prepared to enter the cave. Qin Yong gathered some bamboo branches and leaves from the bamboo grove and fashioned several larger torches. After igniting them, he forcefully hurled the torches into various directions within the cave. Subsequently, the two swiftly sought refuge in a concealed spot. After a while, noticing that the cave remained still, they felt reassured enough to venture inside. "Brother Yong, does what you did serve a particular purpose?" Jiang Mingyao inquired, puzzled by Qin Yong's actions. "Well, not particularly. It's merely a rudimentary method," Qin Yong replied thoughtfully. "In a cave like this, where we cannot ascertain the presence of danger, it is prudent not to enter recklessly. Such caves often harbor snakes, insects, rodents, and even fierce beasts. Therefore, casting in some torches can serve two purposes. It helps to drive away any lurking animals and insects while also dispelling any noxious air within." With this explanation, Jiang Mingyao quickly grasped his reasoning. Indeed, during her time with Qin Yong, she had acquired a considerable amount of wilderness survival knowledge, much of which was entirely new to her. This only deepened her intrigue regarding Qin Yong's true identity. Upon entering the cave, Qin Yong cautiously inspected the area and, finding no immediate threats, kindled a fire. By the light of the flames, he realized the cave's expanse was even greater than he had previously imagined. Upon entering, there was a relatively flat area of several dozen square meters, and perhaps due to its proximity to the entrance and the good ventilation, this section was quite dry. Furthermore, near the right wall, there was a small platform raised about 50 centimeters above the ground, with some dry grass laid upon it. It could serve as a makeshift stone bed. Venturing further into the cave, they reached the bottom where sharp stalactites adorned the space. These stalactites were not only present on the ground, but also extended from the ceiling, dripping water droplets. Remarkably, despite the constant dripping, the cave floor remained dry, indicating that there were likely fissures or drainage channels to carry away any accumulated water. This cave was truly a magnificent haven, seemingly crafted by nature itself for their use. Not only was it spacious, but it also boasted a stone bed and fresh water. Even without venturing to the deep pool for water, they need not worry about a lack of fresh supplies. The two, increasingly delighted by their discovery, soon forgot their fatigue. After crafting two simple brooms from bamboo leaves, they began to tidy up the cave. However, when they reached a depression on the left side of the cave, they stumbled upon some burnt charcoal. Judging by its surface, it had clearly been there for some time, certainly not formed in just the past day or two. Moreover, Qin Yong astutely noted that among the ashes were remnants of uneaten fish bones. Chapter 57. Who has been here? Upon seeing these remnants, Qin Yong felt an even greater sense of curiosity. He hurried outside the cave to investigate. He discovered that on a small platform, just over 2 meters above the ground, there were indeed some traces of human activity. Although not very obvious, a careful examination revealed their presence. Qin Yong concluded that someone must have resided or lingered within this cave before they entered. With a series of questions swirling in his mind, he returned to the cave. Upon sharing his findings with Jiang Mingyao, she immediately became anxious. Glancing around, her face filled with terror, she exclaimed, "Brother Yong, could it be that there are still people here? Perhaps wild men?" Jiang Mingyao's speculation was not without merit. After all, in such a vast island, the existence of others was entirely plausible. They could either be fellow survivors or the indigenous inhabitants of this desolate isle. However, given the current circumstances, it was impossible to ascertain the truth. Perhaps, in Qin Yong's eyes, there existed a third possibility. Yet, lacking clear evidence, he refrained from elaborating further. After offering some words of comfort to Jiang Mingyao, he took up his axe and ventured into the bamboo grove to cut down some bamboo poles. His intention was to hastily construct some defensive structures before darkness fully enveloped the sky. Otherwise, it would be unsettling to sleep in the cave at night. After an arduous period of chopping and hammering, Qin Yong managed to complete a bamboo ladder, a bamboo door, and several bamboo barriers just before the last glimmer of light faded from the horizon. The bamboo door was, of course, intended to block the cave's entrance. The ladder would facilitate access to and from the cave. Each time they ascended via the ladder, pulling it up afterward would effectively create a natural barrier. The bamboo barriers were specifically designed to deter large animals, serving to prevent them from approaching the cave. With these defensive constructions in place, both of their spirits were somewhat eased. Thanks to their efforts, the cave had begun to take on a semblance of a proper dwelling. However, both of them were now drenched in sweat, feeling quite uncomfortable. Consequently, they lit torches and made their way to the pond, preparing to thoroughly cleanse themselves of the grime accumulated over the past days. Splash! Before Jiang Mingyao could react, Qin Yong, unable to contain his excitement, leaped into the water. Initially, he expected Jiang Mingyao to follow suit, but after swimming a lap, he noticed she had yet to join him. Looking back to shore, he saw her standing there, clutching her clothes in a daze. Qin Yong was speechless. He waved at her repeatedly, urging, "Come on down. The water feels wonderful. Brother Yong, I can't swim." Seeing Jiang Mingyao's pitiful expression, he finally understood why she was hesitant to enter the water. "Ah, Gome, Brother Yong will teach you." Having spoken, he grasped Jiang Mingyao's delicate hand and tugged with force. Instantly, she was drawn into his embrace, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Although they had long since shared the intimacy of a married couple, such closeness in the water was a novel experience for them. Consequently, this sudden turn of events left Jiang Mingyao feeling somewhat unaccustomed. However, given that they slept together every night, it was not long before she fully relaxed. In the midst of their playful splashing and frolicking, they remained in the water for a considerable half-hour. Only when Jiang Mingyao began to feel a chill did they reluctantly return to the cave. Lacking spare garments to change into, they found themselves bare, roasting dried fish and their clothes in the cave. Initially, Jiang Mingyao felt a twinge of embarrassment, but after a while, she became more at ease. Nevertheless, the scene was somewhat eye-watering. Had an unsuspecting passerby stumbled upon them, they might have mistaken the duo for primitive beings. Before long, the fish was cooked, and their clothes had dried. Once dressed, they began to eat while discussing their situation. "Brother Yong, I just considered something. Do you think the fire pit nearby might have been left by Sister Bingbing?" Jiang Mingyao inquired, her brow furrowed in thought. In truth, even without her suggestion, Qin Yong had pondered this possibility, as he had previously described the cave's location to the two of them. Thus, with Jiang Mingyao broaching the subject again, the feeling in his heart intensified. "Indeed, I believe that is plausible. Do you remember? I previously mentioned the approximate location of this cave. If Bingbing follow my trail, finding this place would not have been difficult." Qin Yong recollected. "Exactly. Moreover, look at the remnants in the fire pit. There are leftover fish bones. Logically, the most common food sources in these woods would be land animals, not fish from the water, unless they were brought from the seaside," Jiang Mingyao articulated with clarity. After taking another bite of fish, she continued, "Furthermore, you mentioned that when Sister Bingbing left, she took some preserved fish as provisions. Now it appears that, whether by chance or necessity, these clues align perfectly." Upon hearing Jiang Mingyao's analysis, the situation became increasingly clear. Qin Yong's gaze upon her transformed, filled with astonishment. Typically, when the two women were together, it was Xia Bing who spoke the most, while Jiang Mingyao tended to be more reserved. Thus, Qin Yong had seldom witnessed her analytical prowess. Now, observing it firsthand left him somewhat astounded. Although the clues were scant, all signs indicated a high likelihood that Xia Bing had indeed lingered in this cave. Yet the pressing question remained, where had she gone now? Fearing that we might discover him, did he leave preemptively, or was he compelled to depart due to some other peril? Contemplating this, Qin Yong's expression grew melancholic. The meticulous Jiang Mingyao, attuned to his thoughts, could easily discern his unease. "Brother Yong, do not fret excessively. Sister Bingbing will surely be fine. She wields a weapon and possesses remarkable archery skills. Even if danger arises, she should be able to manage." After speaking, Jiang Mingyao handed Qin Yong a grilled fish. While her reassurances held some truth, Qin Yong knew deep down that she was merely comforting herself. The dangers lurking within the forest were formidable. Setting aside the wild boar he had previously encountered, the howling packs of wolves that roamed each night were enough to threaten her life. Qin Yong dared not delve further into such thoughts, for he sensed that the more he pondered, the heavier his heart would become. Chapter 59. Discovering clues with a heavy heart. The two retired early for the night. Perhaps due to their exhaustion, it wasn't long before their rhythmic breathing filled the air. The following day, after reinforcing the fence at the cliff's base, Qin Yong intended to venture into the deep pool to catch some fish and shrimp to replenish their food supply. However, this time, he resolved not to use a sharp wooden stick. Now that bamboo was readily available, it was only fitting to craft a more professional fishing tool from it. He chopped down a bamboo stalk, fashioned one end into a series of sharp points, and wedged a hard object in the middle to spread the points outward. After fortifying it, he successfully created a makeshift spear. Subsequently, Qin Yong submerged himself in the water to fish, while Jiang Mengyao busied herself with a sharp stick, foraging for bamboo shoots in the grove. Perhaps due to the rarity of human presence in this area, the fish in the deep pool were relatively easy to catch. Before long, Qin Yong emerged from the water, triumphantly tossing several large fish speared by his homemade tool. Meanwhile, Jiang Mengyao had also gathered a substantial amount of fresh bamboo shoots, just as they were reveling in their bountiful harvest. An urgent shout from Jiang Mengyao pierced through the tranquility of the bamboo grove. Brother Yong, come quickly. Though Qin Yong was unaware of the cause for her alarm, he swiftly sprang from the water and rushed to her side. Yao, what is it? Are you all right? He panted, still catching his breath. I'm Fine. Brother Yong, you must see this. There appear to be bloodstains here, Jiang Mengyao exclaimed, pointing in astonishment at the nearby thicket. Following her gaze, Qin Yong indeed spotted some reddish-brown substance smeared on the green grass blades. Though it had long since dried, it was evident that this was likely blood. However, Qin Yong was still uncertain whether it belonged to a human or an animal. Observing the surrounding environment, he noted that the scattered leaves on the ground were arranged peculiarly, as if a struggle had taken place in this very spot. Moreover, Qin Yong discovered that the bloodstains were not confined to a single patch of grass. Rather, they were scattered throughout the weeds along the direction of the ravine. This revelation sent a wave of unease through him. He recalled the conversation he had with Jiang Mengyao the previous night, and the more he pondered, the more his thoughts veered into troubling territory. If these bloodstains indeed belonged to Xia Bing, it was clear that she must have encountered some grave peril. But where could she be now? Had she managed to escape, or had something worse befallen her? Qin Yong dared not dwell further on such grim possibilities. He felt an urgent need to investigate, although the color of the blood indicated that this incident must have happened several days prior. He was unwilling to overlook even the faintest glimmer of hope. After a brief contemplation, he turned to Jiang Mengyao. Mengyao, forget about the bamboo shoots for now. Quickly return to the cave. I must follow the trail of blood. His tone left no room for dissent. Do you suspect this is left by Sister Bing? Jiang Mengyao asked, albeit already suspecting the answer. Indeed, given the current signs, it is highly likely that these are traces left by Bing Bing. If it is truly her, then she has certainly found herself in a dangerous situation. After speaking, Qin Yong crouched down once more to examine the bloodstains in the grass. Then I shall accompany you. If any issues arise, we can look out for one another, Jiang Mengyao said, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Qin Yong. No, you cannot come with me. I cannot yet ascertain whether these bloodstains are indeed hers. Even if they are, it signifies that she has encountered some form of danger. Furthermore, the evidence suggests a high probability of her being attacked by a large animal. Should you accompany me and face peril, I may not be able to protect you. It is safer for you to remain in the cave. Qin Yong gently but firmly declined her request, unwilling to allow Jiang Mengyao to take such risks. But, Nobuts, this is a critical time. You must obey. Jiang Mengyao seemed poised to argue further, but her words were cut short by Qin Yong's interruption. All right, just be careful, she replied, seeing the unwavering determination in Qin Yong's eyes. She then refrained from saying more. Go back to the cave immediately and dismantle the bamboo ladder. Remember, you must not step outside the cave until I return. After giving Jiang Mengyao these instructions, Qin Yong followed the scattered bloodstains, his heart pounding with trepidation. However, the sights he encountered along the way only intensified his fear. Not only were there numerous flattened patches of grass and branches, but even trees the size of water buckets had been stripped to their bark. This was strong evidence that Qin Yong's earlier suspicions were likely correct. Gazing at the chaos before him, he felt a genuine dread that he might suddenly find Xia Bing lying in a pool of blood within the forest. At that moment, a bamboo arrow scattered on the ground caught Qin Yong's attention. Initially harboring a flicker of hope, Qin Yong suddenly found himself engulfed in anxiety. His gaze fell upon the arrowhead of a bamboo arrow, which bore a distinctive barb, an ingenious design crafted by him and Xia Bing to prevent the arrows from easily dislodging. At that moment, Qin Yong could ascertain with certainty that the bleeding, injured individual was none other than Xia Bing, the very person he had been desperately searching for. For aside from himself and Jiang Mingyao, the only other individual on this desolate island employing such bamboo arrows was Xia Bing. Contemplating this revelation, Qin Yong nearly collapsed onto the ground. He steadied himself against a nearby tree trunk, inhaling deeply several times before regaining his composure. Without a moment's respite, he resumed his frantic search through the forest. However, apart from sporadic bloodstains, there was no sign of Xia Bing to be found. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Qin Yong followed the trail of blood until he reached the edge of a cliff, where the traces of blood abruptly ceased. He circled the precipice several times, yet still found no indication of her presence. Peering over the edge, he saw nothing but the jagged rocks at the base of the cliff, mercilessly battered by the relentless waves. Of course, nothing could be seen. From such a great height, amidst the tumultuous surf below, how could a fallen person leave any trace? With a bitter smile, Qin Yong muttered to himself. Overcome by desolation, he sank down onto the cliff's edge, picking up shards of stone and hurling them into the sea with fervor. Yet, no matter how forcefully he threw, a sense of suffocating despair lingered within him. Just as he contemplated another outburst, his hand brushed against a straight wooden stick. A wave of memories surged forth, vividly recalling that it was a weapon he had fashioned for her protection, adorned with intricate anti-slip carvings made by his own hand. Chapter 61. One wave subsided. Another rose. Qin Yong could no longer suppress his emotions. He turned toward the vast, unending ocean before him and screamed with wild abandon. Why did you leave? Why did you leave? Why? He continued until his voice became hoarse, eventually falling silent. Uncertain of how long he had sat there, his chaotic thoughts gradually began to settle. He glanced at the pointed stick he held, suddenly reminded of an old saying, "A person who dies away from home, without a grave, becomes a wandering spirit." No, she must not be left without a home. She must not become a wandering soul. Absolutely not. With this thought igniting a spark of determination within him, the despondent Qin Yong sprang into action, zealously scavenging nearby stones. Regardless of the blood that flowed from his hands as they were scraped and torn, he continued until he had constructed a substantial conical pile of stones at the cliff's edge. Finally, he paused, rummaging through his clothing only to find no item belonging to Xia Bing. In desperation, he placed the pointed wooden stick which Xia Bing had once used atop the stone mound. "Bing Bing, where are you? I simply cannot find you. This stick, once utilized by you, is now all I can use to construct this makeshift grave for you." Before the mound of earth, Qin Yong incessantly expressed his thoughts, as if he were determined to articulate all the unsaid words accumulated over these past days in one breath. Only after completing this task did he return along the path like a soulless wanderer. Perhaps the heavens, in their mercy, chose to spare him further anguish. On his journey back, he encountered no dangers. However, upon nearing the bamboo grove adjacent to the cave, an unsettling feeling began to creep over him. For when he departed that morning, the bamboo shoots, painstakingly unearthed by Jiang Mingyao, were neatly stacked together. Now, they lay scattered and disarrayed across the ground. Most of the bamboo shoots appeared to have been gnawed and chewed, creating a scene of utter chaos. Instantly alert, Qin Yong unsheathed his fire axe, meticulously scanning his surroundings. Upon discovering nothing amiss, he cautiously approached the cave, bending low with each step. Yet, as he drew nearer, a gnawing uncertainty gripped his heart. At the foot of the cave, he beheld a similar disarray. Not only was the bamboo ladder nearly in shambles, but even the defensive bamboo barricades lay in a fragmented state, as if they had been ruthlessly ravaged by some creature. Faced with this sight, Qin Yong felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Just as one wave subsides, another rises. At that moment, he could scarcely ponder the complexities of life. Regardless of the confusion swirling in his mind, he needed to grasp the situation at hand. Approaching the bamboo barricade, he scrutinized it closely, discerning that the barricades had been forcefully breached by some entity. Furthermore, there were scattered hoof prints on the ground. As to the identity of the creature that left these prints, he could not ascertain, nor did he have the inclination to investigate further. What he knew was that his primary concern was confirming Jiang Mingyao's safety. With the other woman he shared his life with, Xia Bing, already in peril. He could not bear to witness any harm befall Jiang Mengyao. If anything were to happen to her, Qin Yong would be condemned as a villain throughout eternity. Chapter 62. Jiang Mengyao is missing after surveying the state of the defensive structures on the ground. He lifted his gaze toward the cave entrance. At this moment, the only flicker of hope for Qin Yong lay within the confines of this cave. Geographically speaking, unless faced with a creature adept at leaping and climbing, ascending this 2-meter-high platform would prove quite challenging. Moreover, before his departure, he had repeatedly instructed her to remain hidden within the cave and not to venture out. If Jiang Mengyao had adhered to his advice, her safety would likely be assured. The most significant destruction appeared to be in the environment surrounding the cave. Judging by the bamboo door positioned at the entrance, the circumstances inside the cave should still be relatively intact, as the door remained wholly undamaged and in place. As long as he confirmed that Jiang Mengyao was still obediently hiding in the cave, there should be no significant issues. With this thought in mind, Qin Yong decided to ascertain whether Jiang Mengyao remained inside the cave. However, fearing that he might attract the attention of nearby large animals, he refrained from calling out loudly. Instead, he picked up a piece of rubble from the ground and tossed it into the cave entrance. With a thud, the stone landed, but silence followed. This unnerved Qin Yong, filling him with trepidation. Judging by this reaction, it seemed the cave might be empty. Nonetheless, driven by curiosity, he resolved to enter the cave himself. After stepping back a couple of paces, he took a running leap, using a crevice in the rocks to propel himself onto the small platform at the cave's mouth. However, to be cautious, he did not rush in blindly. Instead, he observed the entrance for a while. Noticing nothing unusual, he cautiously ventured inside. Once within, he softly called out Jiang Mengyao's name, yet the vast cave echoed with silence, offering no hint of her presence. At that moment, panic seized Qin Yong. An ominous premonition began to swell within him. He dashed out of the cave, disregarding the potential risk of attracting wild beasts, and shouted Jiang Mengyao's name at the top of his lungs. Yet, apart from the echoes reverberating through the valley, there was no substantial response. He felt akin to a headless fly, racing back to the bamboo grove where Jiang Mengyao had been digging for bamboo shoots. Suppressing his growing anxiety and fear, he forced himself to scrutinize every corner of the grove. If she was not there, he would search another patch of forest. No, still nothing. Apart from the remnants of bamboo shoots scattered across the ground and the bamboo twisted and uprooted by some creature, Qin Yong found no clues he sought. Even the bloodstains he dreaded to see were absent. The sense of helpless frustration weighed heavily upon him, nearly suffocating him. Within a single day, he had suffered 2 significant blows, and he still had no clarity about who his adversary was. He had never felt so powerless, not even during past missions when faced with obstacles. In a near state of frenzy, Qin Yong lashed out at everything within reach. Finally, after expending his last ounce of strength, he came to a halt. Struggling to lift himself from the ground, he stumbled toward the pond. There, he spotted the large fish he had caught from the deep pool that morning, discarded on the ground. A sharp pang pierced his heart. He vividly recalled how Xia Bing and Jiang Mengyao had chatted about their culinary preferences, expressing a fondness for freshwater fish over sea fish. Claiming the sweetness of freshwater fish was unparalleled. Yet now, while the freshwater fish lay before him, Xia Bing and Jiang Mengyao were nowhere to be found. Chapter 63. Where does the crying come from? Qin Yong crouched down and took a few hasty sips of water. Once he regained his composure, a sense of confusion washed over him. He was at a loss as to what to do next, feeling as though all his hopes had been utterly shattered. The thought of plunging into the water crossed his mind, yet reason prevailed, urging him to refrain from such an act. Just as he stood there, adrift in uncertainty, he suddenly discerned the faint sound of a woman weeping nearby. He paused, glancing around, only to find the sound had seemingly vanished. However, after a brief interval, the sobs resumed, intermittent yet distinct. Qin Yong leaned in to listen more closely. Indeed, the sound was unmistakably that of crying, emanating as if from the depths of the water. Taking a couple of steps back, he acknowledged that, although he had never believed in ghosts, the direction from which the sound came was beyond his comprehension. As he pondered this perplexity, the weeping grew more pronounced. Whether due to his upright posture or a clearer state of mind, Qin Yong sensed that the source of the sound had shifted. His gaze fell upon the waterfall, and he became certain that the cries originated from behind it. a sound he found eerily familiar. With a renewed flicker of hope igniting within him, he hastily scanned the surroundings and noticed that to the left of the pool, a jumble of stones led towards the waterfall. Without further contemplation, he dashed towards it. Upon nearing the waterfall, he was astonished to discover a considerable space concealed behind the cascading water. The persistent downpour had long obscured this secret, and despite having visited the pond numerous times, he had never unearthed the mystery hidden behind the waterfall. As he stepped inside, the sound of weeping became even more palpable. Following the direction of the cries, he spotted a familiar figure trembling in the gap between two stones. In that moment, the shadows of despair that had lingered in his heart vanished entirely. Indeed, the silhouette before him was none other than Jiang Mengyao, the very person he had been searching for. The reasons for her presence they were inconsequential at this point. He rushed forward, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. "Ah!" Before Qin Yong could utter a word, Jiang Mengyao shrieked in fright. "Mengyao! Mengyao! Do not be afraid, it is I, Qin Yong." Seeing her in such a state of terror prompted him to raise his voice and clarify his identity. Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Mengyao froze as if jolted by electricity. Slowly, she turned her head, and upon recognizing Qin Yong standing behind her, she burst into tears once more. It was clear she had endured a significant fright. There, it is all right. Everything is fine." Qin Yong enveloped her in a tight embrace, softly soothing her. After a moment, they emerged together from the edge of the waterfall. By this time, Jiang Mengyao was completely drenched. Once back in the cave, Qin Yong helped her remove her wet clothing and wrapped her in a blanket he had procured. Under Qin Yong's tender care, Jiang Mengyao's emotions gradually began to stabilize. The pallor that once graced her face had gradually taken on a healthier hue. Observing Jiang Mengyao's slow recovery, Qin Yong felt his previously anxious heart finally at ease. In comparison to the earlier fright, this was now the most favorable outcome. Chapter 64. The Attack. 1. As Jiang Mengyao began to regain her composure, Qin Yong felt compelled to inquire about the events of the day. "Yao, are you feeling better now?" "Yes, I'm fine. It's just that today was truly terrifying," Jiang Mengyao replied, her voice still tinged with trepidation. A clear reflection of her lingering fear. "There's no need to be afraid. It's all in the past now. Please, tell me what happened today. Why did you hide behind the waterfall?" Though Qin Yong was reluctant to prompt Jiang Mengyao to revisit her fears, he felt it necessary to understand the situation. "Initially, I followed your instructions and returned to the cave," she began. "Then why did you come back down? Did I not ask you to stay put, regardless of what transpired?" As Qin Yong spoke, his emotions began to intensify, but upon seeing Jiang Mengyao's pitiful expression, he could not bear to continue his reproach. Jiang Mengyao intended to explain, but as she opened her mouth, words eluded her. "All right, please continue." Qin Yong sighed, gesturing for her to proceed. "After I returned to the cave, I suddenly remembered the bamboo shoots in the bamboo grove and the fish by the water's edge were still outside. I feared that other animals might take them away, so I came back down. Little did I know, while I was gathering the bamboo shoots." As Jiang Mengyao gradually recounted the incident that transpired before the cave, the truth finally emerged. It turned out that just as she finished arranging the bamboo shoots and intended to carry them back to the cave, she heard rustling sounds from the bamboo forest behind her. Turning her head, she was met with the sight of a massive wild boar, eagerly rooting through the bamboo shoots before her. What terrified Jiang Mengyao was not only the boar's immense size, but also its jet-black coat. The bristles on its neck were coarse and stiff, jutting out like steel wires. Its two tusks were long and curved, resembling the shape of the Chinese character for 8. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhu Beiji from Journey to the West in his true form. Having never encountered such a spectacle, Jiang Mengyao turned and fled in haste. Yet, her sudden movement startled the wild boar, which immediately began to chase her. Although Jiang Mengyao seemed fragile, in the face of danger, she ran with all her might. She finally reached the cave and climbed the bamboo ladder as quickly as possible, believing that once she was inside, the boar would be unable to reach her. However, before she could ascend, the boar charged forward, knocking the ladder aside and sending Jiang Mengyao sprawling to the ground. Ignoring the pain coursing through her body, she scrambled to her feet and fled toward the pond in a state of panic. Certainly, she ran in that direction not because she believed there was anything to shield her, but rather to distance herself as much as possible from the wild boar. However, the boar, trapped within the bamboo fences, would not let her escape easily. In a frenzy, it smashed through the bamboo barriers and charged after Jiang Mingyao. Already paralyzed with fear, she had no time to react. Upon spotting the large pond before her, she leapt in without a second thought. Chapter 65. The attack too, yet she was unable to swim. Thus, she dared not venture into the center of the pond, instead clinging firmly to the water plants at the edge, hiding her head among the foliage. When the boar arrived and discovered its prey was missing, it wreaked havoc along the shore. The sight of the destruction made Jiang Mingyao increasingly terrified, prompting her to gradually move towards the waterfall. At last, seizing the opportunity when the boar was distracted, she crawled behind the waterfall to conceal herself. After a rampage, the boar wandered back towards the bamboo forest. Unsure if the boar had truly departed, Jiang Mingyao remained hidden behind the waterfall, too frightened to emerge. In her heart, she thought that once Qin Yong returned, she would be rescued. However, as time passed without any sign of him, fear overwhelmed her, and she began to weep. Upon hearing Jiang Mingyao's account, Qin Yong felt an unsettling turmoil within him. "Foolish girl, did you not hear me searching for you all that time?" he said, gazing at her with tender concern. I was too terrified. All I could envision was the terrifying visage of that boar. And behind the waterfall, the sound of the water was so loud that I couldn't hear anything else. Jiang Mingyao's voice became increasingly aggrieved, and the sob she had just quelled resurfaced. Qin Yong recollected the moment. Indeed, the waterfall was like a colossal curtain, completely isolating the outside world from view and sound. He remembered that upon entering, it felt as though he had stepped into an alternate realm. Aside from the cacophony of cascading water, he could discern no external sounds. Had it not been for his cultivated keen sense of perception, he might not have caught the faint sounds of her sobbing. "It's all over now. With me here, I will not allow that wild boar to harm you," Qin Yong asserted, attempting to exude a brave demeanor, though internally he felt somewhat apprehensive. According to Jiang Mingyao's description, the boar weighed no less than 500 pounds and was a pure wild species. The destruction it had caused to the bamboo ladder and fences illustrated its terrifying strength. Confronting such a wild beast, not only was victory uncertain, but even the prospect of a safe escape was questionable. Nevertheless, as a man, one must uphold their dignity. Especially in front of their beloved, there was no room for retreat. Thus, apart from feigning calmness, Qin Yong found himself with no other choice. "By the way, did you mention that the wild boar had a bamboo arrow lodged in one of its eyes?" It was as if Qin Yong had suddenly recalled something of great significance, and he quickly inquired. "Indeed, this wild boar appears particularly irritable. Any slight disturbance causes it to charge wildly." Jiang Mingyao, reflecting on this, felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Given this, it was evident that the boar must have lost sight in one eye, which rendered its aggression understandable. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder if that bamboo arrow was left by Xiaobing. Qin Yong fell silent, lost in contemplation, observing his peculiar demeanor. Jiang Mingyao couldn't help but feel curious. "Brother Yong." But Qin Yong seemed oblivious, offering no response. Chapter 66. "I am sorry, Sister Bingbing, Brother Yong." "Brother Yong, what is wrong?" Seeing Qin Yong unresponsive, Jiang Mingyao raised her voice to inquire once more. It was only after being lightly tapped by Jiang Mingyao that Qin Yong snapped back to reality. "Brother Yong, what is the matter? Why are you so distracted?" Jiang Mingyao's concern deepened at his reaction. "Oh, I'm fine. I was merely lost in thought," Qin Yong replied nonchalantly, gently pinching Jiang Mingyao's cheek. "Has something happened?" The more Qin Yong tried to brush it off, the more suspicious Jiang Mingyao became, unwilling to relent. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Qin Yong stammered, I found Xiaobing." A hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. "Really? Where is she? Why didn't you bring her back?" Jiang Mingyao, oblivious to the change in Qin Yong's demeanor, asked with palpable excitement. "I couldn't bring her back. She may have fallen over the cliff," Qin Yong said, turning his face away to hide the tears welling in his eyes. "May have. What happened? You must tell me." Jiang Mingyao, already burdened with guilt over Xiaobing, felt her emotions surge at Qin Yong's reaction. Thereafter, Qin Yong recounted in detail his pursuit of Xiaobing, including his findings at the cliff's edge. Instantly, Jiang Mingyao fell silent. In her heart, she had always harbored the hope of bringing Xiaobing back, believing that her departure was a consequence of her own actions. She had prayed countless times for Xia Bing's safety. Yet now, not only had she not returned, but there was also no trace of her remains. Was heaven punishing her selfishness by denying her even a chance to atone? Jiang Mingyao could no longer contain her sorrow. Tears streaming down her face once more. She struggled to articulate her feelings, only aware of the heavy ache in her heart. Yao Yao, please don't be this way. This is all my fault. I failed to protect her. Qin Yong gently reassured Jiang Mingyao. No, it's not. This is my fault. I drove her away. She sobbed. Jiang Mingyao spoke with an almost hysterical tone, expressing her profound sorrow. Throughout this time, she had been consumed by guilt. And if fate could grant Xiaobing a chance to relive her life, she would willingly trade her own existence for that opportunity. Yao Yao. Although Qin Yong's heart was also bleeding at that moment, he could not bear to see Jiang Mingyao in distress. Brother Yong, you need not persuade me any further. I am fully aware of what I have done. Just allow me this moment to weep. It is the only way I can find solace. As Qin Yong attempted to offer comfort, he was interrupted by Jiang Mingyao. With a sense of resignation, he acquiesced to her wishes. After a bout of tears, Jiang Mingyao gradually composed herself. She glanced at the concerned Qin Yong and managed to force out a faint smile. Brother Yong, I am fine. Perhaps you could find a moment to take me to the edge of that cliff. I wish to pay my respects to Sister Bingbing. Jiang Mingyao feigned a light-hearted demeanor as she looked at Qin Yong again. Having shared a bed for so long, Qin Yong was well aware of her thoughts and promptly agreed. Since Jiang Mingyao had such a desire, he decided to fulfill her wish. He understood the weight of guilt she had been carrying and thought it best to bring closure to this matter. All right, we will go in due time, Qin Yong said, playfully tapping her nose. Why must we wait? Jiang Mingyao questioned, puzzled. Because I have something to attend to in the meantime, Qin Yong replied, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. What do you intend to do? Jiang Mingyao inquired, even more bewildered. I plan to take the head of that wild boar as an offering. Qin Yong's expression turned more menacing. Very well, count me in. While I may not be able to assist with the physical labor, I can certainly handle the logistical support. The once frightened Jiang Mingyao now exuded a newfound resolve, as if she no longer feared the dark beast. After gathering their supplies, Qin Yong returned with edible bamboo shoots and fish from the pond. As they had much preparation ahead, and he did not wish to waste time over food issues, since it was already late, the two hastily prepared a simple meal before retiring for the night. However, being human and not mere plants, the pain they had endured made sleep elusive. As the hours passed, dawn broke on the following day. Unable to sleep, Qin Yong took up his axe and went to work in the bamboo grove. Despite her own restless night, Jiang Mingyao's hatred invigorated her, rendering her fatigue inconsequential. They divided their tasks. One chopped bamboo, while the other continued to gather bamboo shoots. Given the necessity for pointed bamboo poles and numerous shoots, they remained vigilant for the possibility of a sudden boar attack. It took them half the day to collect a sufficient supply of bamboo poles and shoots. After a brief snack, they transported ample large stones to the cave entrance, then strategically placed bamboo shoots along the path from the bamboo grove to the cave at intervals of 1 or 2 meters. Particularly at the base of the cave where the bamboo fence was originally placed, an abundance of bamboo shoots has been arranged. Now all is in readiness. Awaiting the auspicious wind, observing the fruits of a day's labor, Qin Yong nodded in satisfaction. Brother Yong, what purpose do these preparations serve? Although Jiang Mingyao had toiled diligently throughout the day, she still lacked a clear understanding of the significance behind Qin Yong's elaborate plans. Yao Yao, you must understand that animals with aggressive tendencies often harbor a deep-seated desire for revenge. It has previously been attacked here, and thus it surely bears a grudge against the people and events in this vicinity. Its recent behavior sufficiently attests to this. Moreover, given the ample water and food sources available, it is unlikely to abandon this territory, Qin Yong explained patiently. Noticing Jiang Mingyao's continued confusion, he elaborated further. We have nearly harvested all the bamboo shoots from both sides of the grove. In the absence of food, when it discovers the bamboo shoots we have prepared, it will inevitably come seeking them. We merely need to wait in ambush. After finishing, Qin Yong turned his gaze back to Jiang Mingyao. So, these are weapons intended for dealing with the wild boar? Jiang Mingyao seemed to grasp the concept better now. Precisely. Our cave is situated about 2 meters above ground, and the entrance features a small platform, which serves as a natural fortress. We need not descend. We can attack the wild boar from the platform using sharp bamboo poles and stones. Given our limited weaponry, confronting the boar directly is unfeasible. We must resort to this relatively safer method. At this point, Jiang Mengyao fully comprehended the strategy and nodded unconsciously in agreement. However, to their surprise, the wild boar did not reappear for 2 consecutive days. This unexpected absence left both of them in a state of unease, akin to a lovesick maiden longing for her suitor, simultaneously yearning for its return, yet fearing its unpredictability. At last, on the 3rd day, while the two were anxiously awaiting, they faintly heard some commotion outside the cave. Upon investigation, they indeed spotted the blind wild boar, savoring the bamboo shoots just beneath the cave entrance. As the saying goes, opportunity must not be squandered. It must be seized while it lasts. Qin Yong nocked an arrow, intending to blind the wild boar's remaining eye, which would simplify matters considerably. However, due to the boar's movements, the bamboo arrow deviated slightly, striking it between the eyes. To Qin Yong's chagrin, the thick hide of the boar proved impervious to the arrow, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Moreover, it seemed to enrage the creature, which furiously clawed at the cliff face as if intent on devouring both Qin Yong and Jiang Mengyao. In light of the threatening situation, the two cast aside their fear, seizing the sharp bamboo poles and stones they had prepared, and launched an attack against the wild boar. Indeed, bolstered by the advantageous terrain, the boar soon bore numerous wounds. Yet, no matter how ferociously it charged, it could not ascend the 2-meter-high cave entrance. Ultimately, the wild boar, realizing it could not prevail, snorted in frustration and retreated into the forest. Qin Yong initially intended to seize the opportunity presented by the boar's injuries to pursue and eliminate it. However, before he could set down the bamboo ladder, he was halted by Jiang Mengyao. "Yongge, don't take risks." A glance at Jiang Mengyao's worried expression compelled Qin Yong to pause. Indeed, it was unwise to act recklessly. Although the wild boar was battered and bruised, its fighting spirit remained undiminished. Should he chase after it, the outcome could prove perilous. Once Qin Yong regained his composure, he felt immense gratitude for Jiang Mengyao's timely intervention. Yet, as he watched the boar retreat, an intense sense of reluctance welled within him, perhaps due to the tension they had just experienced. Both felt an overwhelming fatigue once they settled down, reluctant to move again. It was only when Qin Yong began to worry that the boar might return with vengeance that he forced himself to relocate the stones and bamboo rods back to the cave entrance. "Yongge, do you think it will dare to come back?" Jiang Mengyao asked anxiously, her gaze fixed in the direction the boar had departed. In truth, she had already formed an answer in her mind. She merely sought a different response from Qin Yong. "It will undoubtedly return, though perhaps it will remain dormant for a while," he replied candidly, oblivious to Jiang Mengyao's underlying thoughts. As soon as his words fell, Jiang Mengyao's melancholy expression deepened. "It will be fine. We just need to prepare a bit more." At this moment, Qin Yong seemed to notice the change in her demeanor and added a reassuring remark. Chapter 69. Changing strategies after a night of rest, Qin Yong surmised that the wild boar would not return in the immediate future. Thus, he resolved to alter his strategy for hunting it. He crafted a wooden pickaxe and a wooden shovel, then commenced digging vigorously at the edge of the bamboo grove, while Jiang Mengyao took on the role of lookout, remaining vigilant in the vicinity. Although they speculated that the boar would not return soon, it was merely conjecture, and caution was paramount. They could not afford the blunder of being ambushed by the returning beast. Initially, Qin Yong intended to excavate a site in front of the cave. However, the rocky ground proved insurmountable, forcing him to relocate to the bamboo grove's periphery. This position was a natural thoroughfare between the bamboo forest and the cave, rendering it a strategically sound choice. After 2 days of arduous digging, Qin Yong successfully excavated a pit approximately 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters deep. Given the rudimentary tools at their disposal, this pace was commendable. Nevertheless, the labor left Qin Yong with aching muscles, nearly causing him to walk with a stoop. Once the deep pit was completed, Qin Yong sharpened and inserted bamboo spikes at the bottom, then covered the entrance with a layer of bamboo leaves and underbrush. Finally, he adorned the trap's surface with fresh bamboo shoots, marking the completion of his trap's construction. Subsequently, both Qin Yong and Jiang Mengyao maintained an outward appearance of nonchalance, yet they remained acutely aware of any movements in the bamboo grove. However, for over a week, the wild boar seemed to have vanished into thin air, failing to reappear. Even so, Qin Yong couldn't shake the notion that the wild boar might have succumbed to its injuries after returning home, perishing unexpectedly. Given the boar's vengeful nature, it would never relent without cause. However, truth remains truth. With the absence of the wild boar, both individuals gradually lowered their guard. Although they had not successfully hunted the boar, they had at least given it a thorough thrashing. Despite lingering feelings of discontent, it was a small measure of satisfaction. On this particular day, they gathered fresh bamboo shoots to replace the somewhat withered ones in their trap. This marked the second time they had done so in over a week. Even without much hope, they were reluctant to abandon the traps they had painstakingly set up over the past 2 days. Once everything was in order, they made their way to the deep pool, intending to catch some fish to supplement their food supply. Yet, perhaps due to the numerous disturbances, the fish in the pool proved elusive, and with only a bamboo spear at their disposal, they struggled to catch any. After much effort, they managed to spear only 2 or 3 fish, barely enough to meet their needs for the day. Yao Yao, it seems that catching fish won't be so easy from now on, Qin Yong remarked with a chuckle. Don't worry, Brother Yong, haven't we turned the edible bamboo shoots into dried ones these days? We can simply switch to a vegetarian diet. It's no big deal, Jiang Mingyao said, smiling, concerned about Qin Yong's stress. Ha, silly girl, what are you thinking? With such an expansive forest at our disposal, do you really fear we won't have meat? I'm more worried that you might grow tired of meat and crave something vegetarian. Qin Yong recognized Jiang Mingyao's intentions and understood that his offhand comment had led her to overthink. Chapter 70, Walking into the Trap Room. Just as the two were exchanging light banter, a tremendous noise erupted from the direction of the bamboo grove, followed by a series of piercing howls. This sudden commotion startled Jiang Mingyao, who was unprepared, causing her to scream in fright. Qin Yong quickly grasped her hands and gently reassured her. Don't be afraid. It's just the trap being triggered. After calming her, he picked up his fire axe and cautiously approached the edge of the bamboo grove. Reaching the trap, Qin Yong leaned in to take a look. There lay the blind black wild boar, having fallen into the trap he had previously set. It seemed to have flipped over during its descent, now lying on its back, its legs in the air, firmly impaled by the bamboo spikes beneath. The boar, having spent days nursing its wounds, had finally ventured out to exact revenge, brimming with confidence, only to find itself ensnared upon emerging from the grove. At present, the creature lay motionless, save for its incessant wailing and the vigorous thrashing of its 4 large hooves. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yong erupted into hearty laughter. Truly, the arduous search bore fruit effortlessly. After enduring such torment, this colossal wild boar had finally succumbed to the traps set by Qin Yong. How could he not feel exhilarated? Brother Yong, is that truly the wild boar? At this moment, Jiang Mingyao hurried over. However, as a woman, her courage was relatively modest. She dared not lean in for a closer look, and could only voice her curiosity to Qin Yong. Yao, look, you must see, we have finally avenged Bing Bing. We have indeed avenged Bing Bing. Ha. Qin Yong, nearly beside himself with joy, shook Jiang Mingyao's arm, wishing for the whole world to share in his elation. The past period had been filled with frustration, devoid of any good news. This had been the most disheartening time since his arrival on the island. Seeing Qin Yong so jubilant, Jiang Mingyao could not help but smile. Yet, amid her laughter, tears unexpectedly welled up. After all, the pressure she had endured over the past days was immense. Now, reflecting on the fact that she had finally done something for Xia Bing, her heart felt a considerable sense of solace. As their excitement began to wane, the duo was confronted with a daunting dilemma: how to extract the massive creature, weighing approximately 500 to 600 pounds, from the trap. Although the wild boar had become largely immobile, its sheer weight posed an insurmountable challenge for just the two of them, Qin Yong and Jiang Mingyao. Moreover, they could not simply bury such a plump wild boar, not to mention the necessity of taking its head to honor Xia Bing. The 500 to 600 pounds of meat alone would sustain them for an extended period. This was prime wild boar meat. How could they possibly relinquish it? After deliberating for a while, they failed to devise an effective plan. Thus, Qin Yong resorted to the most straightforward method. He descended into the trap to begin butchering the wild boar. In preparation, they swiftly assembled the necessary tools for the task. Qin Yong first made his way down the walls of the pit. Seizing the moment as the wild boar had just perished, he plunged a sharp bamboo pole into its neck. Almost immediately, A stream of warm blood gushed forth. Within minutes, the collected blood filled more than half a bucket. Brother Yong, this pig's blood. Jiang Mingyao gazed at Qin Yong in confusion. This is a valuable resource. You shall see shortly. Qin Yong replied with a grin, offering no further explanation. After a long day of toil, the two finally managed to dissect the wild boar into manageable pieces and transport them back to their cave. Qin Yong did not overlook the creature's entrails. In such a remote wilderness, every morsel of sustenance is invaluable, and he was determined not to squander any of it. As they gazed upon the hundreds of pounds of wild boar meat now resting in the cave, they exchanged satisfied smiles. Not only had they avenged Xiaobing, but they also no longer had to fret over their food supply. Brother Yong, with this abundance of wild boar meat, we won't be able to consume it all in the near future. If it spoils, it would be a tremendous waste. However, if we were to cure it, our salt supply would be woefully insufficient. What do you suggest we do? As the saying goes, he who does not plan for the future will find himself troubled in the present. Jiang Mingyao was indeed troubled by the mountain of wild boar meat before them. It was no surprise, as the sea salt they had brought along, while still plentiful, was only adequate for their daily consumption. Curing the wild boar meat would require far more than they had. After all, there were over 500 pounds of meat left after processing, not to mention the offal set aside by Qin Yong. Indeed, this poses a dilemma. How about this? Let's slice the wild boar meat into strips. Use a minimal amount of salt for a light cure, and I will gather some pine branches to smoke it into jerky. This way, it can be preserved for a prolonged period. With a preliminary understanding of the terrain and vegetation in the vicinity, Qin Yong envisioned the distant pine forest and sought to emulate the smoke-curing techniques of the mountain folk from the southwestern regions. Without further ado, as Qin Yong ventured to gather pine branches and construct a bamboo rack, Jiang Mingyao, armed with the folding knife he had previously gifted her, began to methodically slice the wild boar meat. After much effort, they finally completed the task. Sometimes, an overwhelming abundance of food can be more burdensome than beneficial, for their exertions had left them utterly fatigued. Brother Yong, all that remains are the pig intestines and blood. We haven't discussed what to do with them yet, Jiang Mingyao said, leaning against a nearby rock, too weary to move. Here's the plan. You extract the remaining lard for future use. As for the pig's blood, it is quite valuable, so just wait and see. Prompted by Jiang Mingyao's reminder, Qin Yong felt invigorated. After cutting a larger bamboo tube, he hurried over to the bucket of pig blood and began his work. Initially, Jiang Mingyao felt too exhausted to stir. However, seeing Qin Yong so industriously engaged, she felt a sense of obligation to help and approached him. Brother Yong, so you're making blood sausage. You really do know everything. Whoever marries you in the future will undoubtedly be extraordinarily fortunate. Captivated by Qin Yong's skills, Jiang Mingyao inadvertently expressed her innermost thoughts. Yet after speaking, she sensed an awkwardness in her words. The fair complexion of her face suddenly flushed with crimson. It seems you have dug your own grave, Qin Yong teased, observing Jiang Mingyao's embarrassment. You're so annoying, Brother Yong, she retorted, seizing the moment to excuse herself and busied herself with the smoked meat. Qin Yong chuckled, shaking his head as he continued with his tasks. Not long after, a string of blood sausages was created under Qin Yong's skilled hands. Meanwhile, the coconut shell on the ground was filled with the lard and cracklings Jiang Mingyao had just rendered, totaling more than a dozen jars. Next, Qin Yong tirelessly commenced to cook the blood sausages in the frying pan. Watching the sausages bubbling in the pot, plump and glistening, Jiang Mingyao could hardly contain her drool. If only we could add some sauerkraut, it would be even better, she remarked. Oh, I didn't realize you had such a refined palate. Qin Yong jested in return. Indeed, I studied in the north, where sauerkraut stew with blood sausage is my absolute favorite. Unfortunately, I haven't had it since returning. Now I can finally indulge. Jiang Mingyao responded, flitting around Qin Yong like an eager child. After relishing their meal, they retrieved the wild boar's head they had previously chopped and prepared it for the next day's offering at the cliff's edge. Once everything was done, they paid little heed to the wild boar's blood smeared across them and fell into a deep slumber. Exhausted, it wasn't long before Qin Yong's rhythmic snoring filled the cave. As the two slept soundly, unbeknownst to them, shadows began to gather in the bamboo grove outside, stealthily inching closer to the cave. Each shadow was accompanied by two glowing green orbs. From a distance, they resembled a group of phantoms drifting toward the cave, instilling a chill of dread. However, the two slumbering figures remained oblivious to the lurking peril inching closer. Qin Yong turned over, his right hand resting on Jiang Mengyao's chest. Feeling the softness beneath his palm, he drifted back into a deeper slumber. At that moment, the group of green lights had silently arrived at the foot of the cliff before the cave. They paused, sniffing the air intently. Moments later, the two foremost shadows leapt forward, gracefully landing on the platform before the cave. The four green orbs hovered restlessly at the entrance. Perhaps due to the bamboo door blocking their path, the two shadows were unable to enter the cave as they had hoped. Yet, their sniffing grew increasingly frantic. Ultimately, unable to resist, the leading shadow extended its legs and pressed against the bamboo door. With a muffled thud, the door was forcefully pushed aside. Uncertain whether out of caution or due to the flickering light within the cave, the two shadows dared not step inside, instead fixating intently on everything within. Beneath the eerie green glow, two rows of sharp fangs began to writhe ominously. At this moment, Qin Yong and his companion were roused by a muffled sound. However, in their dazed state, they failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, mistakenly attributing the disturbance to a gust of wind that had toppled the bamboo door. Yet, as they gazed toward the source of the noise, they beheld a few clusters of green light hovering near the cave entrance, beneath which lay exposed two rows of white fangs. This sight thoroughly jolted them from their stupor. The timid Jiang Mengyao, unaware of the true nature of the green luminescence, fancied it to be a manifestation of the malevolent spirits depicted in terrifying tales. Consequently, after a moment of realization, she instinctively let out a scream. However, before her voice could escape, Qin Yong swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. "Do not scream," he whispered urgently in her ear. Alas, it was too late. The two dark figures had clearly sensed something amiss, and their throaty growls echoed ominously, as if they were poised to charge at any moment. By the faint flicker of the firelight, Qin Yong discerned that the green glowing shadows were tentatively advancing toward them. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. With his extensive experience in wilderness survival, he was acutely aware that the lurking shadows at the cave entrance were undoubtedly wolves, known for their bloodthirsty nature. The slightest whiff of blood would lure them in. Regret washed over Qin Yong. He lamented allowing his excitement to cloud his judgment, neglecting this fundamental knowledge. Yet, it was too late for remorse. The wild boar had been completely butchered, and the scent of blood had already permeated the vicinity, rendering any attempts to mask it futile. Moreover, the wolves had already set their sights on this location, leaving no option for retreat. Eliminating the immediate threat posed by the wolves was now of utmost importance. However, he was alone in his capacity to fight. Even if he recklessly charged at the two wolves, he doubted his ability to dispatch them swiftly. Furthermore, wolves were pack animals. They typically moved in groups. Although only two wolves were visible, there could very well be more lurking outside the cave, ready to pounce. In the midst of his turmoil, Qin Yong's gaze inadvertently fell upon a pile of firewood still crackling with flames, and an idea sparked within him. As the saying goes, opportunity knocks but once. If he allowed the wolves to breach the cave, it would be too late. With this thought in mind, Qin Yong sprang from the stone bed and dashed to the fire. This decisive action was a product of his past experiences. Without such resolve, he might have long since lost his life abroad. He quickly seized a flaming branch and hurled it toward the cave entrance. Everyone is aware that wolves inherently fear fire. Now, witnessing flaming sticks hurtling towards them, the two wolves not only halted their advance, but also instinctively retreated a couple of steps in trepidation. Observing this reaction, Qin Yong recognized that the opportunity had arrived. He swiftly seized two blazing pieces of wood from the fire and charged directly at the two wolves stationed at the cave entrance, poised to attack at any moment. As Qin Yong approached, the wolves, refusing to back down, lowered their heads. Their green eyes fixed intently upon him. They emitted menacing growls in preparation for an assault. It is often said that in a narrow confrontation, the courageous prevail. Indeed, humans and wolves share a similar fate. Either one perishes or the other survives. Qin Yong rushed forward, launching a series of powerful strikes. The two leading wolves, taken aback by his reckless bravery, stumbled back in confusion. However, the small platform at the cave entrance was barely a meter wide. After retreating a few steps, the wolves plunged off the edge and into the abyss below. Yao Yao, quickly get up and light the torch. Qin Yong called urgently to Jiang Mingyao without turning around. At that moment, the wood in his hands had extinguished. He could only grab a sharpened bamboo pole previously positioned at the cave entrance, standing like a divine guardian before the opening. Yet, gazing at the multitude of green eyes peering from the depths, a chill ran down his spine. These were bloodthirsty creatures. A moment's misstep could lead to a gruesome fate, leaving nothing but bones behind. Chapter 74. The fierce battle. Jiang Mingyao, initially paralyzed with fear, snapped back to her senses at Qin Yong's shout. She set aside her trepidation and hurriedly ignited the unused torches. Illuminated by their glow, the scene below the cave became fully visible. A pack of wild wolves, baring their teeth and growling menacingly, fixated on the two individuals at the entrance, as if intent on devouring them alive. Jiang Mingyao, usually obedient and composed, had never encountered such a daunting sight and trembled uncontrollably. Yao Yao, do not fear. These wolves are afraid of fire and will not approach you, Qin Yong reassured her, his gaze unwavering on the wolf pack below. Thus, the two stood their ground against the ravenous wolves. However, it was not long before the pack could no longer contain their impatience. With a distant howl echoing through the air, the wolves sprang into action, leaping towards the cave as if summoned by command. Perhaps it was indeed the presence of Jiang Mingyao's torch that deterred them. None of the wolves charged towards her. On the contrary, Qin Yong faced a relentless tide of wolves surging towards him, defending himself with swift jabs and powerful blows, fully engaged in the fray. After a fierce battle, despite being utterly exhausted, Qin Yong remained unharmed, having cleverly utilized the advantageous terrain. The pack of wolves, however, did not fare as well. After a few of their number were slain by Qin Yong, they reluctantly retreated. Yet, they did not depart entirely, instead lurking at a distance. In the blink of an eye, both parties found themselves in a standoff once more. Qin Yong, acutely aware of the cunning nature of wolves, remained vigilant, knowing that should the pack detect any sign of his fatigue, a sudden attack would be highly probable. To maintain his focus, he chain-smoked cigarettes, and it was only after finishing an entire pack that dawn began to break. At that moment, with a chilling howl that sent shivers down the spine, the wolves withdrew, albeit with a peculiar sense of respect and intrigue. They did not leave behind the bodies of their fallen comrades. Moments later, apart from a few bloodstains, the scene appeared as if nothing had transpired, evoking an almost surreal sensation. Watching the wolves fade into the distance, Qin Yong and Jiang Mingyao finally relinquished their weapons and sank to the ground. Since their arrival on the desolate island, they had encountered numerous perils, yet none had left them feeling so abruptly powerless. Perhaps this is the fundamental reason why people instinctively fear wolves. They seem to materialize like phantoms and vanish just as mysteriously. After a brief respite, the two disregarded their exhaustion, realizing they must prepare hastily while the wolves were absent. Qin Yong was not naive enough to believe that the wolves would not return. Compared to other creatures, the wolves possessed a far greater propensity for vengeance. It was entirely possible that they were lurking in some concealed corner, meticulously observing their every move. Qin Yong had learned this lesson all too well. Chapter 75. Preparation in a prior mission. They had neglected the habits of wild wolves, resulting in the permanent loss of a comrade in the jungle. The haunting memory of his friend's agonized expression after having his carotid artery severed by a wolf's bite still lingered in Qin Yong's mind. Fortunately, the supplies gathered in anticipation of wild boar attacks were still on hand. He reinforced the bamboo door and organized the stones and sharpened bamboo stakes. Recognizing that wolves typically ventured out at night, he specifically gathered dry wood and bark to fashion torches. To enhance their lethality, he soaked the torches in bamboo arrows in pig fat. Should the wolves dare to attack again, they would ignite their torches and bamboo arrows to fend them off. Once all was prepared, a slight sense of reassurance settled over them. After a night of tension and the exertion of preparation, both were utterly exhausted and scarcely able to move. Once they had securely sealed the cave entrance with stones, they took the opportunity to rest. After a deep slumber that extended until dusk, Qin Yong arose and made his way to the entrance of the cave. Peering through the crevice, he observed the outside world. Indeed, the pack of wild wolves that had attacked them the previous night had stealthily returned to the cave's entrance, and this time, their numbers appeared to be even greater. Could it be that they were fully mobilizing for an assault tonight? Just as Qin Yong pondered this, the wolves seemed to sense something amiss. Or perhaps they had noticed his scrutiny. Suddenly, they reacted with a howling cry, with a resonant roar from the most robust wolf. Distinguished by a tuft of white fur atop its head, the pack swiftly retreated a few paces. Qin Yong, perplexed by this unexpected behavior, initially assumed they were preparing to charge. However, to his astonishment, the dozen or so wolves collectively settled down in a nearby clearing, remaining still. Lacking an understanding of wolf communication, he was oblivious to their intentions. Yet his instincts informed him that the white-furred wolf was undoubtedly the alpha of the pack. As for the commands it had issued, they were certainly steeped in their own significance, perhaps a fear of Qin Yong's prowess in battle or a change in their strategy for the evening. Regardless of their plans, Qin Yong adhered to one principle. As long as the enemy remained still, he would remain motionless. Soon, the night descended, enveloping the cave entrance in impenetrable darkness once more. To prevent the wolves from stealthily leaping onto the platform and to avoid finding himself in a precarious position, Qin Yong and his companion cleared the stones from the cave's mouth. As two bright torches were planted, one on each side of the entrance, the pack stirred noticeably but was quickly subdued by the alpha's commanding presence. Before long, a sharp howl from the alpha, the two foremost wolves charged toward the cave. Prepared this time, Qin Yong was no longer flustered as he had been the night before. He ignited the tip of a bamboo arrow and swiftly aimed it at the leading wolf. With a piercing cry, the wolf fell to the ground, thrashing in agony. Having gained considerable courage following the previous night's encounter, Jiang Mingyao emulated Qin Yong's actions, drawing her bow and aiming at the second wolf in line. Chapter 76. The vanishing pack. With a sharp sound, her arrow missed the wolf and fell harmlessly to the ground at its feet. Although it caused no injury, the suddenness startled the creature, prompting it to retreat back into the pack. Qin Yong, undeterred, continued his assault. After downing the leading wolf with his first shot, he released two more arrows until the creature lay still. The alpha, enraged by the failure of the initial attack, howled incessantly in fury. The wolf pack below seemed to have gone mad once again, charging towards the two individuals. At that moment, Qin Yong and Jiang Mingyao set aside their bows and arrows. Realizing that against such a multitude of attackers, ranged weaponry had become ineffective, each seized a sharpened bamboo pole, relentlessly stabbing at the leaping wolves. Soon, the second wave of the wolf pack was subdued by the duo, and due to their ample preparations, the cave's floor was soon littered with 5 or 6 corpses of the wild beasts. The pack, now thoroughly intimidated, dared not advance. They merely watched from a distance, howling mournfully at the bodies of their fallen comrades before the cave entrance. Meanwhile, the Wolf King resembled a deflated balloon, stripped of its former imposing demeanor. In the ensuing days, the wild wolves refrained from mounting large-scale assaults, mostly keeping their distance. However, the Wolf King occasionally dispatched a couple of wolves to conduct tentative attacks, even attempting to flank from both sides. Yet, in terms of strategy, wolves fell short compared to humans. Each of their attempts was deftly countered by Qin Yong and Jiang, resulting in several more wolf carcasses left in their wake, with little to show for their efforts. Consequently, the once formidable pack of over 20 wolves was reduced to a mere 4. Despite their dwindling numbers, they did not abandon their post. Instead, they continued to lurk menacingly at the cave entrance. Even when hunting, one wolf would venture out to fetch prey. This predicament left Qin Yong in a quandary. Although he felt confident confronting the wolves directly, given the advantageous terrain, he was increasingly concerned about the wolves' passive encirclement. This scenario could potentially render them vulnerable. Had it not been for the earlier successful hunt of a wild boar and the cave's water supply, they might have faced dire shortages of food and water. Now that both parties had entered a stalemate, Qin Yong had no choice but to take it one step at a time. With the wolves too intimidated to attack and themselves too wary to leave the cave, they could only endure this drawn-out situation. Despite a hint of frustration, their daily lives continued as normal. Days later, just as Qin Yong and Jiang Mingyao had begun to acclimate to this standoff, the wolf pack outside appeared to be losing their resolve. After a chorus of howls, they gradually retreated. Fearing a trick, Qin Yong hesitated to leave the cave. However, after 3 consecutive days of vigilant observation without sight of the wolves, they finally dared to believe that the pack had indeed departed. Yongo, it seems the wolf pack has truly left. Does this mean we have defeated them? Jiang Mingyao exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Chapter 77. The Journey to Fatherhood. 1. Regarding Jiang Mingyao's conclusion, Qin Yong found himself in considerable agreement. After all, this once formidable pack of wolves had been reduced to a mere 4, signifying a substantial loss. Their dismal retreat was undoubtedly a sign of defeat. Given the current circumstances, it seemed they would think twice before returning. Qin Yong's face lit up with joy as he responded, "Hooray! We have finally triumphed." Encouraged by Qin Yong's affirmation, Jiang Mingyao exclaimed with excitement. Over the past few days, Jiang Mingyao's mental fortitude had been thoroughly tested. In the face of such gruesome and terrifying scenes, the former version of herself would have crumbled in fear. Yet, during these days, she had boldly stood alongside Qin Yong, fighting without trepidation. This transformation indicated that she was no longer the delicate Jiang Mingyao of the past. With a slight improvement in her physical strength and archery skills, she would possess some capability for self-preservation in the face of future dangers. Reflecting on this, Qin Yong couldn't help but smile with pride. After a brief respite, the two commenced a more pressing task, clearing the corpses of the wolves outside the cave. This was an unavoidable chore, for the relatively warm temperatures had begun to render the slain wolves odorous. If not disposed of promptly, not only would it compromise their living environment, but it could also lead to the outbreak of disease. Thus, they needed to act swiftly to remove the bodies before decomposition set in. After a flurry of activity, they finally cleared a patch of ground at the base of the cave. Although the task appeared daunting, it was rather straightforward. Adjacent to the bamboo grove lay a ready-made pit. All they needed to do was deposit the wolf carcasses within and cover them with earth. Once the immediate task was completed, they realized they both reeked of the foul odor. After indulging in a refreshing bath in the deep pool, they returned to the cave, resuming their unabashed life together. Following another round of exertion, Qin Yong fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered that Jiang Mingyao had prepared roasted meat. Famished, he eagerly seized the meat and began to devour it. However, he noticed that Jiang Mingyao remained still, which struck him as peculiar. She had always had a hearty appetite, and her current lack of interest in the delicious food was unusual. "Yao Yao, what is the matter? Hurry and eat," Qin Yong urged with concern. "No, Brother Yong. You go ahead. I'm not hungry. I'm content just watching you eat." Although Jiang Mingyao felt slightly unwell, the warmth of Qin Yong's concern brought her a sense of sweetness. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Sensing her discomfort, Qin Yong grew anxious. "I'm fine. I just feel a bit queasy and don't want to eat." Jiang Mingyao, concerned about Qin Yong's worries, patiently explained, "Oh, that's good then. Wait, that's not right. You mentioned feeling nauseous and lacking an appetite. Could it be?" Initially reassured by Jiang Mingyao's claims of wellness, Qin Yong suddenly sensed something amiss. Chapter 78. About to become a father, 2. With only a rudimentary understanding of health knowledge, Qin Yong seemed to have a sudden realization. He gazed at Jiang Mingyao with wide eyes, as if seeking some revelation from her lips. Yet, as he awaited her response, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Is it possible that Yao Yao is truly pregnant? But how could that be? We always use protection. If she is indeed pregnant, what will we do on this deserted island? Am I really going to become a father? As this cascade of thoughts flashed through his mind, Qin Yong's expression became increasingly vivid. At first, Jiang Mingyao remained oblivious to the change in Qin Yong's demeanor. However, upon feeling the intensity of his gaze, she quickly realized the implications. Yongye, what are you thinking? It's not what you think." Jiang Mingyao's fair complexion flushed a deep crimson. She hastily covered her warm cheeks with her hands, lowering her head in embarrassment. She clearly understood Qin Yong's insinuation. Yet, as a top graduate from medical school, how could she not discern whether she was pregnant or simply unwell? Moreover, having recently bid farewell to a relative, how could she possibly have conceived so soon? No. Wait, I've heard that women often exhibit such symptoms when they are pregnant, haven't I? Qin Yong, believing Jiang Mingyao had merely overlooked the situation, insisted, I just haven't eaten vegetables in a while, so my stomach feels a bit bloated. Besides, my gums have been bleeding these past few days. By your logic, does that mean I have some serious illness? Jiang Mingyao retorted, slightly annoyed. Prompted by her reminder, Qin Yong realized that he too had experienced some gum bleeding lately. He had assumed it was merely a consequence of indulging in too much barbecued food, attributing it to excess heat in his body. However, It now appeared that the situation might be more complex than he had thought. Are you serious? Qin Yong asked, having dismissed his earlier notion but still harboring doubts. Of course I am. I only recently arrived. How could I possibly have conceived so quickly? Jiang Mingyao explained, albeit her cheeks were now even redder. Oh, perhaps. I misunderstood. Qin Yong scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Observing his expression, Jiang Mingyao couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yet, reflecting on the earlier scene, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. So, how do you feel now? There was nothing to worry about, right? After the awkward moment, Qin Yong immediately became concerned again. There's nothing significant. It's mainly because I've been consuming meat continuously lately, leading to some digestive discomfort, coupled with a prolonged deficiency in vitamins. This is the result. But it's nothing serious. I will go gather some bamboo shoots shortly. That should alleviate the issue. Noticing Qin Yong's genuine anxiety, Jiang Mingyao spoke with a hint of bashfulness. Indeed, since dealing with the wild boar and the pack of wolves, they had not had the opportunity to indulge in any fibrous foods, let alone fresh greens. It's all my fault. I've been preoccupied with hunting pigs and wolves, neglecting to procure a variety of other foods, Qin Yong expressed with a remorseful countenance. Chapter 78. Searching for wild fruits, everything is fine, Brother Yong. There's no need to be anxious. A suitable supplement of vitamins will resolve it. Seeing Qin Yong's guilt, Jiang Mingyao reassured him. After nibbling on a few pieces of roasted meat, Qin Yong found it rather greasy. Continuing in this manner was not a sustainable solution. Although Jiang Mingyao had prepared pork belly today, the wild boar was exceptionally fatty, making each bite feel as if he were consuming pure lard. If he did not incorporate some vegetables soon, he feared he might even struggle with digestion. With this thought, he ceased eating. He took Jiang Mingyao with him and returned to the bamboo forest, initially intending to search for more bamboo shoots. They discovered that the previously harvested shoots had been uprooted during the wild boar hunt, leaving little edible bamboo in the expansive groves. It's all right, Yao Yao. You can take these back to the cave and clean them. I will venture to the back mountain to see if I can find some wild fruits, Qin Yong said, diverting the conversation upon noticing Jiang Mingyao's disappointment. After giving her a few instructions, he set off towards the back mountain with his bow and axe. As he walked, Qin Yong felt an unusual sense of relaxation. After being besieged by wild boars and wolves for so long, he had felt quite stifled. Now, with the chance to unwind, his spirits lifted as if the wildflowers blooming on either side were particularly vibrant. While strolling, a gust of wind swept by. He faintly caught a whiff of something metallic in the air, reminiscent of blood. Qin Yong halted, scanning his surroundings. Aside from the rustling leaves and birdsong, everything appeared normal. I must have driven myself to paranoia these past few days. He chuckled to himself before continuing on. Yet, whether it was a psychological trick or an intensified sense of perception, he had an unsettling feeling that something was trailing behind him, a sensation that grew increasingly potent. Turning around, he saw nothing amiss, which only deepened his unease. Although the island basked under a blazing sun, the thick foliage of the forest cast a shadowy gloom. Drawing from experience, Qin Yong was acutely aware that such environments often harbored hidden perils. Consequently, he could not help but heighten his vigilance. As he advanced, he frequently cast his gaze about, searching intently. Apart from the occasional sighting of some wood ear mushrooms and unidentified fungi adorning the withered branches, he found no edible wild fruits, which left him profoundly disheartened. Ordinarily, in a forest of this magnitude, locating some foraged delicacies should not pose a significant challenge. Yet, reality had dealt him a harsh blow, dousing his hopes with a splash of cold water. Not only had he failed to encounter any wild fruits, but he had also seen nary a small creature. Qin Yong could not help but admire his own misfortune. After venturing out for a couple of hours, he would return empty-handed, providing ample fodder for Jiang Mingyao's teasing. His mind raced with strategies, desperately seeking an excuse to justify his lack of success. Lost in thought, he halted before a mountain hollow, and the sight that greeted him instantly filled him with exuberance. Chapter 79. The Trap. 1. Before him, on a sloping terrain, several wild plum trees flourished. In that moment, Qin Yong was overwhelmed with joy. It appeared that fate had not forsaken him. Otherwise, how could he consistently find what he sought? Finally, he would have something to share with Jiang Mingyao. Observing the trees, laden with golden-hued plums. He could not help but swallow hard. These wild plums were notably tart, and when paired with succulent wild boar meat, they would not only provide a boost to vitamins, but also enhance the dish's flavor, achieving a delightful dual benefit. With this thought, Qin Yong's anticipation grew insatiable. It had been far too long since he had savored the taste of sour soup with pig's trotters. Although the broth might differ slightly, with the addition of plums and perhaps some pickled bamboo shoots, he envisioned a delectable dish. The more he pondered, the more tantalizing the thought became, as if a fragrant pot of soup and trotters lay before him. However, just as he intended to approach and gather the plums, it struck him that he had no means of collecting them. These plums were diminutive, akin to quail eggs, leaving him at a loss for a suitable container. Qin Yong found himself in a quandary. He scanned his surroundings for broad leaves to serve as makeshift vessels. At that very moment, a sudden rustling from behind a nearby rock shattered the tranquility, and two dark figures emerged. His heart sank as he recognized the ominous shapes. They were none other than two gray-black wolves. Instinctively, he took a few steps back, contemplating a hasty retreat. However, the low growls that emanated from behind him extinguished any thoughts of escape. Turning to look, he was met with the sight of two more wolves, their fierce gazes fixed upon him. Among them was one particularly robust specimen, distinguished by a tuft of white fur atop its head. Was this not the very wolf king that had led the pack in their previous assault on him? In that instant, realization washed over Qin Yong, and he silently lamented his fate. No wonder that in recent days, the remaining four wolves from the pack have seemingly vanished from the earthly realm, not once making an appearance. I had optimistically believed that they had been severely wounded by my efforts and had fled to distant lands. Little did I know that they were merely feigning their absence, crafting an illusion of escape to lull Qin Yong and his companions into a false sense of security, only to launch an ambush upon him in the wilderness. It appears I have gravely underestimated the cunning and vengeful nature of these creatures. In their quest for retribution, they can create deceptions, lay traps, and even analyze situations like humans. Had I not been experiencing this ordeal firsthand, I would have never fathomed the day I could be ensnared by a pack of wolves. Yet now, what recourse do I have? The truth remains immutable. Given the current predicament, I find myself with no path forward and foes at my back. Unless I possess the ability to fly, it seems there is no means of escape. Thoughts raced through Qin Yong's mind. Just when he felt utterly helpless, he spotted a pine tree about 2 meters away, its crown resembling the size of a football. At a height of approximately 3 meters, it sported a horizontal branch. If he could gather momentum and swiftly ascend the tree, using the branch to gain a vantage point from above to take aim at the wolves, perhaps he could seize a sliver of hope. With a strategy in mind, Qin Yong's heart began to calm. Chapter 80. The Trap 2. He felt for the bow and axe at his lower back, confirming they would not hinder his ascent before retrieving 2 pieces of roasted meat wrapped in leaves from his pocket. These had been prepared for him by Jiang Mengyao before his departure, intended to stave off hunger. However, Qin Yong was not about to showcase the roasted meat in front of the wolves. It is well known that wolves possess remarkable speed. Without some means to divert their attention, he would certainly not outrun them. If it came to a direct confrontation, he would likely be torn apart before he could even reach the tree. At that point, what significance would escape hold? As anticipated, perhaps sensing the aroma of the roasted meat, the 4 wolves began to stir as Qin Yong unveiled the leaves. Without hesitation, he swiftly tossed the 2 pieces of meat far behind the wolves. Any delay could have led the ravenous beasts to leap toward him in a frenzied rush. Indeed, upon seeing the meat drop, the wolves lunged at it with wild abandon, scrambling to seize their prize. Seizing the moment, Qin Yong sprinted and deftly climbed the pine tree. Watching the wolves below quarrel over the meat, he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, his ascent did not end there. He stood firm on the branch, pressing his shoulder against the trunk. With his hands finally free, he swiftly nocked an arrow and aimed at a wild wolf that was voraciously devouring meat. Whoosh! As the bamboo arrow was released, the wolf fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yong let fly 2 more arrows, successfully bringing down another wolf. Witnessing this, the Wolf King, who had been leaping beneath the tree and preparing to charge, sensed the danger and retreated behind the rocks with the remaining black wolf. In that moment, Qin Yong found himself in impasse. He glanced down at the 2 injured wolves still thrashing on the ground. Consumed by anger, He resolved to take his frustrations out on them, since he could not reach the Wolf King. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Yong fired several more arrows. The injured wolves, unable to evade, were struck directly in their vital spots by his bamboo arrows. Soon, they lay motionless upon the earth. Once he dealt with the wolves below, Qin Yong's gaze shifted back toward the rocks. However, the sight that greeted him sent a chill down his spine. Unbeknownst to him, the black wolf had stealthily ascended to the top of the rocks, poised to leap down upon him. The distance from the rocks to the pine tree where Qin Yong stood was merely 2 or 3 meters. If the wolf exerted its full strength, a leap would be effortless. Aware of the wolf's intent, Qin Yong was determined not to grant it that opportunity. He hastily reached for the quiver at his back, only to find it utterly depleted. Not a single arrow remained. At that moment, frustration consumed him. Why had he not thought to save a few arrows for emergencies? In his eagerness to unleash a barrage on the 2 injured wolves, he had squandered all his ammunition. It was no wonder they said impulsiveness was a devil. The wisdom in that saying had become painfully clear. Qin Yong regretted it so deeply that he wished he could slap himself. Yet, the black wolf atop the rocks showed no concern for his regrets. It took a step back, its 4 legs slightly crouched, preparing to spring into action before Qin Yong's eyes. Without a moment to ponder, Qin Yong hastily reached for the axe at his waist. But it was too late. The wolf leapt swiftly from the rock, pouncing toward Qin Yong, its bloody jaws aimed directly at his neck. Realizing the imminent danger, Qin Yong could only raise his bamboo bow in defense. However, perched precariously on a tree branch, his balance was already tenuous. How could he withstand the force of such an assault? Indeed, as the black wolf descended upon him, although he managed to deflect its fangs, the sheer impact sent him crashing to the ground beneath the tree. A searing pain coursed through him, making him feel as though his waist might snap, just as he attempted to rise. The Wolf King, having already awaited beneath the tree, would hardly grant him an opportunity. Before Qin Yong could make a move, it lunged forward with remarkable swiftness, sinking its teeth deep into his thigh. A piercing pain surged through him, rendering his mind numb. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick to the Wolf King's abdomen. Yet, no matter how forcefully he struck, the Wolf King refused to relent. Instead, it twisted its head from side to side, as if intent on tearing a piece of flesh from Qin Yong's thigh. In a moment of desperation, he recalled the axe strapped to his lower back. However, a frantic search revealed it had vanished, likely flung away when he fell from the tree. With no alternative, Qin Yong resorted to hammering the Wolf King's head with his fists. But before he could land more than a few blows, the black wolf that had previously knocked him down regained its senses and, seemingly deranged, lunged at him once more. He quickly scanned his surroundings for something to use as a shield, but to his dismay, he found not even a single usable stone. In that instant, despair washed over him. Faced with the imminent threat of the black wolf, Qin Yong had no choice but to extend his hands and grip the creature's neck tightly. The black wolf, already a savage beast, was not inclined to submit easily. It clawed relentlessly at Qin Yong's chest with its sharp talons, striving to break free. Yet, Qin Yong had resolved to take down a wild wolf with him, and he would not allow it to escape. Regardless of the black wolf's frantic struggles, he maintained his grip without yielding an ounce of strength. Thus, the 2 wolves and 1 man remained locked in a tense standoff upon the ground. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, at last, the black wolf succumbed, its limbs growing limp as it ultimately suffocated under Qin Yong's grasp. With great effort, he suppressed the pain and, using the last vestiges of his strength, cast the lifeless wolf aside. However, as he sought to gather strength to confront the unyielding Wolf King, he realized it was futile. He could only watch helplessly as the Wolf King continued to gnaw at his thigh, utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate. Chapter 82. A life hanging by a thread, Qin Yong glanced at his bloodied chest and then at his thigh, which remained firmly clamped in the Wolf King's jaws. Blood saturating his pant leg. The Wolf King, it seemed, had no intention of releasing its grip. Perhaps its sole thought now was to avenge its kin. Qin Yong had no desire to resist any longer. The rapidly draining blood left him feeling as if his very essence had been siphoned away, rendering him utterly weak. In despair, he lay back on the ground, his gaze vacant as it turned skyward. He had often contemplated his own demise, yet he had never envisioned meeting his end at the jaws of the Wolf King. Perhaps it was poetic justice. After all, he had taken the lives of many of its brethren. To pay with his life in return seemed, in a twisted sense, fair. Within the confines of the cave, he awaited the return of Jiang Mengyao, consumed by uncertainty regarding her well-being. Without his guardianship, could she endure the solitude of this desolate island? And what of Xia Bing? His failure to safeguard her now weighed heavily on his conscience, and in descending to accompany her, he sought some semblance of atonement. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Qin Yong's vision began to blur. At this moment, he felt no pain. His body was enveloped in a tingling numbness, imparting a sense of liberation. Slowly, he closed his eyes. Whiz, thud, whiz, thud. 2 bamboo arrows struck, and the Wolf King collapsed to the ground. Almost immediately, a figure emerged from the woods. Upon seeing this, the Wolf King bared its sharp fangs in a show of defiance. Yet, the figure exhibited no fear. Rushing boldly towards it, the creature struggled to rise, but the wounds inflicted by the arrows rendered it weak. Before it could regain its footing, a long, sharp wooden stake pierced through its body. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! With urgent shouts, the figure hastily approached Qin Yong. However, at that moment, Qin Yong was oblivious to the words being spoken. His significant blood loss left his very existence in question. As he lay unconscious in a pool of blood, the figure's hands trembled with concern. After a moment of hesitation, the figure reached to check for Qin Yong's breath. Fortunately, though faint, there was still a pulse. A smile flickered across the figure's face upon confirming that Qin Yong was alive. Without delay, the figure tore strips from their clothing to perform a rudimentary bandaging of Qin Yong's wounds. Using an axe discarded beneath a tree, they procured 2 wooden poles and some vines. After a flurry of activity, a makeshift stretcher was assembled, upon which Qin Yong was carefully placed. With no time to rest, the figure lifted one into the stretcher and dragged Qin Yong towards their shelter. Upon arrival, the figure offered Qin Yong some water and gently wiped his wounds with boiled clean water. Observing the gruesome claw marks across Qin Yong's chest and the deep bite on his thigh, concern creased the figure's brow. In this remote island, devoid of medical supplies, the threat of infection loomed large. The figure paced anxiously, yet no matter how fervently they worried, they found themselves powerless to act. For 2 consecutive days, Qin Yong remained unresponsive. Aside from the occasional delirious utterance, he resembled a mere shell of a person. Initially, there had been hope that his immune system would facilitate a gradual recovery. Yet, given the current circumstances, that prospect seemed increasingly bleak. Throughout these 2 days, he had been plagued by a persistent low fever. This indicates that his wound may have slowly begun to inflame. Although the man was immensely anxious, he had no recourse other than to provide water, broth, and to cleanse the wound daily. By the 3rd day, Qin Yong's temperature suddenly spiked. The man, wary of the situation, hastily found a rag, soaked it, wrung it out, and placed it on his forehead for physical cooling. Though this was merely a symptomatic treatment, under his meticulous care, Qin Yong's fever did subside. Remarkably, not long after, Qin Yong awoke. He slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself lying in a hut constructed of thatch. What astonished Qin Yong most was the size and structure of this hut, which bore a striking resemblance to the one he had built with Xia Bing by the seaside. If a wooden table were added at the entrance, it would be almost identical. Confusion overwhelmed Qin Yong. What could possibly be happening? Was he dreaming? Pondering this perplexity, he contemplated pinching his thigh to ascertain whether he was in a dream or reality. However, at the slightest movement, a sharp pain shot through his chest and thigh. He winced and took a deep breath. It was evident that this was real, yet why was he back in the thatched hut? He distinctly remembered collapsing in a pool of blood after battling the 4 wild wolves. It was implausible that he had walked back to the seaside. Could it be that? Qin Yong dared not complete the thought. He scrutinized his surroundings once more. No, although the size and layout of the hut were remarkably similar. The floor was made of mud, while the hut he had built by the seaside rested on sandy ground. This meant that it was not the same hut at all. But if this was not the same hut, why did they share such similarities? The more he contemplated, the more confused he became. Just then, a series of footsteps approached from outside. Qin Yong, wary, closed his eyes again, pretending to be asleep. In light of the uncertainty regarding whether the newcomer was friend or foe, he deemed it prudent to exercise caution. Indeed, as the footsteps drew nearer, a figure entered from outside. From the sound, it was apparent that the person was pouring water into a bamboo tube. Qin Yong was intrigued. Who was this person? Why was he here? He slightly opened his eyes. Through a narrow gap, he saw a long-haired silhouette near the door, engaged in some task. This familiar figure stirred a sense of recognition within him, as if he had seen it somewhere before. After a moment of concentration, he realized, yes, it was Xiaobing, the very same Xiaobing. The scene before him was one he had witnessed countless times in the hut by the seaside. With this realization, excitement surged within Qin Yong. Chapter 84, is it really her? If this person is indeed Xiaobing, it would imply that all of his previous conjectures were misguided. Xiaobing had not perished after all. Yet, if she were alive, how could one account for everything that transpired at the cliff's edge? Qin Yong's thoughts became a tumultuous whirl. He had wished more than once that his assumptions were erroneous. However, confronted with an array of facts, he found himself compelled to accept them. Yet, within the recesses of his heart, a flicker of hope persisted, a yearning for a miracle to unfold amidst the chaos. Now, perhaps that miracle had truly manifested. His heart, however, was rife with trepidation. If he remained uncertain about the veracity of this situation, he knew he would never find peace. But if it were to be confirmed, an overwhelming fear gripped him. Fear that this revelation might culminate in a hollow joy. He loathed this feeling, for he recognized that he was no longer the person he once was. Yet, he felt powerless, oblivious to when he had become so entangled in his own emotions. And even more so, the reasons behind this turmoil. As he contemplated this, he longed to force himself out of bed to seek the truth. But the excruciating pain coursing through him rendered him immobile. At that moment, the long-haired silhouette by the door seemed to sense something amiss. She turned to glance back. But that single glance left both of them momentarily stunned. Time slipped away before they gradually regained their senses. Bing bing. It's really you. Qin Yong struggled to suppress his overwhelming excitement, his voice quivering. His gaze was fixed upon Xiaobing, fearful that if he faltered for even a moment, she might vanish as she had before. He could hardly articulate the torrent of emotions within him. He simply knew he could not allow Xiaobing to slip from his sight again. The agony of loss was far too unbearable. You have finally awakened. Xiaobing did not respond verbally, but gazed at Qin Yong in disbelief, tears welling in her eyes. Had it not been for the fear of disturbing his wounds, she would have rushed to embrace him tightly. These brief 3 days felt longer than 3 years, as she cared for Qin Yong's injuries while grappling with immense pressure and dread. Now, seeing him finally awake, the tension that had gripped her heart began to ease. Uncertain whether her overwhelming joy or the absence of necessary respite was to blame, the countless words she had rehearsed in her mind evaporated, leaving her momentarily speechless. Could you not be so far away from me? Qin Yong noticed the shift in Xiaobing's expression. Ignoring the pain, he strained to sit up. Don't move. You'll reopen your wounds, Xiaobing exclaimed, rushing to his side. However, before she could settle herself, Qin Yong grasped her delicate hand. I have you now. I won't let you run away again. Perhaps it was due to the excessive movement that his wound was being tugged at. Qin Yong grimaced in pain. All right. If you move any further, the wound will tear open. Observing the anguish etched on Qin Yong's face, Xiaobing understood that his injury was indeed aggravated, and she quickly reached out to halt his movements. Chapter 85. I will not let you go, I don't care. If you do not agree, I will not let go, Qin Yong asserted with unwavering determination, though his expression grew increasingly tormented. Witnessing his distress, Xiaobing felt a wave of concern that his agitation might exacerbate the precarious state of his injury. Calm down. I promise I will comply, she gently reassured, patting the back of his hand with palpable concern. Upon hearing Xiaobing's vow, Qin Yong reluctantly released her slender hand, yet the pain on his visage remained unabated. Are you unwell? Noticing his pallor, Xiaobing's anxiety surged anew. Hey, don't worry. I'm fine. I'll feel better soon. In an attempt to assuage her fears, Qin Yong forced a semblance of smile. However, Xiaobing was unconvinced. She swiftly reached out to touch his forehead. Something's wrong. You have a fever, she exclaimed, her brow furrowing in worry. Gently unwrapping the cloth binding on his chest, she beheld the already mangled wound, now further inflamed and oozing a translucent fluid. It was evident that his injury had begun to fester. Should this condition continue to deteriorate, It could pose a grave risk to his life. Panic enveloped Xia Bing as she grappled with the uncertainty of how to proceed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Your wound is infected. What should I do now? Since arriving on this island, she had never felt so helpless. In the past, no matter the circumstance, Qin Yong had always been there to resolve her troubles. Yet now, he lay on the bed, barely clinging to life. While she found herself utterly powerless, she chastised herself for not having acquired more knowledge about medical care in the past. Yes, medical knowledge. Yao Yao is studying medicine. Where is she now? Where is she? Suddenly, Xia Bing appeared to have a revelation, her eyes alight with hope. Are you all right? Don't be anxious. Yao Yao is still waiting in the cave. Qin Yong summoned his remaining strength to respond, though his voice was growing increasingly feeble. Which cave? Don't sleep. Please tell me which cave. The sight of Qin Yong's deteriorating state heightened Xia Bing's urgency. Presently, Jiang Mingyao was the sole individual capable of saving Qin Yong, and she was determined to ascertain her whereabouts. Otherwise, Qin Yong would truly be beyond salvation. It was right there, by the edge of that water pool, in the cave I mentioned to you before. After uttering these words, Qin Yong succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Witnessing his collapse again, Xia Bing was on the verge of despair. She fought back her tears and hurriedly fetched some water using a bamboo tube. This time, with Qin Yong's fever more severe than before, she realized that merely applying localized cooling methods as she had done the previous days would not suffice. Chapter 86. Worsening injuries, it was imperative to remove all of his clothing and wipe his entire body with lukewarm water to enhance the cooling effect. Having devised this plan, Xia Bing gently began to undress him. She believed she had steeled herself for the sight, yet upon fully observing the myriad scars adorning Qin Yong's body, she could no longer contain her emotions, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. She tenderly traced her fingers over his scars, her heart aching as if it were being cleaved in two. She was oblivious to the trials this man had endured, and equally perplexed by the depth of her feelings for him. All she knew was that her heart might have no room left for anyone else. After regaining her composure, Xia Bing repeatedly wiped Qin Yong's body. However, despite her diligent efforts over several rounds, time passed, and his high fever showed no signs of abating as it had previously. Clearly, physical cooling was no longer effective for Qin Yong in his current state. Xia Bing pondered incessantly. No, there was no time to waste. After much deliberation, she resolved that she must find Jiang Mingyao. She was well aware of the cave Qin Yong spoke of, for just as he had surmised, after parting ways with him, Xia Bing had taken refuge in that very cave. However, she was unsure if it was due to trespassing on the wild boar's territory that she was frequently besieged by them during her stay. At that time, being a young girl alone in the wilderness, she was understandably terrified. Furthermore, after narrowly escaping an attack from a wild boar, she could no longer bear the thought of returning to the cave. Although Xia Bing could not yet be considered a survival expert, her experiences over this period had significantly honed her self-sustenance skills, alleviating her fears about returning to the cave. Initially, she had contemplated venturing to the cave alone to retrieve Jiang Mingyao. However, given Qin Yong's current condition and the considerable time it would take to make the round trip, she ultimately decided to carry Qin Yong back on a stretcher. This way, should any issues arise along the way, she could care for him immediately. Having made this decision, Xia Bing felt a weight lift from her heart. She carefully repositioned Qin Yong onto the stretcher and, armed for self-defense, began dragging it towards the water pool. Given Xia Bing's slight stature and Qin Yong's tall and robust build, the difficulty of maneuvering him through the forest was readily apparent. They stumbled their way for several hours before finally ascending the mountain they had been traversing. After walking a bit further along the rugged path, Xia Bing could catch a distant glimpse of a magnificent waterfall. Exhausted, a long-lost smile crept onto her face. Just as she contemplated taking a brief respite before summoning her strength to continue onward, she suddenly heard a faint rustling sound emanating from the nearby thicket. Xia Bing halted her steps, straining to discern the source. Indeed, the sound was gradually drawing nearer. Could it be the wild boar once again? Unbeknownst to her, the beast had already been eliminated. Instinctively, she feared she was about to encounter the very creature that had once attacked her. Xia Bing felt a wave of despair wash over her. What was she to do? While it was still possible for her to flee, Qin Yong remained unconscious. If she abandoned him now, his fate would be sealed. Chapter 87. Human or Ghost 1. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Bing resolved that she would not forsake Qin Yong. Setting aside the fact that the man on the stretcher was of utmost importance to her, she could never abandon even a stranger in such peril, let alone the one she held dear. With this thought, she retrieved the axe that Qin Yong had previously wielded and positioned it defensively before him. Yong Yi! Yong Yi! Yong Yi! As the voice drew closer, Xiao Bing discerned someone calling out Qin Yong's name. She dared not respond, but listened intently. Indeed, someone was persistently calling for Yongge. Who are you? Are you looking for Qin Yong? Xiao Bing could not help but inquire. At that moment, the voice from the forest ceased. Almost immediately, a figure cautiously emerged from behind a large tree, due to the underbrush and smaller trees. Neither of them could discern the other's identity. As the figure approached, they finally recognized one another. The person who had been calling out for Qin Yong was none other than Jiang Mingyao. Bing Bing Ye. You are. Remembering that Qin Yong had mentioned Xiao Bing had fallen to the depths of a cliff, Jiang Mingyao felt a chill run down her spine. Was Xiao Bing not supposed to be dead? How could she be here? What, then, was she? Human or ghost? As the thoughts raced through her mind, she instinctively took a step back. In the days that had passed, she had awaited Qin Yong's return in vain. Alone in the cave, she had been frightened beyond measure. Had it not been for her concern for his safety, she would never have dared venture out alone. But now, having not gone far, she stood face to face with the seemingly deceased Xiao Bing. It was no wonder she felt a surge of fear. Yao Yao, what is the matter with you? As Qin Yong had not yet had the chance to recount the events of the past few days, he fell unconscious. Thus, Xiao Bing remained unaware of the fact that Jiang Mingyao believed her to be deceased. At that moment, witnessing Jiang Mingyao's palpable fear only deepened her confusion. Sister Bing Bing. You're not dead, are you? Jiang Mingyao, perhaps due to her fright or her forthright nature, expressed her thoughts without much deliberation. Yao Yao, what are you saying? How could I be dead? I am perfectly fine, Xiao Bing responded, her mind clouded with bewilderment. Yet, she felt no anger. Instead, she recalled the expression on Qin Yong's face upon first seeing her, which mirrored Jiang Mingyao's current reaction, leading her to suspect a misunderstanding was at play. Initially hesitant to approach, Jiang Mingyao found courage upon hearing Xiao Bing's reply and took a few steps forward. Indeed, standing not far from her was Xiao Bing herself. Through the sunlight filtering through the leaves, Jiang Mingyao distinctly saw Xiao Bing's silhouette. Gradually, her inner terror began to dissipate. Sister Bing Bing, you are truly alive. How wonderful, you are really not dead. I must quickly share this news with Brother Qin Yong. He will be overjoyed. Chapter 88. Are they human or ghosts, too? Realizing that the Xiao Bing before her was a living person, Jiang Mingyao was nearly overwhelmed with joy. She was eager to relay this news to Qin Yong, hoping to share in his happiness as well. Qin Yong is here. Xiao Bing's voice trembled as she glanced at Jiang Mingyao. Contemplating the gravely injured Qin Yong, a wave of sorrow washed over Xiao Bing. She struggled to find words to explain the events of the past days, let alone describe Qin Yong's current condition. Instead, she stepped aside to reveal the figure of Qin Yong lying unconscious on a stretcher behind her. This is Brother Yong. What has happened to him? Jiang Mingyao gazed at the bloodied man on the stretcher, unable to reconcile this sight with the confident, jovial Qin Yong she had known just days prior. He is injured, and the situation is dire, Xiao Bing spoke through a choked voice, enunciating each word with care. In truth, Jiang Mingyao had surmised that something must have happened to Qin Yong during his absence of 2 or 3 days. Given his combat prowess and survival skills, she had always held faith in his ability to navigate perilous situations. Thus, while she had worried, she had never truly believed he would encounter any grave danger. Yet now, she could scarcely fathom that he had sustained such severe injuries. Coming to her senses, Jiang Mingyao dashed frantically to Qin Yong's stretcher. Observing the drastically emaciated Qin Yong over the course of just a few days, Jiang Mingyao, unprepared for such a sight, could not help but burst into tears. Almost immediately, she felt utterly drained and collapsed onto the ground. Mingyao, pull yourself together. You are a doctor. Can you save Qin Yong's life? It depends on you. Although Xiao Bing was equally frantic, her demeanor as the company president allowed her to maintain a semblance of calm amidst the chaos. Yes. I must save him. Upon hearing Xiao Bing's reminder, Jiang Mingyao snapped back to attention. She extended her trembling hands and cautiously unbuttoned Qin Yong's shirt. This is dire. His injuries are far too severe, and he is in imminent danger. We must return to the cave at once. Hurry, Bing Bing. With urgency, Jiang Mingyao scrambled to the other end of the stretcher, urging Xia Bing to move quickly. Although she had not yet officially begun her medical career, her education at the medical school equipped her with the knowledge to recognize the gravity of Qin Yong's condition. The nature of his wounds and the extent of inflammation left no room for error. Any misstep could cost Qin Yong his life. Therefore, despite her fear, she had to summon her strength immediately, for if she faltered, Qin Yong would surely be lost. With little time to ponder, Jiang Mingyao insisted that Xia Bing assist her in carrying Qin Yong back to the cave for treatment. The two women gritted their teeth and, harnessing their latent potential, hurriedly transported the injured Qin Yong through the dense forest. Though their journey was fraught with stumbling, they ultimately managed to bring Qin Yong back to the cave. Chapter 89. Treatment. Once inside the cave, Qin Yong remained in a deep coma, his body burning with fever. The two women neglected their own exhaustion as Jiang Mingyao quickly retrieved the anti-inflammatory medication she had previously acquired through a trade with Fan Jian and administered it to Qin Yong. Following that, she carefully removed his clothing to examine his wounds. It was evident that Qin Yong bore multiple lacerations and abrasions across his body, particularly on his chest and thigh, which were gruesomely mangled. Alarmingly, the most critical injuries on his chest and thigh had begun to swell, with a faint yellowish discharge oozing from the surface of the wounds. Jiang Minyao's expression darkened as she realized the gravity of the situation. This is bad. Brother Yong's wounds are not only inflamed, they are now festering, she said, her brow furrowed deeply. Though Xia Bing lacked Jiang Mingyao's depth of medical knowledge, she could discern the severity of the issue from Jiang Mingyao's demeanor and words. Unconsciously, she felt her legs grow weak. Mingyao, does he have a chance of survival? Xia Bing asked, her voice trembling ever so slightly. No. If the inflammation on Yong's body remains unchecked, it could lead to a deep tissue infection, and should septicemia arise, his life would be in jeopardy. As Jiang Mingyao spoke, her voice trembled with trepidation. What shall we do now? Upon hearing that Qin Yong might be in mortal danger, Xia Bing was already overwhelmed with fear. I need to perform debridement on him. Bing Bing, could you please boil some water? Ensure it reaches a rolling boil. Otherwise, the bacteria won't be eradicated. Jiang Mingyao asserted with a serious demeanor. Although she had a formal education in the field, as a recent graduate, her clinical experience was still somewhat lacking. Thus, in such a dire situation, she was uncertain about her ability to manage Qin Yong's injuries. All she could do now was to give her utmost effort. All right, I'll go immediately. Xia Bing, already at a loss, had no objections to Jiang Mingyao's instructions and hurried off to boil water. While Xia Bing was occupied, Jiang Mingyao placed the folding knife that Qin Yong had given her over the fire to sterilize it momentarily. She then procured a clean bamboo stick, fashioning it into a rudimentary pair of tweezers. Once these tasks were completed, Xia Bing returned with the boiled water. After allowing it to cool, Jiang Mingyao, with Xia Bing's assistance, meticulously cleaned Qin Yong's wound with the cooled boiled water, followed by a thorough disinfection using iodine. After completing these procedures, both women let out a sigh of relief. Whether it was due to the anti-inflammatory medication taking effect or the proper treatment of the infected wound, Qin Yong seemed to be in a better state than before. Though he remained in a deep slumber, it was evident that he now slept more soundly, no longer muttering nonsensically. Bing Bing, do you think Qin Yong's high fever will subside? Xia Bing inquired, gently touching his feverish forehead, her eyes still filled with concern. Chapter 90. Barriers. It's too early to say. As long as we control the inflammation and avoid complications, there shouldn't be any major issues. However, Jiang Mingyao, as a trained professional, often instinctively considered the worst possible outcomes. Thus, when she spoke, she expressed her thoughts without much filtering, voicing whatever came to mind. Yet, for Xia Bing, these dire possibilities were too harrowing to contemplate. No, Yao, there is no if. Qin Yong will definitely recover. Before Jiang Mingyao could finish her thought, Xia Bing interjected with unwavering conviction. But as soon as she uttered these words, a pang of regret washed over her. The dynamics among the three of them had shifted. Now, Qin Yong and Jiang Mingyao were a couple in reality. Logically, she should maintain a distance and refrain from excessive concern. With this realization, Xiaobing glanced at Jiang Mingyao, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Bingbing, please do not take offense. My concern solely stemmed from my worry for Qin Yong's safety. Jiang Mingyao certainly understood Xiaobing's reaction. Feeling guilty towards Xiaobing, she was even less inclined to take offense. Moreover, it was only after Xiaobing's interruption that Jiang Mingyao realized the gravity of the situation. At this moment, what everyone needed was confidence. It was indeed inappropriate to voice such disheartening words. Indeed, it's all right, Sister Bingbing. You are absolutely right. Yongge will be just fine. Although both were cautiously maintaining their relationship, they could clearly sense an emerging rift between them, particularly for Jiang Mingyao. She was acutely aware that Xiaobing was deliberately avoiding something. This awareness weighed heavily on her conscience, leaving her feeling even more unsettled. Now, witnessing Xiaobing explain herself like a child who had committed a misdeed, she felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity to have a good conversation with Sister Bingbing, Jiang Mingyao thought to herself. Perhaps it was due to the heightened tension during the rescue of Qin Yong that they had not felt any discomfort until now. However, upon pausing and reflecting on their earlier exchange, the atmosphere in the cave became palpably awkward. Ahem, Sister Bingbing, could you please keep an eye on Yongge? I'll go fetch something to eat. In an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, Jiang Mingyao sought an excuse to step away. Oh, all right, go ahead. I'll watch over him. Xiaobing, fully aware of Jiang Mingyao's intentions, readily agreed. Once Jiang Mingyao had departed, Xiaobing's attention returned to Qin Yong. However, Qin Yong lay exposed on the stone bed, leaving Xiaobing's gaze floundering, unsure where to rest, especially when she caught sight of his impressive physique. She felt her face flush with embarrassment. Hastily, she grabbed a blanket to cover him. Yet, while the sight was now obscured, the image lingered in her mind, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Although she had seen Qin Yong's vulnerable side on multiple occasions, her previous state of anxiety had left her no time to ponder such matters. Now that Qin Yong's injuries had been treated, and with the capable Jiang Mingyao by her side, Xiaobing's worries had significantly eased. However, encountering something she ought not to see again stirred a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. Chapter 91. Improvement of condition after hastily consuming a meager meal. The two women once again assessed Qin Yong's injuries. It seemed that the medication had taken effect, and with the wounds properly treated, his high fever had finally subsided, likely transitioning to a low-grade fever. Witnessing such a notable improvement, both women felt a genuine surge of joy. In the days leading up to this moment, Xiaobing had been engulfed in fear and helplessness. The torment she endured was indescribable. Even Jiang Mingyao, within this brief span of hours, had experienced the extremes of sorrow and elation. In the hearts of the two women, nothing brought greater joy than the improvement of Qin Yong's condition. Sister Bingbing, Brother Yong's fever has significantly decreased. Please keep an eye on him while I prepare some nourishing broth. When he awakens, he can have some to replenish his strength. The uncontainable joy in Jiang Mingyao's heart was clearly reflected on her face. From her reaction, it was evident that Qin Yong's injuries had stabilized considerably this time. Although his high fever had subsided through physical cooling a few days prior, it was still merely a temporary measure without medication. Xiaobing understood that this was only a stopgap solution. Now, with Jiang Mingyao's intervention, she firmly believed that this reduction in fever truly indicated that Qin Yong's condition had stabilized. Instantly, her gaze toward Jiang Mingyao brimmed with gratitude. Yao Yao, you've been tirelessly busy. You must be exhausted. I'll handle the broth, so you should take a moment to rest and keep Brother Yong company, Xiaobing stated, rising and heading towards the fire without waiting for a response. Sister Bingbing, you. Jiang Mingyao began to speak, but seeing Xiaobing had already moved away, she refrained from continuing. However, from Xiaobing's expression, it was apparent that she still harbored a degree of avoidance, perhaps to sidestep any potential awkwardness. Unexpectedly, even after the broth was ready, there was still no sign of Qin Yong awakening. Jiang Mingyao, feeling a twinge of worry, gently touched his forehead. Thankfully, his temperature was not excessively high. It seemed to be merely a low-grade fever. Sister Bingbing, it appears Brother Yong won't be waking up anytime soon. Since there is still time, I must go find some herbs, Jiang Mingyao remarked, glancing at the dwindling supply of anti-inflammatory medication with a furrowed brow. Indeed, the limited supplies of anti-inflammatory medication, iodine, and gauze that she had exchanged with Fan Jian and the others had nearly been depleted during the recent wound cleaning. Yet, Qin Yong's injuries had only just begun to stabilize. If no further medication was procured, the likelihood of deterioration remained high. Hence, she felt compelled to venture out in search of remedies. Yao Yao, the beasts in this jungle are quite numerous. I should go instead. Describe the characteristics of the herbs you need, and I will do my utmost to retrieve them, Xiao Bing proposed, glancing between Jiang Mingyao and Qin Yong. On one hand, her concern for Jiang Mingyao's safety was genuine. On the other, she yearned to contribute further to Qin Yong's recovery. Jiang Mingyao, however, did not perceive the situation as complicated. She simply felt a sense of guilt for having placed Xia Bing in a position of worry. Now, thinking only of herself felt increasingly unjust. Sister Bingbing, I am quite familiar with these medicinal herbs. It would be better if I went, given that some herbs, though visually similar, could have vastly different effects. Jiang Mingyao insisted on her decision. Chapter 92. Seeking medicine. Though Jiang Mingyao had studied Western medicine, she had grown up in a family steeped in traditional Chinese medicine. She had received direct teachings from her elders regarding herbal remedies. Thus, she was acutely aware of the implications involved. Thus, she dared not to be careless. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Bing conceded that Jiang Mingyao's reasoning held some merit. Yao Yao, this is the dagger that Qin Yong previously gifted to me. Take it for self-defense, Xia Bing declared, as she retrieved the dagger from her waist. This dagger had been a cherished possession for Xia Bing, particularly after her departure, as it represented her sole connection to Qin Yong. However, considering that Jiang Mingyao was venturing alone to seek herbs for Qin Yong, she set aside her sentiments and willingly handed over the dagger. Of course, her actions bore an additional meaning. After all, Qin Yong was now with Jiang Mingyao, and returning the dagger felt only fitting. If she did not take the initiative, it would seem she lacked understanding of the situation. Jiang Mingyao, being a woman herself, was undoubtedly aware of Xia Bing's subtle intentions. Naturally, she had no intention of accepting the dagger. Moreover, she felt an urgency to have a heartfelt conversation with Xia Bing at the earliest opportunity, for the current dynamic among the three was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. I don't need it, Bing. You keep the dagger. I have a folding knife that Brother Qin Yong gave me. I'll just take the fire axe he usually uses. It will be convenient for chopping and digging, Jiang Mingyao said, waving her folding knife. Knowing she could not sway this stubborn young woman, Xia Bing resignedly returned the dagger to her waist. Jiang Mingyao then took up the axe and a small bamboo basket woven from reeds that Qin Yong had carelessly crafted, and set off toward the mountain stream beside the bamboo grove. Though Jiang Mingyao was uncertain of the exact location of this island, she surmised, based on the climate, that it lay within a subtropical or tropical region. Thus, she believed that some common medicinal herbs found in the southern regions of her homeland could also be located here. With this reasoning and her understanding of the growth conditions for these herbs, Jiang Mingyao felt confident in her ability to find the necessary medicinal plants. Upon entering the stream, she began her search in the low-lying areas with damp soil. The decision to head toward the stream was indeed related to the specific herb she sought, known as turmeric. This herb thrives in warm, humid environments rich in moisture. Those familiar with traditional Chinese medicine may recognize that turmeric not only facilitates the flow of meridians, but also invigorates blood circulation and promotes wound healing. Hence, Jiang Mingyao's mission was to locate it. Whether fate was playfully toying with Jiang Mingyao or testing her resolve, she walked a considerable distance along the stream without encountering any signs of turmeric. Disheartened, she began to doubt her initial assumptions. Nevertheless, thinking of Qin Yong, who lay gravely injured in the cave, she resolved to continue her search. Chapter 93. Unexpected delight, even if she could not find the specific herb she sought. She was determined to discover a suitable alternative. The severity of Qin Yong's injuries left no room for delay. With this thought in mind, she paid no heed to the cuts on her ankles from the weeds and continued her search along the banks of the mountain stream. Just as Jiang Mingyao began to feel despondent, a patch of vibrant green grass suddenly caught her eye, igniting a spark of excitement within her. This was no ordinary grass. It was a flourishing patch of mugwort. Mugwort not only possesses the ability to reduce swelling, staunch bleeding, and relieve pain, but it also exhibits anti-inflammatory and antibacterial properties, enhancing immunity. In some respects, its anti-inflammatory effects may even surpass those of turmeric. Jiang Mingyao chided herself for her previous oversight. How could she have been so careless as to overlook the efficacy of mugwort. After a moment of frustration, she approached and began to harvest some of the herb. However, given the sweltering heat, she realized that mugwort leaves would not keep well. Thus, she prudently collected only a portion before resuming her search. Having successfully located mugwort in this area, she felt confident that finding additional medicinal herbs would pose no significant challenge. Indeed, after walking a short distance further, Jiang Mingyao stumbled upon several wild ginseng plants, which nearly caused her to cry out in joy. The wild ginseng, known for its ability to promote blood circulation, alleviate pain, detoxify, and reduce swelling, would undoubtedly be even more potent than cultivated varieties. With a bamboo basket brimming with herbs, Jiang Mingyao returned to the cave as dusk settled. Noticing that Xia Bing remained steadfastly by Qin Yong's side, she approached quietly. "Sister Bing, how is Yonga doing?" she inquired, still catching her breath from the day's exertions. "Since you left the cave, Qin Yong has awakened twice, albeit in a daze. However, his condition has improved significantly. I just fed him some meat broth, and he has fallen asleep again," Xia Bing replied with a smile. "That's wonderful," Jiang Mingyao responded, reaching out to feel Qin Yong's forehead. "By the way, did you find any herbs?" Xia Bing asked with concern. "Yes, I found some mugwort and ginseng, both of which have anti-inflammatory and analgesic properties. I will prepare them right away for him," Jiang Mingyao said, turning to get to work. However, Xia Bing stepped forward to stop her. "All right, Mingyao, you've worked hard all day. You need a rest." Before Jiang Mingyao could protest, Xia Bing took the bamboo basket and headed towards the fire. Following Jiang Mingyao's instructions, Xia Bing swiftly brewed the mugwort into a medicinal concoction and ground the ginseng into a paste, presenting it to Jiang Mingyao. Jiang Mingyao then used the mugwort infusion to cleanse Qin Yong's wounds before applying the crushed ginseng as a poultice. As they watched Qin Yong snore softly, the two women exchanged glances and shared a light-hearted laugh. After finishing their tasks, the two felt at ease and settled comfortably by the campfire. In this relaxed and cheerful atmosphere, Jiang Mingyao sensed that it was the right moment to have a conversation with Xia Bing. She took the initiative to recount their recent experiences. Chapter 94. Amusing yet embarrassing upon learning about the ordeals faced by Qin Yong and Jiang Mingyao, Xia Bing couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation. She had not been present during Fan Jian and his companions' repugnant actions, and thus could not fully grasp their severity. However, she had witnessed the ferocious wild boar and those savage wolves with her own eyes, even suffering at their hands, making her acutely aware of the dangers involved. She had narrowly escaped, losing her life on the edge of a cliff, and the memory still sent shivers down her spine. Instantly, her expression turned tense. "Yao Yao, are you implying that the meat we are consuming now is sourced from that wild boar?" Xia Bing inquired, glancing skeptically at the rows of smoked meat behind her. Although she harbored a deep-seated hatred for the wild boar that had attacked her, the thought of its menacing visage still sent chills through her. Consequently, the meat she was currently savoring suddenly lost its appeal. "Indeed, Sister Bing, not only this meat, but there is also a large boar's head over there. Moreover, that head was specifically, Jiang Mingyao, although now a married woman, was still a young girl at heart. Recalling the excitement of hunting the wild boar, she pointed to the nearly dried boar's head hanging on the rock wall near the cave entrance, eagerly sharing her tale with Xia Bing. Yet, as she spoke, she seemed to remember something and hesitated, feeling embarrassed to continue. Specifically what? The curious Xia Bing, imagining the scene, pressed for clarification upon Jiang Mingyao's sudden pause. "Well, it was specifically set aside for a tribute to you." Jiang Mingyao, unsure of how to express it delicately, blushed and decided to be forthright. "Tribute to me?" This, Xia Bing, observing Jiang Mingyao's peculiar expression, felt increasingly perplexed. Although Jiang Mingyao had broadly recounted their previous experiences, she refrained from mentioning the part where Xia Bing had been presumed to have fallen off the cliff, as she was right there in front of her. Thus, Xia Bing remained unaware of this particular episode. Because we all thought you had fallen off the cliff, and, well, Jiang Mingyao finally revealed the awkward incident, deliberately omitting the word that implied death. "Huh. Even so, you really didn't have to bring a boar's head to see me, did you?" Finally, comprehending the intricacies of the situation, Xia Bing could not help but burst into laughter. With a mixture of amusement and exasperation, she retorted, "Sister Bing Bing, you are still laughing. Do you have any idea how long we've been sorrowful? Moreover, We are doing this to avenge you, and in our quest for retribution we nearly met our demise at the hands of a wild boar. Jiang Mingyao pouted, expressing her indignation. In truth, upon realizing the lengths to which her friends had gone for her, Xia Bing felt a deep sense of gratitude. Chapter 95, Unveiling the Truth. She felt immensely fortunate to have met Qin Yong and Jiang Mingyao. Yet, every time she envisioned the weathered visage of the pig, she could not help but picture the comical sight of the duo laboriously hauling the enormous pig's head toward her, which was simply irresistible. Thus, a matter that had caused Qin Yong and Jiang Mingyao considerable distress, and was indeed a serious affair, transformed into a source of joviality in the mouths of the two women. However, it was precisely because of this that the emotional rift between them seemed to dissipate, albeit subtly. By the way, Sister Bingbing, although you are safe now, how did you end up on that mountain? After a moment of calm, Jiang Mingyao asked with curiosity. Subsequently, Xia Bing recounted the events of the past few days in detail to Jiang Mingyao. It turned out that after parting ways with Qin Yong and Jiang Mingyao, she had followed the trail left by Qin Yong in her search. Perhaps due to a stroke of good fortune, she encountered no perilous beasts along her journey. Eventually, she arrived at the deep pool that Qin Yong had mentioned. With no shelter, she naturally set her sights on the cave not far from the pool. As a novice in wilderness survival, she lacked the instinctual awareness of danger that Qin Yong possessed. Unrestrained, she successfully entered the cave. Upon observing the cave's layout and surrounding environment, Xia Bing found it quite appealing and decided to settle there temporarily. However, her respite was short-lived, as she soon noticed that the local wildlife seemed to flock to the deep pool for water. Most alarming of all was a particularly ferocious wild boar, which appeared to bear a grudge against her, frequently coming to the cave to taunt her. Having grown up in the confines of a greenhouse, Xia Bing had never witnessed such scenes and was terrified, remaining hidden in the cave, too afraid to venture out. Each day, she subsisted on the dried fish she had brought and the water dripping from the cave. Yet, the dried fish would inevitably run out, and once she had consumed her last morsel, her growling stomach could no longer be ignored. Seizing the opportunity while the wild boar was away, she decided to venture into the bamboo grove to forage for some bamboo shoots. Unfortunately, she had barely unearthed a few when she heard the sound of the wild boar rooting around in the bamboo thicket behind her. Timid as she was, Xia Bing turned around and let out a piercing scream upon seeing the creature. In that moment, she inadvertently summoned the wild boar towards her. Observing the formidable beast with its tusks advancing steadily in her direction, Xia Bing felt utterly helpless. In a flurry of panic, she quickly nocked an arrow and shot it at the boar. Whether it was sheer luck on Xia Bing's part or misfortune for the boar, the arrow struck true, piercing its left eye. Enraged, the boar let out a howl and charged at her like a tank. Fortunately, the sound of its roar jolted Xia Bing out of her stupor. She turned and fled, her path uncertain as she ran for her life. At that moment, evading the boar's relentless pursuit was her utmost priority. Thus began a fierce chase through the dense jungle. Chapter 96. A fight for survival with only one eye to see. The boar was ferocious in its pursuit, but lacked speed. Xia Bing cleverly used this to her advantage, skillfully dodging its advances. She attempted to retaliate with a few more arrows, but the boar's thick hide rendered her primitive bamboo arrows ineffective. Realizing the futility of her efforts, Xia Bing chose to flee with all her might, the boar hot on her heels. It was not until she reached the edge of a cliff that despair gripped her. As the boar closed in, Xia Bing peered over the precipice, and her heart sank. Below, rocky outcrops jutted from the tumultuous waves crashing against them. A fall would surely mean certain death. In that moment, regret washed over her. Why had she ventured out alone, away from Qin Yong and the others? If she had stayed, perhaps none of this would have occurred. Frustrated, Xia Bing stamped her foot. Yet, lamenting was futile now. She fixed her gaze on the advancing boar, a stubborn resolve igniting within her. Even in death, she vowed not to let this grotesque creature triumph. With determination, she brandished the sharp wooden stick that Qin Yong had prepared for her and charged at the boar. However, having learned from their previous encounter, the boar was not about to grant her another chance. It swiftly tossed its head, sending Xia Bing's weapon flying from her grasp. The force was so great that she was flung over the cliff's edge. The boar, still unsatisfied, circled the cliff's edge several times. But upon finding no trace of Xia Bing, it eventually departed in frustration. Time passed, and Xia Bing eventually stirred from her unconsciousness. Blinking her eyes open, she instinctively reached to rub her head to clear her mind. However, the sight before her nearly caused her to faint again. She found herself precariously hanging approximately 3 to 4 meters from the cliff's edge. Both of her feet were ensnared by the dense vines, leaving her upper body suspended in midair, devoid of any surface to leverage. This sudden predicament genuinely startled Xia Bing, for directly beneath her was a steep cliff. As the sea breeze swept by, her entire body swayed, instilling a sense of imminent peril of plummeting down. The once dazed Xia Bing was now entirely alert. She could feel cold sweat beating on her back, forehead, palms, and the soles of her feet. The dread of potentially meeting her demise at the cliff's base permeated every pore of her being, almost suffocating her with its intensity. Xia Bing dared not look down any longer, redirecting her gaze. With her hands gripping the nearby vines tightly, she gasped for air. After a moment, her trembling hands gradually steadied. Summoning all her strength, she tugged at the vines, pulling herself upwards until her body was once again oriented upright. Only then did she exhale with a modicum of relief. However, she still refrained from glancing downward, fearing that any loss of control would render her powerless, sending her tumbling into the abyss. Chapter 97. A life rescued. She understood that, at this moment, there was no one but herself who could effectuate her rescue. After taking several deep breaths, she suppressed her feelings of helplessness and fear, stifling her tears as she painstakingly climbed. Ultimately, after exhausting every ounce of her energy, Xia Bing safely returned to the cliff's edge. She lay motionless on the rocks, feeling utterly drained, devoid of any strength. After a prolonged period, she gradually regained her composure. Having narrowly escaped death, she found herself too shaken to stand immediately. With her back to the cliff's edge, she crawled several meters before finally rising unsteadily to her feet. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyao could no longer contain herself. She enveloped Xia Bing in a tight embrace. "Sister Bing, I'm so sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had to endure such suffering. It's all my fault." Jiang Mingyao wept profusely, her voice laced with remorse. "Yao Yao, this is not your fault. Perhaps this is merely the tribulation destined for me. Who could have predicted that a team-building outing would lead to such a calamity? Therefore, I hold no one accountable. I simply hope that we can return safely, and that will suffice," Xia Bing replied with a calm demeanor. Perhaps the multitude of unforeseen events she had encountered in recent days had accelerated her growth, transforming her delicate heart into one of resilience. "Sister Bing, regardless of the circumstances, I am the one at fault. From now on, I will never allow you to leave alone," Jiang Mingyao declared resolutely, casting a determined glance at Xia Bing. "All right, Yao Yao, I am slightly older than you, and it is only natural that I should look after you," Xia Bing responded gently. "Therefore, there is no need for you to blame yourself. As long as you can continue to live well, that would be the greatest reward for me." It is uncertain whether the words of Xia Bing had a profound effect, or if Jiang Mingyao had managed to adjust her emotions herself. At that moment, she took Xia Bing's hand once more and returned to the warmth of the fire. "Sister Bing Bing, how did you end up on that mountain? And how did you save Brother Yong?" Jiang Mingyao inquired, wiping the redness from her tear-stained eyes. "After climbing up from the cliff, I hid there for quite some time. Only after I was certain that the wild boar had departed did I dare to make my way back. However, at that point, I could no longer return to the cave, so I traversed the mountain and sought another place to set up camp, aiming to keep a considerable distance from that wild boar. It was not until that day, while I was hunting a wild rabbit, that I found myself near the location where Qin Yong was situated. Then I heard agonizing cries. Upon approaching, I discovered that Qin Yong was battling several wolves. By the time I managed to slay the last wolf king, Qin Yong had already sustained grave injuries. Due to the severity of his wounds, I had no choice but to follow his directions to find you," Xia Bing recounted, her heart still heavy with lingering dread. Perhaps recalling the brutality of the battle stirred something within Xia Bing, as a hint of terror flickered across her face while she narrated the events. After listening to Xia Bing's account, Jiang Mingyao finally grasped the full sequence of events. "Sister Bing Bing, in truth, we have been searching for you incessantly since the day you left. However, we scoured the vicinity of the beach and could not ascertain your whereabouts," Jiang Mingyao hastily clarified, fearing Xia Bing might feel sorrowful. Chapter 98. I can withdraw. Xia Bing remained silent, her thoughts drifting back to the day she departed. In reality, she had not wandered far, but had concealed herself behind a large tree not far from the beach, weeping in solitude. Thus, she had witnessed their frantic search for her with clarity. Yet, at that time, Xia Bing was unable to accept the reality, and once she regained her composure, she resolutely chose to leave. Especially after arriving here, when we discovered your traces, Brother Yong pursued fervently, almost driven to madness. It was only when he found the stick you had left at the cliff's edge that he returned, disheartened. To this day, I clearly remember he came back very late, as if his spirit had been lost. Had it not been for his determination to hunt that wild boar in vengeance for you, he may never have rallied again. Without waiting for Xia Bing's response, Jiang Mingyao continued to speak to herself. Unknowingly, whether by intention or coincidence, Jiang Mingyao's words indeed stirred Xia Bing's thoughts, as she gazed at her with a look of disbelief. Truly, Sister Bingbing, if you do not believe me, once Brother Yong recovers, we can visit the cliff's edge. There remains a grave marker you erected for yourself. Jiang Mingyao fixed her earnest gaze upon Xia Bing, emphasizing her sincerity. Xia Bing, of course, believed Jiang Mingyao's words. It seemed as though her once icy heart had begun to thaw, receiving a gentle warmth that gradually melted its chill. In recent days, the deepest desire within her heart has been to understand Qin Yong's reactions and attitudes. Now, hearing it spoken directly from Jiang Mingyao's lips, Xia Bing felt a profound conviction in her heart. Yao Yao, I do not harbor any hatred towards you, nor towards Qin Yong. It is merely that I am at a loss on how to navigate our current relationship. So, once a heart opens, the expression of one's innermost thoughts becomes a natural consequence. Confronted with Jiang Mingyao's sincerity, Xia Bing too confessed her feelings. Bing Jia, the fundamental cause of our present predicament lies with me. It is entirely my fault for failing to perceive your thoughts earlier. Had I not escaped from Fanjian, had you not taken me in, or had I not entertained that selfish notion, perhaps you and Brother Qin Yong would have already been together. However, now that events have unfolded as they have, I am uncertain how to rectify this mistake. Therefore, if you do not mind, I can withdraw and return Brother Qin Yong to you. To make it easier for Xia Bing to accept, Jiang Mingyao feigned nonchalance. The guilt Xia Bing felt had long been a burden on Jiang Mingyao's heart, often suffocating her. In truth, she had long contemplated providing Xia Bing with an explanation, but had been reluctant to part with Qin Yong. Now, having mustered the courage to express her true feelings, Jiang Mingyao felt a considerable relief within herself. Despite the words spoken, Xia Bing sensed Jiang Mingyao's authenticity and trusted that she would uphold her promise. Yet, from her expression, Xia Bing discerned the lingering reluctance and pain within her. Yao Yao, are you truly willing to let go? Perhaps in jest, or perhaps seeking Jiang Mingyao's affirmation. Xia Bing could not resist posing the question. Chapter 99. Heartfelt confessions. Caught off guard by Xia Bing's sudden inquiry, Jiang Mingyao found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her face revealing a flicker of conflict and turmoil. This internal struggle was not exclusive to Jiang Mingyao. Qin Yong, who had been feigning unconsciousness, was also embroiled in his own turmoil. In truth, after Jiang Mingyao's repeated administration of medication, Qin Yong's condition had stabilized significantly. Shortly after Xia Bing and Jiang Mingyao departed, Qin Yong began to awaken, albeit in a dazed state without uttering a sound. This indicated that he had been listening attentively to the conversation between the two women from the very beginning. He had long wished to comprehend their genuine thoughts regarding this triangular relationship, but had been deprived of the opportunity. Now, with such a splendid chance before him, he certainly would not let it slip away. Thus, with his eyes tightly shut, Qin Yong leaned in to listen intently. The more animated the conversation between the two women became, the more engaged he felt in the unfolding drama. I am certainly willing. Bing Jia, you can rest assured. Jiang Mingyao, with an air of indifference, spoke up. However, any discerning observer could readily discern that her words were laced with insincerity. The way her fidgeting hands nervously twisted the hem of her garment was telling. As soon as Jiang Mingyao finished her statement, and before Xia Bing could respond, Qin Yong, lying on the stone bed, cursed inwardly. Jiang Mingyao, you heartless creature. Am I merely an object to be cast aside at your whim? Just wait until I recover. I shall have my reckoning. Of course, these thoughts were confined to his mind, for he was eager to hear the ensuing dialogue between the two women and dared not utter a sound. "Ah, you little girl, what are you truly thinking? If I were to acquiesce, it would likely be you who would take your leave. I refuse to engage in such sordid affairs of stealing love." While Qin Yong was lost in these musings, Xia Bing noticed the reluctance in Jiang Mengyao's demeanor and teasingly remarked, "Yet, as is often the case, the speaker's lack of intention is not always matched by the listener's interpretation." The moment Xia Bing's words left her lips, Jiang Mengyao's face flushed crimson. "Bing Bing. I." At that moment, Xia Bing sensed that her previous words might have been misconstrued. "Oh, Yao, do not misunderstand. That was not my intention." Observing Jiang Mengyao's embarrassment, Xia Bing quickly offered a clarification. "It's quite all right, Bing Bing. I truly am capable of such unsavory conduct." Jiang Mengyao's countenance was suffused with shame as she lowered her head. "Enough, Yao. This is entirely my fault for speaking without thought, leading to your misunderstanding. What I meant to convey is that I understand your hesitations, and thus, I will not compete with you." Xia Bing gently embraced Jiang Mengyao. Despite Xia Bing's earnest attempts at reassurance, Jiang Mengyao remained tense, her hands now fidgeting even more fervently at the hem of her clothing. She parted her lips as if to convey something, yet for reasons unknown, she ultimately bit her lip, unable to voice her thoughts. This series of subtle gestures did not escape Xia Bing's notice. She took Jiang Mengyao's delicate hands in her own, caressing them gently. "Yao, please do not feel pressured. Whatever is on your mind, you can share it with me. I'm a bit older and can understand many things." As Xia Bing continued to consider Jiang Mengyao's feelings, the latter felt increasingly guilty at the prospect of causing Xia Bing distress. After a brief moment of hesitation, she mustered her courage and gazed at Xia Bing, saying, "Bing Bing, actually, if you wouldn't mind, perhaps we could serve Brother Yong together. You could take the lead, and I could follow." "I am willing," Jiang Mengyao stammered, finally articulating her thoughts, though her voice dwindled to a whisper and her head sank lower, nearly touching her soft chest. Yao, you." Xia Bing was utterly taken aback, unprepared for Jiang Mengyao's audacious proposal. The heat radiating from my face rendered me speechless. "Sister Bing Bing, I speak the truth. Perhaps you might consider me somewhat shameless. However, it has been an extensive period since the maritime disaster occurred, and yet we have not seen any sign of rescue teams. At this juncture, whether we can leave this deserted island remains uncertain. Nevertheless, survival remains our foremost concern. Currently, there is only Qin Yong, and I know how reluctant I am to part with him. I am equally aware of your sentiments. Hence, this solution appears to be the most suitable." Jiang Mengyao stated with utmost seriousness, her eyes fixed intently on the blushing Xia Bing, as if she yearned to extract an answer from her lips immediately. Confronted by Jiang Mengyao's relentless pressure, Xia Bing shyly turned away, her heart racing chaotically like a startled deer. She found herself at a loss for words. If she were to nod in agreement, it would contradict societal moral standards. Yet, a firm refusal felt equally unacceptable to her conscience. As Xia Bing grappled with her dilemma, Qin Yong, who had been eavesdropping intently on the stone bed, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. For him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whether he could partake in this shared bliss hinged entirely on Xia Bing's forthcoming words. He thought to himself, what is there to choose? Only children make choices. In the world of adults, one desires to have it all. He longed to sit up immediately and make the decision for Xia Bing. Yet, it was ultimately Xia Bing who had to make the choice, not him. Thus, he could only lie there, consumed by impatience. Sister Bing Bing, seeing that Xia Bing remained silent, Jiang Mengyao tugged at her sleeve and called out again. Yao, I. Prompted by Jiang Mengyao, Xia Bing's heart grew even more tumultuous, and she opened her mouth, struggling to articulate a coherent response. In truth, from her reaction, it was evident that she felt some inclination towards the proposition. However, she was hindered by various concerns. Given time, she would likely acquiesce. This was something the astute Jiang Mengyao perceived clearly. Yet, to prevent any unforeseen changes, she wished to eliminate any opportunity for Xia Bing to reconsider. Sister Bing Bing, I understand this may place you in a difficult position. If it truly feels uncomfortable, I can withdraw. Jiang Mengyao feigned a pitiful expression, allowing 2 streams of sympathetic tears to well in her eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Bing's heart softened. All right. Yao, is it not enough that I agree? She said, stamping her foot in frustration. Hee hee. I knew you were the best to me, Sister Bing Bing. Jiang Mingyao, unfazed by whether Xia Bing was genuinely angry or merely pretending, exclaimed. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she seized Xia Bing's hands and shook them vigorously, reveling in her perceived success. In that moment, Xia Bing finally grasped Jiang Mingyao's ulterior motives. However, she did not feel any anger. On the contrary, she found it quite pleasant to have such an understanding and compassionate sister. You little rascal, how dare you deceive me? Just wait until I deal with you. With that, Xia Bing pretended to be angry and reached for Jiang Mingyao's waist. Sister, my dear sister, please spare me. Jiang Mingyao laughed as she turned and ran away. Meanwhile, Qin Yong, lying on the stone bed, felt a surge of excitement when he heard that Xia Bing had ultimately agreed. He was ready to celebrate, but soon faced the consequences. In his overwhelming excitement, he had forgotten about his injuries. The sudden movement caused him to grimace in pain and cry out. Xia Bing and Jiang Mingyao, of course, heard him clearly. They stopped their playful banter and hurried to Qin Yong's side. Brother Yong, you're finally awake. Are you all right? Jiang Mingyao asked with concern. However, the expression on Qin Yong's face betrayed him. Xia Bing was well aware of his habitual, mischievous grin and his tendency to feign vulnerability. Having been tricked by him multiple times since arriving on this desolate island, she was not about to fall for his antics again. Yao Yao, don't pay any attention to him. He is perfectly fine. Xia Bing shot him a fierce glare. Jiang Mingyao, with her straightforward nature, did not grasp Xia Bing's intent and stared wide-eyed at her. He must have woken up long ago. He has just been pretending to sleep and secretly listening to us. Xia Bing revealed the truth without hesitation. Hee, not all. How could you say that? Qin Yong responded with his usual cheeky demeanor. Oh, Brother Yong, you're so naughty. The two women recalled their earlier conversation, feeling a wave of embarrassment that made them wish for a hole to hide in. Thus, the relationship among the three gradually returned to normal. Qin Yong's injuries also began to improve, aside from diligently caring for his daily needs. Jiang Mingyao collected fresh herbs each day to treat his wounds. After a few days, Qin Yong was able to sit up slowly with the support of the two women. His hands regained some strength, allowing him to eat independently. However, due to the severe wounds inflicted by the Wolf King on his thigh, he was still unable to walk. Yet, he felt no urgency. With two stunning beauties attending to him daily and the comfort of their embrace at night, if he were impatient, it would truly signify that he had lost his senses. Chapter 102. They have arrived. 1. Qin Yong had thus experienced a privilege that most men could only dream of. In the cave, there was ample food and drink, ensuring that they would not go hungry. They could simply regard it as a retreat in the jungle. However, the reality was far from their idyllic expectations. Just as the group believed they were free from the threats of wild boars and packs of wolves, danger began to encroach upon them. One day, after lunch, Jiang Mingyao ventured into the mountain stream, as was her routine, to continue gathering herbs for Qin Yong. Due to her persistent foraging, the nearby herbs had nearly been depleted. Thus, she decided to delve deeper into the stream. At long last, she managed to procure the desired mugwort, panax, nodo ginseng, and turmeric, among other herbs. Yet, just as she intended to return to the cave, she heard faint voices drifting up from the hillside nearby. Fear gripped her, prompting her to conceal herself in a patch of grass. Despite her efforts to quell her anxiety, her legs trembled uncontrollably. Indeed, within a minute, 3 ragged men appeared, cautiously making their way down the slope. Through the gaps in the foliage, Jiang Mingyao recognized the foremost figure. It was the lecherous old man, Fan Jian, who had long instilled fear in her. The 2 men trailing behind were undoubtedly his subordinates. The trio was engaged in a hushed discussion, and Jiang Mingyao strained to listen, suppressing her trepidation. She discerned Fan Jian expressing dissatisfaction toward one of the larger men. Erhu, did you truly see clearly? Which direction was it? Fan Jian asked, his impatience evident. Boss, I definitely saw it. I was chasing a wild chicken and spotted her not far ahead, seemingly gathering something like wild vegetables. The large man replied earnestly. Are you certain that person was the girl named Jiang? Fan Jian questioned skeptically, glancing back at the large man. Of course, with her figure and appearance. How could I mistake her? The large man asserted again, reaffirming his loyalty. Perhaps tired from their trek, the men halted a few meters from Jiang Mingyao, quenching their thirst from the stream as though they were parched souls. Don't get any strange ideas. That girl named Jiang is the boss's preference. Your interests lie back at the camp, remarked the slender, tall man with a mischievous grin. Oof, that ugly creature. If we weren't stranded on this deserted island, I wouldn't even spare her a glance. The large man retorted discontentedly. Seemingly unable to tolerate their bickering, Fan Jian interjected, Enough. Will you two ever be quiet? As long as you assist me in capturing her, you needn't worry about missing out on any benefits. Indeed, as long as we follow the boss, we shall indulge in the finest. The perceptive tall man quickly flattered. That's the spirit. As soon as we return to the city, this company will be under my command. Even the assets of the old man Xia will eventually fall into my hands. Therefore, as long as you follow me, wealth and glory are assured. Fan Jian encouraged, patting him on the shoulder with a sense of pride. Chapter 103. They have arrived too? Haha. Certainly, certainly. From now on, as long as you direct me east, I would never dare to venture west. The tall, lean man continued his sycophantic flattery. Boss, however, since Mr. Xia was pushed into the sea, we have not seen her again, and we do not know if she is alive or dead. If she is still alive, the burly man, with a hint of concern, glanced at Fan Jian and spoke. What nonsense are you spouting? Keep your mouth shut. I assure you, only the three of us know about my pushing Xia Bing into the sea. If anyone lets this information slip, I will ensure their demise. Do you hear me? It was evident that the burly man's words had provoked Fan Jian. He immediately became vigilant, glancing around before issuing a warning to the two before him. Boss, please do not be angry. I merely spoke without thinking. I shall never do so again. The burly man, realizing he had overstepped, hurriedly offered his apologies. This time, I shall let it pass, but from now on, keep your mouth tightly sealed. Fan Jian regarded the simple-minded giant with a degree of importance, choosing not to say more. Of course, it was not his abilities that Fan Jian valued, but rather his loyalty. Having such a physically strong, yet simple-minded individual at his side had its advantages. However, boss, previously, before we reached Qin Yong's camp, a member of our team who was tracking Jiang Mengyao reported seeing Mr. Xia at Qin Yong's camp. Could it be that Mr. Xia is indeed still alive? The tall, lean man, reminded by the burly man's words, seemed to have an epiphany and voiced his suspicions. Yes, there was indeed such a report, but when we rushed over, we did not see the Xia Bing that he mentioned. Moreover, despite the two camps being in close proximity for some time, no one has seen her. Thus, we cannot fully trust what that fellow said. He may have fabricated a lie to cover up his incompetence, Fan Jian reflected. Well, let us hope that is the case. The tall, lean man, though still feeling uneasy, could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort and chose not to press further. All right, let us set this matter aside for now. No one is to mention it again. By the way, are you certain that the woman, surnamed Jiang, came out alone? Perhaps Fan Jian sought to shift the conversation, or perhaps his desires were stirred once more. I am certain it was just her. I did not see that lad surnamed Qin, the burly man confirmed. Very well. If we see the woman, surnamed Jiang, we shall first silence her, and then take her away. Fan Jian commanded after a moment of contemplation. Boss, what if that fellow Qin discovers us in the future? The lean, tall man expressed his concerns, recalling Qin Yong's formidable strength. You fool, in this vast forest, losing one or two individuals is hardly unusual. Even if Qin Yong possesses great abilities, he surely wouldn't suspect me. Besides, whether he can even find me remains a question. Fan Jian shot a fierce glare at the lean man and scolded him. Exactly. You are merely worrying over nothing. The burly man seized the opportunity to chime in. You. The lean man intended to retort, but was silenced by another glare from Fan Jian, leaving him speechless. Chapter 104. They have arrived. 3. While the group believed they were conversing in secrecy, Jiang Mengyao finally grasped the content of their discussion, her heart sinking further into fear. Previously, she had heard Xia Bing recount how she was pushed into the sea during her escape. Now, having inadvertently learned the truth behind it, she was paralyzed with terror. Such is the nature of things. Often, the more one fears something, the closer it approaches. As Fan Jian and the others were about to continue their journey, a centipede suddenly crawled onto Jiang Mengyao's shoe. Already on edge, Jiang Mengyao screamed in fright. She sprang up from the bushes, stomping her feet incessantly in an attempt to shake off the centipede. However, this action thoroughly revealed her presence. The three, startled by the sudden emergence of a person from the underbrush, instinctively took a couple of steps back. Yet, Upon recognizing that the terrified figure before them was none other than the object of their desire, Jiang Mengyao, Fan Jian's eyes gleamed with a predatory light. What a stroke of luck. Fan Jian grinned lecherously at Jiang Mengyao. Oh, look who it is, the esteemed Miss Mengyao. You, what do you want? Stay back. Regaining her composure, Jiang Mengyao was now even more frightened, weakly warning the three. Haha, we have no ill intentions. We merely wish to discuss ideals and ponder life. The more anxious Jiang Mengyao became, the more exhilarated Fan Jian appeared, his expression growing increasingly lascivious. As Fan Jian and his companions advanced menacingly, Jiang Mengyao screamed in terror. She hurled the bamboo basket she was holding at them and fled towards the cave. The three sidestepped to avoid her, but quickly pursued her. However, when Fan Jian noticed the herbs scattered across the ground, curiosity compelled him to halt. The burly man and the lean one, perplexed by Fan Jian's sudden stop, approached him, still having run a few steps ahead. Boss, what's wrong? If we don't chase her, she'll escape. The burly man queried, bewildered. No. This isn't wild vegetables. This is mugwort. And also Sanchi. Fan Jian intently examined the herbs he had picked up from the ground, murmuring to himself continuously. It was evident that he recognized these two plants. After scrutinizing them briefly, he confidently named them. Boss, if you say these aren't wild vegetables, then what purpose do they serve? The towering figure looked at Fan Jian, perplexed. This is medicinal herb. Given the current situation, it seems someone has been injured. Although Fan Jian was a lecher, his mind was sufficiently sharp, and after a moment's contemplation, he deduced the likely scenario. So, who is injured? Listening to Fan Jian's mutterings, the large man appeared confused and scratched his head in bewilderment. I say, you big fool, haven't you figured out yet? There are only two of them. Now that the girl has come out seeking medicine, it must be that Qin Yong who is hurt. Before Fan Jian could respond, the lanky fellow impatiently interjected. Oh, right, that makes sense. At that moment, the large man finally grasped the situation, repeatedly affirming its logic. Unbeknownst to him, both Fan Jian and the lanky man had cast him disdainful glances. Chapter 105. You're not dead after all. 1. Quick, pursue her. This is the perfect opportunity to strike while the iron is hot. With that, Fan Jian directed the two to chase after Jiang Mengyao, who was fleeing. Brother, it seems you'll soon be able to embrace the beauty, laughed the lanky man, not forgetting to flatter Fan Jian during the chase. However, Fan Jian, in high spirits, found the compliment quite pleasing. He began to envision the tender warmth of the beauty in his arms. If that happens, surely you shall reap the rewards. Fan Jian resumed painting grand dreams for the two. As they pursued, each harbored their own ulterior motives. The already eager Fan Jian naturally envisioned soon holding the beauty close, fulfilling his desires. Meanwhile, the other two thought that if their boss had a feast, they might at least savor a sip of the broth. As these thoughts flourished, their excitement grew, and their chase intensified. Thanks to Fan Jian's momentary pause for contemplation, coupled with Jiang Mengyao's familiarity with the terrain from frequent visits, she arrived at the cave entrance ahead of the trio. Help! They're coming for me! Before reaching the cave, Jiang Mengyao had already begun to cry out in panic. At that moment, Xia Bing and Qin Yong were quietly sharing their heartfelt confessions on the stone bed within the cave. Upon hearing Jiang Mengyao's cries for help, they immediately grew anxious. Qin Yong struggled to sit up, but he was still too weak to stand. Even if he wished to rush outside, his body was unwilling. Xia Bing quickly restrained his movements, soothingly saying, "It's all right, don't move. I will take a look." Upon concluding her words, she seized the nearby bow and arrow, dashing swiftly towards the cave's entrance. Through her recent trials, Xia Bing had significantly enhanced her abilities. Were it not for the relentless assault from her adversaries, her advantageous position would have ensured her safety. Thus, he harbored a fair degree of confidence in Xia Bing's determination to rescue Jiang Mengyao. However, the thought of his own immobility filled Qin Yong with apprehension. If Fan Jian and his companions discovered this, the situation would spiral beyond his control. At that moment, although Jiang Mengyao had stumbled to the bamboo ladder, the pursuing Fan Jian and his cohort were rapidly closing in. For Fan Jian, their current assumption was merely that Qin Yong had sustained injuries. Yet they possessed no concrete evidence to substantiate this claim. Consequently, capturing Jiang Mengyao had become paramount. Securing her would provide them with leverage in negotiations with Qin Yong, even if their hypothesis proved erroneous. As Jiang Mingyao attempted to ascend the ladder, they were unwilling to relent, leaping desperately towards her. In this critical instant, a bamboo arrow suddenly shot forth from the cave, striking the ground directly before Fan Jian and his associates. Had it not been for the swift reaction of a tall, slender figure behind him, Fan Jian might have already succumbed to the arrow's deadly trajectory. "Everyone halt, move a muscle, and I shall shoot him dead." The commanding voice reverberated as Xia Bing emerged from the cave, clad in tactical gear, bow drawn, her gaze fixed intently on Fan Jian and his companions, resembling a seasoned hunter surveying her prey. Chapter 106. You're not dead after all, too. Fan Jian, who had been certain that Jiang Mingyao would fall into his grasp, was utterly blindsided by the unexpected appearance of the formidable Xia Bing on the platform. "Why, you're alive?" he stammered. Disbelief etched across his face as he voiced his inner turmoil. However, his words incited a wave of irritation within Xia Bing, exacerbated by Fan Jian's previous transgressions, leading her to dispense with any semblance of courtesy. With a frosty glare, she retorted, "Oh, so my continued existence has disappointed you, hasn't it, Mr. Fan?" True to his experience in the cutthroat business world, Fan Jian swiftly regained his composure after her sharp rebuttal. He adopted a demeanor of feigned respect, addressing Xia Bing earnestly. "Miss Xia, you misunderstand. I have been tirelessly searching for you since the shipwreck, scouring the coastline for any trace of your whereabouts. Although everyone assumed that you had perished, I firmly believed that you, General Xia, would surely encounter a stroke of good fortune, which is why I never gave up hope. Now that I see you are safe, I can finally face old General Xia with dignity." I must say, Fan Jian's words were impeccably crafted. If one were unaware of his character and past, anyone who heard them would undoubtedly be moved by his loyalty. Enough with the formalities. What are you three big men doing chasing after a young girl? What are your intentions? Xia Bing glanced at Jiang Mingyao, who was struggling to climb up, and then at Fan Jian and the others, who stood respectfully at a distance, and spoke sternly. Having regained his composure, Fan Jian was not the least bit flustered by Xia Bing's inquiry. In fact, he had already formulated a strategy in his mind. "General Xia, you may not be aware, but this young lady Mingyao was once with us on this deserted island, striving for survival. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, she went missing. Later, we learned she was with brother Qin Yong, which eased our concerns. However, just moments ago, while hunting in the forest, we spotted her alone foraging for wild vegetables. Fearing for her safety, we followed her here." Indeed, Fan Jian's adaptability left others speechless. In just a few brief moments, he not only concealed his dubious actions, but also polished his image to that of a gentleman. "Bing Bing Ye, she is deceiving you. They have been pursuing me all along with the intent to abduct me. Do not believe his lies." Jiang Mingyao, now perched on a small platform at the cave's entrance, felt her anger boiling as she heard Fan Jian audaciously twist the truth before her eyes. She glared fiercely at the three below. "See, I've once again turned a good deed into a bad one. Haven Ti, little Jiang, this is all my fault. I should have explained things to you more clearly. Otherwise, this misunderstanding would not have arisen. We truly followed you for your safety, but we did not anticipate that it would frighten you. I sincerely apologize. However, please do not misconstrue our intentions, especially you, General Xia. We genuinely harbor no malice." Fan Jian wore an expression of being wronged as he addressed Jiang Mingyao and Xia Bing. Chapter 107. Do not believe his lies yet. Upon closer inspection, one might notice a flicker of cunning cross Fan Jian's face as he spoke. "Misunderstanding? Spare us the pretense of being a good Samaritan. I overheard your conversation perfectly. It was you who pushed Bing Bing Jie into the sea during the shipwreck. Do you still wish to argue?" Jiang Mingyao, still too young, impulsively revealed the secret she had just heard, inciting a palpable shock among all present. Initially, Fan Jian harbored a flicker of hope that Jiang Mingyao had not overheard their conversation, but soon he became overwhelmed with panic. The glint in his eyes, as he glanced at Jiang Mingyao and Xia Bing, inadvertently betrayed a hint of malice. However, being a man of considerable cunning, he quickly suppressed his inner turmoil, allowing his mind to race with calculations. Xia Bing, too, was taken aback. Alongside her astonishment, a trace of alarm crept in. Although she had long suspected that Fan Jian might be behind the push to send her into the sea, hearing it confirmed sent a jolt of shock through her. Following that shock, a surge of anger welled up within her, and her gaze towards Fan Jian turned icy. Nevertheless, being the president of a major corporation, her considerations were far more comprehensive than those of Jiang Mengyao. She discreetly surveyed Jiang Mengyao beside her, then cast her eyes at the ferocious Fan Jian below the cave entrance, and finally thought of Qin Yong, who lay bedridden in the cave, unable to move. A silent lament arose within her. "Oh, dear sister, could you not assess the situation before speaking? Here we have Qin Yong incapacitated, leaving only us two fragile women capable of action, while there are three fierce young men. If a confrontation were to ensue, we would be utterly at their mercy." With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Xia Bing swiftly adjusted her expression. "Yao Yao, do not speak foolishly. I have known Mr. Fan for a long time. We are colleagues at the company. How could he possibly wish me harm? Do not spread hearsay." In an effort to avoid cornering Fan Jian into a desperate situation, Xia Bing feigned disbelief, her gaze laden with reproach as she glanced at Jiang Mengyao. "Bing Bing, I am not spreading hearsay. This is the truth." "Enough, Yao Yao. Do not say any more. It is impossible." Jiang Mengyao attempted to assert the truth of her claims, but before she could finish, Xia Bing interrupted her. Though Jiang Mengyao felt indignant and bewildered, she dared not confront Xia Bing and could only cast a fierce glare at Fan Jian and his two companions below. Clearly, Xia Bing's actions had immediate effects. The formerly fierce expression on Fan Jian's face relaxed at once. He had contemplated that if Xia Bing were to sever ties with him, he might as well take drastic measures against the two stunning women before him. After all, they had held out this long without seeing Qin Yong appear. It was highly likely that his assumptions about Qin Yong being injured were accurate, given Qin Yong's character, which refused to retreat even in light of minor injuries. This surely indicated a serious wound. However, now that Xia Bing displayed an expression of innocence, Fan Jian found himself at a loss. Chapter 108. Testing waters, he could not seize the opportunity to strike, and thus reverted to a demeanor of deference, exuding an air of harmlessness as he spoke. "I appreciate your trust, Ms. Xia. I would never stoop to such despicable acts. As for the misunderstanding regarding Miss Mengyao, I believe the truth will eventually emerge. Until then, I hope Ms. Xia can continue to place her faith in me." Fan Jian spoke with a tone of utmost respect, even going so far as to berate himself to prevent Xia Bing from harboring any suspicions. However, to Xia Bing, his words carried an unmistakable undertone of threat. "Naturally, I am quite familiar with Mr. Fan's character, so you need not worry. The hour is growing late. You should return soon to avoid causing concern among your companions." While it is true that one must commit fully to the act, Xia Bing found it increasingly difficult to maintain her pretense in the presence of the repugnant lecher. Fan Jian. She hastily concocted an excuse to dismiss them. Yet, she underestimated Fan Jian's cunning. How could he let such an opportunity slip away easily? "Ms. Xia, this may not be appropriate." Fan Jian's countenance shifted from a faint smile to one of grave seriousness. Upon hearing this, Xia Bing's expression darkened. Tightening her grip on the bow, she coldly inquired, "Mr. Fan, what is inappropriate about it?" "Miss Xia, please do not be alarmed. I am merely concerned for your safety. Previously, it was acceptable not to know your whereabouts, but now that I've located you, how could I return without ensuring your well-being? I must insist that you both gather your belongings and accompany us. Our camp is well-staffed. It would provide you with ample support." Fan Jian's eyes darted briefly before he continued. In truth, his words served a dual purpose. Observing Xia Bing's instinctive grip on her bow, he realized that a forceful approach would not yield favorable results today. Thus, he decided to adopt a more conciliatory stance, hoping to coax them back with the promise of safety. Once at the camp, he believed matters would be more easily resolved. Even if they refused, he could gauge the reaction of Qin Yong, who had remained silent thus far in the cave. This strategy offered him a twofold advantage, and he saw no reason to refrain from pursuing it. However, Xia Bing, well acquainted with Fan Jian's nature, was not so easily deceived. With a smile, she addressed him and his companions. "There is no need, Mr. Fan. I appreciate your kindness, but we have our small team and are managing quite well. You need not trouble yourself on our behalf. You know how temperamental Qin Yong can be, and he is currently asleep. If he were to awaken and misunderstand the situation, it could lead to complications. Her tone was light, yet laced with an unmistakable edge of threat. At this moment, Jiang Mingyao, who had remained silent beside Xiaobing, seemed to grasp the situation after listening to their exchange. She cast a glance at Xiaobing, her eyes betraying a hint of remorse. "Oh, it seems that Brother Qin is here as well. I have great admiration for him. He was quite generous to us by the seaside. Now that we have crossed paths again, as an elder brother, it is only right that I express my gratitude in person and perhaps reminisce a bit." Fan Jian took a deliberate step forward, fully aware of his intentions. Xiaobing, understanding his motives, found herself at a loss as to how to quell any suspicions Fan Jian might harbor, leading her to hesitate momentarily. Chapter 109. A battle of wits and courage. There's no need for that. Our courageous brother has been weary all night. He is now in a state of exhaustion. If he does not rest well, he might awaken in a foul mood, leading to conflicts with you all, which would be unfortunate. Xiaobing's hesitation did not escape Jiang Mingyao's notice. Before Xiaobing could utter a word, she swiftly added, upon hearing this, the minds of those present began to wander. Xiaobing blushed deeply, akin to a drunken maiden. Yet, what impressed her was the sheer spontaneity of this young girl's thoughts. Her words flowed freely, disregarding her own image and the feelings of others. However, upon reflection, Xiaobing found herself unsurprised. From the initial acts of pilfering meat and fish to her subsequent voluntary sacrifices, and then to the intricate ways she ensnared others, each action revealed her unrestrained spirit, unconfined by societal norms. Perhaps this was the very spontaneity that Xiaobing found herself lacking. Yet, across from her, Fan Jian's expression was far from pleasant. A man of notorious lechery, he watched as Qin Yong embraced beauty after beauty each night, while he himself was left yearning for the unattainable. His frustration palpable enough to nearly grind his teeth to dust. "Oh, I must pay him a visit. Otherwise, when he awakens to this situation, he will surely blame me, his elder brother, for my lack of propriety." With that, he signaled to the two individuals behind him, motioning for them to advance alongside him. This was precisely where Fan Jian's cunning lay. Although Xiaobing wielded a bow, an arrow, she possessed but one, with three men advancing together. No matter how swift she was, it was unlikely she could fell them all in one shot. As the tension escalated, Xiaobing and her companion immediately grew anxious. "You best remain where you are. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness," Xiaobing warned sharply. Naturally, Fan Jian and his companions dismissed her threat, fixating instead on the bamboo arrow in her hand as they moved forward slowly. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, the cavern echoed with Qin Yong's drowsy, mumbling voice punctuated by yawns. Instantly, Fan Jian and his companions halted. Of course, he was not foolish enough to believe that Qin Yong was genuinely asleep and disturbed. He was rapidly assessing whether the voice truly belonged to Qin Yong himself. If it did, could this utterance be a warning directed at him? Initially, he had suspected that Qin Yong's silence indicated either his absence from the cave or his incapacitation due to injury. However, from the sound just now, it was evidently Qin Yong's voice, one that did not resemble that of a gravely wounded individual. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Yet, if they had remained in this standoff for so long, why had Qin Yong not revealed himself? The more Fan Jian pondered, the more conflicted he became, leading him to refrain from taking any rash actions. However, to exercise caution, he decided to assess the situation before taking further action. It turns out that Brother Qin is truly resting. I shall refrain from disturbing him. Here, as the plan, General Xia. If you truly do not wish to accompany me, I will relocate our camp to this vicinity by tomorrow. This way, we can look out for one another, and moreover, there's a water hole nearby, making it more convenient for us to fetch water and such. Chapter 110. Understanding human nature. Having spoken, he did not wait for General Xia's consent and departed along the path with his two subordinates. Observing their departure, Xiaobing and Jiang Mingyao remained vigilant. After a brief period of observation at the cave entrance, they confirmed that the group did not return, allowing them to return to the cave with a sense of relief. "Sister Bingbing, did I say something wrong just now?" Jiang Mingyao asked, her expression filled with remorse as she looked at Xiaobing. "Silly girl, your words were not incorrect. It was merely the timing that was inappropriate. In truth, I had also harbored suspicions about him, but I lacked any evidence. Now that he has confirmed it from his own lips, I am aware of his intentions." I know what he seeks, and I shall not allow his schemes to succeed. Xia Bing grasped Jiang Mingyao's small hand and sat beside the stone bed, her countenance darkening. Xia Bing did not blame Jiang Mingyao for her ill-timed revelation regarding Fan Jian's previous attempt to harm her. After all, as a recent graduate, it was difficult for her to fathom the lengths to which a person might go when cornered. For now, she could only subtly remind her to be more cautious in the future. In Jiang Mingyao, she saw a reflection of her former self. Before arriving on this desolate island, she had been quite naive, wearing her heart on her sleeve and acting impulsively. Through a series of harrowing experiences, coupled with Qin Yong's first-hand accounts, her understanding of human nature gradually became less simplistic. Sister Bingbing, I have come to realize the reason behind your attempt to stop me from speaking further and your true intent in expressing belief in him. Indeed, I was lacking in consideration at that moment. Had they chosen to silence us, we would have been in grave danger. Jiang Mingyao reflected on her earlier impulsiveness, filled with regret. Indeed, it is commendable that you have come to this realization. You must understand that we are on a deserted island, where many constraints no longer apply. In such circumstances, when one's true nature is revealed, it can be exceedingly terrifying. Therefore, it is wise to remain vigilant in your words and actions. Xia Bing timely advised. Yes, Sister Bingbing, you may be only a few years my senior, yet your understanding far surpasses mine. Jiang Mingyao couldn't help but gaze at her with admiration. I wouldn't dare to overestimate my grasp of human nature. To truly comprehend it, you may need to engage more with that individual. For, at the outset, I too struggled to understand many of his actions. It was only later that I began to discern his true intentions. Xia Bing remarked, casting a knowing glance at Qin Yong. No need to complicate matters. This exchange can also involve 3 individuals. As the saying goes, in a group of 3, there is always a teacher among us. We can delve into the mysteries of human nature together, and perhaps our progress will be remarkably swift. Observing the 2 women casually chatting as if nothing had happened, Qin Yong could not help but admire their magnanimity, and he playfully teased them. Brother Yongyu, Qin Yongyu. Having long been acquainted with Qin Yong's mischievous side, the 2 women quickly discerned the underlying meaning of his words and blushed, turning away in embarrassment. Upon witnessing their flustered expressions, Qin Yong couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Chapter 111. What should we do next? All right, just a jest. Now that circumstances have changed, let us devise a strategy. After a round of playful banter, Qin Yong's demeanor shifted as he regarded the 2 women with seriousness. Instantly, the atmosphere in the once lively cave became somber. Indeed, judging by Fan Jian's words and actions, I sense he may have already uncovered something. Reflecting on the situation, Xia Bing spoke gravely. Yes, I overheard your conversation. It is certain that he has made a discovery, but the extent of that discovery remains unclear. To be more precise, the likelihood of suspicion seems to be greater. With Jiang Mingyao's assistance, Qin Yong slowly sat up and inquired Yao Yao. Where did you encounter them? Did they do anything to you during this time? Women tend to be more observant, and as soon as Qin Yong finished speaking, Xia Bing grasped the crux of the matter. I was gathering herbs by the mountain stream today, just as I usually do. Thus, Jiang Mingyao recounted the entire sequence of events regarding her encounter with Fan Jian and the others in detail. In light of this, the entire affair aligns perfectly. They must have detected something amiss from the herbs Yao Yao gathered. Therefore, their pursuit was not solely to capture Yao Yao. Another objective was to ascertain whether I was genuinely injured and the severity of my wounds. However, your unexpected arrival inadvertently disrupted their plans. Otherwise, they might have forcefully intruded today. After listening to Jiang Mingyao's account, Qin Yong began to piece together the events of the day. Fortunately, Ice Bing's quick thinking stunned them and temporarily obscured their intentions. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Upon hearing the analysis, Jiang Mingyao couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Moreover, her expression revealed a hint of guilt for having led Fan Jian and his companions to them. Yao Yao, do not dwell on it. This situation is not your fault. Fan Jian has always harbored ill intentions, and he only acts when there is something to gain. Even if you had not encountered him today, he would have pounced at any opportunity like a fly. Xia Bing noticed Jiang Mingyao's thoughts and spoke to reassure her. Indeed, there is no need for excessive self-reproach. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, the generals will block. When water comes, the earth will flood. From now on, we shall exercise greater caution. However, judging from the recent situation, it appears that my injury may not remain concealed for long. With his rather foolish intellect, if he returns and reflects upon the matter, he will likely deduce the truth with considerable accuracy. Qin Yong certainly would not blame Jiang Mingyao, and thus offered a few comforting words. Yet, he too couldn't help but voice his concerns. What shall we do? He mentioned moving their camp tomorrow. If he confirms that Brother Yong is incapacitated due to his injury, will they not charge at us? Jiang Mingyao's apprehension grew with each passing thought, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. In truth, both Qin Yong and Xia Bing shared a sense of uncertainty. They were acutely aware of what Fan Jian's recent actions signified. Chapter 112. Countermeasures nevertheless. They couldn't bear to reveal the harsh reality in front of Jiang Mingyao. Fear not, we shall adapt. We have ample provisions and a natural cave as our sanctuary. I shall take advantage of the remaining daylight to gather more bamboo from the grove to craft arrows, together with the stones and sharp bamboo at the entrance. They will find it difficult to breach our defenses. As long as we have sustenance and weapons, we can endure until Brother Qin's injury heals. And then all will be well. Xia Bing, demonstrating her acumen as a corporate executive, swiftly devised a strategy for their predicament. Yet, the efficacy of this strategy remained subjective. At the very least, it provided considerable comfort to Jiang Mingyao. Her straightforward nature meant that her emotions surged and receded quickly. Xia Bing's brief reassurances had calmed her considerably. However, in the eyes of Qin Yong and Xia Bing, the strategy's effectiveness may not have seemed as substantial. After all, the intelligence of humans far surpasses that of wild boars or wolf packs. Even with meticulous preparations, they could not expect to handle human adversaries as effortlessly as they would a wild boar or a pack of wolves. The latter, despite their ferocity, exhibit relatively straightforward attack patterns. In contrast, humans are unpredictable, capable of adapting their tactics and devising unexpected responses. For instance, they could create defensive tools or utilize stones and bows as weapons, with some individuals performing ranged attacks while others spearhead a frontal assault. This complexity posed a significant challenge for Qin Yong and his companions. Thus, their preparation served more as a psychological deterrent than a robust defensive strategy. Of course, if Fan Jian's group were to be disorganized and driven by self-interest, the situation might differ. Capturing Qin Yong's cave would still prove challenging. Given the possibility of a night raid by Fan Jian and his men, Qin Yong and the others dared not sleep soundly. After discussions between Xia Bing and Jiang Mingyao, they decided to take turns keeping watch. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. The following day, Fan Jian indeed led his team to set up camp near the jungle adjacent to the cave. Whether intentionally or not, he had his crew greet Xia Bing at the cave's entrance, under the guise of inviting her back to their camp. This left Xia Bing and Jiang Mingyao in a quandary, unsure whether to respond or remain silent. However, upon arriving at the cave's mouth and seeing Fan Jian's smug expression, they quickly grasped the situation. It was evident that this was a display of power, a unilateral flexing of muscle. Xia Bing and Jiang Mingyao surveyed the group before them. Although most of them appeared ragged and emaciated, their numbers, over a dozen, surpassed those present on the beach. Among them were a few women and elderly individuals, but it was reasonable to assume that at least 8 or 9 were capable of considerable strength. It was clear that Fan Jian and his associates had taken in additional survivors during this time. Oh my, seeing such an impressive display from President Fan has left me quite flattered. I must once again express my gratitude for your kindness. Nevertheless, as I am quite well here, I shall refrain from imposing upon you. I kindly urge everyone to return swiftly, she declared. Also, be mindful of the wild beasts in this area. We have been practicing archery lately to safeguard against them, and I would hate for any accidents to occur. With that, she signaled Jiang Mingyao to bring forth the 2 large bundles of bamboo arrows prepared the night before. Xia Bing wasted no time. She swiftly released 3 arrows toward the crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows struck the ground in front of the first 3 individuals, causing the already precarious group to recoil in fear. No matter how much Fan Jian urged them forward, they dared not approach. This left Fan Jian seething with rage, nearly at the brink of fury. Yet, upon noticing the glinting bamboo arrows on Xia Bing's bow and the sharp stone spikes piled at the cave's entrance, he thought better of advancing. In the end, He could only storm back to his camp, fuming alongside his companions. For 2 consecutive days, Fan Jian stationed individuals to loiter outside the cave, ostensibly to gather bamboo shoots, but in reality, they were there to monitor Qin Yong and the others. However, aside from observing Xia Bing and Jiang Mingyao taking turns keeping watch at the cave's entrance, they could glean nothing about the interior. It was as if the cave were a world unto itself, devoid of any signs of life, even during moments when they would emerge to fetch water or hunt. This situation left Fan Jian in a state of desperation, pacing back and forth outside the camp, akin to a restless soul unable to find solace. He was acutely aware that this might be his only opportunity to eliminate Qin Yong, while seizing both Jiang Mingyao and Xia Bing for himself. If he delayed any longer and allowed Qin Yong and the others to recover, this rare chance could slip away forever. Boss, this situation cannot continue. If Qin Yong were truly injured, then after some time his wounds might heal completely, and by then, the opportunity would be lost, the tall man anxiously remarked. Isn't that obvious? The problem lies in how to ascend. Those useless fools are so frightened by a few bamboo arrows that they dare not move an inch. What do you propose we do? Fan Jian, already irritated, felt even more vexed upon hearing the tall man's words. Boss, I do have an idea, but I'm unsure whether I should share it. The lanky man timidly inquired, seeing the tall man being scolded. Speak up quickly. Don't hesitate. Fan Jian shot him an irritated glare. Boss, here's my thought. Since brute force isn't working and subtlety isn't yielding results either, why not take them all out at once? The lanky man whispered after glancing around furtively. Knowing the lanky man's shifty demeanor, Fan Jian realized he must have some dubious scheme in mind. What do you mean? Be direct. Fan Jian looked at the lanky man with confusion. I mean, we should eliminate them all. The lanky man made a slicing motion across his throat as he spoke. Are you joking? Tell me, who has the capability to take them all out in one go? Fan Jian was left speechless, feeling an urge to explode with frustration. Boss, just hear me out. If you agree, I surely have a plan. The lanky man said with a mournful expression, hearing the lanky man's confidence. It was now Fan Jian who began to hesitate. But wouldn't that be a bit of a waste? Fan Jian swallowed hard, uncertain. Boss, are you reluctant to part with those 2 lovely ladies? Haha, the tall man interjected, relishing in the moment. You're the clever one, so clever if you keep quiet. No one will mistake you for a mute. Fan Jian, now thoroughly infuriated by the tall man's untimely comment, began to kick his backside. Boss, wait a moment. Here, that's my thought. Since we can't have them, why should we let that brat Qin Yong benefit? Moreover, eliminating them would actually be advantageous for us. At the very least, that secret will never reach a 4th person. The lanky man urged softly once more. Thus, it became evident that the lanky man had a certain acumen. This final statement dispelled all of Fan Jian's reservations. All right, let us not hesitate any longer. Share your plan. Following this, the 3 conspired for a while longer before dispersing. However, none anticipated that their plot was overheard clearly by someone hidden nearby in the bushes. Once Fan Jian and the others had completely departed, the person in the grass stealthily emerged. That afternoon, in the woods outside the cave, those loitering idly were suddenly withdrawn. Furthermore, by the following afternoon, no other personnel were seen to appear. As if no one had ever visited, the entrance of the cave returned to its former tranquility. Sister Bing Bing, have you noticed? The people outside the cave who have been watching us seem to have withdrawn. Jiang Mingyao approached the stone bed, curiously gazing at Xia Bing as she spoke. Yes, I have noticed. Since yesterday afternoon, the individuals outside the cave have vanished, Xia Bing replied, her expression equally perplexed. In truth, Xia Bing had long been aware of this situation. However, she had yet to articulate her thoughts to Qin Yong and Jiang Mingyao, as she was still trying to comprehend the circumstances. Brother Yong, Sister Bing Bing, do you think Fan Jian and the others have given up on monitoring us because they find no opportunity to exploit? Jiang Mingyao conjectured once more. Yes, that is possible. They may see that we are prepared and therefore hesitate to act rashly, Xia Bing conceded, unable to conceive of any other explanation. However, Qin Yong, having pondered the matter for a moment, held a differing perspective. Based on his understanding of Fan Jian, such a petty and unscrupulous individual would not easily release them from his scrutiny. Moreover, this was a rare opportunity for them, and they were unlikely to let it slip away. I fear it is not so simple. Given Fan Jian's nature, he would only change his mind if the sun were to rise in the west. Besides, we are already aware that he is the one who has attempted to harm Bing Bing. He is even less likely to let us go now. There is a saying, when things seem unusual, there must be something amiss. I suspect he is currently plotting something, Qin Yong calmly assessed. After hearing Qin Yong's analysis, both Xia Bing and Jiang Mengyao realized that they had been overly simplistic in their thinking, and they nodded in agreement. Brother Yong, so what should we do now? If they come at us openly, we might handle it. But if they resort to underhanded tactics, we could find ourselves in a dire situation. Jiang Mengyao expressed her concerns once more, glancing at the two. As his nominal sister, Xia Bing could not bear to see her in distress and offered reassurance. Yao Yao. There is no need to worry excessively. The situation remains unclear, so we should observe how it unfolds. We have already come this far. How much worse could it get? Indeed, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, let them fight. When waters rise, let them be blocked. Knowing that Fan Jian is incorrigible, we must exercise heightened caution. Particularly at this moment, we must be vigilant, Qin Yong stated, casting a glance towards the cave's entrance with a serious expression. After a period of rest, Qin Yong's injuries had significantly improved. Now, with the aid of a cane, he could slowly move forward, and his confidence was visibly returning. Uncertain of the adversary's next moves, their discussions yielded no definitive conclusions. As the fog thickened, they decided to kindle a fire, casting aside their concerns for the moment. At present, the most pressing matter is to satiate our hunger. Soon, the meat roasting over the fire began to sizzle and release its savory oils, while the bamboo shoots in the iron pot emitted an enticing aroma. Just as the group was indulging in these delectable offerings, a white figure suddenly darted in from the entrance of the cave. This scene was distinctly observed by Xia Bing and Jiang Mengyao. However, to say they merely caught a glimpse would be somewhat misleading, for over the past days, they had become accustomed to vigilantly monitoring the entrance for any changes. Even while eating, their attention rarely strayed far from the cave's mouth. Thus, should anything unusual occur, they would surely be the first to notice. Immediately, both women became alert. Jiang Mengyao, positioned closest to the entrance, swiftly advanced to investigate the situation. Yet, upon her arrival, she was a moment too late. Aside from witnessing a fleeting figure darting away, she found nothing amiss outside the cave. Mengyao, did you see anything? Xia Bing, who followed closely behind, inquired anxiously. Sister Bing, by the time I rushed out, the person had already departed. I only caught sight of a white silhouette. Beyond that, I saw nothing, Jiang Mengyao replied, her face etched with confusion. As the two turned back to the white figure, Qin Yong approached, leaning on his cane. Xia Bing picked up the white object from the ground for a closer inspection. It was a piece of white cloth with a stone embedded within. Judging by the fabric and its shape, it appeared to have been torn from an article of clothing. Moreover, faint markings seemed to be sketched upon the cloth. The trio gathered near the fire for a closer look and discerned that the white cloth bore hastily scrawled words. Someone is setting a fire tonight. Flee quickly. The fine residue clinging to the text indicated it had been written with charcoal. This revelation immediately heightened their tension, just as Jiang Mengyao had feared. The prospect of an overt confrontation would have been less worrisome. However, the confirmation of a more insidious approach complicated matters significantly. Qin Yong, can we trust the message on this cloth? Xia Bing was the first to voice her skepticism. Regarding the contents of the cloth, Xia Bing did not wish to overthink. Yet, the tribulations they had faced recently compelled her naive disposition to adopt a more intricate perspective. Bing Bing, are you concerned they might be trying to lure us away? Qin Yong, understanding the implications of her words, sought confirmation. He was well aware of her unease, which prompted his immediate consideration of her concerns. Indeed, as the number of people on the island increases, so too do the complexities of interpersonal relationships. Aside from Fan Jian and his trusted confidants, we remain oblivious to the true intentions of the others. Therefore, in this ambiguous state of enmity and camaraderie, we must delve deeper into our considerations. In a moment of urgency, Xia Bing cast aside her usual reservations and stated directly, "Indeed, that makes sense. Yao Yao, when you chased after them, did you see who threw that white cloth?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Yong looked anxiously at Jiang Mengyao and inquired, "Well, when I pursued, I caught sight of a white figure dashing towards the bamboo forest, but beyond that, I have little else to report." Jiang Mingyao recounted after a moment of reflection. Could you discern the identity of this white silhouette? Qin Yong pressed further. He had never believed in the existence of hatred without cause, nor love without reason. If that cloaked figure had come to convey a message, then identifying this informant would likely reveal their intentions. At that moment, I felt the figure seemed somewhat familiar. Now that I think about it, their movements resembled those of Sister Yun. Jiang Mingyao mused, piecing together her memories. Which Sister Yun are you referring to? Both Qin Yong and Xia Bing asked in unison. Sister Bing, you might not recognize her, but Brother Yong has undoubtedly seen her. She is one of the two sisters who, at the beach, exchanged sanitary pads for food. Jiang Mingyao replied, her tone tinged with shyness. It was then that Qin Yong recalled the image of the sister named Yun. I remember now. Are you certain it was her? He asked, his gaze fixed on Jiang Mingyao for confirmation. I am certain. She walks with a distinctly outward stance. I cannot be mistaken, Jiang Mingyao affirmed once more. If that is the case, then this information should be credible, especially since we had previously assisted her. Furthermore, given their demeanor at the time, they are unlikely to be the type to repay kindness with malice. Thus, I believe it is wiser to err on the side of caution, Qin Yong reflected after a moment's consideration. Although he had not been present, he trusted her judgment. So, what do you think we should do now? Xia Bing, who already held great faith in Qin Yong, felt no doubt after his analysis. As for Jiang Mingyao, her opinions were equally aligned. Considering the current situation, if their adversaries indeed intended to use fire against them, they would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand. Should the entrance be sealed, their chances of escape would vanish entirely. Therefore, I propose we vacate this place at once, Qin Yong declared, his gaze resolute as he addressed the two women. Chapter 117. The escape. Thus, despite their reluctance, the two women acquiesced to Qin Yong's plan to depart. However, confronted with the belongings they had painstakingly gathered, they found it difficult to relinquish them. Consequently, they began to gather the scattered items. Observing their hesitance to discard anything, Qin Yong grew increasingly anxious. Though these possessions were painstakingly gathered, they pale in comparison to the value of human life. Besides, material things can always be accumulated again. But once a life is lost, nothing remains. Yet, the two women seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still deliberating over which items to take. Leave everything behind. The daylight is fading, and our time is running short. You must take only the essentials and depart. I will stay behind to deal with them, Qin Yong asserted. Sensing their hesitation, his intent to remain behind was met with immediate dissent from the two women, who ceased their tasks and fixed their gazes on him. No, if we leave together, they declared in unison. Qin Yong felt a surge of frustration. How could these two Navi girls not grasp his noble intentions? Bing Bing. Yao Yao. I'm not like you. My injuries are not yet healed, and I cannot travel far. Taking me along will only hinder your escape. It is better for you to flee lightly, as it may offer a glimmer of hope, he proclaimed with unwavering resolve. However, having already entrusted their hearts to Qin Yong, the two women paid no heed to his feeble reasoning and stepped closer to him. I don't care. Even if it means death, I want to die with you. Yes, me too. Their resolute tones revealed their unwavering determination. Left with no choice, Qin Yong conceded to leave together. If they delayed any longer, the opportunity to escape might vanish entirely. Very well. Now you will listen to me. Bring that small suitcase over here, along with the lighter, blanket, and iron pot. Place them inside and abandon everything else. Hurry. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Qin Yong's tone grew urgent, issuing commands without concern for politeness. In truth, his arrangements had already taken the feelings of the women into account. Had it been solely up to him, he would have taken nothing but weapons and a lighter, discarding everything else. Yet, he knew that if they took nothing, it would deeply sadden them. Thus, he selected two lightweight items to bring along. Once he finished speaking, the two women diligently complied, hastily packing as instructed. However, once their packing was complete and they noticed there was still ample space in the suitcase, they discreetly stuffed a few pieces of smoked meat inside, while Qin Yong was distracted. With preparations made, they simply shouldered their essential weapons. Xia Bing supported Qin Yong, while Jiang Mingyao pulled the suitcase as they made their way toward the cave's entrance. Yet, as Qin Yong observed the suitcase Jiang Mingyao was dragging, an odd sensation washed over him. Was this truly a desperate escape, or did it feel more akin to embarking on a leisurely vacation? After cautiously surveying the cave entrance and noting that there were no immediate threats nearby, they finally dared to step outside. With great effort and cooperation, Qin Yong successfully reached the foot of the cave. Chapter 118, A Cruel Night Attack. The group continued to support one another as they moved away from Fan Jian and their camp. However, just as they approached the vicinity of the pond, a flicker of flames appeared in the direction of Fan Jianying and his crew. Immediately, a fiery dragon composed of torches surged downwards, rapidly advancing towards the cave from which Qin Yong and his companions had just departed. Startled, Qin Yong and the others quickly crouched behind the grass by the pond's edge. "Brother Yong, they have begun their actions. What should we do now?" Jiang Mingyao whispered, her hands trembling slightly. Fortunately, they had deliberately chosen to navigate in darkness without lighting their torches to avoid drawing attention from Fan Jian and his group. Otherwise, they would have likely been discovered at this very moment. In the pitch-black night, even the slightest glimmer would be blindingly conspicuous. "It seems we cannot escape now. At our pace, we would be found after only a few steps. Let us slowly move to the cave behind the waterfall and hide for a while." Waiting for the situation to clarify, Qin Yong quietly instructed. Relying on their familiarity with the terrain, the three of them stealthily crawled along the edge of the pond towards the direction of the waterfall. Although Fan Jian's group soon reached the clearing in front of the cave, Qin Yong and his companions were still at a safe distance. And since Fan Jian and his crew were unaware that they had vacated the cave, they naturally did not inspect the area around it. Thus, the three managed to reach the edge of the waterfall without being detected. Peering through the grass, they observed more than 10 individuals gathered in front of the cave, with the proud Fan Jian taking the lead. Furthermore, more individuals were arriving, carrying firewood. Instantly, the area before the cave was illuminated. It appeared that Fan Jian had summoned his entire team into action. As they watched, Fan Jian was seen speaking fervently to the crowd. Following his commands, the group began hurling torches and dry branches into the cave. In a flash, the entrance, neither too large nor too small, was engulfed in roaring flames. Moreover, considering the spaciousness of the cave, the inferno at the entrance alone would not necessarily incinerate the individuals inside. Fan Jian further instructed his men to continuously add damp pine needles and leaves to the flames. This perplexed the trio. While the forest was abundant in dry wood and branches, why would one use wet pine needles and leaves? Within a minute, the three quickly comprehended the sinister intent behind Fan Jian's actions. Indeed, his aim was not merely to create a large fire, but to generate thick smoke as well. At that moment, the cave's entrance was not only ablaze, but also shrouded in billowing smoke. The smoke, driven by the flickering flames, incessantly poured into the cave. The trio, hidden behind the grass, could not help but draw a sharp breath. Fortunately, they had fled swiftly. Had they delayed even a moment longer, they might have ended up as either roasted or smoked meat. Witnessing Fan Jian employ such ruthless tactics against them filled the three with a deep-seated resentment. However, apart from silently greeting his ancestors, he found himself utterly powerless, merely watching as his sole refuge was completely obliterated. Chapter 119. Even heaven could no longer tolerate this. The inferno raged on for over half an hour, yet Fan Jian showed no signs of ceasing his relentless commands, urging others to add more firewood and pine needles, as if he would only find satisfaction once Qin Yong was reduced to ashes. At that moment, whether it was divine intervention or mere coincidence with the onset of the rainy season, a sudden gust of wind swept through, followed by torrential raindrops falling relentlessly from the sky. Soon, it transformed into a deluge, thoroughly drenching the area for several kilometers. As the flames at the cave entrance were swiftly extinguished, the flickering flames within gradually succumbed to the rain. Fan Jian could not contain his fury, bellowing in anger and cursing the heavens, perceiving this as a grave injustice against him. Observing Fan Jian's frenzied antics, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, likely cursing him internally, questioning the fairness of being compelled to partake in such malevolent deeds due to his personal vendetta. As the rain intensified, discussions arose among the crowd regarding the possibility of retreating from the camp. Crack! The deafening sound of rocks shattering pierced the air, followed by a resonant rumble. The ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck, and countless fragments of stone were sent flying. Terrified, the crowd scattered like startled birds. A few, caught too close, and unable to escape swiftly, faced the harsh fate of being struck by debris. Yet survival took precedence. Even if injured, they pressed on, enduring the pain as they crawled away. Among them was none other than Fan Jian, the once audacious leader, who, as the commander, typically issued orders from the rear. However, he was different. Feeling assured of victory, he ventured to the forefront to bask in the glory. Consequently, he became the individual closest to the cave entrance, making him a prime target for the falling rocks. The weather in the jungle was notoriously fickle. The rain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Moments ago, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds and torrential rain, but in an instant, it transformed to reveal a clear, starry night. After a cacophony of chaos, the crowd, now diminished and hesitant, returned to the clearing in front of the cave, each step uncertain. By the light of the moon, what was once a robust, natural cave now lay in ruins, barely recognizable from its former state. At this juncture, despite having been struck by debris and bleeding profusely, Fan Jian's inner exhilaration remained unscathed. For witnessing the cave's collapse, he understood that even Qin Yong and his companions, no matter their prowess, could no longer escape. The resentment that lingered within him dissipated significantly. Just moments ago, he had been vehemently cursing the heavens for their injustice. Yet now he felt as if fortune had smiled upon him, as the cave he once called home had been thoroughly sealed. Little did he realize, this was merely a commonplace, natural phenomenon. Regardless of how formidable the rock may be, prolonged exposure to intense heat followed by a sudden downpour would inevitably result in its shattering collapse. This method was, in fact, a technique employed by ancient ancestors to fracture mountains, inadvertently harnessed with success by Fan Jian. Chapter 120. Relocation. As they beheld the utter destruction of the cave that had once sheltered them, the trio, Qin Yong and his companions, was beset by a tumult of emotions. Was it resentment, sorrow, or helplessness? They could not articulate their feelings. All they knew was that they felt an emptiness within, akin to a rootless water plant adrift. This reflection brought to mind their initial moments of confusion and despair upon arriving at this desolate island. In stark contrast, Fan Jian and his group reveled in their triumph. Gazing at the ruins before him, he erupted into jubilant laughter. At last, he could emancipate himself from the shadow cast by Qin Yong. He had harbored a grudge against Qin Yong for repeatedly thwarting his endeavors, yet had been powerless to retaliate. Now that Qin Yong and his companions had been eliminated, Fan Jian realized that he, alone, commanded authority over the island. Everything here was now his to claim. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning himself as a sovereign ruler. He contemplated rewarding himself for his victory, but upon glancing back at the women in his party, his enthusiasm waned. What a predicament he found himself in. Despite his every effort to win the affection of the enchanting Jiang, he had ultimately sacrificed his desires for another's gain. Fan Jian, increasingly agitated, led his group back to their camp, brimming with indignation. However, Yun Jie and Feng Jie, deliberately lagging behind, cast anxious glances towards the collapsed cave, their hearts heavy with apprehension. They were uncertain whether Qin Yong and the others had managed to escape safely. If not, they would be branded as traitors, ungrateful for the kindness shown to them. Once Fan Jian and his party had distanced themselves, Qin Yong and his companions slowly rose to their feet. Overwhelmed by the devastation that surrounded them, Jiang Mingyao began to weep sorrowfully. After a moment of mourning, they steeled themselves, supporting one another as they ascended the mountain. At that moment, they dared not linger, for they needed to depart before dawn. Otherwise, the likelihood of being discovered by Fan Jian would dramatically increase. Although there was another cave behind the waterfall, its proximity to Fan Jian's camp made it an unwise refuge. Moreover, the environment within the waterfall is excessively humid, rendering it wholly unsuitable for Qin Yong's recuperation. Furthermore, the individuals from Fan Jian's camp frequently venture to this deep pool to fetch water. Residing in the cave behind the waterfall not only hampers their search for sustenance, but also makes them exceedingly vulnerable to discovery by others. After a brief deliberation, they resolved to temporarily seek shelter in the thatched hut where Xia Bing had previously resided, planning to consider alternative arrangements once Qin Yong's injuries had fully healed. The treacherous, rain-soaked path compounded by their nocturnal navigation rendered their journey particularly arduous, especially for Qin Yong, who, already wounded, found himself drenched and with reopened wounds due to the rough terrain. Despite enduring considerable pain, he continued his ascent up the mountain, though his clothing was thoroughly soaked with blood. Chapter 121. Desolation. By the time Qin Yong and his companions once again scaled the mountain and arrived at Xia Bing's thatched cottage, it was already noon the following day. Having been uninhabited for some time, the cottage now appeared dilapidated and in disrepair. The two exhausted women, too fatigued to concern themselves with the state of the hut, rearranged the makeshift bed constructed from wooden sticks and helped Qin Yong lie down. Only then did they take the opportunity to truly assess his physical condition. However, upon seeing Qin Yong's blood-soaked and mud-covered clothing, the pent-up emotions of the two women could no longer be contained. They embraced one another and wept bitterly. Having been cherished like precious jewels since childhood, they had never endured such indignities. Not only had they faced relentless scheming, but their refuge had also been destroyed, forcing them to flee under the cover of night. The more they reflected, the more aggrieved they felt, and their sorrow deepened. This, in turn, caused Qin Yong to feel a sense of guilt. Had it not been for his injuries, Fan Jian would not have dared to provoke them in his presence. Now, not only had he instigated trouble, but he had also destroyed their sanctuary and nearly cost them their lives. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Qin Yong could not help but strike the bed with his fist. With the sound of the impact, the two women were jolted from their sorrow. They turned to see Qin Yong with his eyes tightly shut and a painful expression etched on his face, mistakenly believing he was contorted by anguish. "Qin Yong, are you all right? Brother Yong, are you okay?" The two women nearly spoke in unison as they rushed to his side. "I'm fine, no need to worry. I just feel a bit remorseful for not having protected you well enough." Qin Yong managed a faint smile as he spoke. "No, I want to allow you to say that. Without you, we would have perished long ago. Moreover, the root of this incident does not lie with you. The primary motive behind their actions was to silence me," Xia Bing said, the first to express her guilt. "No, Sister Bing, you mustn't blame yourselves for this. Beginning at the beach, this matter originated because of me, and it is I who have drawn them into this predicament. I am the culprit, and I have caused you all harm." Upon hearing the conversation between the two, Jiang Mingyao felt an even deeper sense of guilt. "Bing Bing, please don't say that. No, Sister Bing Bing, you need not console me. I understand that you all mean well, but this situation indeed arose from my actions. You all take the blame upon yourselves, which only weighs heavier on my heart." Seeing Jiang Mingyao growing increasingly agitated, Xia Bing intended to offer a few words of comfort, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by Jiang Mingyao. Xia Bing, feeling helpless, recognized the immense pressure this young woman was under and chose to remain silent. "All right, Yao Yao, let go of the self-reproach. I feel some discomfort in my wound. Could you please check it first?" Qin Yong, too, wished to alleviate Jiang Mengyao's burdensome guilt, so he cleverly redirected her attention. Upon hearing Qin Yong express his discomfort, she quickly disregarded the tears on her face, hastily sniffing back her emotions as she began to examine his injury. Chapter 122. An awkward moment. As she reopened Qin Yong's shirt, she noticed that the wounds, which had nearly healed, had reopened in several places. Moreover, after a night of soaking in rainwater, some of the wounds had begun to turn pale. The most severe was the penetrating wound on his thigh, which now had a faint trickle of blood seeping out. If these wounds did not receive proper care, the inflammation that had only just been subdued might very well resurge. Unfortunately, the medical supplies and medications brought from the seaside had long been exhausted. Even the herbal remedies they had prepared were left behind in the cave due to their hasty departure. Realizing this, Jiang Mingyao pushed aside her sorrow. "Sister Bing Bing, Qin Ji's wound has reopened. I must go find some herbs. Please keep an eye on him." Without waiting for Xia Bing's response, she grabbed an axe and hurried outside. Her swift departure was driven by two motives: the urgency of addressing Qin Yong's injury and her need for solitude to process her tumultuous emotions. Given that Qin Yong and Xia Bing were slightly older, they understood that some adjustments required time, and thus allowed her to leave. Since Xia Bing had spent considerable time in this area, she was aware that large animals typically did not inhabit the vicinity of the thatched hut, so she felt relatively assured of Jiang Mingyao's safety. Watching Jiang Mingyao depart, Xia Bing did not remain idle. She fetched some clean water to prepare for washing away the mud and blood from Qin Yong's body. However, when she removed Qin Yong's soiled clothing, the scene became quite distressing. In the cave, the lighting was typically rather dim, which made the act of tending to his body feel less awkward. However, the situation was markedly different here. The thatched cottage had poor light-blocking properties to begin with, and after prolonged disrepair, it was now riddled with holes. When a midday sun shone through, the illumination inside the cottage was nearly indistinguishable from that outside. The presence of a solitary man and woman in such close quarters created an atmosphere of discomfort. Moreover, facing Qin Yong's bare body in broad daylight, without any cover, was an intensely exhilarating experience for Xiaobing. She felt as bashful as if she had consumed 2 bottles of potent liquor, her face flushed with embarrassment. Minutes passed, yet she stood there, rooted to the spot, hesitant to take action. In stark contrast, Qin Yong appeared utterly unfazed. Whether he had grown accustomed to the attentions of the 2 women or had developed a resilient psyche during this period was unclear. He wore a lewd grin, unabashedly gazing at Xiaobing's shy and flustered demeanor, as if he were not the one exposed, seemingly devoid of any sense of shame. His audacity was thicker than the hide of the wild boar he had previously slain. At a standstill, Xiaobing finally gathered the courage to wipe him down. But upon raising her gaze and seeing Qin Yong's nonchalant expression, she was reminded that his hands were already free to move. Frustration surged within her, prompting her to hurl the damp cloth forcefully at his face. "Qin Yong, you scoundrel!" After venting her anger, she stormed out of the cottage, muttering, "Oh dear, this is tantamount to murdering my husband." As she stepped outside, she heard Qin Yong deliberately wailing loudly, which only served to further irritate her. Leaving her torn between anger and amusement, with her brows furrowed, she settled onto a nearby rock. Although she physically sat down, her mind was tumultuous, constantly replaying the image of Qin Yong's robust form, quickening her heartbeat and stirring her emotions. To distract herself, she began vigorously cutting grass near the thicket. As the pile of thatch at the entrance grew larger, Qin Yong became increasingly perplexed by Xiaobing's peculiar behavior. "Bing, why are you cutting so much grass? Is there some energy you need to expend?" he asked, bewildered. What business is it of yours? I'm gathering it to repair the cottage." It was clear that Xiaobing's anger had not fully dissipated, as she responded to Qin Yong's inquiry with irritation. Little did he know that Xiaobing was, in fact, punishing herself. By the time she had nearly finished mending the cottage, Jiang Mengyao returned, her clothing laden with a substantial collection of herbs. At this moment, although her face bore a hint of fatigue, her expression was considerably improved compared to before her departure. "Sister Bing, is Yong Gu feeling better?" Before she could set down the herbs, Jiang Mengyao eagerly inquired. "Yes, much better. He can even tease people now," she replied, casting a fierce glare at Qin Yong. Observing this, Jiang Mengyao surmised that there must have been some unspoken story between the two. Yao, why don't you take a rest? I can handle these herbs," said Xiaobing, who had become quite adept at managing the various herbs, as she noticed Jiang Mengyao was drenched in sweat. Without waiting for a response, she took the herbs from Jiang Mengyao's hands. However, as she meticulously sorted through the herbs, she discovered beneath the mugwort 3 clusters of deep red berries, each the size of a marble. Their vibrant hue was even more striking than that of ripe cherries, and their succulent appearance was undeniably enticing. Unable to resist, Xiaobing swallowed hard, mistaking them for wild fruits as she looked expectantly at Jiang Mengyao. Yao, what are these? Are they edible?" she asked, shaking the cluster of red berries in her hand. "Oh no, Sister Bing, these are not wild fruits. They're a type of Chinese herbal medicine and should not be consumed casually," Jiang Mengyao hurriedly explained, fearing that Xiaobing might eat a few when she wasn't paying attention. "What a pity. They look so delicious." Seeing Jiang Mengyao's anxious demeanor, Xiaobing was naturally hesitant to try them, yet her expression revealed the allure these berries held for her. "Hey, Sister Bing, you seem quite tempted, but remember my words. Do not attempt to taste them," she warned. "This herb is very potent. If misused, it could easily lead to problems," Jiang Mengyao reiterated, emphasizing caution. "All right, I understand. I want to sneak a taste. Is that sufficient?" Xiaobing replied with a playful smile, rolling her eyes at Jiang Mengyao's motherly admonitions. Jiang Mengyao felt slightly reassured upon hearing Xiaobing's assurances. However, what went unnoticed by everyone was that each time Jiang Mengyao glanced at the clusters of red berries, her heart would race and a faint blush would rise to her cheeks. This sensation was not due to any previous direct or indirect consumption of these fruits. In fact, until an hour ago, she had only just encountered these fruits in their physical form for the first time. This was because, for a prolonged period, She had diligently studied traditional Chinese medicine literature at the behest of her ancestors. To this day, I vividly recall a detailed account of a particular fruit found within an ancient medical text, the flame fruit. It is characterized by its sweet flavor, resembling a dove's egg, and boasts a vibrant hue that turns a deep crimson upon ripening. Renowned for its potent aphrodisiac properties, it holds significant efficacy in matters of intimacy between genders. The recommended usage involves mashing a suitable quantity of ripe fruit into a broth, ideally paired with meat for enhanced effects. Although the illustrations accompanying the ancient text are rather simplistic, the descriptions of both the fruit and its leaves indicate a striking resemblance. To verify whether this indeed is the flame fruit described in the tome, Jiang Mengyao had tentatively tasted a small portion. Not only did the flavor align with the ancient descriptions, but within mere minutes, she felt a wave of warmth enveloping her body, only alleviated after several splashes of cold water on her face. Initially skeptical of the existence of such a miraculous fruit, Jiang Mengyao now firmly believes in the veracity of the ancient records. Recently, she even entertained the notion that the forbidden fruit depicted in Albrecht de Rere's and Eve might not be an apple, but rather the flame fruit mentioned in the ancient text. This realization elucidates why she feels a profound sense of shyness upon encountering those clusters of red berries. Upon noticing that Xia Bing had already begun processing the mugwort and Panax nodo ginseng, Jiang Mengyao delicately placed the clusters of red fruit atop the thatched roof to dry. Her action was not born from distrust in Xia Bing, but stemmed from the fruit's extraordinary medicinal properties. Xia Bing, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, remained vigilant, ensuring she personally oversaw the drying process. Only when the fruit was thoroughly dried and stored would she feel a semblance of peace. The potential repercussions of its misuse were too dire to contemplate. Moreover, the serendipitous discovery of the flame fruit finally enabled her to implement an idea she had been mulling over for days, an idea that was both practical and effective. Without this fortuitous find, she could not fathom how many more days and nights she would have to ponder to devise such a suitable plan. This method was crafted not only to atone for her past missteps, but also to bridge certain divides, warranting a cautious approach. After Xia Bing meticulously cleaned and dressed Qin Yong's wounds, he felt a modicum of relief. A modest meal of roasted meat followed, leading him into a deep slumber. Chapter 125. Recuperation in the subsequent days. Qin Yong's recovery progressed smoothly, largely due to the absence of Fan Jian's disturbances. At the very least, he no longer had to fret over the possibility of an unexpected assault. Furthermore, a torrential downpour that night had caused the cave to collapse. Fan Jian at present likely assumes that Qin Yong and his companions have perished within the cave. Ironically, Qin Yong and his comrades pondered why fate seemed so unjust, as if it conspired with Fan Jian to entomb them alive. However, it now appears that the rain, while seemingly benefiting Fan Jian, ultimately served to advantage Qin Yong and his companions. It was precisely due to the torrential rain that Fan Jian found himself unable to enter the cave. To ascertain whether Qin Yong and the others had indeed perished in the flames, he could only objectively conclude that the three had been buried alive, which in turn allowed for a reversal of the previously passive situation. One could assert that Fan Jian now held the advantage in knowledge while Qin Yong operated in the shadows. As long as Qin Yong refrained from revealing himself, whether to recuperate or seek vengeance, it would be entirely beneficial for him. It was within this relatively stable environment that Qin Yong's injuries began to heal significantly. After half a month, he could traverse the forest freely without relying on any external support. However, a complete restoration to his former state would still require some time. Nevertheless, in terms of self-sufficiency, he faced no issues whatsoever. Moreover, during Qin Yong's recovery, Xia Bing and Jiang Mingyao's survival skills underwent considerable enhancement. Now, Xia Bing's capabilities, both in survival and combat, had seen a qualitative leap. Meanwhile, Jiang Mengyao, throughout Qin Yong's recuperation, truly grasped the importance of being prepared for unforeseen circumstances. To endure in this jungle, the availability of common herbs for treating injuries was indispensable. Thus, she took this time to gather a considerable amount of medicinal herbs for both internal and external wounds. As a precautionary measure, Bing, Yao Yao, how do you find my current state of recovery? Qin Yong, having struck the bullseye with 3 consecutive arrows, glanced at the two women with a smug expression, wiping the sweat from his brow. Indeed, you've recovered quite well. However, your recovery from such severe injuries is largely thanks to us sisters. So, isn't it time for you to take good care of us in return? After this period of renewed interaction, Xia Bing's once serious demeanor had become considerably more cheerful. Seizing the opportunity to tease Qin Yong, she remarked on his smugness. Absolutely. With the diligent efforts of two such exquisite beauties, I, Qin Yong, am eternally grateful. Henceforth, all the finest delicacies shall be dedicated to you. Elated at the return of his health, Qin Yong readily embraced Xia Bing's playful banter. Ha! The two exchanged lines reminiscent of a classical drama, engaging in delightful conversation. However, while the speakers were light-hearted, the listener held deeper intentions. Observing the jubilance of the two, Jiang Mingyao, who was sifting through the herbs, felt the thought that had long been germinating in her mind quietly resurface. It seems the time has come to put my plan into action. Jiang Mingyao mused to herself, a sly smile gracing her lips. Chapter 126. The opportunity arises. Sister Bing Bing. We've run out of food. Jiang Mingyao called out to Xia Bing with deliberate loudness. Oh dear, is it merely a matter of foraging for food? Now that I've healed, I wouldn't dare trouble the magnificent Xia. I shall go and procure some for you. Before Xia Bing could respond, Qin Yong eagerly volunteered for the task of finding sustenance. All right then, your wounds have healed, but I shall go. Amused by Qin Yong's comical demeanor, Xia Bing still felt uneasy about him hunting alone and expressed her differing opinion. Jiang Mingyao, who had meticulously planned this moment, awaited the opportunity for the two to compete in hunting and smiled at them, saying, all right, what is there to dispute? You both should go together. After all, we have had a scarcity of food these days, so bringing back more is certainly beneficial. After uttering these words, Jiang Mingyao couldn't help but feel a tinge of shamelessness. Once she sent the two off, she returned to the thatched cottage. From her close-fitting clothing, she retrieved a pouch containing the meticulously prepared dried red fruits. Initially, she intended to grind the dried fruits into powder. However, having never used this remedy before, Jiang Mingyao found herself somewhat perplexed. How much would be appropriate? Would using too much be harmful? With these questions swirling in her mind, she deliberated for quite some time before ultimately deciding to start with 4 dried red fruits to test their efficacy. Carefully, she ground the 4 fruits into a fine powder, rewrapped the remainder, and concealed it in a safe place. Now everything was ready. They merely awaited the return of Qin Yong and Xia Bing with their quarry. Indeed, the hunting skills of the duo were exceptional. Before the night had fully descended, they returned with over a dozen assorted game, already processed. Among them were wild chickens, hares, and various unnamed birds. Wow, Brother Yong, Sister Bing, you are incredible. This food will last us quite a while. Seeing them drenched in sweat, Jiang Mingyao readily assumed the role of chef. They, without hesitation, handed their catch to her and went to wash their faces in a nearby stream. By the time they returned to the cottage, Jiang Mingyao had already placed a wild chicken and a hare on the spit to roast. Additionally, she was simmering a pot of slightly reddish wild chicken soup. As dusk had gradually settled in, and the cottage lacked proper torches for illumination, it was challenging to discern the color of the soup from the faint glow of the simple stove. In truth, having already faced life and death together, the three had developed profound trust in one another. Therefore, regardless of who took on the cooking duties, everyone would partake without hesitation. However, Jiang Mingyao, busy at the stove this time with ulterior motives, felt a sense of guilt as she went about her tasks. Brother Yong, Sister Bing, the chicken soup is ready. Please have some soup first. The roasted chicken and hare will be done shortly. After saying this, she ladled 2 generous bowls of wild chicken soup and presented them to the pair. Exhausted from a day of toil, they were indeed hungry and, without further ado, began to drink heartily. Chapter 127. The subtle scheme before long. The 2 bowls brimming with chicken soup were entirely consumed by Qin Yong and Xia Bing. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Mingyao ladled out another 2 generous bowls and handed them over. Drink up, this soup is nourishing. After speaking, she retrieved the already roasted wild chicken and rabbit from the rack and placed them on a makeshift table crafted from bamboo. Yao, stop bustling about and have a bite, Qin Yong urged, slurping the soup and gnawing on a rabbit leg. Yes, Yao, don't be busy. It's best to eat it while it's hot, Xia Bing echoed, nudging Jiang Mingyao when she noticed her lack of movement. Brother Yong, Sister Bing, Please eat without waiting for me. Look at me all greasy. I need to wash my face by the creek first. You two enjoy. Without waiting for a response, she hurriedly made her way outside the grass hut. At that moment, Jiang Mingyao was acutely aware that she could not linger within the hut for too long. She surmised that the effects of the red fruit would soon manifest. Indeed, shortly after her departure, Qin Yong and Xia Bing began to feel an overwhelming heat enveloping them, followed by an escalating dryness in their throats. Assuming it was the sweltering weather, they gulped down the remaining chicken soup. However, with the final sip, their gazes began to cloud. In that instant, the previously unspoken feelings between them blossomed. Each found the other increasingly enchanting. As if drawn by an unseen magnetism, they gradually leaned towards one another. An hour later, silence enveloped the grass hut. Jiang Mingyao, who had not ventured far, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. She fanned her flushed cheeks with a leaf she had plucked from a nearby tree, feeling a tumult of emotions she had never experienced before. Although this was her deliberate arrangement, she could not quell the tumultuous thoughts in her mind. A profound emptiness surged through every pore of her being. Could she truly adapt to such a way of living? Would she be able to remain indifferent as she had envisioned? With a barrage of unanswered questions swirling in her mind, Jiang Mingyao spent the entire night in the forest. Only when the dawn began to break did she feign nonchalance and return to the grass hut, tidying up the remnants of the previous night's meal. Yao Yao, you're up already? Despite her efforts to be quiet, Jiang Mingyao inadvertently roused Xia Bing from her slumber. Rubbing her somewhat drowsy eyes, Xia Bing instinctively inquired. Yet, as the words left her lips, she recalled the events of the previous night, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Sister Bing, it's still early. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Jiang Mingyao replied, pretending to be unconcerned. In contrast to Xia Bing, Jiang Mingyao's demeanor was more vivacious, allowing her to adapt to the situation more readily. Oh no, I'm used to waking up early. I naturally wake when it's time. I'll freshen up and accompany you to make breakfast. At this moment, Xia Bing felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and, seeking an excuse, hurriedly exited the grass hut. Jiang Mingyao, initially feeling a bit downcast, couldn't help but chuckle at Xia Bing's awkward demeanor. However, upon noticing Xia Bing's somewhat unnatural gait, an inexplicable sadness enveloped her. Fortunately, when Xia Bing returned to the grass hut, both of their mindsets had been readjusted. Their subsequent conversation flowed much more naturally. Furthermore, the events of the previous night had become an unspoken understanding between them, and they tactfully chose not to bring it up. Since the last barrier had been torn down, their life in the jungle had become increasingly harmonious. The previous mutual suspicions, born from a desire to consider each other as feelings, had transformed into a familial trust. As a result, the two women gradually acclimated to this peculiar existence that slightly transgressed the moral boundaries of civilized society. Yet, this was not a civilized world, and thus they felt no sense of guilt. After all, life must go on. With the uncertainty of tomorrow looming over them, they chose to embrace whatever brought them comfort. With their foundation strengthened, the most pressing issue they faced now was how to adequately satisfy their hunger each day. Qin Yong and Xia Bing, being the more formidable hunters, naturally took on the responsibility of foraging for food, while the less robust Jiang Mingyao managed the daily affairs for the three of them. Although their days were simple, they were nonetheless fulfilling. However, idleness often breeds contemplation. As the ancient saying goes, when one is well-fed and warm, desires arise. When cold and hungry, one's heart turns to theft. This adage speaks volumes about the ancient understanding of human nature. Yet, for Qin Yong, who was regularly embraced on both sides each night, such temptations had ceased to trouble him. Instead, he found himself preoccupied with thoughts on how to improve their current living conditions, particularly during mealtimes. The sight of the inconvenient and unappealing bamboo cups intensified his yearning for something better. Unfortunately, lacking the necessary materials, he felt like a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without rice, and thus he had to set aside this notion for the time being. Yet, reality often unfolds in unexpected ways. Just when one relinquishes hope, it may come knocking at the door. During a chance hunting excursion, Qin Yong stumbled upon a small patch of exposed red clay by a stream not far from their camp. This red clay had likely been revealed by a recent heavy rain, as such torrential downpours in the jungle can trigger flash floods that wash away the vegetation and loose soil from the surface. Otherwise, given the dense leaf cover of the primordial jungle, discovering the underlying red clay would have been nearly impossible. Though the viscosity of this red clay did not compare to true clay, finding a suitable alternative material under such conditions was already a remarkable discovery. In Qin Yong's mind, utilizing this red clay to create some simple living utensils should pose no problem. Without delay, he set to work, and within half a day, he had excavated a substantial amount of red clay by the stream. Fueled by enthusiasm, he paid no heed to rest. After locating a relatively clean and flat stone, he began processing the clay. Although the two women were still unaware of Qin Yong's intentions, their unwavering faith in his survival skills led them to dismiss any notion that he was merely engaging in a child's play with mud. Thus, with curiosity piqued, they settled down nearby to observe. Qin Yong first added a measured amount of clean water to the red clay, vigorously stirring it. After achieving a certain consistency, he discarded the wooden stick and resorted to using his hands to knead, press, and repeatedly pound the mixture. After more than an hour of this labor, his clothes were thoroughly drenched in sweat. Yet, as he beheld the sizable, deep brown lump of clay he had shaped, a satisfied smile spread across his face. "Brother Yong, you've been busy since you returned, working tirelessly until now. What exactly are you up to?" Jiang Mingyao, being the younger of the two, could not contain her curiosity and posed a question when she noticed Qin Yong had paused. His response to her inquisitiveness was unsurprising, as she had always been a curious soul, incessantly asking questions. For her to remain silent for so long was quite the achievement. Haven't you both complained about those bamboo bowls being rough on a mouth? Today, I shall present you with a proper set of pottery." Qin Yong decided to drop the pretense of mystery and revealed his intentions. It is said that joy shared is joy multiplied. In such a harsh jungle environment, if one does not engage in self-regulation, the group might soon find themselves driven to madness. Indeed, as soon as Qin Yong finished speaking, Xiaobing and Jiang Mingyao eagerly began to roll up their sleeves. It is worth noting that both women had grown up in relatively strict family environments. Their usual pursuits included learning piano, dance, singing, or painting, and they had never truly had the opportunity to play with mud in a meaningful way. So, upon hearing that Qin Yong was about to commence pottery making, they began to envision scenes reminiscent of television programs that showcase pottery crafting. However, the imagination proved to be rich, while reality was stark. When the two women finally attempted to mold the clay, they discovered that the lumps in their hands bore no resemblance to their envisioned creations. "Bing bing yeah. My bowl just wants to take shape." Jiang Mingyao, already perspiring profusely, could not help but glance at Xiaobing for assistance. Yet, Xiaobing was hardly faring any better. Yao, do not disturb me just yet. This plate I am crafting is at a crucial juncture and is about to take form." Though Xiaobing responded verbally, her hands continued their work without pause. However, before her words could fully dissipate, the clay piece she had so painstakingly shaped suddenly tore apart. "Oh no! Look! Yao, it's all your fault. My plate is ruined." Xiaobing cast a regretful glance at Jiang Mingyao and began her lamentations. Sister Bingbing, this is akin to being unable to relieve oneself and blaming the earth for its lack of gravity. Jiang Mingyao paid no heed to the gravity of the situation and, upon witnessing Xiaobing's despondent demeanor, deliberately provoked her further. "You little rascal, just wait until I tidy you up." With that, she smeared her muddy hands onto Jiang Mingyao's smooth face. "Sister Bingbing, you are so wicked." In retaliation, Jiang Mingyao swiftly launched a counterattack towards Xiaobing's nose. Chapter 130, Pottery 3. In an instant, the two, previously serious, began to frolic without restraint. This left Qin Yong feeling quite speechless. Initially, he had hoped to create some charming pottery alongside the two young women, which would have been a meaningful endeavor. Yet now, the pottery remained unmade while they were lost in revelry. It seemed that this task would once again fall solely upon his shoulders. Relying on the two appeared unrealistic. With a resigned shake of his head, Qin Yong reflected that the joyous laughter shared by the two women, long absent from their lives, was a blessing in itself. He realized that the success of the pottery was no longer of paramount importance. After a considerable period of playful banter, the two finally returned to Qin Yong's side, breathless and giggling. However, they were instantly taken aback by the sight before them. At this moment, Qin Yong had silently crafted 2 clay pots, 2 jars, and over 10 plates and small bowls, all without the aid of a potter's wheel or specialized tools. This accomplishment left the two women feeling somewhat embarrassed. Brother Yong, you are truly remarkable. Aside from childbirth, is there anything you cannot do? Sister Bingbing, look at this, it's splendid. I must add ears to it for convenience. Indeed, and these 2 jars should also have ears. The two women began to chatter excitedly, brainstorming ways to enhance Qin Yong's creations. Finally, with the completion of the last clay piece in Qin Yong's hands, the shaping process reached its conclusion. What should we do next, Brother Yong? Do we need to take it outside to dry in the sun? Jiang Mingyao, noticing Qin Yong's perspiring forehead, asked with concern. Oh no, that is unnecessary. It should be allowed to air dry gradually. Exposure to direct sunlight would cause it to crack. Qin Yong replied, sipping the water Xiaobing had handed him. Naturally, the two women were unaware of these nuances. As the day drew to a close, and recognizing his own limitations in aiding the process, the two decided to prepare dinner together. After a brief respite, Qin Yong, keenly aware of the importance of time, did not dare to linger. Although the shaping of the clay vessels had been completed, the transformation into genuine pottery necessitated a crucial step, the high-temperature firing. This phase was notorious for its propensity to encounter difficulties, so he remained vigilant and resolute. He aimed to construct a kiln capable of firing all the clay pots and jars before nightfall, taking advantage of the clear weather to expedite the process. Otherwise, with the rainy season upon them, torrential downpours could arrive at any moment, rendering it impossible to fire the pottery, regardless of whether they had dried adequately. With this in mind, he promptly seized a wooden shovel and began excavating clay from the nearby mound. As the last vestiges of daylight faded, Qin Yong finally completed the kiln's construction. To ensure optimal heat retention, he diligently sealed the exterior with a thick layer of wet clay. Chapter 131. Firing the kiln content with the preliminary work accomplished, Qin Yong returned to the thatched hut. All preparations were in place. They awaited the drying of the clay pieces under the shade of the trees. After sharing dinner and engaging in light conversation, the hour grew late. Qin Yong revisited the shaded area to assess the drying status of the clay pieces, discovering that the pots and bowls had nearly dried completely. This unexpected rapidity struck him as peculiar. Typically, achieving such dryness would require 1 to 2 days. Yet, within just a few short hours, the results were astonishing. However, upon reflecting on his surroundings and feeling the brisk mountain breeze, he comprehended the reason behind it. Without delay, with the combined efforts of Xiaobing and Jiang Mingyao, Qin Yong carefully transferred the clay pieces into the kiln. All right, Bingbing, Mingyao, you both should go rest now. I will keep watch here tonight, he cheerfully urged, wanting to spare the two women from unnecessary fatigue. Brother Yong, you've worked tirelessly today. You should rest. I can watch the kiln. Xiaobing, aware of his exhaustion, insisted on taking his place. Indeed, Brother Yong, I can keep Xiaobing company. You should sleep, Jiang Mingyao chimed in, intrigued by the kiln firing process, as she had never experienced it before. Come now, how can I, a strong man, allow 2 delicate ladies to guard the kiln? Moreover, to ensure the clay achieves the desired transformation, the kiln must maintain a stable high temperature for an extended period. Once the temperature falters or becomes unstable, all efforts may inevitably come to naught. Thus, it is best that I remain vigilant. Witnessing the concern of the two women for him, Qin Yong felt an undeniable joy swelling within his heart. Yet, to ensure they could enjoy a restful slumber, he feigned a noble demeanor and addressed them with a solemn gaze. Realizing the futility of further argument given Qin Yong's character, the two women reluctantly retreated to their beds. Soon, a roaring fire blazed within the earthen kiln. Determined to prevent any mishap in the creation of the pottery, Qin Yong resolutely settled himself upon a stone before the kiln. This was his inaugural venture into pottery, and he had already boasted before the two women. Thus, he could not afford to be careless. However, firing the kiln was no simple task. It demanded constant vigilance over the temperature, meticulous adjustments of the firewood, and the endurance of relentless heat. Consequently, after a flurry of activity, Qin Yong found himself drenched in sweat. By the time he sat down to rest again, it was already the early hours of the following day. The night deepened, the dew fell heavily, and the mountain breeze whispered softly. Exhausted from the day's toils, Qin Yong began to succumb to drowsiness. Just as his eyelids grew heavier, a gentle touch on his arm jolted him back to alertness. Turning to his side, he discovered Xiaobing had quietly seated herself next to him, resting her head against his arm, a picture of blissful contentment. Silly girl, why aren't you in bed? Reaching out, Qin Yong tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, his voice tender. I wanted to keep you company, Xiao Bing replied, stealing a glance at him, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. What is this? Can't bear to be away from me, Qin Yong teased, relishing her playful indignation. You're insufferable, always teasing me, she retorted, playfully swatting his arm, torn between wanting to respond and reveling in the moment. Qin Yong remained silent, gently pinching her nose, gazing at her with affectionate eyes, as if wishing to envelop her within his very being. I shall continue to tease you, and not only that, I shall torment you. After all, you were so disobedient before, leaving me for so long and causing me such anguish. Gritting his teeth, he cast a glance at Xiao Bing, then spoke with a faux melancholy, as if recounting a tale of profound suffering. Observing the bitter frustration etched on Qin Yong's face, Xiao Bing felt his love and could not help but smile. Hey, you mustn't say that. In truth, I have long been unable to part from you. The day I left the beach, I thought I would quickly adapt to life without you by my side, but I could not. During that time, no matter what I did or where I went, your shadow lingered everywhere, even in my dreams, where you would tease me relentlessly. I can no longer endure it. I yearn to return to you, yet I hesitate. I fear that my presence would place you in an uncomfortable position, and I dread the thought of you witnessing my humble state. It was only on the day you were attacked and gravely injured that I truly comprehended what my heart desperately craved. I found myself ensnared. I no longer fear your ridicule. At that moment, I resolutely decided that if you were to leave, I would undoubtedly follow you, ensuring that neither of us would feel alone. Xiao Bing gently poked Qin Yong's solemn face, watching as the tension in his features gradually relaxed, before she slowly continued with a heavy heart. Yet, her words left Qin Yong's heart in turmoil, dragging his thoughts back to those harrowing days of despair. Bing, you must not act this way in the future. My heart is fragile. I cannot bear it, he said, glancing at Xiao Bing with a hint of vulnerability. I promise. I won tea. Even if you were to push me away, I would remain. Seeing Qin Yong's look of grievance, Jiang Mingyao felt a surge of emotion, tightening her embrace around his arm. Then I shall find a rope to tether you to my waist. That way, we shall never part. Xiao Bing's tenderness proved remarkably effective, as Qin Yong, who had just felt a tinge of sadness, quickly transformed into a figure of joviality. The mountain breeze rustled, causing the flames in the kiln to flicker, prompting Qin Yong to add more firewood. Upon returning to his seat, Xiao Bing still extended her arms, waiting for him to offer his embrace once more. Yet, there was a discernible haze of longing in her gaze. Chapter 133. The Knight's Confession 2. Bing, it's late. You should return to your room, or you might catch a cold. Observing the chill in the air, Qin Yong tenderly adjusted Xiao Bing's collar while earnestly advising her. No, I simply wish to spend some time with you, Xiao Bing murmured without raising her head. However, the shy demeanor she exhibited, akin to a delicate bird seeking shelter, was something Qin Yong had never witnessed before, further stirring his heart's confusion. Ever since their reunion, he sensed a change in Xiao Bing. Yet, he could never articulate what that change was. At this moment, it felt as though he had grasped something profound. Yes, it was a need. The nature of her need, when facing him, had transformed. In the past, while she did rely on him, one could argue that her need stemmed from the conditions he provided for her existence, a need laced with the essence of reciprocity. However, after their reunion, this need had transcended into a realm of spiritual and psychological yearning, devoid of ulterior motives. Even in silence, merely being together fulfilled a profound psychological need. Having comprehended everything, Qin Yong suddenly felt an overwhelming joy within, a sense of fulfillment that instantaneously replaced his long-hidden insecurities. He was even seized by an impulse to shout into the ethereal valley, proclaiming that he, Qin Yong, was the happiest man in the world. Bing, you seem a bit different. He gently pecked Xiao Bing's forehead and remarked. In what way am I different? Xiao Bing, still nestled in Qin Yong's embrace, lifted her gaze slightly to him and smiled. I feel as though you increasingly rely on me, Qin Yong declared, a blissful expression gracing his face. Though this statement may have sounded somewhat conceited, Xiao Bing did not perceive it that way. Instead, it made her feel valued. For what she needed most at that moment was to be understood by this captivating man before her, and the deeper the understanding, the better. Yes, I want you to know that I cannot bear to be apart from you, not even for a moment. Therefore, you must not let me down, no matter the circumstances. It was unclear whether it was her upbringing or professional habits that shaped her, but the once somewhat domineering Xia Bing often seemed to be influenced by various concerns. Her words and actions tinged with subtlety. Yet in this moment, as she spoke so candidly, it was as if she feared Qin Yong might misinterpret her, delivering her message with unembellished clarity. This unabashed honesty stirred a primal desire within Qin Yong, as if he yearned to completely engulf Xia Bing before him. A fervent warmth began to radiate around them. The firewood in the earthen kiln continued to burn passionately, occasionally emitting the crackling sounds of wood popping. By the time the flames had finally extinguished, the sky had already brightened. Gazing at Xia Bing, who was peacefully asleep against his thigh, her nostrils gently flaring, a tender expression unconsciously spread across Qin Yong's face. He reached for the jacket that had fallen beside him and gently draped it over her. At that moment, he had never felt more grounded. Chapter 134. Opening the kiln by afternoon, Qin Yong could hardly contain his excitement as he approached the earthen kiln. He tested the temperature inside and discovered it had cooled significantly. After waiting a day and a night, the moment to witness a miracle had finally arrived, and the three of them were naturally exhilarated. In particular, Xia Bing and Jiangming Yao were eager to come closer, both yearning to witness firsthand whether this great masterpiece, in which they had participated, would indeed succeed. With their encouragement, Qin Yong dared not delay any longer. He first removed the large stone that covered the kiln's mouth, then carefully cleared away the thick layer of charcoal ash. Following that, he gingerly retrieved the completed pottery, one piece at a time. Of course, given that this was the initial firing, the likelihood of achieving perfect results was rather slim. Even Qin Yong and his companions dared not indulge in grandiose fantasies. Merely succeeding in crafting a few usable items would have sufficed for their satisfaction. However, upon encountering the array of pottery before them, they were somewhat taken aback. Among the two available earthen pots for cooking, one was severely deformed and cracked, while the other exhibited a commendable quality in its craftsmanship. Of course, the term commendable here is contingent upon the exclusion of the two slightly misshapen handles as a criterion for judgment. At the very least, it remained intact and watertight, rendering it perfectly suitable for culinary purposes. As for the earthen jars and dishes, although the rate of damage and inferior quality was not negligible, a thorough search revealed several that could still serve a functional purpose. After all, they were not seeking to trade these items. Thus, aesthetic quality was of secondary importance to their ability to serve a practical function. Therefore, while the pottery-making endeavor could not be deemed a resounding success in the strictest sense, it nonetheless alleviated some of the inconveniences in their daily lives, which was a considerable achievement. Most gratifyingly, they finally had earthen pots at their disposal. Not only could these replace the small iron pot for stews and braising, but they also allowed for the occasional lamb stew or hot pot. Qin Yong even found himself reminiscing about a memorable line from the film Bulletproof Monk, where one eats hot pot while singing. Imagining reclining comfortably after a meal in such an environment was undeniably appealing. With this thought in mind, Qin Yong felt an irresistible urge to venture out and procure some wild goats to test his new pot. However, upon seeing the sun nearing the horizon, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. After all, he had no desire to roam the jungle at night, where a moment's carelessness could easily turn a hot pot feast into a banquet for predators. Glancing back at his two exquisite wives, he promptly dismissed the thought. Naturally, the two women were unaware of Qin Yong's musings. They simply observed his fleeting smiles and moments of rapture with a hint of bewilderment, pondering if he had perhaps lost his wits in the kiln. Regardless, they took the pottery and made their way to the stream, unconcerned with the culinary aspirations that occupied Qin Yong's mind. As long as they no longer had to resort to bamboo tubes, even for collecting water, they would be quite content. Chapter 135. Yearning in response the following day, after breakfast, Qin Yong prepared to set out for a hunt. His mind remained preoccupied with the thought of how the lamb cooked in his handcrafted earthen pot would taste. Thus, despite having endured a sleepless night and laboring through the dark hours, his enthusiasm remained undiminished. To be sure, Qin Yong's fervor was not merely a reflection of a newfound culinary ambition. It is worth noting that in the past, he often went 10 days or even half a month without a single warm meal. Even raw meat and insects could serve as sustenance for a day. Therefore, the quality of his meals was not of paramount importance to Qin Yong. However, the situation has changed quite significantly now. Not only has he been forcibly cast away on a deserted island, but he has yet to receive any rescue. The thought of crafting a bamboo raft or wooden craft to escape is overshadowed by the fear of meeting a fate akin to that of the half-drowned corpse that drifted ashore, becoming a meal for formidable marine creatures. Thus, each day, apart from contending with the elements, wild beasts, and the complexities of human nature, he is preoccupied with the fundamental question of survival, which is undeniably a harrowing predicament. Now, having finally found a relatively stable environment with little pressing matters at hand, he cannot afford to neglect the issue of food and drink, lest his days become even more dismal. Moreover, with two exquisite beauties accompanying him, Qin Yong naturally wishes to impress them. At the very least, he wants them to believe that as long as they are with their brave brother, they will want for nothing in terms of sustenance. Consequently, Qin Yong's determination is, to some extent, intertwined with his masculine pride and vanity. As Qin Yong readied his weapon and prepared to set off, Xia Bing naturally insisted on accompanying him. Without waiting for his nod of approval, she equipped herself with her bow, dagger, and a newly crafted wooden stick for defense, approaching him confidently. Although Qin Yong initially intended to dissuade her due to her lack of rest the previous night, he ultimately relented to her persistent insistence. Thus, the two ventured deeper into the jungle, one following the other. At that moment, Jiang Mingyao observed their heroic demeanor as they departed. In reflecting on her own rather feeble combat abilities, she felt no jealousy, but rather a profound sense of admiration. Consequently, in hopes of one day accompanying Qin Yong as an equal partner, she secretly began training her physical strength and archery skills near the camp. Given that the nearby beasts had been frequently hunted by Qin Yong and Xia Bing, the visible animal population had dwindled significantly. In pursuit of game, the duo had no choice but to delve deeper into the forest. Fortune smiled upon them during their journey. Although they did not encounter the wild goats they had hoped for, they managed to catch 2 wild chickens, which sufficed for the time being. Nevertheless, Qin Yong's intentions were decidedly clear. He would not be swayed from his original purpose by the mere acquisition of 2 wild chickens. Thus, they continued pressing forward. As fate would have it, whether by divine providence recognizing Qin Yong's earnestness or merely to provide nourishment for his healing body, as they traversed the forest and arrived at the edge of a meadow, they stumbled upon several wild goats of varying sizes, leisurely grazing near a brook that cut across the grassland. This sight filled both Qin Yong and Xia Bing with immense joy, especially Qin Yong. His elation could only be described as euphoric, for he was acutely aware that remote islands such as this, far from a mainland, typically do not harbor wild goats. Even if they did, it would be an exceedingly rare occurrence. This phenomenon can be attributed to several factors. Firstly, it is plausible that indigenous inhabitants of the island, in ancient times, migrated from other islands or the mainland, subsequently thriving and reproducing over generations. Secondly, a more anthropogenic cause may be at play. At some point, a vessel may have passed by this solitary isle, and crew members might have released their cargo of goats onto the desolate land, akin to the wild dogs of Australia, allowing them to revert to a feral state. Alternatively, a ship laden with goats might have encountered misfortune in nearby waters, leading to the goats being cast adrift. And since goats are capable swimmers, the survivors could have established a population here. The third possibility stems from primitive populations. The formation of islands is a gradual process of separation from the mainland. Prior to complete detachment, these islands were once directly connected or in close proximity to land. And as long as the island provided a suitable habitat, the goats would naturally remain, or they could simply swim to the island. Ultimately, as the island drifted farther from the mainland, the goats became permanently entrenched in their new home. Although Xia Bing may not fully comprehend these reasons, Qin Yong was already well-versed in such knowledge. Not long ago, he had harbored a longing for a hearty stew of goat meat, yet he held little hope of actually encountering any goats. Thus, his desire was merely to indulge in a fleeting whim or to satiate his fanciful imaginings. Little did he know that fortune was smiling upon him, allowing him to encounter wild goats in such an unexpected locale. What reason could there be not to rejoice? As for the origins of these wild goats and their presence here, there was no need for further inquiry. The mere prospect of feasting upon goat meat was more than sufficient. Seizing the moment before the herd was startled, Qin Yong swiftly knocked an arrow onto his bamboo bow, aiming at the largest and most robust ewe among them. "Brother Yong, wait. That's a female goat, and it appears to be pregnant." Xiao Bing urgently interjected as Qin Yong prepared to shoot. Upon closer inspection, Qin Yong noticed that the ewe's belly was indeed slightly more pronounced than that of the others, and her movements were notably sluggish. Thus, he found it in his heart to relent. He redirected his aim toward a sturdier ram nearby. Whoosh! Bah! With a swift sound slicing through the air, the flock before them scattered into the nearby woods. The robust wild goat that stood before them collapsed onto the grass with a thud. Although Qin Yong's arrow struck the ram's hind leg, it was evident that it had not inflicted a fatal wound. The wild goat kicked frantically on the ground for a moment before regaining its footing. Immediately, in a frenzied state, it dragged its injured leg and fled into the woods. The two hunters, of course, would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away and hurriedly pursued after it. Chapter 137. Vanished perhaps due to the dense foliage of the forest hindering their movements. Coupled with the wild goat's desperate attempt to escape, the two men found themselves thoroughly disoriented as they chased after it. At times, the wild goat darted so swiftly that it vanished from sight, leaving Qin Yong and his companion to rely on the bloodstains it left behind to continue their pursuit. However, with the quarry so tantalizingly close, they were unwilling to relinquish the chase, driving themselves to follow relentlessly. Along the way, Xiao Bing unleashed several arrows. Yet none found their mark. Either the goat evaded them deftly or branches obstructed the shots. Frustration nearly compelled Qin Yong to utter a curse. Fortunately, the wild goat had already been struck by an arrow in its hind leg, and although it could still run for its life, it was losing considerable blood along the way. Consequently, its speed gradually diminished. Seeing this, the two men felt a surge of elation. Their spirits invigorated as they continued the chase. Just as fatigue began to take its toll on them, the wild goat ultimately collapsed in the thicket due to excessive blood loss. Observing the motionless creature, they finally allowed themselves to pause. After all, it was no longer capable of fleeing. Whether they approached sooner or later made little difference. They decided to catch their breath first. Thus, they leaned against a tree, hands on the trunk and hips, panting heavily. However, unexpectedly, in that moment of respite, a sudden rustling sound emanated from the direction of the fallen goat. When they lifted their heads once more, the goat had mysteriously vanished. Bewildered, they wondered if the goat had somehow revived after collapsing. Without further deliberation, they dashed forward. They could not allow this prize to escape their grasp. Yet, despite the distance being less than 10 meters, when they reached the small tree beside where the goat had fallen, there was no sign of the goat, nor even a tuft of its wool left behind. Qin Yong surveyed the surroundings. Although he saw no trace of the goat, the nearby saplings were still swaying gently, evidently disturbed as the goat made its escape. The two exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they hastened towards the direction of the small trees. Indeed, as they passed by, Qin Yong noticed that the leaves of one sapling bore faint traces of crimson blood, located over a meter above the ground. At that moment, having run a few meters ahead, Qin Yong abruptly halted, clearly having discerned the peculiarity. Logically, if the goat had been struck in its thigh, any blood loss would have dripped to the ground rather than staining the leaves above. However, why would it be entangled in the leaves? Although this goat is relatively robust, it weighs at most 50 to 60 pounds, and the height of its injury is approximately 40 to 50 centimeters, making it improbable for it to have reached leaves over a meter off the ground. At that moment, Qin Yong was equally perplexed, yet he dared not linger too long, for Xiao Bing had already pursued a considerable distance ahead. Chapter 138. The shadow with no time for further contemplation, he took a swift step forward in pursuit. The only way to unravel the mystery was to locate that wild goat. "Brother Yong, something feels amiss. When I caught up, I noticed a shadow dart into the thicket not far ahead. I sensed that shadow must have taken the goat." Xiao Bing hurriedly recounted the scene she had witnessed upon seeing Qin Yong approach. "Did you discern whether the shadow was a beast or a person?" Qin Yong asked, astonished. Although the wild goat was not particularly large, its weight of 40 to 50 pounds was still significant. Whether it was a human or a beast capable of carrying such weight through the jungle at a swift pace raised his alarm. It is well known that this forest is home to tigers, black bears, and other wild creatures. And no, we were still quite far away, and it was right next to a small thicket. The shadow vanished in an instant, and I barely had time to see it, Xia Bing explained, pointing toward a nearby thicket. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yong found himself in a quandary. The uncertainty of whether the goat had been taken by a human or a beast left him with a pressing decision to make, to pursue or not to pursue. If they chose not to chase, both would inevitably feel unsatisfied. However, if they did pursue and discovered it to be a tiger or a bear, the ramifications could be perilous. In such a scenario, he would rather forego the goat than jeopardize their lives. Yet if it were not a beast, then it must be a human. If it were a person, the implications shifted entirely. Was it a wild man, another survivor from the shipwreck, or perhaps associates of Fanjian? These possibilities raced through Qin Yong's mind. The first two scenarios were manageable. They could simply retreat if the situation seemed unfavorable. But if it were the latter, it posed a significant threat. At the very least, they would have been discovered. If that were the case, it was only a matter of time before they would come to silence them. Even if they did not arrive promptly, the lingering anxiety would render their group uneasy. Considering this, Qin Yong felt compelled to investigate further. Otherwise, returning to the camp would leave him restless and preoccupied. Bing Bing, you should return to the camp along the same route. I will check it out. Qin Yong turned to Xia Bing and expressed. In light of this uncontrollable situation, Qin Yong, of course, wished to prevent Xia Bing from accompanying him on this perilous venture, intending instead to send her back. However, for Xia Bing, Qin Yong was her entire world. Previously, when she desired to join him in hunting, he could barely dissuade her. Now, knowing he was embarking on an adventure, it was utterly impossible for him to stop her. Brother Yong, you always think you can just leave me behind, but that's not happening. Today you agreed I could go, and even if you disagree, I shall still follow. Although Xia Bing feigned stubbornness, she understood that Qin Yong's intentions were rooted in concern for her safety, which brought joy to her heart. This is for. Qin Yong attempted to articulate his thoughts, but as soon as he began, Xia Bing interrupted him. Chapter 139. The Concealed Cave. Hey, if you keep dawdling like this, even if you catch up, there may not be a single woolen strand left. Xia Bing chuckled, casting a flirtatious glance at Qin Yong before striding confidently toward the direction where the shadow had vanished. As for Qin Yong, he found himself at a loss regarding this audacious lady. Ever since that night at the kiln, she had transformed into a different person entirely. Not only did she frequently cast him seductive glances, but she would also occasionally flaunt her enchanting figure. Though such captivating gestures occurred when they were alone, facing such a mesmerizing beauty left Qin Yong utterly spellbound. Every time he felt a shiver run through him, he could scarcely remember his own name, regardless of her whims. He could only nod in agreement. Following the trail of blood, they continued their search. However, due to the time lost, both the shadow and the wild goat had long since disappeared. Even the blood left by the injured goat had become increasingly faint. After some time, they finally arrived at the entrance of a concealed cave. At that moment, the intermittent blood trail had completely vanished before the cave's mouth. Qin Yong and Xia Bing surveyed their surroundings and noted that apart from this cave, there was no other suitable hiding place. Fortunately, the cave was well hidden amidst dense foliage. And just a meter in front of the entrance, a thicket of thorn bushes stood over 2 meters tall, serving as a natural barrier that obscured the cave's entrance. Had they not followed the blood trail, it would have been exceedingly difficult to discover this hiding place. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Yong resolved to enter the cave for a closer inspection. However, when he turned to look at Xia Bing, he found her pouting and gazing intently at him. The words of caution he intended to share caught in his throat and were swallowed back. With no other alternative, he grasped a fire axe and positioned himself protectively in front of Xia Bing. Thus, the two of them cautiously advanced, step by step, into the depths of the cave. Upon entering the cave, the two individuals were immediately enveloped by a refreshing coolness, as if the external temperature had been effectively isolated, allowing their minds to achieve a serene tranquility. Simultaneously, their eyes were irresistibly drawn to the captivating surroundings. Within this cavern, the overall expanse was remarkably vast. Aside from the shadowy corners and indistinct areas, the space was already comparable in size to a basketball court. Moreover, This immense area was inadvertently partitioned by several towering stones, dividing the space into variously sized sections, resembling an irregular multi-room layout. Most astonishingly, a natural fissure in the cave wall allowed a beam of light from outside to filter in, preventing the cavern from becoming excessively dark. Through this illumination, they could discern a small pool of clear water, approximately 2 meters in diameter, nestled beneath the cave wall. It remained uncertain whether this pristine water was a collection of rainwater that had seeped through the fissure or if it was naturally emerging from subterranean sources. Nonetheless, everything before them appeared almost as if it had been meticulously crafted by human hands, leaving Qin Yong and Xia Bing utterly astounded. Chapter 140. Eating raw flesh. As the pair remained engrossed in their surroundings, a faint, intermittent noise emanated from a corner of the cave. Exchanging glances, they understood each other's intent and stealthily approached the source of the sound. Whether due to the darkness that enveloped that corner, which was devoid of light, or because they had entered the cave with utmost caution, it seemed as though the source of the noise remained oblivious to their presence, continuing to produce those peculiar sounds. As they inched closer to the corner from which the noise originated, the scene gradually came into focus. But what they beheld was horrifying enough to leave Xia Bing momentarily paralyzed with shock. Having regained her senses after a brief pause, she instinctively let out a piercing scream. Before them, in the corner, a disheveled wild man was voraciously gnawing on a goat, his filthy appearance accentuated by the sounds of grunting that escaped his nostrils. Perhaps startled by Xia Bing's shriek, the wild man abruptly halted his feeding, lifting his gaze towards the two figures standing 2 meters away. At that moment, Qin Yong stood firmly, clutching a fire axe, its blade glinting ominously before him. The wild man's eyes widened with evident fear as he beheld the cold sheen of the axe. "Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Ah, don't kill me." After a stunned moment, the wild man dropped the goat and, in a frenzied panic, scrambled towards the cave's entrance. The suddenness of his actions startled the two, prompting them to instinctively take a step back. By the time they regained their composure, the wild man had vanished without a trace. "This is not right. This is not a wild man. He is from Huaxia. Pursue him." Upon hearing the frantic cries of that individual, Qin Yong discerned some clues and hurriedly followed suit. However, as soon as they reached the cave entrance, Qin Yong paused with a sense of relief. It turned out that the person who had been rushing out was perhaps so flustered in his escape that he had lost his way. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, he became ensnared by some thorny brambles, rendering him unable to flee any further. "Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me." The man now appeared even more terrified, repeatedly shouting in desperation. Rather than hastily freeing him from the entanglement, Qin Yong approached him slowly. Before him stood what was deemed a wild man, yet in truth he was merely a relatively robust young man. Though he was covered in dirt and his hair was long and disheveled, his features suggested a disposition of honesty. It seemed, however, that he had suffered some fright, causing his mind to be somewhat unhinged. "Do not be afraid. Tell me, who are you?" Qin Yong crouched down before him, gazing at him with a calm demeanor. "Please, don't kill me." The young man continued to repeat the same phrase, as though in a state of delirium. Having exhausted his patience, Qin Yong retrieved a bamboo tube filled with fresh water from his waist. After uncorking it, he poured the water directly over the young man's head. "Ah!" During this drenching, the young man seemed to be jolted by some stimulus, crying out incessantly. Once Qin Yong emptied the bamboo tube, the young man gradually began to regain his composure. He shook his head, feeling his rationality returning somewhat. "Do not be afraid. Tell me, who are you?" Noticing the young man's mental state stabilizing, Qin Yong asked once more. Upon hearing Qin Yong speak in Huaxia, the young man's expression momentarily froze, and a flicker of joy was evident in his eyes. You are Huaxia people?" He did not directly answer Qin Yong's question, but instead voiced his disbelief. "Indeed, we are all from Huaxia. Are you also a survivor from the cruise?" Seeing the young man finally respond, Qin Yong felt a sense of reassurance and proceeded to pose another question. "Yes." Given the current circumstances, the young man's demeanor was still relatively reserved, responding to Qin Yong's inquiries with brief replies. At that moment, Xia Bing, who had been standing behind Qin Yong, stepped forward. Observing that the two were able to communicate normally, she gently untangled the young man's clothing from the thorns. "Thank you. as Xia Bing assisted in untangling the garments ensnared. The young man graciously expressed his gratitude. However, upon catching sight of Xia Bing's visage, his countenance transformed noticeably, beyond the evident joy and surprise. A subtle emotion of profound admiration also flickered across his face. Naturally, this scene did not escape Qin Yong's keen observation. He discerned that the young man and Xia Bing must have been acquainted, although Xia Bing's reaction indicated she might not recall the young man's identity. It was clear that he recognized her. Indeed, after a brief moment of astonishment, the young man could no longer restrain himself and turned towards Bing to speak. You are General Manager Xia. His evident reluctance to meet her gaze was palpable. After a fleeting glance, he gradually lowered his head as he spoke. Upon hearing her title uttered by the young man, Xia Bing was taken aback. She scrutinized the somewhat bashful youth before her, puzzled as to whether it was the excessive grime on his face or the stark contrast in his current appearance that rendered her unable to recognize him. Determined to assist, she unfastened the bamboo tube from her waist, intent on cleansing the dirt from his face. The young man, clearly aware of her intentions, instinctively recoiled. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to help you clean the dirt from your face. Xia Bing smiled reassuringly, attempting to alleviate his tension. Thank you, General Manager Xia. I will manage on my own. Chapter 142. I have seen you before expressing his gratitude for Xia Bing's kindness. The young man used the water she had poured out to roughly wash the grime from his face. His demeanor revealed a profound respect for Xia Bing, and although he appeared quite disheveled, his inherent refinement was still apparent. You are. After washing, the young man's features became much clearer. Recognizing the somewhat familiar countenance before her, Xia Bing recalled that she indeed had encountered this young man before, though the exact circumstances eluded her. General Manager, my name is Zhang Jie. I'm a newly hired employee at the company. I had the pleasure of hearing your speech during the new employee welcome meeting. Noticing Xia Bing's slight awkwardness, the young man gently reminded her. Oh, indeed. How could I have forgotten? Xia Bing exclaimed, lightly tapping her forehead in mild embarrassment. Now, the memory was vivid. This young man was indeed a recent addition to her company. However, due to the brevity of his tenure and their lack of interaction, the impression he left was understandably faint. Nevertheless, one could say that this young man, named Zhang Jie, was rather unfortunate. Recently graduated, he initially believed that joining a large corporate enterprise marked the commencement of his illustrious journey. However, little did he know that before he truly engaged in his duties, he would encounter a maritime disaster during a company outing. Not only did he narrowly escape drowning, but he also endured a prolonged period of trepidation on a desolate island. Each day was spent foraging for wild fruits or devising traps to catch small creatures for sustenance. A fate indeed most unfortunate. Yes, I was seated in the front row. Observing that Xia Bing indeed remembered him, Zhang Jie felt a surge of joy within, and a hint of pride flickered across his visage. Yet at that moment, Qin Yong, witnessing Zhang Jie's dismal state, was inundated with a multitude of questions. He had initially intended for the boss and employee to reminisce, but driven by curiosity, he could no longer contain himself. By the way, Xiao Jie, did you drift to this island alone? How did it come to this? Qin Yong queried. A look of confusion etched upon his face. That seemingly innocuous question acted like a sinister claw, dragging him back to that unforgettable night, a memory he could never erase. Just as he had begun to stabilize his emotions, he was jolted once again, his expression instantly shifting to one of anxiety. Moreover, in his eyes, Qin Yong and Xia Bing discerned a glimmer of terror. Even his previously relaxed hands began to tremble slightly once more. In truth, Qin Yong was not surprised by Zhang Jie's reaction. Their conversation indicated that Zhang Jie was a fresh graduate, barely in his 20s, who had not yet weathered significant storms of life. Thus, it was entirely understandable that he would be so profoundly affected by a series of near-fatal dangers. Zhang Jie, do not be afraid. You can take your time to tell me, urged Xia Bing, whose compassion surged at the sight of his distress. She surmised that this young man was understandably frightened, having been cast adrift on a deserted island alone. Furthermore, as a new employee of the company, his plight was indirectly a consequence of their circumstances, evoking in her a sense of guilt. Indeed, the gentleness of a woman can wield great power in soothing a wounded spirit. Under Xia Bing's tender words, Zhang Jie's emotions gradually began to stabilize once more. Although he wished to avoid revisiting the events of that fateful night, Faced with the earnest gazes of Qin Yong and Xia Bing, he slowly began to recount his tale. Manager Xia, in truth that night, I was on the same lifeboat as you during our escape. However, it was exceedingly dark and with the surrounding chaos. You might not have noticed me. Zhang Jie sighed deeply, his voice laden with the weight of his experience. Upon hearing Zhang Jie's words, both Xia Bing and Qin Yong felt increasingly perplexed, particularly Xia Bing, who strained to recall the events of that night. Aside from remembering that the lifeboat she was on contained Fan Jian and a couple of relatively familiar old employees, she genuinely could not recollect anyone else. The chaos of the moment was overwhelming. Cries, shouts, and sounds of struggle filled the air, leaving her little capacity to observe who else was aboard the lifeboat. I truly cannot remember. It was utterly chaotic. Moreover, once the lifeboat was lowered, everything around was engulfed in darkness, rendering any attempts to see futile. Subsequently, I was pushed into the sea. Following Zhang Jie's remarks, Xia Bing began to recount her memories. However, as she vividly described the scene, it was as though her wounds were being torn open anew, and she soon found herself unable to continue. Ms. Xia, are you implying that someone pushed you into the sea? Upon hearing Xia Bing's account, Zhang Jie's expression shifted to one of heightened terror. Yes, I was pushed from behind, and I know who did it, Xia Bing replied with a chilling gaze. Are you saying that this individual is Vice President Fan? Initially filled with dread, Zhang Jie's tone became resolute upon meeting Xia Bing's icy stare. Xiao Jie, you saw this happen, didn't you? Upon Zhang Jie revealing that the culprit was indeed Fan Jian, both Xia Bing and Qin Yong were taken aback, assuming he had witnessed the scene. Not at all, Ms. Xia, I am merely surmising. When you fell into the water, the lifeboat began to sway. At that moment, I was the closest to you, so I extended my hand to pull you back aboard. However, my position made it impossible to exert sufficient force, and I had to release my grip to adjust my stance before attempting to rescue you again. Yet, as I reached for you once more, Vice President Fan forcibly blocked my hand. I tried to break free, but after a couple of shakes, I could no longer reach you. Zhang Jie became increasingly agitated and furious as he spoke, a deep-seated hatred flickering in his eyes. Xiao Jie, it was you who tried to save me. Upon hearing Zhang Jie's account, Xia Bing finally understood that the one who had sought to rescue her was this young man before her, and her gaze was filled with gratitude. Indeed, Ms. Xia, what is my fault for being ineffective and failing to bring you back? Zhang Jie clenched his fists and struck the ground in frustration. It is not your fault, Xiao Jie. The circumstances at that moment made it remarkable that you even attempted to save me. If blame must be assigned, it should be directed at Fan Jian, whose heart is utterly cruel. At this moment, seeing Zhang Jie's self-reproach, Xia Bing turned to offer words of encouragement. Ms. Xia, despite everything, you are still his superior. As the only university student from the village, Zhang Jie had naturally grown up there. In that relatively simple and unadulterated environment, it is not only difficult to find such malevolent individuals, but even the intricate affairs tend to be significantly fewer, making it understandably challenging for him to comprehend the situation. Xiao Jie, some matters you will gradually understand in due time. There's no need to ponder over them excessively right now. Suddenly, Summer Bing inquired with curiosity, is this why you distanced yourself from Fan Jian's group and sought to survive alone? Ah, Summer, you are unaware of the circumstances. In fact, shortly after you were pushed into the sea, I too was inadvertently cast into the water by Vice President Fan. Moreover, fearing that I might divulge his secrets, he held my head under the water, preventing me from surfacing. Realizing that this was unsustainable, I feigned death and ceased my struggles. It was only when he noticed my stillness that he relinquished his grip and departed. Once they had moved a considerable distance away, I dared to swim desperately forward, but eventually succumbed to exhaustion and lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself on this island, not far from their camp. Therefore, I dared not linger and hastily made my way into the woods. In fear of being discovered, I refrained from making a fire and subsisted solely on wild fruits and raw meat. Zhang Jie, observing the lingering dread in Summer Bing's eyes, spoke with a voice tinged with resentment, which only intensified the fury in his gaze. Upon hearing Zhang Jie's account, both Qin Yong and Summer Bing were filled with indignation. Their teeth clenched in anger. Particularly, Qin Yong's eyes brimmed with rage, bloodshot and fierce. Although he had long grown accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and had encountered many wicked individuals, few could match the callousness of Fan Jian, who regarded human life as mere fodder. It seemed that some individuals were inherently malevolent, their nature unaltered by education, knowledge, or social standing. In fact, when such individuals turned to malevolence, they could be far more nefarious than the average villain. The more Qin Yong contemplated, the more his fury ignited. The anger he had managed to suppress previously surged forth once again. Initially, he had thought that despite the significant losses sustained, they had ultimately emerged from peril. Furthermore, having recovered, he wished to provide a stable life for the two women. Thus, he had resolved to avoid provoking Fan Jian and his ilk. However, his perspective had now shifted dramatically. Chapter 145. The seeds of murderous intent. Some individuals do not refrain from instigating trouble simply because you choose not to confront them. As long as they perceive you as a threat to their interests, they will spare no effort to eliminate you, for they will not feel at ease otherwise. Consequently, as long as such individuals remain in existence, it becomes utterly impossible to secure the safety of oneself and loved ones while striving to live a peaceful life on this desolate island. Contemplating this, a surge of lethal intent coursed through Qin Yong's heart, causing his tightly clenched hands to tremble with agitation. At that moment, Summer Bing seemed to sense the shift in Qin Yong's emotions. She swiftly grasped his large hands, her gaze filled with tenderness as she locked her eyes onto his. After a brief moment, Qin Yong's tightly clenched jaws gradually relaxed. Bing Bing, I am fine. You need not worry. Quickly bring some food for this young brother. He must be famished, Qin Yong gently said as he caressed Xia Bing's small hand. He then retrieved some jerky from his pocket and placed it in Xia Bing's palm. Xiao Jie, you must be starving. Eat something quickly. With that, Xia Bing unwrapped the leaves encasing the food and slowly offered it to Zhang Jie. At that moment, Zhang Jie could scarcely recall the last time he had consumed cooked food. He seized the jerky and devoured it ravenously. Xiao Jie, don't rush. Take your time. There is plenty more. Witnessing Zhang Jie's desperate hunger, Xia Bing felt a pang of sorrow. Her voice trembled as she urged him to slow down, and tears welled up in her eyes. Xia Zong, Zhang Jie, who had been voraciously consuming the jerky, abruptly halted, eager to express something, but the words caught in his throat as he became overwhelmed with emotion. It was no surprise. He had long forgotten how it felt to be cared for so deeply. Now, suddenly enveloped in such warmth, the anguish he had suppressed surged forth like a deluge. All right, stop calling me Xia Zong. I'm not much older than you. From now on, call me sister. She playfully tapped Zhang Jie's forehead, teasing him. Sister, how can this be? Zhang Jie looked at Xia Bing with a hint of hesitation. What's wrong with that? You once saved me, and it is because of me that you have fallen to such depths. Henceforth, I shall be your sister, and you will be my brother. Now, call me sister. Seeing Zhang Jie reduced to such a miserable state for her sake, Xia Bing's protective instincts surged, and she seized the opportunity to claim him as her brother. Sister. Under Xia Bing's watchful gaze, Zhang Jie, though somewhat bashful, acquiesced to her request and murmured the title. From now on, you will follow us. You need not live in fear anymore. The sudden addition of a brother filled Xia Bing with joy, prompting her to laugh heartily. Qin Yong naturally had no objections to Xia Bing's decision. Even if she had not explicitly stated it, he had been contemplating the same course of action. However, the abrupt transformation of their relationship into that of siblings was somewhat beyond his expectations. Chapter 146. Little brother-in-law yet, since Xia Bing was pleased, he could only silently acquiesce. It seemed that once the benevolence of this domineering female CEO overflowed, it was quite unexpected. Sister, who is this older brother? As Xia Bing's laughter subsided, Zhang Jie curiously turned to Qin Yong. Oh, I haven't formally introduced you yet. This is our captain, Qin Yong. You may call him Yonggu, or perhaps. Xia Bing initially introduced the situation quite well, yet as she reached the conclusion, a sense of bashfulness enveloped her, causing her face to flush a deep crimson. What is there to be embarrassed about? Just refer to him as brother-in-law. Observing Xia Bing stammering for quite some time without articulating a complete sentence, Qin Yong could not help but interject, sister. Is this true? Zhang Jie glanced at Qin Yong and then at Xia Bing, his expression laden with intensity and inquiry. Yes, you may. Call him brother-in-law. This marked Xia Bing's first formal introduction of their relationship to the outside world, and being unaccustomed to such a state, she felt an overwhelming shyness. lowering her head in bashfulness. Sister, I understand now. Call him brother-in-law. Witnessing Xia Bing's expression, Zhang Jie discerned everything clearly and could not resist teasing her. He genuinely did not anticipate that the typically domineering CEO would possess such a delicate and demure side. After the trio had each consumed a bit of food and sipped some water, they hoisted the wild goat, which Zhang Jie had gnawed upon, and merrily made their way back to the campsite. Through their casual conversation along the journey, it became evident that Zhang Jie was a rural child raised in the mountainous regions of the south. His family had been renowned hunters for generations in the surrounding villages. Although their lifestyle shifted away from hunting due to changes in policy, he had spent his childhood accompanying his grandfather into the mountains, gradually mastering the art of hunting himself. Particularly, he had acquired a remarkable skill, the ability to discern and track animals through their droppings and scents. This was the very reason he had survived alone in the jungle for so long without succumbing to starvation. Were it not for the fear of being discovered by Fan Jian and others, coupled with the necessity of foregoing cooking and forcing himself to consume raw meat, he could have led a life of delightful indulgence, enjoying meat with every meal in this pristine wilderness. As Qin Yong learned more about Zhang Jie, his admiration for him grew immensely. Some of the trap-setting techniques Zhang Jie described were so ingenious that even Qin Yong, a professional trained in rigorous wilderness survival, had never encountered them before. Thus, Qin Yong held a profound confidence in Zhang Jie's outdoor survival skills. He believed that with the addition of this prospective brother-in-law, their small team's wilderness survival capabilities would undoubtedly see significant enhancement. At the very least, they would no longer need to venture out to hunt in all weather conditions, regardless of wind or rain, merely to secure sustenance. By accurately tracking the movements of their prey and setting traps in advance, they could periodically collect their catch. Chapter 147. The Feast of Goat, as the saying goes, joy uplifts the spirit. Although Qin Yong and Zhang Jie took turns bearing the weight of the wild goat, each weighing around 50 pounds, they did not feel particularly fatigued. By evening, the trio returned to their campsite. Similarly, when Jiang Mingyao beheld Qin Yong and Xia Bing returning with a mud-streaked figure, she felt a surge of astonishment. It was only after Xia Bing recounted the day's events that Jiang Mingyao grasped the origins of this Zhang Jie. Hello, Zhang Jie. I am Jiang Mingyao, but you may call me Sister Yao Yao. Welcome to our team. She greeted him with a warm smile. Indeed, for someone as extroverted and socially adept as Jiang Mingyao, even a first encounter was rarely marred by awkwardness. Within just a few exchanges, they became acquainted. With the addition of a newcomer, the camp buzzed with activity as everyone collaborated enthusiastically. Seizing the moment while Zhang Jie washed himself by the creek, Qin Yong took the opportunity to make some modifications to the clay kiln used for pottery. He intended to prepare a grand feast of roasted lamb for the group, both as a welcome for Zhang Jie and to fulfill his own longing for lamb soup. Although their camp was modest, it was well equipped with essential supplies, making it entirely feasible to host a proper welcome banquet. As Qin Yong busied himself with roasting lamb and simmering soup, the two women wielded axes. Laboring beside the grass hut, they aimed to construct a simple shelter for Zhang Jie before nightfall. Otherwise, he would be left asleep on the ground. Moreover, having discerned the dynamics among Qin Yong and his companions, Zhang Jie was understandably reluctant to share a cramped space with them. Thus, building another rudimentary shelter seemed the most sensible solution. Once Zhang Jie had washed away the remnants of mud and rejoined the group, Qin Yong's feast was nearing completion. They gathered around the fire, and soon Qin Yong served a pot of delectable lamb soup, followed by fragrant, crispy whole roasted lamb. This spread was a tantalizing sight for Zhang Jie, who had endured a harrowing existence, living in constant fear and subsisting on raw meat and wild fruits. With such a steaming array of aromatic dishes before him, he could hardly contain himself. Accepting the lamb leg offered by Xia Bing, he began to devour it, his mouth greasing with juices, stirring envy among the others present. Amidst their laughter and merriment, they all feasted heartily. After their appetites were satisfied, the group turned their attention to the unassuming and bashful Zhang Jie, playfully teasing him, which caused his face to flush crimson, leaving him feeling as though he were sitting on pins and needles, eager to retreat to his newly constructed hut. After a bout of jovial banter, the atmosphere quieted somewhat, and the conversation inevitably drifted towards the unavoidable topic of Fan Jian's misdeeds. This, of course, incited a wave of righteous indignation among the group, each one longing to tear Fan Jian apart with their bare hands. Chapter 148. Where have you gone? 1. The following day, when Xia Bing and the others awoke, Qin Yong had already vacated his bed. Curiously, they searched the vicinity of the camp, but found no trace of him. This piqued their curiosity, as it had been quite some time since Qin Yong had risen so early after their relocation to the camp for recovery. Typically, he would sleep until he naturally awoke unless there was something pressing to attend to, making his early absence all the more puzzling. As they pondered his whereabouts, Xia Bing suddenly recalled something and hurried back to the camp to investigate. Indeed, his fire axe and bow were missing. This revelation provided them with a modicum of reassurance. He must have gone hunting, Jiang Mingyao suggested after a brief contemplation. Yes, sister, I believe so too. Brother-in-law possesses formidable wilderness survival skills, so there is no need for excessive concern. Zhang Jie, new to their company and unfamiliar with their habits, chimed in. Only Xia Bing, reflecting on Qin Yong's reaction from the previous day, seemingly discerned something but kept her thoughts to herself, merely muttering a brief comment before busily preparing a meal. It was not until midday that Qin Yong returned, shouldering an axe and carrying 2 wild chickens. Brother-in-law, where have you been? My sister has been worried about you all morning, and so has Yao Yao, Zhang Jie exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Qin Yong's return. I merely took advantage of the cool morning to procure some game, Qin Yong replied nonchalantly, his demeanor devoid of any unnatural tension. Brother-in-law, you need not exert yourself so much. After lunch, I shall set some traps and snares in the woods to catch some prey. It should not pose a problem, provided I check them regularly, Zhang Jie suggested earnestly, without a hint of skepticism. Indeed, that sounds like a good plan. I have some leftover fishing net cord. I shall fetch it for you shortly, Qin Yong responded, choosing to deflect from the true reason for his early venture while supporting Zhang Jie's idea. In truth, Qin Yong welcomed the assistance in gathering food, as it would not only ensure a steady supply for the group, but also afford him more time to prepare his own plans, greatly aiding his endeavors. After lunch, with leisure on his hands, Qin Yong accompanied Zhang Jie to set the traps. During this excursion, he truly opened his eyes to the nuances of hunting. He had previously considered himself somewhat of an expert in this arena, yet compared to Zhang Jie, his methods appeared largely reliant on luck. Zhang Jie's approach involved a comprehensive assessment of animal movement patterns and foraging routes, alongside consideration of the terrain and footprints to determine optimal trap locations. In contrast, Qin Yong typically set traps simply upon spotting footprints, which accounted for his relatively low success rate. It now seems highly probable that the error lay in the choice of location for the trap. The results subsequently obtained have unequivocally validated that Zhang Jie's hunting methods are indeed of superior caliber. After setting the traps during the return journey, they had already managed to capture 2 or 3 wild chickens and hares, which left Qin Yong utterly astonished. For the next several days, Qin Yong continued to rise early, armed, and ventured out as he had the day before. When questioned by a few, he merely claimed he wished to engage in some morning exercise. Yet such flimsy excuses were hardly sufficient to deceive them. On the 4th day at noon, upon returning to the camp, Qin Yong was forcibly dragged into the grass hut by Jiang Mingyao. Ah, Qin the great hero, you've been rather busy lately. What exactly are you up to? Are you secretly courting another woman behind my and Bing Bing's backs? Jiang Mingyao's tongue, once unleashed, was not to be trifled with. To prevent Qin Yong from conjuring more excuses, she took the initiative to confront him from a moral high ground. Indeed, always so secretive, are you engaged in some unsavory business? Xia Bing interjected, casting a mischievous glance at Qin Yong as she stepped closer, fully aware of the unspoken camaraderie formed between the 2 women during their time spent with him. Recognizing that Jiang Mingyao had already begun her interrogation, Xia Bing seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Look at you 2. Were your minds wandering? Don't you know who Qin Yong is? Just an honest man. What mischief could he possibly be up to? Qin Yong replied nonchalantly, adopting an air of indifference. You an honest man? You're not afraid of making people laugh out loud. Although Qin Yong had initially considered a defense, the moment his words fell, both women simultaneously countered him. Hey now, my dear ladies, let us not get too worked up. Let us converse civilly. Recognizing he might not escape unscathed today, Qin Yong softened his tone. Then speak the truth right away. What have you been doing these past few days? Jiang Mingyao queried with a feigned fury. Oh dear, I truly haven't done anything significant. I merely wish to rise early and engage in some exercise. That is all. Having shared the same bed with the two women for so long, Qin Yong had devised a strategy to handle them and immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor. However, this time, the two women were not so easily deceived. Ah, you still refuse to speak the truth, do you? Then let us see what you have to say. Xiao Jia, come in. All right, Sister Yao Yao. As soon as Jiang Mingyao finished speaking, Zhang Jia appeared to have been waiting just outside the door, promptly responding as he entered. Xiao Jia, do tell us, what did you observe while accompanying your brother-in-law today? Upon hearing Xia Bing's inquiry directed at Zhang Jia, Qin Yong felt an ominous sense of foreboding. When had this lad begun shadowing him? How had he remained oblivious? Was it truly the case that children raised in the mountains possessed such keen instincts? With a flurry of questions swirling in his mind, Qin Yong slowly turned to face Zhang Jia, who wore a mischievous grin. Hee, brother-in-law, please don't blame me. I was merely following orders. Qin Yong originally intended to intimidate him with words, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he caught sight of Xia Bing's piercing gaze, which made him hesitate to continue. Subsequently, Zhang Jie recounted in detail how he had been trailing Qin Yong and eventually arrived at the camp of Fan Jian and his companions. I say, great hero Qin, you've been watching Fan Jian and the others for several days. What are your intentions? Do you seek revenge alone? As soon as Zhang Jie finished speaking, Jiang Mingyao couldn't help but interject with a probing question. However, this simple question transformed the previously jovial Qin Yong into a figure of seriousness. Yao Yao, I merely wish to spare you from being entangled in this matter. If one day we manage to escape this desolate island, and if this affair comes to light in the future, at the very least, it will not implicate you. Qin Yong's heartfelt words made everyone comprehend his intentions, including Zhang Jie. Those who had been joking moments ago were now moved by Qin Yong's somewhat foolish yet sincere actions, tears glistening in their eyes. Brother Yong, I must ask among us, who remains unconnected to this matter. If we speak of true detachment, it would likely be you. Thus, from this perspective, it is you who should be the most cautious. At this moment, Jiang Mingyao softened her previously aggressive demeanor and regarded Qin Yong earnestly. Indeed, Brother Yong, ultimately, your grievances with him stem from our involvement. You should not keep us in the dark, nor should you bear the weight of all this responsibility alone. As Xia Bing spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears, her voice tinged with a hint of reproach towards Qin Yong. Yes, brother-in-law, your actions suggest that you do not consider us family. Even Zhang Jie, who was typically reticent, couldn't help but chime in with a few words of protest. Observing the barrage of criticisms directed at him, Qin Yong found himself at a loss for words. Yet, inexplicably, despite the unified front against him, he felt a warmth in his heart. How about this, brother-in-law? Tomorrow, I will accompany you. Just tell me what to do, and I shall follow your lead. Perhaps due to his lack of exposure to the harsh realities of society, Zhang Jie retained a sense of innocence reminiscent of his school days as he spoke with righteous fervor. No, Xiao Hie, you have just graduated, and this situation is not of your making, so you mustn't go. I will go tomorrow. Fewer people will facilitate our movements. As Zhang Jie proposed his plan, Xia Bing quickly voiced her dissent. Seeing the ongoing debate among everyone, Jiang Mingyao could no longer remain silent. Although she understood that everyone acted with good intentions, she feared that if they continued discussing the matter endlessly, no resolution would ever be reached. All right. I acknowledge that everyone means well. However, we are a team now, and we should share our responsibilities together. Therefore, I believe we should all go. Moreover, eliminating Fan Jian can be considered a service to the public. In critical moments, it is indeed the forthright Jiang Mingyao, with her candid demeanor, who articulates a summation that resonates with everyone. However, what remains unnoticed is the emergence of several dark lines on Qin Yong's forehead, as he realizes that he has yet to finish his thoughts before being interrupted by a few individuals. With no alternative, Qin Yong reluctantly conveyed the observations he had made over the preceding days. It turns out that since Fan Jian and his companions believed they had successfully eliminated Qin Yong and his group, they have firmly settled in the camp near the waterhole. Moreover, their numbers have increased, likely due to the recruitment of some survivors along the way. Chapter 151. The local tyrant with the loyal confidants at his side. Fan Jian has seemingly elevated himself to the status of a local tyrant on this island. He not only controls the survival resources of everyone in the team, but also mandates that each member must venture out daily to procure a specific quantity of food. Failure to meet this target results in starvation or, worse, physical punishment. Of course, this is merely a fraction of the grim reality Qin Yong has observed from a distance over the past few days. Were he to uncover all of Fan Jian's clandestine dealings, the situation might reveal itself to be infinitely more repugnant. After hearing Qin Yong's account, the resolve to eliminate Fan Jian among the group intensified. Brother Yong, what are we waiting for? Let's confront him directly. Reflecting on Qin Yong's valor on the beach, Jiang Mingyao cast a doubtful glance at him. 4 days ago, I shared your sentiments, contemplating an immediate assault to eradicate that scoundrel Fan. However, upon nearing their encampment, I discovered the circumstances had drastically changed. They're not only numerous, but have also fortified their camp with defensive structures akin to our own. Thus, a direct confrontation may not yield favorable outcomes and could lead to severe repercussions. Their archers and sharpened stakes alone could spell disaster for us, Qin Yong remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. Then shall we not wait for him to be isolated and seize the opportunity to eliminate him? Jiang Mingyao pressed, unwilling to concede. I have been lurking there for 4 days. That fellow hardly moves, and he has stationed guards outside his hut. Hence, I have had no chance to approach him. Qin Yong replied, frustration evident as he took a swig of water. Is there truly no way for us now? With the situation appearing bleak, Xiaobing could not help but inquire. Unless we could devise a means to lure him out. Qin Yong observed the group, his expression contemplative. Sister-in-law, are you suggesting we draw the tiger from its den? Zhang Jie, seemingly grasping the implication, involuntarily displayed a hint of excitement. Indeed, but it would be more aptly termed as drawing the snake from its hole. Yet, this matter requires further contemplation, Qin Yong said, casting a glance at Zhang Jie, his words trailing off. However, the expression on his face was telling to anyone who could see. Brother Yong, do you have any concerns? Jiang Mingyao, being straightforward, asked Qin Yong directly. Yet Qin Yong hesitated, casting another glance at Zhang Jie, still reluctant to voice his thoughts. Observing this scene, Zhang Jie seemed to comprehend the underlying tension. He was earnest, not foolish, and naturally inferred that Qin Yong's strategy was related to him. Brother-in-law, what is on your mind? If you have any thoughts, please share. Why the reluctance? Is there something I need to do? Noticing Qin Yong's discomfort, Zhang Jie took the initiative to prompt him. Well, it's just that I fear you may not have experience in such matters. And I'm concerned you might not handle it well. If something goes wrong, I wouldn't know how to explain it to your sister. Chapter 152. Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. 1. After speaking, Qin Yong discreetly glanced at Xiaobing, eager to ascertain her stance on the matter. Upon hearing of potential danger, Xiaobing grew tense. Brother Yong, what exactly do you want Shao Jie to do? He is still just a child. Xiaobing interjected protectively. Zhang Jie, hearing his sister's words, felt a wave of exasperation. What do you mean, still a child? I'm over 20, you know. Cease. Please don't rush. Let brother-in-law finish explaining the plan first. Although Zhang Jie did not entirely agree with Xiaobing's sentiment, he understood it stemmed from concern for his well-being. So he playfully protested to halt her from continuing. Faced with her somewhat naive younger brother, Xiaobing had no choice but to wait for Qin Yong to elaborate. Actually, my plan is as follows. Right now, Fan Jian and the others believe we are trapped in the cave. Thus, we must remain hidden. The more we can conceal the fact that we are alive, the more advantageous it will be for us. Then, we can surprise them, making our task much more manageable. Hence, the plan to lure the snake out of its hole must be executed by Shao Jie. It is our only viable option. After outlining the strategy, Qin Yong detailed the specifics of the plan. Brother-in-law, I was wondering what it could be. I will take on this task. Catching me in the jungle won't be as easy as they think. Upon hearing Qin Yong's strategy, Zhang Jie burst into laughter. Qin Yong and Xiaobing naturally had no doubts about Zhang Jie's confidence, having witnessed his capabilities in the jungle firsthand. Thus, since he had already consented, there was little more for Qin Yong and Xiaobing to say. With determination, they prepared to execute the plan. The following day, they stealthily approached the vicinity of Fan Jian's camp. Indeed, as Qin Yong had predicted, Fan Jian and his companions are not only robust and formidable, But their vigilance in guarding the encampment is also exceedingly stringent. Finding no weaknesses to exploit, they proceeded according to their original plan and arrived at the rear hillside of Fan Jian's camp, where they commenced their preparations. Due to the clandestine nature of their operations, their progress was relatively slow. As everything was finally set, the sun began to descend towards the horizon. Reluctantly, they returned to their own camp, deciding to wait until the following day to act. At long last, the dawn of a new day arrived, and they once again approached the rear hillside of Fan Jian's camp, concealing themselves. Subsequently, Zhang Jie feigned the role of a sole survivor who had drifted to the island, making his way to Fan Jian's encampment. Big brother, I am a survivor of a maritime disaster. I can hardly endure any longer. May I seek refuge with you? Zhang Jie approached with a facade of trepidation, appearing timid and frail. Observing Zhang Jie's disheveled and ragged appearance, which unmistakably marked him as a refugee, Fan Jian, without a hint of suspicion, merely issued a brief command before hastily retreating inside, presumably to report the situation. Before long, a middle-aged man with a prominent belly emerged from camp. Indeed, this individual was none other than the unscrupulous Fan Jian, the vice president. You are also a survivor from a cruise? Upon seeing Zhang Jie's woeful demeanor, it was evident that Fan Jian did not recognize him. Scrutinizing Zhang Jie from head to toe. Yes, I believe you are Vice President Fan, Zhang Jie replied, keenly aware that Fan Jian had not identified him. Feigning casualness, he acknowledged Fan Jian's visage. You know me? Fan Jian's curiosity was piqued when Zhang Jie uttered his name, prompting him to examine Zhang Jie's features more intently. You are that lad from the lifeboat. The memory of having personally cast Zhang Jie into the sea was indelibly etched in his mind, and now he unmistakably recognized Zhang Jie's true identity. No, I'm not. Please don't kill me. As he achieved his objective, Zhang Jie intensified his act of terror, frantically retreating. The sudden appearance of Zhang Jie momentarily flustered Fan Jian, leaving him momentarily bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure. Initially, he had presumed that this lad had long since drowned under his machinations. To his astonishment, not only had Zhang Jie survived, but he had also washed ashore on this desolate island. This was alarming. If Zhang Jie were to divulge his secrets in the future, Fan Jian would undoubtedly face dire consequences. With this realization, he immediately donned a facade of congeniality and spoke with a disarming smile. Oh, it's you, young man. Come, join us at our camp. I won't. Please don't kill me. Initially, Fan Jian had intended to lure him in before capturing him. However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Jie, consumed by fear, turned and fled towards the back mountains of the camp. In a bid to buy time for Fan Jian and his companions, he deliberately stumbled several times. As expected, faced with such a significant threat reappearing before him, Fan Jian could not afford to let him escape easily. He quickly summoned a few trusted subordinates and dashed out of the camp in pursuit of Zhang Jie. Hurry! We must capture that boy ahead of us. We must seize him, Fan Jian commanded loudly as he chased after him. Yet his excessive weight soon took its toll, and he found himself lagging behind the group. Pant! Keep chasing. You must catch him. Fan Jian, fearing his subordinates would slack off, urged them on as they ran, nearly exhausted. Meanwhile, Zhang Jie, leading the way, showcased his remarkable acting skills. Realizing they were closing in on him, he intentionally stumbled to provide them with a glimmer of hope. Chapter 154. You are not dead. This left Fan Jian and his men in a perplexing situation, torn between wanting to give up and feeling compelled to continue. It was quite strange. Zhang Jie, who had previously been rather introverted and somewhat naive, had noticeably gained confidence since joining Qin Yong and his group, almost as if he had entered an alternate reality. Not only had his mind become sharper, but he also adapted quickly to changing circumstances. This swift transformation astonished Qin Yong, Xia Bing, and the others. After a period of pursuit, they soon arrived at the back mountains of Fan Jian's camp. While running, Zhang Jie suddenly tripped over something, tumbling 2 meters away like a dog scrambling for scraps. He attempted to rise, but his legs felt as if they were not his own. After several futile attempts, he remained on the ground. Pant! Why aren't you running? How can you escape my grasp now? Haha. As Zhang Jie struggled, the breathless Fan Jian couldn't help but laugh heartily. Please don't take me. I won't join you. Is that not enough? Zhang Jie pleaded, his voice trembling on the verge of tears. Haha. Now that you're in my hands, you think there's any way out for you? Save your words for the king of hell. You lot, seize him. Fan Jian, indifferent to Zhang Jie's pleas, barked orders to his subordinates with a laugh. Stay back, stay back. Boom. Amidst Zhang Jie's terrified cries, two of Fan Jian's most trusted subordinates suddenly found themselves stepping into emptiness, plunging into a deep pit over 2 meters in depth, accompanied by their screams of despair. This unforeseen turn of events left Fan Jian paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. You two, are you dead? Move forward. Despite his trembling legs, he relentlessly urged the remaining 2 men to advance. Yes, 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 boss. The 2 men dared not voice any dissent, responding while cautiously maneuvering around the pit in an attempt to seize their target. However, after only a few steps, they were abruptly suspended in midair by 2 powerful forces beneath them. At this moment, Fan Jian was left utterly dumbfounded. Before he could rise, he instinctively retreated several steps. Just then, Zhang Jie, who had appeared so frightened moments ago, gradually stood up and approached Fan Jian with a smile. You weren't injured and unable to stand? Fan Jian asked in astonishment. Haha, if that were the case, how could you, Vice President Fan, possibly be deceived? Laughter erupted, and 3 figures emerged behind Fan Jian. Qin Yong, you all are alive? Upon recognizing Qin Yong, Xiaobing, and Jiang Mingyao, the initially perplexed Fan Jian suddenly grasped the situation. Vice President Fan, as long as you're still alive, how could we possibly perish first? I have yet to settle the score with you. Chapter 155. The chameleon seeing the bewildered Fan Jian. Qin Yong felt no pity. Reflecting on Fan Jian's past actions, he yearned to bring an immediate end to him, thus withholding any semblance of kindness. Hee, Brother Qin, it seems you've misunderstood. I was not the one who set the fire that night. I even intended to rescue you. Who could have foreseen the cave's collapse? I was quite distraught for a while. Now that I see you are unharmed, I can finally relax. Acknowledging the truth, Fan Jian still retained his chameleon-like demeanor. Qin Yong was left speechless by such blatant audacity. He had encountered many unscrupulous individuals, but none as shameless as Fan Jian. Had Fan Jian possessed even a hint of bravery or lechery, Qin Yong might have respected him as a man. Perhaps, after a slight reprimand, he might have let him off the hook. Yet now, faced with such a deceitful and utterly spineless character, Qin Yong's simmering rage only intensified. Individuals like him would stop at nothing for their own gain, and Qin Yong had no intention of allowing any future repercussions. I ask you, do you have any semblance of shame left, spewing lies at every turn? With that thought, Qin Yong decided he no longer wished to hear Fan Jian's fabrications and swiftly kicked him to the ground. He then raised his fire axe slowly. Brother Yong, do not bear the burden of a murder charge for such a person. Just as Qin Yong was about to strike decisively, Xiaobing suddenly rushed forward, grasping his arm. Bing Bing, this man has repeatedly sought to end our lives. He ought not to exist. Qin Yong glared fiercely at Fan Jian, speaking without turning his head. I understand. Yongge, while such a person is indeed unworthy of life, if you take that step and bear the label of a murderer, what shall we do when we leave this desolate island? Xiaobing glanced at the trap, and then at the 2 individuals hanging from the tree. Her face etched with concern. Evidently, Xiaobing's meaning was clear. With so many of Fan Jian's associates present, should Qin Yong proceed with such an act, it would be inevitable that someone would betray him, and he could not escape the clutches of the law. Upon hearing Xiaobing's words, Jiang Mingyao quickly grasped the situation. Being exceptionally astute, she too did not wish for Qin Yong to sacrifice himself. Indeed, Yongge, while it may be easy for you to kill him, what will become of us afterward? She interjected, stepping in front of him. Observing the expressions of worry on the 2 women's faces, the fury in Qin Yong's eyes gradually subsided. Yet he found himself in a quandary. If he refrained from killing Fan Jian, his own anger would remain unquenched. However, if he insisted on taking that life, both women would surely live in perpetual fear thereafter. What was to be done? Qin Yong surveyed the individuals in the trap and those suspended from the tree, his indecision deepening. While Fan Jian deserved death, Or the others? Surely, they did not deserve to be silenced. Their crimes did not warrant such a fate. Moreover, engaging in indiscriminate slaughter was not something he could bring himself to do at present. What to do? He had been consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Yet he had failed to consider how to handle these individuals appropriately. Chapter 156. Rendered helpless as he grappled with his dilemma, the hot-blooded Zhang Jie, standing nearby, could no longer contain himself. He recalled his own tragic experiences and could bear it no longer. You old fool, I have neither provoked nor offended you. Yet you have caused me such suffering. Now you feign innocence. Watch as I strike you down, you lecherous old wretch. He raised his hand and relentlessly began to rain blows upon Fan Jian's face. With each resounding slap, Fan Jian's repugnant visage quickly transformed into a grotesque mask. Yet Zhang Jie was not satisfied. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks until he too was exhausted, finally delivering a few vicious kicks to the man's groin. With a heart-wrenching scream, Fan Jian collapsed, losing consciousness. Those final kicks rendered him utterly incapacitated, likely ensuring that he would never again pursue his sordid desires. Perhaps this was a case of karma at work. Seeing Fan Jian beaten into submission and motionless, the rage within Qin Yong began to slowly dissipate. He gradually approached the edge of the trap. Upon witnessing the first two individuals who fell into the trap, none other than Fan Jian's formidable right-hand men, Qin Yong's mind was instantly ignited with a notion. The audacity with which Fan Jian perpetrated his misdeeds was largely attributed to the unwavering loyalty of these subordinates, despite having been soundly punished by Qin Yong and his companions. The prospect of Fan Jian indulging in his previous pursuits of romantic entanglements was now a distant dream. However, should these individuals remain united, it was inevitable that they would continue their reign of terror, oppressing the other survivors. Thus, even if Qin Yong were to heed the wishes of the two women and grant them a reprieve, it was essential to dismantle their faction. Consequently, they proceeded to release those ensnared in the trap and suspended from the trees. As the captives beheld the unconscious Fan Jian and the menacing bamboo arrows aimed at them, they comprehended that there was no possibility of redemption. They knelt in abject supplication, pleading for mercy. What say you? Do you aspire to emulate him? Qin Yong inquired, surveying the four who knelt in a row. No, please, Brother Qin. We were left with no choice but to follow him. You must understand, on this desolate island, survival as individuals is unattainable. We had no option but to band together. The most astute among them, the lanky man, was the first to articulate this defense. And how many individuals do you currently have in your group? Noticing their earnestness in confessing, Qin Yong sought to delve deeper into their circumstances. Brother Qin, our group comprises nearly 20 individuals. Apart from the few elders we had on the beach, most are new recruits we sheltered, and they're easily manageable. If you do not mind, we would be honored to have you as our new leader. The lanky man, ever the sycophant, attempted to ingratiate himself with Qin Yong, mirroring Fan Jian's previous demeanor. Yet, before Qin Yong could respond, the burly man beside him cast a scornful glance at the lanky one, unable to fathom his rapid shift in allegiance. It was no surprise. The burly man was a die-hard follower of Fan Jian and found it difficult to accept the lanky man's sudden change of heart. Enough. We are all survivors of this maritime disaster. Being stranded on this desolate island necessitates mutual assistance and support. If you wish to follow me, you must abandon your former ways. There will be no tolerance for tyranny here. Though Qin Yong was repulsed by the lanky man's demeanor, he recognized that disbanding their small faction was paramount. Thus, under Qin Yong's guidance, they returned to Fan Jian's encampment. As they arrived, the remaining inhabitants of the camp gathered around, their expressions betraying shock upon witnessing the bloodied Fan Jian and his four subservient followers. However, upon seeing familiar faces like Xia Bing and Jiang Mingyao, who had previously been their targets, a semblance of understanding dawned upon them. The individuals have come seeking vengeance, successfully subduing these nefarious ruffians. This is indeed a matter that brings great relief to the heart. It is essential to recognize that these people have long suffered under the oppressive yoke of Fan Jian and his ilk. Their previous reluctance to resist stemmed from an all-consuming fear of retaliation, compounded by their disunity, which allowed Fan Jian to manipulate them with ease. Now, with someone having indirectly risen to their defense, the pent-up rage that had been simmering for so long has finally erupted. Gradually, a few bold souls began to tentatively strike at the lanky assailants. Observing that Qin Yong and his companions showed no reaction, the crowd's courage swelled, emboldening them to unleash their full strength against Fan Jian and his trusted aides. Particularly, the women who had been tormented by these bullies fervently retaliated, their actions reminiscent of Zhang Jie's earlier assault on Fan Jian. This was a catharsis for them, a long-awaited release of emotions that could not be stifled any longer. As the scuffle began to wind down, and everyone was catching their breath, Qin Yong stepped forward once more. "All right, everyone, now that you've fought and vented your frustrations, I understand that the past has forced your hands. Therefore, I shall not hold anyone accountable today. However, I implore you to refrain from acting as henchmen in the future, engaging in deeds that betray your own conscience." Upon concluding his statement, Qin Yong cast a fierce glance over the crowd. Recognizing the gravity of his words, they instinctively lowered their heads in shame. With the intimidation effect achieved, Qin Yong continued, "Moreover, to prevent these individuals from causing further harm, I intend to allow Fan Jian to fend for himself, while I will take these few with me. Should anyone wish to join our team, you are welcome. But the condition is that you must follow orders and cease any acts of bullying. If you prefer to band together for survival on your own, that is also acceptable. I shall not interfere." As Qin Yong's words resonated, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Sensing their indecision and with the day's light fading, Qin Yong and his companions held a hasty discussion, deciding to take refuge in Fan Jian's camp for the night, with plans to return to their own camp the following day. Chapter 158. An escape once settled, Qin Yong and his companions made their way to the quarters of Sister Yun and Sister Fang, with the intention of privately expressing their gratitude. They were taken aback upon entering the thatched dwelling. This was hardly a place fit for human habitation. It was worse than a rural hen house. In a space of less than 10 square meters, 4 or 5 individuals were crammed together. The floor was not only damp and chaotic, but also permeated with a pungent odor of excrement. "Oh, Qin, Boss Qin, you all have arrived. Look at this." Upon seeing Qin Yong and his companions enter, the two women hurriedly stood up, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Before the crews met with misfortune, the two women were considered members of a prestigious family. However, after enduring relentless torment from Fan Jian and others, they now appeared so haggard that they scarcely resembled human beings. "Sister Yun, Sister Fang, what has happened to you? He is called Qin Yong, not Qin Laoda. There is no need for you to act this way." Seeing their timidity, Jiang Mingyao quickly pulled them outside the grass shed and whispered softly. Yet, having been thoroughly intimidated, the two women remained too fearful to let down their guard, let alone seek to forge connections. "Indeed, Sister Yun, Sister Fang, we are aware of the assistance you provided us. If it had not been for your discreet warning, we would have likely been buried long ago. We remember all of this." In an effort to alleviate their concerns, Qin Yong also stepped forward to offer his reassurance. We sob." Upon realizing that Qin Yong and the others still held their kindness in mind, the two women finally set aside their apprehension and broke into loud sobs. "Sister Yun, Sister Fang, you need not fear. No one will bully you again." Seeing this, Xiaobing took their hands to comfort them. Yes. As the saying goes, when 3 women gather, a play is sure to unfold. With so many women together, a plethora of topics arose for discussion. Qin Yong, having arranged for everyone's comfort, retired to sleep alone. The following day, before dawn, Zhang Jie hurriedly shook Qin Yong awake. Brother-in-law, wake up. You must get up." What is it? What has happened?" Qin Yong rubbed his eyes and inquired. "Well, Fan Jian is missing." It turned out that Zhang Jie, having just risen to relieve himself, had passed by the large tree outside the grass hut and discovered that Fan Jian, who had been bound to the tree, was no longer there. Only a loosened piece of grass rope remained on the ground. Qin Yong swiftly sprang from his bed and raced to the tree. He picked up the grass rope and examined it, finding it intact, neither worn nor severed, as if it had been deliberately untied. "Quick, go check if the big guy and the tall, thin one are still around." A sudden thought struck Qin Yong, prompting him to urgently instruct Zhang Jie. Naturally, Zhang Jie understood Qin Yong's intent and hurried towards the grass shed where the two men resided. Moments later, Zhang Jie rushed back, breathless. Brother-in-law, the big guy and the tall, thin one are also missing. I asked those nearby, and no one knows when they left. Should I gather people to search for them now?" Just as Zhang Jie contemplated summoning everyone, he was halted by Qin Yong. Chapter 159. The Burden of Leadership. Never mind. Yeah. Fan Jian has undoubtedly been freed by those two. Even if you were to bring them back, it would hold no significance. I had intended for him to fend for himself, and if those two still wish to follow him, then let it be. After a moment's reflection on the trio's escape, Qin Yong felt a sense of relief. Initially, their thoughts revolved around the subjugation of others. However, with the sudden loss of their privileges and the necessity to submit to external authority, it is only natural that they would feel disoriented. Furthermore, after a brutal beating earlier that day, they must have felt that their place within the group was untenable and with no one willing to heed their commands. Fleeing became their sole option. By morning, the news of Fan Jian and his companions' escape spread, igniting a simmering rage among the others. Yet, what recourse did they have? Those individuals had already fled far beyond reach, and any pursuit would prove futile. The thought of potential retaliation from them loomed ominously, and although they feigned fearlessness, an undercurrent of dread coursed through their hearts. Before Qin Yong and his companions could speak again, everyone clamored to join their ranks. There was no choice. After impulsively pledging to rescue others the previous day, they found themselves bound to accept this new reality. The sudden influx of individuals posed a significant challenge regarding sustenance and shelter, and an uneasy apprehension gripped Qin Yong as he realized the enormity of the task ahead. Feeding so many mouths. Consequently, he placed his hopes upon the meager resources they had managed to accumulate. However, when Yun Jie and Feng Jie arrived at the designated food storage, Qin Yong was left utterly astonished. There was hardly any food left. Apart from a few inedible, moldy fruits, the supplies were completely depleted. It was hardly surprising, as Fan Jian and his group had never sought food on their own, relying instead on brute force to compel others to provide for them. Their days were filled with gluttony and venting their frustrations on the women of the group, leaving little opportunity for any surplus food to remain. This explained why the members of their group appeared so emaciated and gaunt. With their last glimmer of hope extinguished, Qin Yong felt a despair so profound. It was as if he wished for death itself. After a hasty gathering of their belongings, a party of over 20 set forth towards their camp with great determination. Upon arrival, it was already noon. Observing the pallor on everyone's faces from hunger, Qin Yong could not bear to watch any longer. Thus he instructed Xia Bing and Jiang Mingyao to start a fire and prepare a meal. However, the quantity of food consumed during this meal nearly depleted the supplies they had painstakingly accumulated over the past few days, causing Qin Yong great distress. Before long, the food was ready, facing 2 large pots brimming with steaming wild chicken and rabbit stew. The group could hardly contain their anticipation, their mouths watering at the sight. During their time with Fan Jian, although they had gathered a fair amount of food, the better portions had never been allocated to them, and they had been grateful to survive on mere vegetable soup. Thus, the opportunity to indulge in this meat stew was a luxury they had never experienced before. Without a moment's hesitation, they plunged into the steaming broth, ravenously devouring the meal, disregarding its scalding heat. In no time, the 2 pots of stew and 3 large bowls of wild vegetables were completely emptied, leaving only echoes of satisfaction among the group, while Qin Yong and his close companions had barely managed to take a few bites. Chapter 160. The human heart is hard to gauge. Qin Yong and his companions, at a loss for what to do, exchanged glances, feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure since their arrival on the desolate island. Sister-in-law, what should we do next? By nightfall, we may find ourselves without food. Zhang Jie, visibly shaken by the dire situation, inquired with a furrowed brow. Indeed, this is an urgent matter that requires our immediate attention. Please gather everyone. We need to convene a meeting, Qin Yong said softly to Zhang Jie as he scanned the group. Soon, the well-fed individuals congregated once more. Esteemed friends, as you can see, our numbers have drastically increased, while our food supply has dwindled alarmingly. We must devise a solution, or we shall face hunger tonight. I wish to hear your thoughts. Does anyone have any suggestions? Qin Yong addressed the crowd with earnestness. Whether it was due to their full bellies or a belief in Qin Yong's benevolence, the group remained silent, exchanging glances but offering no words. They exuded an air of indifference, seemingly detached from the pressing issue at hand. Sitting in the back, Yun Jie and Feng Jie were about to speak when they noticed the group's lack of engagement, leaving them uncertain whether to voice their opinions. However, they still possessed a sense of conscience, nudging the two middle-aged men beside them, encouraging them to contribute to the discussion. Yet, the men not only refrained from speaking, but also turned their heads away with visible impatience. Yun Jie and Feng Jie, feeling a sense of helplessness, chose not to press further. Observing this, Qin Yong felt a flicker of dissatisfaction but chose to conceal it, maintaining his composure as he continued. Very well. Since no one wishes to share their thoughts, I shall proceed to assign tasks myself. Brother Qin, we have traveled such a distance and have only just paused. We are nearly exhausted. If it proves too difficult, we can always devise a plan tomorrow, interjected a middle-aged woman of modest appearance yet alluring demeanor, her voice tinged with a soft lilt. Yes, 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 sister-in-law. Oh no, I mean Miss Wang is right. If it's too much, let us rest for a day, chimed in the man who had recently received a gentle nudge from Yun Jie, his face still bearing the marks of yesterday's altercation. Clearly, this man was one of the subordinates who had endured a beating yet chose not to flee. Perhaps his past association with Fan Jian had shielded him from the pangs of hunger, leading him to exhibit a nonchalant attitude, his tone slightly mocking. The alluring woman, referred to as Miss Wang, hinted an unconventional relationship with Fan Jian, suggesting a certain willingness on her part. Qin Yong, observing the scene, couldn't he help but feel a pang of regret. What manner of individuals had he chosen to save? A lack of gratitude is one matter, but longing to return to a life devoid of dignity is quite another. Whether Qin Yong's sentiments will find resonance with these two individuals remains uncertain. They might even harbor resentment towards him for meddling in affairs that do not concern him. Perhaps, had it not been for Fan Jian's decline, they would have been disinclined to associate with Qin Yong altogether. Chapter 161. An unyielding nature. Are you suggesting that we need not eat tonight? A shadow of displeasure began to cloud Qin Yong's expression. Yet, the bruised individual, fixated on covertly gazing at his former sister-in-law, remained oblivious to Qin Yong's growing irritation. Well, it hardly matters whether we eat or not, considering we just had a meal. Over the course of these days, Zhang Jie had become quite the devoted follower of Qin Yong. He could scarcely tolerate such disrespect and was poised to retaliate when Qin Yong intervened with a raised hand. Very well, if you have decided against dining, then there is no need for you to work. Who else shares your sentiments? Qin Yong surveyed the room with a calm demeanor. Those present, even the most inattentive, sensed his displeasure and thus refrained from voicing any objections. Since there are no dissenters, I shall now proceed with the arrangements. Those not involved may withdraw and engage in their preferred activities. Seeing the broad smile on Qin Yong's face, the bruised man felt that his scheme had succeeded. He planned to express his loyalty to Qin Yong once everyone was occupied, hoping to indulge in food and drink afterward. Meanwhile, the so-called beauty, Wang, chuckled derisively to herself. What a fool, aspiring to lead when he might as well be sold out by others. After I rest for a while, I shall sweet-talk him later tonight. Surely, that will secure me some food and drink, perhaps even special treatment. Having successfully manipulated Fan Jian in the past, Wang now considered Qin Yong to be cut from the same cloth, and she began plotting in her mind. Brother Qin, I feel rather unwell today, so I think I shall forego participation. I would like to take the opportunity to wash by the creek. I simply cannot shake this discomfort. Would that be acceptable? Wang flashed a flirtatious glance at Qin Yong, feigning embarrassment. Brother Qin, I too am experiencing some aches and shall abstain from participation. Once I recover, I will surely contribute more to the team. Not wanting to miss such an excellent opportunity, the bruised man joined in, awkwardly chuckling. Ha, no worries, off you go. Qin Yong replied with a smile, appearing blissfully unaware of the ruse. As Qin Yong continued to smile foolishly, Wang sashayed towards the creek, confident in her allure. The bruised man, who had just claimed to feel unwell, soon followed her path. Whether intentionally or coincidentally remains a mystery. Based on the behaviors exhibited by the two individuals, it is conceivable that some indescribable stories may unfold, for they certainly do not appear to be novices in employing such clever tactics. Naturally, Qin Yong, having recognized their nature, chose not to invest further thought on them, as he was preoccupied with delegating today as tasks. In no time, he organized the remaining personnel into 3 groups. The largest contingent was led by himself and Xia Bing, tasked with expanding the grass huts adjacent to the original campsite. Chapter 162. An urgent matter. The 2 smaller groups. comprising fewer members, were directed by Zhang Jie and Jiang Mingyao, who were sent to hunt and forage for wild vegetables, respectively. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Indeed, with the advantage of numbers, their efforts proved remarkably efficient. Within a mere afternoon, Qin Yong and his team managed to construct 4 or 5 additional rudimentary thatched huts. While they may not have been aesthetically pleasing, they certainly provided adequate shelter from the elements. Moreover, they were a significant improvement over their previous accommodations at Fanjian's campsite. Under the insistence of Qin Yong and Xia Bing, each hut was furnished with a simple wooden bed, ensuring that they would no longer have to sleep directly on the cold, hard ground. Perhaps it was the shared experience of that afternoon or the genuine concern Qin Yong and his team demonstrated that transformed the attitudes of those who had previously felt uneasy. Initially compliant out of fear, they now exhibited a growing sense of trust in their new leader. Just as the group basked in pride over their collective achievements, the hunting and foraging teams returned. The hunters bore a plethora of game, their shoulders laden with an impressive haul of over a dozen creatures, thanks largely to the traps and snares set by Zhang Jie prior to their excursion. After 2 days without inspection, the yield was substantial. Although most of the catch consisted of rabbits, pheasants, and various birds, none particularly large, the quantity was more than sufficient to sustain them for a week if distributed properly. Meanwhile, the foraging team also reported commendable success, their makeshift bamboo baskets brimming with an abundance of finds. In addition to a variety of wild vegetables, many of which only Jiang Mingyao could identify, they had gathered numerous mushrooms, wood ears, and assorted fungi, an impressive variety indeed. Most astonishing to Qin Yong and his companions was the transformation in the demeanor of their returning comrades. Their faces seemed to radiate newfound vitality, their eyes sparkling with an unmistakable glimmer of hope for the future. Upon reflection, such a shift in spirit was hardly surprising. After all, in the past, they were compelled by Fanjian to venture out in search of sustenance. Moreover, the food they brought back was not even theirs to consume, naturally engendering feelings of aversion and a bleak outlook on survival. However, the situation has transformed. Under the leadership of Qin Yong, each individual has witnessed the strength of unity and the collective effort toward survival. Consequently, their mindset has shifted to a much more positive disposition. Without requiring Qin Yong to assign tasks, the group spontaneously busied themselves amidst bursts of laughter, diligently preparing for the long-awaited dinner. It seemed as though everyone had found their role within the camp. Those washing vegetables were engaged in their task, while others processed the game or gathered firewood, all bustling with fervor, creating an atmosphere that felt even more jubilant than a festive reunion dinner. Chapter 163. Seduction. 1. As the group neared completion of their tasks, it was uncertain whether they were drawn by the enticing aroma of roasted meat or simply reveling in their merriment. The bruised man and the beautiful woman emerged from the thicket, and upon seeing the abundance of ingredients scattered about, along with the newly erected thatched huts, they couldn't help but smile with pride. In just an afternoon of enjoyment, they had secured food and shelter without exerting a single ounce of effort, and both were momentarily impressed by their own cleverness. Approaching Qin Yong, they greeted him with cheerful demeanor. "Ha, Brother Qin, you've been quite busy today. Please let me know if there's anything I can assist with." The bruised man said with an ingratiating tone. "Oh, have you both rested well? There's no need for assistance. How could I allow you to help when you won't even partake in the dinner?" Qin Yong replied courteously. "Brother Qin, I've even volunteered to help, yet you seem reluctant. The efficiency of our work increases with more hands. Wouldn't you agree?" The beautiful woman said, playfully stamping her foot and pouting, throwing a flirtatious glance at Qin Yong, her prominent bosom swaying gently, leaving him in a dilemma of whether to look or not. Yes. Brother Qin is right. What she says holds merit. We merely wish to lend a helping hand. Ha! The bruised man chuckled, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he masked his awkward expression with a smile. Qin Yong was well aware of their ulterior motives, yet he chose not to reveal his disdain outright. Having conceived a plan to deal with such scoundrels during the afternoon, he feigned ignorance, adopting an innocent demeanor. "Oh, so you wish to volunteer for labor, is that it?" he said, pretending not to understand. "Hee. Brother Qin, it has been quite a while since we had lunch, and to be honest, I am rather hungry. But worry not, we can manage with just a bite, absolutely no excess." With a tone dripping with shamelessness, the scoundrel spoke. recalling the ravenous spectacle of the two during lunch, devouring their food while casting covetous glances at the pot, coupled with their earlier brazen remarks. Qin Yong felt an intensified aversion towards them. I must say, my dear friends, this might tarnish your reputations, wouldn't it? Just a few hours ago, you publicly declared your intention to forego dinner, and now here you are, shamelessly seeking to partake again. Is this not a slap in your own faces? I suggest you maintain your resolve. Otherwise, you may become the subject of ridicule. Qin Yong cast a glance at the two, his expression morphing into one of mockery. Brother Qin, look at you, mocking us. We are truly hungry. Can't you show a modicum of sympathy? Attempting to charm him, the alluring Wang beauty resorted to a coy demeanor. She mused that prior to the shipwreck, she had employed such tactics to ascend the social ladder. Even cast away on this desolate island, she had managed to subdue the so-called Fan Jian. She could hardly believe she would find herself at a loss against this rustic fellow today. Chapter 164, Allure 2, with that thought. She deliberately rested her hand on Qin Yong's shoulder, her enchanting eyes gazing at him with an intoxicating charm. Initially, Qin Yong had intended to observe this woman and discern the tricks she might employ. Naturally, he concealed any signs of displeasure, instead smiling and engaging with her fervent gaze. Seeing that Qin Yong offered no resistance, she became increasingly convinced that her strategy would succeed. Her delicate, almost ethereal hand began to glide towards his chest. Suddenly, a sharp sting erupted on her face as if struck by lightning. Turning her head, she discovered that Xia Bing and Jiang Mengyao had appeared beside her. And it was Jiang Mengyao, glaring fiercely at her, who had delivered the stinging slap. In that moment of eye contact, though fury swelled within Wang Beauty, Jiang Mengyao's imposing presence rendered her speechless. Wang Beauty, with her previous lifestyle, had likely been a socialite who had never lifted a finger before arriving on this island. Even after her arrival, she had continued to employ her unique methods to procure sustenance and survive, resulting in little change to her physical capabilities. In contrast, Jiang Mengyao, once merely a bookish weakling, had undergone considerable fortitude through recent trials, emerging with enhanced strength and presence. By comparison, the frail Wang Beauty paled in significance. Moreover, as Jiang Mengyao witnessed Wang Beauty's blatant seduction of her man, her composure was understandably shattered. Thus, delivering a mere slap was already an act of remarkable restraint. If she were to catch sight of Xia Bing behind her, the dagger tightly gripped in her hand would surely not frighten her into a state of utter panic. Such a notion is preposterous. You, with your lazy demeanor, constantly scheming to trade your charms for personal gain, do you not deserve a reprimand? After delivering a sharp slap to her opponent, Jiang Mengyao, clearly still seething with fury, glared at the beautiful Wang and unabashedly hurled insults at her. You bully others. Woo-woo. The already timid Wang, stripped of her last shred of dignity by Jiang Mengyao, found herself at a loss for words, managing only to stammer a few phrases before feigning tears. Observing the escalating tension, the bruised man, concerned that matters might spiral out of control, stepped in to mediate. Brother Qin, please let us all calm down. Suddenly, we find ourselves not particularly hungry, so we shall forego dinner and take our leave to the grass hut to rest, not wishing to intrude. With that, he discreetly tugged at Wang's garment, signaling her to follow him away. This compromise was certainly preferable to a complete fallout. Wait, where did you say you were going to rest? Qin Yong, keenly aware of the bruised man's ulterior motives, feigned ignorance and inquired. The grass hut, of course. The bruised man pointed towards the newly erected grass huts, devoid of any semblance of shame, as if everything were a matter of course. Regrettably, those grass huts have already been assigned. There is no space for you. Qin Yong replied, maintaining his smile as he glanced at the two. This is unacceptable, Brother Qin. We are part of this team. How can you treat us this way? With the prospect of losing even their lodging, the bruised man adopted an air of grievance. Oh, so you are aware that you belong to this team. May I ask if you have ever hunted for this team or contributed to its construction? Qin Yong's smile vanished as he sternly interrogated them. We are merely unwell. The bruised man attempted a final struggle. Are you missing limbs, or is it merely that you consider yourselves human while others do not? Listen, if you wish to secure shelter, you must build it yourselves. If you do not wish to go hungry, you must find sustenance on your own. I have no obligation to support you parasitic layabouts. Qin Yong's expression darkened with each word. I do not care. I am part of your team, and you must take responsibility for me. The bruised man had completely lost his sense of shame, behaving like a shameless harpy. Leave. If you persist, I will not hesitate to expel you from this team entirely. Qin Yong's demeanor turned icy, no longer willing to entertain their complaints, and he shouted directly at them. Seeing that Qin Yong was genuinely enraged, the bruised man and the beautiful Wang dared not utter another word, retreating meekly to a nearby, copse away from the camp. The gathered crowd soon realized that Qin Yong had been waiting for the two of them, and naturally, they refrained from any further mischief. Listening to the sounds of laughter and joy emanating from the camp, the bruised man and the beautiful woman, filled with regret, felt as if their insides were turning blue. However, what good was regret now? They had already been expelled from the group and could only wish for their own well-being. Nevertheless, despite their frustrations, they dare not leave in a huff. They were acutely aware that they were in a primitive forest teeming with wild beasts. If they abandoned the group, they would have no opportunity to call for help in the event of danger. Thus, after their moment of regret, they hastily set about constructing a shelter while there was still some light left in the sky. They needed a place to rest. Otherwise, they would have to sleep under the open sky that night. Yet, how could these two manage to build a shelter? After much effort, they had yet to even assemble a frame. As the darkness began to close in, their anxiety escalated. They no longer cared about aesthetics or structural integrity. They simply patched up anything they deemed inadequate with grass and branches. In the end, surprisingly, they managed to erect a semblance of a shelter. However, this shelter resembled nothing more than an oversized wasp's nest, utterly lacking in design. Yet, despite this haphazard construction, it fortuitously proved resilient enough not to collapse too easily, which could be considered a stroke of luck amidst their misfortunes. Chapter 166. The rainy season. By the next day, the two truly experienced the hardships of being separated from the group. Early in the morning, not long after they had fallen asleep, hunger drove them awake. With no other option, they dragged their weary bodies in search of food. Unfortunately, being novices in wilderness survival, they spent the entire morning scouring the area and found nothing more than a few common wild fruits. In contrast, Qin Yong's group was thriving. With more hands on deck, their efficiency in foraging for food had significantly improved. Within just 2 days, their lives began to stabilize, and their food reserves gradually increased. However, whether by coincidence or divine mischief aimed at the bruised man and the beautiful woman, the newly settled group found their chances of venturing outside thwarted by relentless rainfall. This predicament sent the two into a frenzy. For them, being unable to go outside meant they were on the brink of starvation. The wild fruits, which they could barely endure, had vanished within 2 days. Starving and with eyes gleaming with desperation, they lay motionless on their makeshift wooden frame. Had it not been for Qin Yong sending some food their way, they likely would have succumbed to hunger long before. The current predicament faced by the couple has left them in a state of regret so profound that they wish to extract their brains, dry them under the sun, and then replace them. Days have passed, 6 or 7 to be precise, with the rain intermittently ceasing and then pouring down once more, stirring an unsettling anxiety within their hearts. Alas, the rain shows no sign of relenting. Within the confines of the thatched hut, the group finds themselves ensnared in a languorous existence, merely biding their time. Finally, following a torrential downpour, the rain from the heavens has subsided intermittently. Having nearly exhausted their food supplies, the group is now compelled to devise a means to replenish their provisions. Thus, under the leadership of Xia Bing and Jiang Mingyao, the women of the camp venture forth with bamboo baskets to forage for wild vegetables. Meanwhile, the men, unable to hunt, recline idly on their wooden beds, engaging in idle chatter. As the raindrops once again begin to fall, the women return, chattering cheerfully with their modest haul of wild vegetables. Notably, Yun Jie and Fong Jie approach Qin Yong and the others, beaming with delight as they carry their bamboo baskets. "Captain, can you guess what treasures we discovered today?" Yun Jie playfully glanced at Qin Yong, feigning mystery. Through the course of their days together, the camaraderie among the group has blossomed, allowing for a more casual exchange. "Huh, Yun Jie, with that jubilant expression, have you stumbled upon a gold mine?" Qin Yong languidly propped himself up from his bed, joining in the jest. "A gold mine? Haha, not quite. However, on this desolate island, what we found is worth more than gold." As she spoke, Yun Jie rummaged through her bamboo basket, extracting several clumps of mud-encrusted earth. "Yun Jie, These are merely clumps of dirt. What is so remarkable about that? Qin Yong questioned, perplexed. Without responding, Yun Jie began rinsing the clumps in the rainwater pool beneath the eaves of the hut. Soon, as the mud fell away, what emerged before Qin Yong and the others were several wild sweet potatoes, robust as a man's arm. Chapter 167. A dismal situation. This revelation filled Qin Yong with immense joy. He had been troubled about how to secure a stable food supply for the group, and now, with the discovery of wild sweet potatoes by Yun Jie and the others, a significant burden had been alleviated. Yun Jie, have you uncovered a sweet potato patch? Where did you find them? Qin Yong's eyes sparkled with interest. No sweet potato patch, just foraged them from halfway up the hill above the camp. The wild grasses there had grown quite thick, and we hadn't noticed them until now. Today's rain fortuitously exposed them. A stroke of luck indeed. Yun Jie smiled at her companions, pride radiating from her words. But the sweet potatoes grow in the ground. How could you have found them without digging? The still drowsy Qin Yong was momentarily taken aback by Yun Jie's response. Captain, you may not be aware, but do you know why I say it was a stroke of luck? It was at that halfway point on the hillside where the ground had cracked open, revealing the exposed wild sweet potatoes. We seized the opportunity to collect them, and one might say it was sheer luck. Yun Jie became increasingly animated as she recounted the tale, gesticulating to illustrate the size of the fissure, originally beaming with joy. Qin Yong suddenly sprang from his bed upon hearing Yun Jie's description. Where is Yun Jie? Take me there at once. Without waiting for an explanation, he dashed out of the house. His earlier days vanished entirely, replaced by a surge of clarity. Without pausing for Yun Jie to catch up, he hurried towards the direction she had indicated. Captain, please slow down. We have already searched that area. There are only a few left, and we picked them clean. Yun Jie and the others urged, believing Qin Yong was eager to gather more sweet potatoes. Yun Jie, where exactly is it? Show me quickly. Qin Yong, disregarding any further conversation, pressed on. After running several dozen meters without spotting the fissure, he anxiously inquired again. Panting, Captain, you're running too fast. It's just about 30 or 40 meters ahead of you. Straining to keep up. Yun Jie struggled to catch her breath, calling out to Qin Yong. At last, after sprinting a bit further, Qin Yong arrived at the very spot where Yun Jie had found the sweet potatoes. There indeed lay a wet, cracked fissure in the ground. However, it was not merely a result of the earth splitting. Rather, it was the consequence of prolonged rainfall that had softened the soil, with signs of vegetation slipping downwards. He examined the fissure, noticing it extended considerably in both directions, nearly 20 meters in length. Glancing back towards the campsite at the foot of the mountain, he realized that his camp was situated directly beneath the fissure, approximately 100 meters away. The sight sent a wave of fear washing over him, draining the color from his face. Chapter 168. The urgency of escape snapping back to reality, he called out to Yun Jie, who was not far off. Yun Jie, don't come up. Hurry back and warn them to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted down towards the campsite. Why should we run? Yun Jie, still catching her breath, failed to grasp Qin Yong's urgency. Just then, he reached her side. Without taking the time to explain, he grasped her hand and bolted toward their camp. However, the rain-soaked ground, already steep, had become exceedingly slippery. The two of them stumbled and crawled their way back to the campsite. As Qin Yong rushed out in a state of confusion and then hurriedly returned alongside Sister Yun, the bewilderment among the onlookers deepened. What is happening, Brother Yong? Is there something wrong? Xia Bing quickly stepped forward to assist Qin Yong, her face etched with concern. Hurry. We must flee. A landslide is imminent, run. Without pausing to catch his breath, Qin Yong shouted to the crowd. Yet, faced with this sudden revelation, the group remained paralyzed, exchanging confused glances, unsure of how to react. Run, run, Qin Yong urged again, his voice filled with urgency. Do you wish to perish here? Move. At that moment, the crowd seemed to awaken from their stupor, but in their panic, they were at a loss as to where to escape. Chaos erupted. Some timid individuals flitted about like headless flies, while the bolder among them dashed back to the grass huts to gather their belongings. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yong was beside himself with frustration. What are you doing? At a time like this, do you still care for those trivial possessions? If you lose your life, what use are they? With that thought, he could not help but yell out in exasperation. Forget about it. Our lives are at stake. Quickly, run in that direction. He glanced around. pointing towards the right side of the camp, urging everyone onward. He was unsure if this was the right choice, but he felt their camp was situated on a slight incline at the foot of the mountain. Running either up or down posed significant danger. The safest course seemed to be to traverse horizontally across the slope, away from the area threatened by the fissure. Thus, he made his decision without further contemplation. Indeed, in such dire circumstances, the presence of a leader was crucial. Under Qin Yong's guidance, the crowd began to follow his indicated path. "Is there anyone left in the grass huts?" he called out loudly as he noticed the others had already fled. His priority was to ensure that no team member was left behind. "Qin Yong, hurry!" Wei checked. There's no one left in the grass huts. Xiaobing and Jiang Mingyao emerged from their respective huts, affirming his fears. "That's good. Bing Bing, Yao Yao, run in that direction. I'll cover the rear. Move." Qin Yong instructed, urging them onward. "All right, Brother Yong, we're on it." Though they verbally agreed, they initially ran back towards their own hut. Qin Yong was anxious. What were they doing at such a critical moment? Just as he was about to forcefully pull them away, the two panically reappeared, dragging along the suitcase they had brought with them. Time was of the essence, and without a moment to chide, Qin Yong seized the hands of the two women and fled. "What on earth are you doing? Do you not realize the mountain is about to collapse?" he admonished as they sprinted a mere dozen meters. The chill creeping down his spine intensified with each step, his palms clammy, whether from rain or the cold sweat of fear. He could not tell. The unmistakable sound of snapping roots echoed ominously in his ears, akin to a sharp dagger poised at his throat, leaving him in a state of trepidation, uncertain of when the blade would strike. This helplessness in the face of death was the very sensation Qin Yong loathed most. Though he had encountered danger before, particularly with wild wolves, this sensation was palpably more intense. Now, he was genuinely fearful that the mountainside might suddenly give way, entombing him and the two women alive. "I'm sorry, Brother Yong. We just wanted to grab a few remaining packs of cigarettes," one of the women implored. "Yes, Brother Yong. Otherwise, when you want to smoke, there will be none left." Initially, Qin Yong had intended to continue his reprimand, but upon hearing their plea, he found it difficult to chastise them any further. It became clear that their perilous return to the thatched hut was motivated by a desire to ensure he could indulge in a few more puffs. With such camaraderie, why did he have to criticize them? With this thought, Qin Yong gripped their hands more firmly. 30 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters. As he contemplated how far they needed to run to escape the peril of being buried alive, a sudden realization struck him. What about that man and woman? Had they made it out? Mid-stride, he halted and glanced back at the beehive-shaped hut. It appeared no one had gone to inform them. They might still be asleep. Aware of the couple's habits, Jiang Mingyao grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet, what had be done? They were often overlooked, and amidst their own desperate escape, it was no surprise that no one attended to them. "Bing Bing Yao Yao, you two go ahead. I'll go call them." Qin Yong abruptly released their hands and turned back. "Brother Yong, no, Brother Yong, it's too late." The two women immediately protested, rushing forward to restrain him. However, before they could take two steps, a scene before them rendered them utterly speechless. Boom, boom, crash. With the thunderous sounds of collapse resonating thrice, the vast slope above their camp had completely slid down to the foot of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the mountain appeared to have been cleaved by a colossal axe, forcibly severing a portion of its mass. Moments ago, the camp was alive with the vibrant sounds of voices and bustling activity, including the makeshift shelter of the two men with bruises. Everything at the foot of the mountain seemed to vanish as if it had never existed, swallowed whole by the overwhelming force of the landslide. The three individuals found themselves merely 2 or 3 meters from the edge of the collapse, witnessing the calamity unfold right before their very eyes. Though he had long grown accustomed to the dance of life and death, he now truly felt the terrifying power of nature in this moment. It was gone, all gone. Jiang Mingyao, typically cheerful, appeared to be in a state of shock, her mouth agape as she struggled to articulate a few words. Meanwhile, Xiaobing stood frozen like a wax figure, paralyzed by fear. After several minutes of stunned silence, Qin Yong gradually regained his composure. Everything, it was all gone. All gone, he muttered to himself, instinctively wanting to move forward, yet reason held him back. After a period of helplessness, his thoughts and actions finally aligned. He approached Xiaobing and Jiang Mingyao, silently pulling them back a considerable distance until he deemed it relatively safe to stop. At that moment, those who had previously evacuated began to return. Their expressions mirrored the shock of Qin Yong and the others. Yet once they calmed down, a unified realization dawned upon them. Without Qin Yong, they might not have escaped this disaster. Consequently, their gazes toward him became increasingly resolute. They believed that under Qin Yong's leadership, even if they could not ultimately leave, surviving on this desolate island would pose no insurmountable challenge. However, Qin Yong was not preoccupied with these thoughts. The entrapment of the two individuals had left him with an unresolved burden in his heart. He found himself questioning whether the punishment he had imposed on them was justified. If he had been more lenient with their clever antics, might the outcome have been different? The more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became, leaving him uncertain about how to confront his own feelings. Observing the change in Qin Yong's expression, Xia Bing and Jiang Mingyao understood all too well what he was contemplating. Brother Yong, this situation is not your fault. They merely encountered misfortune. Often, the path one takes is predestined. Even if they had not faced the landslide today, who knows what greater suffering they might have encountered. At the very least, they left this world peacefully in their sleep, without enduring pain. Right? Jijibing is right, Brother Yong. You cannot shoulder all the blame. No one wished for this to happen. If we hadn't been a step faster, we too would have faced the same fate. If it were truly the case, whom could we blame? Moreover, look at the individuals behind us. If you were to falter, upon whom could we rely? The two women, each grasping tightly onto Qin Yong's robust hand, exchanged glances brimming with trust as they softly reassured one another. Chapter 171. We still need you to guide us. Their words struck Qin Yong like a clarion call, instantly restoring his composure. The burden of self-reproach swiftly dissipated. At that moment, the group standing in the rain seemed to sense something, drawing closer to Qin Yong. Their eyes, though clouded with uncertainty, were predominantly filled with a yearning for survival. He glanced at the two women, then turned to observe the crowd behind him. Despite having just escaped a harrowing ordeal, they clutched their pots, pans, and various containers, revealing that they had not entirely lost faith in survival. If no one else wavered, how could he, as the leader, succumb to such negativity? Regardless of the circumstances, we must bravely persist in living, mustn't we? This series of introspective questions caused a slight flush to rise on Qin Yong's face, and he suddenly felt a surge of clarity. Rather than wallowing in self-blame, it was far more imperative to lead the group toward survival. This was his true responsibility. Having reached this realization, Qin Yong regained his resolve. Everyone, although we have narrowly escaped this time, it does not mean we are entirely out of danger. The rain continues to pour, and we remain at risk of landslides or mud flows. Therefore, we must urgently seek a safe place to take refuge. However, before Qin Yong could finish his statement, the group erupted into discussions. But where can we go now? Indeed, our camp is gone, and it could collapse at any moment. It seems the heavens conspire against us. Are we truly destined to perish in this jungle? Witnessing the spread of despair before him, Qin Yong cleared his throat and spoke with conviction. Everyone, do not panic. With me, Qin Yong, here, I will do my utmost to protect you all. I will lead you to a new campsite. However, we are in the rainy season, and the terrain is treacherous. You must stay closely behind me and not fall behind. Given the current weather and environment, there is a significant risk to your lives, so please remember this. With that, Qin Yong moved to the front of the line, double-checking the numbers before leading the group deeper into the forest. Xia Bing and Jiang Mingyao naturally followed closely behind. As for Zhang Jia, for the sake of the group's safety, he willingly took on the task of bringing up the rear. Thus, a procession of over a dozen individuals set forth once more, following Qin Yong into the unknown. Although the crowd remained uncertain about the destination to which Qin Yong was leading them, and whether they would encounter any life-threatening dangers along the way, the sense of responsibility he exhibited during this perilous journey had already earned him their unwavering trust. Naturally, wherever he went, they followed. Navigating through the rain was difficult enough, but traversing the wild jungle in the downpour proved to be an even greater challenge. Time passed unnoticed, and countless tumbles were endured before they finally arrived at the entrance of a concealed cave. Chapter 172, A New Camp Indeed. This hidden cave was the very one Qin Yong and Xia Bing had inadvertently discovered while pursuing a wild goat. Moreover, It had originally served as Zhang Jie's sanctuary. As the group gradually entered the cave, they were immediately captivated by the enchanting environment that lay before them. The sense of despair that had lingered in their hearts was swiftly dispelled. Wow, this place is magnificent. Yes, indeed. It is not only cool, but also filled with light. So wonderfully comfortable. Look, there's a large water hole over there. Fetching water will be a breeze. The group engaged in animated discussions, inspecting every corner of the cave with the same enthusiasm as city dwellers exploring a new property. Xiaojia, gather a few people to collect some firewood and let it dry for a bit. Otherwise, we will struggle to ignite a fire later, Qin Yong instructed. Noting the group's relatively stable mood, he planned to start a bonfire to dry their clothes, for after enduring such prolonged rain, the risk of catching a cold in this resource-scarce environment would be dire. Thus, he began to gather fallen twigs and leaves from the cave's entrance and walls. After considerable effort, he finally managed to ignite a bonfire within the cave. However, due to the thoroughly soaked firewood, the flames produced a dense smoke that caused everyone to sneeze uncontrollably. Captain, you've managed to start the bonfire, but the smoke is quite overwhelming. What does it matter? It's also a good opportunity to drive away any snakes, insects, or rodents lurking in the cave. The problem is that instead of scaring them away, the smoke has only succeeded in affecting us. Noticing a hint of melancholy on Qin Yong's face, Yun Jie and Feng Jie decided to lighten the mood with some playful banter. This effectively invigorated the atmosphere, prompting nearby members to join in the teasing. As some individuals busied themselves, others, without needing Qin Yong's prompting, also eagerly participated. In a sense, this misfortune had turned into a blessing, having narrowly escaped death. The cohesion within the team was now stronger than ever. However, a plethora of troubling issues now lay before Qin Yong, causing him considerable distress. Let us momentarily set aside the meager possessions that took such effort to accumulate, now diminished by more than half due to the recent landslide. Even the scant remaining provisions could not be salvaged in time. Yet, amidst this calamity, there was a sliver of joy for Qin Yong. Someone in the chaotic rush managed to bring out a few wild sweet potatoes that Sister Yin had found. This, indeed, was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. These wild sweet potatoes held significant importance for their group. Thus, disregarding the warmth of the fire, Qin Yong hastily picked up a sharp, sturdy branch and made his way to a clearing outside the cave. Curiosity piqued, the others followed suit, eager to discern their leader's intentions. Eventually, as Qin Yong cultivated a small patch of land and planted the wild sweet potatoes, it became clear to everyone what he was endeavoring to accomplish. Chapter 173. After the rain, the sky clear as it turned out that Captain Qin aimed to cultivate the wild sweet potatoes during the rainy season. Should this endeavor prove successful, it would indeed alleviate the persistent food shortages faced by their group. With newfound hope, the spirits of the others surged. To protect the sweet potatoes from harm, several meticulous women gathered branches to construct a makeshift fence around the plants. Once everything was set, Qin Yong felt assured enough to attend to other matters. Next, he divided the able-bodied individuals into two groups. The men would brave the rain in search of wild fruits and other food sources, while the women would scavenge for wild vegetables nearby. Qin Yong's primary objective was to endure the day ahead. Given the current weather conditions, hunting was utterly impossible. Just as humans sought shelter from the rain, so too did animals, rendering them elusive. Thus, finding some wild fruits and vegetables to stave off hunger would suffice. As anticipated, both groups returned after their search with only a modest amount of wild fruits and vegetables. Faced with the encroaching dusk, they had no choice but to make do with the scant provisions at hand. Fortunately, although the few ceramic pots they had were largely shattered due to the slippery, rain-soaked journey, the small tin pot that had accompanied Qin Yong since the beach remained intact. With the wild vegetables at their disposal, they could manage to prepare a pot of vegetable soup, ensuring their survival through the night. At long last, the following day dawned with clear skies. After days without seeing the sun, Qin Yong and his companions could hardly contain their eagerness to venture out. Under Qin Yong's guidance, Zhang Jie led the group on another hunting expedition. Qin Yong held immense respect for Zhang Jie's hunting prowess, which put him at ease. As for himself, he did not believe himself entitled to privilege merely because of his leadership role. Rather, he was intent on swiftly replenishing the essential supplies of their former life. striving to restore a sense of normalcy to their current existence. Otherwise, given their current number of personnel, even if they managed to find food, the process of preparing it would be exceedingly inconvenient. Thus, the primary task for Qin Yong became the opening of the kiln for pottery. However, to Qin Yong's astonishment, shortly after he had just completed the construction of the earthen kiln, he saw Zhang Jie returning with his companions. Each person, aside from carrying wooden sticks and bows, appeared to be empty-handed, clearly indicating they had not caught anything. How could they return so soon? What their prey? Qin Yong, who had always held unwavering confidence in Zhang Jie's hunting skills, found it difficult to believe the scene before him and inquired with confusion. Brother-in-law, the situation is somewhat dire. You must urgently inform everyone to exercise caution while venturing out and absolutely avoid ascending the mountain opposite us, Zhang Jie exclaimed, taking several large gulps from a bamboo tube. While pointing toward the peak directly across from a cave, a hint of fear still evident on his face. Seeing Zhang Jie in such a state of anxiety, Qin Yong realized they must have encountered something terrifying, prompting him to adopt a serious demeanor. What happened? Did you discover something? He paused in his tasks, fixing a solemn gaze upon Zhang Jie as he questioned him. Chapter 174, Zhang Jie's Discovery. Brother-in-law, we found something exceedingly terrifying on that mountain, and we almost didn't return. Zhang Jie stuttered, visibly shaken, as he spoke these words, revealing a layer of goosebumps on his skin. Terrifying. And you managed to return safely? Are you all unharmed? Qin Yong furrowed his brow and immediately asked. In truth, he wished to inquire why, if their experience was so frightful, they were able to return unscathed. Yet, sensing that such a question might be inappropriate, he swiftly rephrased it more delicately. Of course, Qin Yong's reaction was not due to disbelief in Zhang Jie's account. He merely perceived Zhang Jie as still young and possibly prone to exaggeration in unfamiliar situations. Not exactly, Zhang Jie replied, his voice still trembling. Although he had accompanied his grandfather in the mountains since childhood, he had never witnessed such a real and frightening scene, which naturally left him quite shaken. Please elucidate the specifics, Qin Yong urged, eager to understand what had transpired. Zhang Jie then recounted the events of the day in detail. It turned out that in the morning, following Qin Yong's instructions, Zhang Jie had taken a group into the forest to hunt. Having previously spent time in this cave, he was aware that larger animals were rarely seen nearby. So he decided to venture to the opposite mountain in hopes of better luck. Upon reaching the new mountain, the dense foliage and abundant greenery filled the group with quiet excitement, leading them to believe that today would yield a bountiful harvest. What left everyone perplexed was that the group had traversed a significant distance within the forest, yet not a single trace of wildlife was to be found. Not even a wild chicken or rabbit made an appearance. This peculiar phenomenon was enough to leave Zhang Jie feeling incredulous. Based on his experience, in such an untouched primitive environment, one would expect a rich diversity of fauna. It was utterly unfathomable that the surroundings appeared so lifeless. As the group pondered this mystery, Zhang Jie, who was leading, suddenly stumbled upon a patch of grass that appeared to have been trampled repeatedly. Amongst it lay a pile of decayed matter, somewhat loosened by the rain. Judging by its size and shape, it resembled the excrement of a large beast. However, Zhang Jie found it difficult to envision what kind of colossal creature could produce such substantial waste, something he had never encountered in the jungles of his homeland. Driven by curiosity, he approached to examine it closely. Yet, upon closer inspection, he was overtaken by a wave of cold sweat. For within this seemingly innocuous excrement, he discovered remnants of undigested human clothing, hair, and nails. The few individuals standing closest to him were equally horrified, instinctively retreating several steps. Zhang Jie, overwhelmed, stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Chapter 175, Territorial Awareness. They anxiously scanned their surroundings, and upon realizing there was no immediate threat, their taut nerves began to relax. In search of clarity, Zhang Jie and the others, after much contemplation, steeled themselves and continued forward. However, the discoveries along the way sent shivers down the spine of this once fearless mountain lad. For within a short distance, Zhang Jie encountered several more similar decayed remnants. At this point, the group hesitated to proceed any further. Just as they contemplated retracing their steps, they were startled by a faint rustling sound emanating from their left front. Upon closer inspection, they beheld a massive python, roughly the size of a football, coiled beside a small thicket, flicking its tongue. Moreover, the python's belly appeared grotesquely distended, as though it had ingested an enormous creature, creating a pronounced bulge. Frozen in fear, the group dared not make sound. Only after gradually retreating a considerable distance did they feel safe enough to turn and flee. Subsequently, they decided against lingering on the mountain and hurriedly made their way back to the cave. After hearing Zhang Jie's account, Qin Yong finally grasped the situation fully, although his expression remained composed without overt signs of anxiety. Xiao Jie, given what you described, this python must have swallowed a relatively large animal and is currently in the process of digesting it. However, you need not worry excessively. It will take several days for it to digest its meal, and in some cases, it may take a week or two. Thus, during this period, he generally refrained from initiating any attacks on others. Qin Yong completely halted his actions, rising to his feet as he spoke. He was evidently no stranger to such circumstances, having encountered similar situations multiple times while executing missions abroad. After listening to Qin Yong's explanation, Zhang Jie and the others present felt a slight sense of relief. Well then, can we still go hunting on that mountain? Zhang Jie, feeling somewhat embarrassed about returning empty-handed, unwillingly posed the question again. That location is no longer viable. Although the python is currently satiated and unlikely to emerge and harm anyone in the short term, once it has digested its meal sufficiently, it will resume its search for food. Moreover, large creatures like pythons typically possess territorial instincts. As long as they perceive their territory to be encroached upon, it is only natural for them to retaliate. Qin Yong gestured for everyone to refrain from venturing to the opposite mountain. All right then, I shall set up more traps and snares in the vicinity. And perhaps I will venture to the small creek at the foot of the mountain to see if I can catch some fish. We must first overcome the immediate challenges. Zhang Jie remarked, furrowing his brow, a hint of helplessness evident on his face. It was clear that the responsibility of providing sustenance for so many weighed heavily on his mind. After exchanging a few brief words with Qin Yong, he led the group back down the mountain. As the saying goes, the speaker has no intention, but the listener takes heed. Upon hearing Zhang Jie express his intention to fish in the creek, a novel idea began to blossom in Qin Yong's mind. Chapter 176. Fish are present, yet elusive. After a considerable amount of time, Qin Yong finally fashioned a new batch of earthenware clay. However, having learned from the previous experience of excessive deformation rates, he was not in haste to fire them. This time, he resolved to let the clay air dry for 2 days, ensuring they were thoroughly dried before proceeding to the next stage of firing. With his current tasks completed, it was now imperative to assist Zhang Jie and the others in resolving their food predicament. Just as he contemplated stepping outside to assess the situation, the group that had ventured out to hunt slowly returned. Each individual appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, lacking vitality. From their expressions, Qin Yong discerned that their haul was likely disappointing. Indeed, after toiling for much of the day, they managed to bring back only a few modest-sized fish. While on the contrary, Xia Bing, Jiang Mingyao, and a group of women had foraged a substantial amount of bamboo shoots and wild vegetables. The stark contrast only amplified Zhang Jie and his companion's sense of disappointment. Previously brimming with confidence in their hunting skills, Zhang Jie now faced a significant blow to his self-esteem. Brother-in-law, we truly did our utmost. It's as if the animals in the forest have simply vanished. The snares and traps we set this morning have yielded no results thus far, Zhang Jie lamented, his expression one of exasperation, while the others behind him sighed heavily and slumped down onto the ground. Hee, it's not your fault. As the saying goes, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. The incessant rain has persisted for nearly half a month, and only today has the weather begun to clear somewhat. The mountains remain damp, and naturally, the animals are reluctant to venture out. So do not fret. In a couple of days, things will improve. Observing the profound discouragement among the group, Qin Yong could not say much more, but offered a reassuring smile to comfort everyone. Brother-in-law, there is no need for you to persuade us further. The failure to catch any game can be blamed on the weather. However, the issue lies with the small stream at the foot of the mountain, which has created several landslide lakes due to the recent downpours. There are quite a few fish within, but the water is too deep to catch them effectively. If only we had a fishing net. Even if we could have fish every day, we would not have to worry about food. Indeed, there are plenty of fish in there, but we can't seem to catch any. Trying to use a spear is futile by the time it arrives. The fish have already darted away, leaving us utterly helpless. Yes, we initially considered digging a channel to drain the water and then catch the fish. But the landslide has left behind not only stones but also numerous fallen trees. With our primitive tools, it is simply impossible to excavate. Such is human nature. Once one person begins to voice their grievances, others inevitably chime in. Thus, the members of the hunting team were eager to pour out their frustrations, hoping to express that they had indeed made every effort. All right, everyone, I believe you have all done your utmost. But have you considered that we might not need a fishing net or even to drain the water to catch the fish? As the excitement among the crowd grew, Qin Yong felt compelled to intervene. Otherwise, in their current state, they could easily continue this discussion for 3 days and nights without respite. Chapter 177. The Mountain Man's ingenious plan. I say, Captain Qin, are you jesting with us? Or do you expect us to dive into the water and catch the fish? That is simply impractical, not to mention the complex underwater conditions of these landslide lakes. Even the sediment at the bottom poses a lethal threat. You cannot force us into such perilous actions. A slightly older middle-aged man, perhaps too forthright by nature, candidly expressed his concerns. My friend, you are overthinking it. If I were that kind of person, you would not wish to follow me, would you? Qin Yong chuckled at the middle-aged man's words. But what other alternatives could there possibly be? The man questioned, bewildered. Do not rush. The mountain folk possess their own clever strategies. First, let us eat, and then everyone follow me to the seaside. Qin Yong teased, feigning mystery. Soon, everyone prepared a hodgepodge meal with the few fish they managed to catch, combined with wild vegetables and bamboo shoots. In such extraordinary times, they paid little heed to the taste. Whatever ingredients were at hand were cooked. After all, the only goal was to satiate their hunger. After a simple meal, the group eagerly squatted by the cave entrance, waiting for Captain Qin Yong. They were curious to see how he intended to effortlessly catch the fish from the landslide lake. Having fashioned several makeshift baskets from bamboo, Qin Yong led the group towards the seaside with great enthusiasm. Brother Yong, what exactly are we doing with so many bamboo baskets? Jiang Mengyao, puzzled by the nearly full turnout, could no longer contain her curiosity. We're going to solve the food problem, of course. Qin Yong chuckled, though he refrained from revealing the specifics of his plan. Left with no choice, Jiang Mengyao followed closely behind him, her cheeks puffed in irritation. Due to the cave's proximity to the shore, the group reached the very beach where they had once been washed ashore in no time. As they revisited the site, a wave of mixed emotions washed over them. It felt as though each person was being pulled back to the harrowing scene of their shipwreck by an invisible force. Some of the more sensitive women could not help but shed tears of sorrow, seeing the dilapidated remains of the thatched hut she had first built with Qin Yong. Now reduced to mere framework, Xia Bing felt a pang of compassion. After such a long time stranded on the deserted island, their group had not only failed to receive rescue, but they felt as forsaken as wild grass left unattended by the roadside. Why was this happening? Xia Bing longed for an answer, yet no one could provide one. Noticing the somber mood, Qin Yong understood that the memories of the past weighed heavily on everyone. He could not allow such sorrowful sentiments to linger. It was imperative to redirect their focus towards more pressing matters. Thus, he leapt onto a rock, clapped his hands, and signaled for everyone's attention. Everyone, the reason we are here today is not to delve into the past and stir up sadness. I urge you all to adjust your mindset promptly, as we have much more important tasks ahead of us. Chapter 178. An unclear mission. Perhaps Qin Yong was born to be a leader. With just a few succinct words, he reignited the group's enthusiasm. The previously melancholic faces now turned in unison towards Captain Qin on the rock. Now I will assign our tasks. The primary purpose of our visit here today is to collect shells. And when I say shells, I am not referring solely to seashells. Any marine product with a shell, whether alive or dead, is what we seek, and the more, the better. Of course, if you happen to come across edible marine life during your collection, such as grouper, squid, oysters, abalone, or even shark, please gather those as well, as I welcome all that we can procure. With that, Qin Yong inadvertently lightened the mood, bringing laughter back to the group. Before Qin Yong could finish his words, laughter erupted among the group, dissipating the earlier melancholic atmosphere. Without waiting for him to conclude, Everyone instinctively began to partake in the activities. Some collected shells, others pried open oysters, and a few audacious men even submerged themselves in the water to catch fish. In an instant, a vibrant tableau of life and enthusiasm unfolded upon the sandy shore. As time passed, the bamboo baskets brought by Qin Yong gradually filled with an assortment of shells and oysters. Although only a small portion of these were edible, the hearts of the group swelled with joy at the sight of their bounty. Yet, as the old adage suggests, where there is joy, sorrow often follows. It remained uncertain whether their overly zealous foraging had driven the fish away or if the recent torrential rains had stirred the waters too violently. But the few who had ventured to dive for fish returned with meager catches of just a couple of small sea fish and a handful of medium-sized lobsters. Nonetheless, when combined with the edible shellfish, they would still enjoy a hearty meal that evening, though the group remained oblivious to Qin Yong's true intentions for the shells. The satisfaction of completing their task and procuring food left them in high spirits. Amidst their merriment, they shouldered their baskets and made their way back toward the cave. The ascent proved more challenging than the descent, compounded by several individuals burdened with baskets, making their return considerably more arduous than their initial journey. At times, they had to stoop slightly to navigate through low-hanging shrubs. To ease their passage, Qin Yong decided to forge ahead and clear a path. However, as he reached for the axe at his waist, he recalled that his firefighting axe had been left behind on the rocky outcrop where they had been harvesting oysters. With no other option, he turned back to retrieve it. To save time, he declined the offers of companionship from Xia Bing and Jiang Mengyao. Upon returning to the beach alone, he noticed the sun was nearing the horizon. The setting sun cast a golden hue across the sea, resembling a surface adorned with shimmering golden scales. As Qin Yong picked up the axe and prepared to turn back, he inadvertently caught sight of a striking red hue against the golden sea. Stretching out his hand to shield his eyes from the remaining sunlight, he focused intently. No, it was not red. More accurately, it was an orange hue. However, this orange seemed to rise and fall with a shadowy figure. As it drifted closer to the shore, Qin Yong finally discerned the truth. It was not a mere shadow, but a person clad in a life jacket being carried along by the current. Yet, due to the distance, he could not ascertain whether the individual was alive or deceased. Judging by their stillness, the situation appeared grim. Having set aside his myriad concerns, Qin Yong leapt into the ocean. When he finally managed to drag the individual back to shore, he was astonished to discover that it was a foreigner. Not just any foreigner, but a stunning blonde woman. However, her unusually pale complexion instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Instinctively, he reached out to check for her breath. Fortunately, although faint, her breath was still discernible. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly removed her life jacket and turned her over, positioning her to lay across his knee. After a gentle patting, the blonde beauty expelled a significant amount of seawater. Despite this, she showed no signs of regaining consciousness. Yet, her breathing had become notably smoother, and a faint flush began to return to her cheeks. Initially, Qin Yong contemplated employing further emergency measures to revive her. However, recalling the misunderstanding he had experienced with Xia Bing upon his arrival on the deserted island, he instinctively touched his face. Perhaps it was best to refrain from such actions. After all, she was no longer in immediate danger, and awakening her would eventually happen in due course. There was no need to risk further complications by hastily trying to rouse her. Nevertheless, as he gazed upon her exquisitely sculpted visage, he felt a twinge of regret. The striking beauty of her finely chiseled features emanated an air of aloof elegance, accentuated by her deep-set, alluring eyes, perfectly arched eyebrows, a gracefully contoured nose, and exquisitely shaped lips. Her golden curls framed her face, enhancing her enchanting silhouette, which radiated an irresistible charm. Perhaps he had indulged in excessive admiration, but it was undeniable that every aspect of her being exuded nobility and grace. The sight left Qin Yong both thrilled and entranced, nearly overwhelming him. After a considerable internal struggle, he managed to suppress his primal urges. Yet, as the sun began its descent, a sense of unease began to swell within him. She appeared to be in a deep slumber, but what was he to do? Leaving her unattended was out of the question. His conscience would not allow it, and the thought of a predator taking advantage of her vulnerability was intolerable. Yet, he could not simply remain by her side indefinitely, waiting for her to awaken. She might remain in slumber until the morrow. It seemed there was no alternative. For both their sakes, he resolved to carry her back to the cave. With that, Qin Yong secured his fire axe and gently lifted the unconscious blonde beauty onto his back. The softness against him invigorated him, and with a shiver of determination, he set off toward the cave. Chapter 180. Another unexpected encounter, 2. During their bumpy journey, the blonde beauty stirred momentarily, a flicker of consciousness surfacing. Through the narrow slit beneath her eyelids, she vaguely perceived that she was no longer adrift upon the sea, but rather being hastily carried by a disheveled figure, resembling a wild man who was making his way up the mountain. She yearned to struggle, even to raise her hand to strike him, yet in her dazed state, she found herself devoid of the strength to lift even a finger, before she could fully open her eyes to take a glance. The throbbing pain in her head overwhelmed her once more, leading her to succumb to unconsciousness again. Throughout the subsequent journey, she did not awaken. Naturally, the events transpiring behind her, unbeknownst to the diligent Qin Yong, were far from his thoughts as he focused on the warmth radiating from his back. Upon Qin Yong's return to the vicinity of the cave nestled in the mountains, darkness had enveloped the sky. The two women, anxious from his prolonged absence, stood vigil at the cave's entrance. They deliberated whether they should venture back to assist him. Just then, they caught sight of Qin Yong's silhouette emerging from the thicket, and their anxious hearts finally found relief. However, as they approached, they discovered that he bore another person upon his back, which left them puzzled. Observing Qin Yong's labored breaths, they refrained from questioning him further and assisted him into the cave. The onlookers, equally perplexed, wondered why Captain Qin, who had set out to retrieve an axe, had returned with a stunning woman instead. A flurry of questions arose in their minds as they gathered around him. Yet, recognizing that he was preoccupied with catching his breath, they opted to refrain from pressing him for answers. After a flurry of activity from Xia Bing and Jiang Mingyao, the blonde beauty was finally settled. At that moment, Qin Yong managed to regain his composure, though the weight of the woman, while not excessively burdensome, had certainly exhausted him from traversing the rugged terrain. As he finally took a seat, his legs felt as though they belonged to someone else, aching and numb. Brother Yong, what transpired? Weren't you supposed to be searching for an axe? How did you end up carrying someone back? The ever-curious Jiang Mingyao was the first to break the silence. Eager for answers once she sensed Qin Yong was ready to speak. Gulp. This is someone I found by the seaside while searching for the axe. Seeing that she was still alive, I decided to carry her back, Qin Yong explained, taking several deep gulps of water before gradually recounting the events that had transpired. At last, the group within the cave began to comprehend the origins of the unconscious woman before them. Of course, the innate curiosity of the crowd prompted them to seek further details, but given her continued state of unconsciousness, they realized that little could be learned for the time being, and so they dispersed momentarily. By the way, Yao Yao, quickly check her to see if there is any danger to her life, Qin Yong urged Jiang Mingyao, as he seemed to suddenly recall an important matter after a brief respite. Chapter 181. Fear not, Brother Yong. I have already examined her. There is nothing serious. She is merely suffering from extreme fatigue and has temporarily fainted. She should be fine after some rest. Jiang Mingyao reassured him, glancing at both Qin Yong and the blonde beauty with a hint of confusion. She sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint exactly what it was. With regard to the sly figure before him, Qin Yong dared not reveal the slightest hint of his inner turmoil. Thus, he took the opportunity to approach the pile of baskets he had brought back earlier. Upon inspection, he discovered that the contents, whether sea clams or oysters, had been deliberately separated from their meat, leaving only the useless empty shells behind. With this realization, the subsequent task became simpler. Qin Yong hastily called a few individuals, gesturing for them to transport the empty shells to the earthen kiln outside the cave. Although the others were puzzled by Captain Qin's intentions, they complied with his instructions. What followed was even more unexpected. Qin Yong began to pour the empty shells into the newly constructed kiln, continuing until it was filled to the brim. Brother-in-law, you aren't planning to burn those shells, are you? Zhang Jie inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he saw Qin Yong preparing to light a fire in the kiln. Indeed, we shall burn the shells, and they must be calcined until they turn to carbon, Qin Yong affirmed. Noticing Zhang Jie's idée demande, he tossed a piece of wood towards him, indicating that the subsequent tasks were now his responsibility, while he himself retreated into the cave in search of food. Though Zhang Jie remained perplexed about the purpose of burning the shells, His admiration for his brother-in-law compelled him to obey Qin Yong's directives without question. Before long, he settled down by the kiln, diligently tending to the fire. In a short time, under Zhang Jie's unwavering attention to the flames, the task entrusted to him was accomplished. It took 3 full kills to finish burning the shells piled beside the earthen kiln. Gazing at the substantial heap of carbonized shells that crumbled to dust upon touch, Qin Yong nodded in satisfaction. Brother-in-law, I have completed the task you assigned to me, but I still do not understand what you intend to do with these. Surely, you can unveil the mystery now, Zhang Jie said, wiping the sweat from his brow and looking at Qin Yong with a puzzled expression. Huh? Did you not mention that the landslide lakes at the foot of the mountain are teeming with fish, yet you could not catch any? Well, I have devised a solution for you. Qin Yong chuckled, patting Zhang Jie's shoulder before gesturing towards the pile of carbonized shells before them. Tell me what do you mean by this? Zhang Jie stammered, staring incredulously at the pile of white shells, his face a mask of disbelief. Indeed, it is precisely with these elements. Tomorrow, take these carbonized shells to the landslide lake below and pour them into the water. The fish will rise to the surface. However, do remember to pay attention to the quantity and bring the necessary tools for retrieval. After Qin Yong finished speaking, he turned back to inspect the drying process of his clay pots, leaving Zhang Jie standing there, bewildered by the wind. Chapter 182. The Awakening of the Blonde Beauty. The following day, Zhang Jie arose early, hardly pausing to eat before he urged his male companions to leave the cave. His eagerness was driven by a desire to validate whether Qin Yong's method was indeed effective. The dark circles under his eyes suggested he had spent the night pondering this very matter. This was understandable, for he was still young and prone to a touch of recklessness. Conversely, Qin Yong had no inclination to indulge in their frivolity. He needed to assign some individuals to gather bamboo for constructing drying racks for the fish. Brother Yong, the foreign woman has awakened. The foreign woman has awakened. Jiang Mingyao exclaimed as she rushed out, filled with excitement. Naturally, Qin Yong, her savior, felt compelled to visit the Western beauty who had regained consciousness. He set aside his tasks and followed Jiang Mingyao into the cave. Upon entering once more, he found Xia Bing engaged in conversation with a now-awake blonde beauty, communicating in English. Noticing Qin Yong's arrival, Xia Bing promptly introduced the two. It seemed she had already recounted the events of the previous day to the blonde. Recognizing Qin Yong as the one who had rescued her, the blonde beauty attempted to rise in gratitude, yet her 2 days without sustenance rendered her unable to stand. Thus, she could only nod apologetically to Qin Yong, her expression brimming with appreciation. Mr. Qin, please forgive my inability to rise and thank you. I am immensely grateful for your rescue yesterday. Had it not been for you, I might have perished at sea. The blonde beauty expressed with sincere regret in English. Qin Yong, accustomed to conversing in English from his past missions abroad, had no trouble responding. Before Xia Bing and Jiang Mingyao could translate, he effortlessly engaged her in fluent English. Madam, there is no need for such formality. In our country, there is an ancient saying, saving a life is more precious than the construction of a 7-story pagoda. Therefore, I ought to express my gratitude for the opportunity you have given me to cultivate my character. Ha ha. Mr. Qin, your manner of speaking is most humorous, and your command of English is remarkably impressive. Regardless, I must extend my gratitude, for it was you who saved me. My name is Edmund Lisa. You may call me Lisa. The blonde beauty did not conceal her astonishment, and her eyes shimmered with a hint of an unusual sentiment. Indeed, the manner in which Westerners express their emotions is markedly more forthright than that of their Eastern counterparts. Naturally, among those present, it was not solely the blonde beauty, Lisa, who was taken aback. Both Xia Bing and Jiang Mingyao were equally captivated by Qin Yong's remarkable demeanor. They had previously regarded him merely as an ordinary security guard aboard the cruise ship, attributing his formidable survival skills to his life experiences. Alternatively, they speculated that his past military service might be the reason behind his capabilities. Although he often appeared somewhat disheveled, one could discern an unmistakable aura of military discipline in his every gesture and movement.